Chapter 1 Is there any justice in the world? After an investigation by the school, it was found that Yifeng, the 22nd place student, had his battle record from the Sea Beast battle stolen from someone else. His results are invalidated. Secondly, during the battle, he refused to obey orders and caused trouble, which resulted in his own injuries and nearly implicated others. Such a misdeed is a disgrace to our school. The school leadership has unanimously voted to expel Yifeng from the school and expel him from the academy. At the Linhai City No. 1 Middle School Martial Arts Academy, a resounding broadcast spread throughout the school, causing an uproar. The vast majority of those who were unaware of the situation cursed Yifeng and felt that this behavior was despicable. Only a few who were close to Yifeng and knew him well had doubts and did not quite believe the result. But whether they believe it or not is totally unimportant and has no impact at all. Okay. That's totally unfair, isn't it? I, Yifeng, swear that all the injustices today will be settled with you tenfold or 100-fold in the future. Yifeng, who had just left the principal's office, clenched his fists and looked angry. 10 days ago, the sea area south of Linhai City was shaken, and the secret channel under the sea expanded again. A large number of secret beasts emerged, and the sea beasts came ashore on a large scale, posing a major threat to coastal cities and surrounding villages and towns. Warriors from all walks of life gathered at the coastline to resist the attack of sea beasts. Linhai City No. 1 Middle School and other martial arts academies could not sit idly by and organized a large number of teachers and students to go and resist the sea monsters. If the students are not strong, they will stay in the rear and attack the small fry who have missed the front line. After efforts from all parties, the sea monster was finally repelled and a major disaster was avoided. In this battle, students who perform well will be rewarded with credits based on the number and strength of sea monsters they kill. If you rank in the top 3, you can even get a place in Longting Academy. It was the top martial arts university in Lingnan province, and all students were trying their best to get in. If you pass the college entrance examination, even if No. 1 Middle School is a key high school, only a few people can be admitted to Longting Academy. Such an admission quota is extremely precious. For Yifeng, there is an even more important point. He was injured in this battle with sea beasts. Unfortunately, his martial arts foundation was damaged and it is difficult to treat with conventional means. If he could be recommended to Longting Academy, where there are many strong people and more resource channels, there would be hope to heal his damaged foundation. But now, it's gone, everything is gone. I killed 105 soldier-level sea beasts, even going above my level to fight a wounded soldier-level sea beast to death, but ended up damaging my martial arts foundation. This was a hard-earned achievement. With this result, I'm ranked first. But you actually swapped my score with that of Xiaoming, who ranked 22nd. I became number 22, but he became number 1. Now, they've even expelled me from school. All my years of hard work and effort have been destroyed in an instant. Yifeng's nails turned white from clenching his teeth, digging into his flesh without him noticing, and his back teeth were almost broken. At first I thought the school had made a mistake, so I went to the principal to report it. But I didn't expect that the principal Zhao Donghai was actually Zhao Ming's uncle. When Yifeng heard the news, he understood everything. In Zhao Donghai's opinion, Yifeng came from a poor family, but through hard work, he ranked among the top in his studies and was a good seedling. Unfortunately, his martial arts foundation is now damaged and his future is half ruined. In addition, the 3 admission places issued by Longting Academy are extremely precious. Instead of giving them to a half-disabled person, it is better to give them to his nephew Xiaoming. Otherwise, with Xiaoming's ability, he would not be able to be admitted to Longting University through the normal college entrance examination. Originally, he just wanted to swap the grades, and it would have been fine if Yifeng had just accepted his fate. However, Yifeng had no way out and was even more unwilling to endure the injustice, so he was determined to report it to the Education Bureau. Instead of being scared, Zhao Donghai became even more aggressive. As soon as Yifeng left, he gave the order. Yifeng was directly blamed for stealing the results of the battle, disobeying the arrangements, and causing trouble, and was expelled from the academy. That's how the broadcast started. This move was extremely vicious. With this label on Yifeng, even if Yifeng wanted to join other academies, they would not dare to accept him. Problem students are naturally unpopular. What, you say you are wronged? We are not sure about that. This is what our school has found. Unless you have evidence to prove your innocence, we dare not take the risk of accepting you. This blocked Yifeng's path to further studies. For the lower classes, learning martial arts through school is almost their only way out. Yi Feng walked out of the school gate and looked back at the school fiercely. One day, they will be held accountable for this debt, tenfold or 100-fold. Principal's office. Zhao Donghai was casually looking at the surveillance footage and happened to see Yi Feng looking back at the school gate. TSK. You're just a peasant, and you want to threaten me with the Education Bureau? If you really sue me, I'll have to thank you for giving me the opportunity to catch up with an old friend I haven't seen in years. Zhao Donghai sneered, his tone extremely disdainful. He didn't take Yi Feng's matter to heart at all. He was just a student with no background, and his martial arts foundation was damaged. It would be difficult for him to make a breakthrough in the future, and he might even regress. He couldn't even maintain the strength of a peak martial artist. What could he do to him? In today's world, strength is everything. Without strength, you are nothing. Yi Feng left the school with a confused look on his face. Although she was determined to become stronger and seek revenge on Zhao Donghai, hatred and determination alone were useless. What she felt in reality was a deep sense of powerlessness. What to do next? Bite. Treasure chest opening fun system binding successful. Introduction: countless treasure chests will randomly appear throughout the world. Go to the location of a treasure chest and you will find treasures, including but not limited to martial arts techniques, magical weapons, elixirs, spiritual insights, innate physical qualities, and so on. Anything that exists in the world has a chance of being found. The higher the quality of the treasure chest, the greater the chance of finding treasure. Quality is determined by color: white, yellow, green, blue, purple, red, orange, gold, and colorful. Treasure chest clue: at the 4th intersection of Nanning Street, a colorful treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. The sudden reminder made Yi Feng extremely excited. Could this be my golden finger? Yi Feng is actually a time traveler. He was born in this world as a baby 18 years ago. There is also a certain amount of technology here, such as monitors, tactical watches. These are all technological products, but the main focus is still on the path of martial arts. Only martial arts can allow mankind to gain a foothold. Hundreds of years ago, the space shook, and many space cracks appeared, eventually forming passages. Countless mysterious beasts emerged from them, wreaking havoc on the world and causing great suffering to all living things. In order to resist the strange beasts, humans embarked on the path of martial arts, cultivated extraordinary powers, fought against them, and defended their country. Later it was discovered that humans could enter through the passage and reach the secret world. The secret realm is very dangerous. Without a certain level of strength, you will definitely die if you go there. The advantage is that one can obtain many treasures from it, which is very helpful in improving one's strength. From this point on, martial arts enters a period of explosive growth. Hundreds of years have passed since then, and there are many powerful people in the world. However, there are also many terrifying beasts in the secret realm, with terrifying combat power that can destroy an entire city with one beast. If humans want to continue to survive, there must be countless descendants who will follow suit and embark on the path of martial arts. Strength is extremely important in this world. Yi Feng understood this truth. Over the years, even without the so-called golden finger, he was able to enter number 1 middle school through his own efforts and was one of the strongest students. However, he never expected that his martial arts foundation would be damaged after fighting so hard, and the results he had worked so hard for would be taken away by others. Birds of a feather, no way to complain, even turning the tables, committing an even greater crime and being expelled from the academy. If things develop normally, Yi Feng will indeed be a little desperate and it will be difficult for him to turn things around. Fortunately, God couldn't stand it anymore and finally gave me a golden finger. From the introduction, it looks very good. The gameplay is simple. You just get a hint that there is a treasure chest in a certain place, then go over and open it to get various treasures. It also thoughtfully provides a path guide. Just like when you played games in the past, a line of arrow cursors would appear on the ground, and you just had to follow the arrows. The highest quality treasure chest is colorful. I didn't expect the first one to be a king bomb, giving me a colorful treasure chest, which is equivalent to a novice gift pack. I wonder what treasures can be found. Yi Feng was full of anticipation. Chapter 2: The Holy Body of Martial Arts, 1 in a Billion. Nanning Street is not far away, itself just the next street. Yi Feng followed the arrow and soon arrived at his destination. At the 4th intersection, there was indeed a treasure chest, quietly placed on the ground, emitting colorful mysterious light all the time. This is a public area and people pass by from time to time. There was even a passerby who stepped directly on the treasure chest. No, it should be said that the foot just stepped on the treasure chest and went through the mold. The passerby's expression did not change at all and he quickly walked away. It can be concluded that only Yifeng can see the treasure chest. In the eyes of others, there is no treasure chest at all. This is better, and you don't have to worry about others snatching it away. Yifeng trotted over. When the foot touched the treasure chest, a prompt popped up. Do you want to open the treasure chest? Yes. Yifeng answered in his heart without hesitation. Snap. The treasure chest opened automatically, the light burst out, and a ball of mysterious energy appeared in front of Yifeng. You opened a colorful treasure chest, and with great luck, you got an SSS level physique, martial arts saint body. Martial arts saint body SSS. After fusion, your physique will be transformed into a martial arts saint body. Your martial arts practice will advance by leaps and bounds, making you a top-level martial arts genius. Your use of chi and blood will also be more efficient. Do you want to merge immediately? SSS level physique. Yifeng's breathing became rapid. It is not uncommon to have a certain physique. There are all kinds of physiques, and they can bring various effects. However, physical conditions can be divided into good and bad, and are divided into levels, from high to low, SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, F. If the ones are of lower levels, they are basically dispensable and will not bring much effect. Even some weird and useless physiques may bring negative effects. Ratings above C are generally good. If you reach level A, you can be called a genius. As for what's above that, there's no need to mention it. SSS level is the top level, 1 in a billion, truly rare. If you call him a genius, people will think you are insulting him. At least you should call him a monster. It is worthy of being a colorful treasure chest. It can also produce SSS level physique. It is a top level treasure chest, and it can open top level treasures. It also confirms that anything can be found in the treasure chest. Physical constitution and talent are innate and cannot be acquired later. Although there have been examples of this, it is only when one reaches a certain age that their physical condition awakens. But that kind of situation is not acquired, but rather a physical condition that is innate. However, due to various reasons, it did not manifest early on, and was not awakened until a chance encounter. In short, after this incident, it was proved that the treasure chest is extremely powerful. Yifeng looked around and found that there was no one nearby. Fusion. The mysterious energy flew towards Yifeng and merged into Yifeng's body. Boom! The huge amount of energy transformed every part of the body. I thought the process would be painful, but it turned out to be very comfortable. When it's over, my whole body feels relaxed and comfortable. The vigorous energy and blood flow in the body, bringing an explosive sense of power. My strength, and my injuries. Yifeng sensed it and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Martial Master Realm. Yifeng suddenly clenched his fists, extremely happy. After transforming into the holy body of martial arts, not only did his damaged foundation fully recover, but his strength also reached a higher level, breaking through from the peak of martial arts apprentice to the early stage of martial arts master. Warriors cultivate chi and blood. The stronger the chi and blood, the higher the strength. Realm division: martial apprentice, martial master, martial general, martial king, martial ancestor, martial master, martial emperor, martial saint, and martial god. There are 9 major realms in total, and each major realm is further divided into 4 small stages: early, middle, late and peak. As for the strength of the strange beasts, it is also divided into 9 major realms, corresponding to the warriors. They are soldier level, sergeant level, general level, king level, lord level, honor level, emperor level, saint level, and god level. When he fought that injured soldier level sea beast before, he was seriously injured and his martial arts foundation was damaged. And if we fight him again with our current strength, we can easily kill him. This is the difference in strength between before and after. Zhao Ming, Zhao Donghai, and the others who wantonly manipulated me. You never thought I would end up like this. Just wait for me, I'll settle the score with you soon. Yifeng looked towards number 1 middle school and said in a cold tone. However, my current strength is not enough and I need to improve it further. Otherwise, any random teacher would be no less capable than me. Not to mention, it is rumored that the principal, Zhao Donghai, is a powerful military commander. I can't beat him yet. Ugh. It stinks. Yifeng discovered that there was a layer of black dirt on his skin, which gave off a foul smell, as if he hadn't taken a bath for a year. It should be the impurities discharged from the body due to the physical transformation just now. Yi Feng hurried home. Yi Feng's home is in an old community, about a few dozen square meters, not too big, but enough for one person to live in. After taking a shower, I finally felt refreshed. Maybe it was because of his physical transformation, but Yi Feng felt extremely hungry. He cleared out all the food stored in his home and only ate until he was about 80% full. My appetite is more than 5 times what I usually eat. After eating a full meal, he leaned on the old sofa with several holes in it in a very unkempt manner. I happened to see a black and white photo hanging on the opposite wall. It was of a man and a woman, both middle-aged. The man looks somewhat like Yi Feng, and the woman looks dignified and virtuous. They were Yi Feng's deceased parents, who died in a beast tide and their bodies could not be found. It was also at that time that Yi Feng truly felt the coldness and cruelty of this world, and realized that without strength, he was not qualified to protect even himself and his family. From that moment on, Yi Feng vowed to become a warrior and try every possible way to become stronger, in order to protect himself and also to kill more strange beasts to comfort his parents' spirits in heaven. When seeing the sea beasts coming ashore and slaughtering thousands of civilians, leaving limbs and corpses everywhere, Yi Feng seemed to be in the beast tide 3 years ago, and saw the scene of his parents being torn and swallowed by the strange beasts. Therefore, Yi Feng fought so hard when killing the sea beast. Treasure Chest Clue 1. At the 7th intersection of Bluestone Road, a white treasure chest appears. Go and open it. Treasure Chest Clue 2. Huiman Grocery Store, a yellow treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. 2 sudden prompts interrupted Yi Feng's thoughts. There are 2 new treasure chests. 1 white and 1 yellow. Yi Feng was not surprised. The first colorful treasure chest that appeared was considered a gift package for novices, and he was given the highest level one. Now everything is back to normal. According to probability, the higher the level of the treasure chest, the lower the probability of its appearance. It is reasonable to pick up a low-level treasure chest now. However, as the game progresses, there will definitely be better treasure chests. It would be really cool if one day there were colorful treasure chests everywhere to pick up. Yi Feng looked carefully at the locations of the 2 treasure chests. The 7th intersection of Qingshe Road and Huiman Grocery Store. They are all places that I am very familiar with. To get to Huiman Grocery Store, you need to pass through the Bluestone Road. Just in time, the treasure chest was opened. It is worth mentioning that this Huiman Grocery Store is also where Yi Feng usually does odd jobs. Let's go. Open the treasure chest. There are also arrows to guide you, just follow them. There are 2 treasure chests, and there are 2 lines of cursors. One is white, pointing to the white treasure chest, and the other is yellow, pointing to the yellow treasure chest. Following the arrow, I successfully arrived at the 7th intersection of the Bluestone Road, where a white treasure chest was quietly placed. As usual, as long as your body touches the treasure chest, no matter which part of your body touches it, a prompt will be triggered. Do you want to open the treasure chest? Chapter 3, Complete Enlightenment, No Need for Practice. Snap. After the white treasure chest was opened, what came out was a ball of red energy. You opened a white treasure chest. Congratulations! You received 200 calories of qi and health. The red energy rose and merged into Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng clearly felt that the blood and energy in his body suddenly increased. It's just like it's accumulated through continuous practice. As mentioned before, warriors cultivate qi and blood. The more vigorous the qi and blood, the stronger their strength. Qi and blood are measured in ka. According to normal practice, it takes a long time to cultivate these 200 calories of qi and blood. And now, just open a treasure chest, the lowest level white treasure chest, without any obstacles, and you can pick up 200 calories of health for free. I just broke through to the initial stage of martial artist, and my qi and blood were exactly 3,000 calories. Now with these 200 calories added, it becomes 3,200 calories. Just add another 800 to reach 4,000 calories of qi and blood, and you can be promoted to the middle stage of martial artist. It doesn't seem difficult to achieve. It is also worth mentioning that Yi Feng himself has a talent called Wind Whisperer, which he is born with. Wind Whisperer is an A-level talent that allows Yi Feng to be more sensitive to the wind element. If he practiced wind-based martial arts, he would have more advantages. Unfortunately, elemental martial arts were relatively rare, and Yi Feng was unable to obtain them for the time being. It is precisely because of his A-level talent and hard work that he can be among the best in school. I hope I'll have the chance to acquire a good martial art next time. The martial arts that Yi Feng was learning at this time was the first level splitting blade technique taught by the school. It is a relatively common item, average in quality. It is okay for a martial artist to use it, but it is definitely not as good as it used to be when you reach the martial artist level. There is also a yellow treasure chest. I hope to get some good stuff from it. Yi Feng continued to move forward. He didn't even need to look at the yellow arrow to know how to get there. After all, that was a place he often went to. The journey was not far and we soon arrived at Huimin grocery store. Uncle He. Yi Feng walked into the store and shouted to the owner who was sitting there. The owner's full name is He Wang, and he is in his 50s. If he were a warrior, this age would still be considered strong and healthy. But not everyone has the talent for martial arts, like He Wang. In addition, his family was poor when he was young, so he could not learn martial arts at all. He has always been an ordinary person, running this grocery store and selling daily groceries to make a living. Once, while on the way to purchase goods, he injured his leg and suffered a leg disease. His right leg had no strength and he walked with a limp. Years of hard work have also added a few strands of gray to his temples, making him look older than his actual age. In his spare time, Yi Feng would come here to work part-time to earn some living expenses. Things like purchasing and delivering goods were mainly helped by Yi Feng. Otherwise, He Wang had difficulty walking and it would be very difficult for him to do these things, which was also the reason why he hired Yi Feng. Xiao Feng, you've come at the perfect time. This batch of goods was ordered by Lao Li. Please help me deliver it when you are free. He Wang pointed to a pile of daily necessities beside him and said to Yi Feng with a smile. Okay, I'll send it over in a moment. Yi Feng said this and walked inside. He Wang didn't care and was busy counting the bills on hand. Yi Feng had been working here for a long time and was no longer an outsider. TSK, the location of the yellow treasure chest is in the toilet. Yi Feng followed the arrow and walked into the toilet as if he was going to the bathroom. Sure enough, I saw a yellow treasure chest placed in the middle. Yi Feng walked over and opened the treasure chest. You opened a yellow treasure chest. Congratulations! You obtained second level wind type martial art wind cutting sword technique perfect enlightenment. Ha! Whatever you think will come true. I was just thinking that my swordsmanship was too poor and I wanted a better martial art. Also, I have the talent of a wind whisperer, and practicing wind-based martial arts will give me a huge advantage. I didn't expect that I would be given a wind-type martial art now, and it's a second-level one. The key is, this is not a cheat. If it is a secret book, you still need to practice on your own to learn it bit by bit. Practicing a second-level wind-based martial art is not easy and takes a long time. What is being offered now is the comprehension of martial arts, which is directly fulfilled. Fusion. Yi Feng couldn't wait to integrate his insights. Boom! Countless insights about the Zhanfeng sword technique were integrated into Yi Feng's mind, just like the insights he gained after practicing the Zhanfeng sword technique day after day. Once all the fusion was completed, Yi Feng had mastered the perfect wind-cutting sword technique. Martial arts skills are divided into levels, from level 1 to level 9. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to practice, and it requires stronger strength to learn. Take the second level for example, it is a martial artist's martial art, which is just right for Yi Feng at the moment. According to the level of proficiency, it is divided into entry level, minor success, major success, and perfection. Yi Feng put two fingers together, using them to represent a knife, and gestured a few times casually. The wind element was inhaling and exhaling at the fingertips, appearing extremely sharp, and the movements were smooth and flowing. At this moment, the fingers seem to have become sharp blades. If it is performed with a precious sword, it will be able to exert extremely strong combat power. Not bad. Not bad. Yi Feng was very satisfied with this wind-cutting sword technique. Treasure chest clue: a yellow treasure chest appears at Linhai City No. 10 High School. Please go and open it. Yi Feng smiled. This treasure chest really can never be opened completely. Just finished opening this one and here comes another one. Moreover, it is a yellow treasure chest, and the things that can be opened from it are very useful to Yi Feng at the moment. For example, the complete realization of the wind-cutting sword technique just revealed is very good. 10th High School, isn't that He Xialing's school? Just at this moment. Dad, I'm back. A clear female voice was faintly heard from outside. Yi Feng was familiar with this voice. It was He Xialing, the only daughter that He Wang had in his old age. Yi Feng walked out. Outside, I saw a slim young girl of about 17 or 18 years old standing sideways. With long black hair like a waterfall, tied up high with a hair tie and wearing a set of light combat armor, he looks fresh and capable. Anyone who sees her exquisite profile will exclaim that she is a beauty. Hearing the noise, He Xiling turned to look at Yifeng. The other half of her face was then exposed to Yifeng's sight, and a finger-long scar became the only focus of her right face. If someone is not familiar with it, they will definitely secretly add a comment of, "What a pity." This was Yifeng's psychological journey when he first met He Xiling. Yifeng once thought that perhaps God was jealous of her beauty, giving her a stunning face but also adding a scar. Later, when they became familiar with each other, He Xiling talked about this scar and learned about the past. It turned out that she took the initiative to cut herself with a dagger. There was once a playboy who coveted He Xiling's beauty. He frequently harassed her and forced her to obey him. He Xiling didn't want to give in, but the other party came from a prominent family background. In contrast, He Xiling has no strength, no background, and has an elderly father with mobility problems at home. At one point, it posed a great threat to myself and my family. When the situation was about to get out of control, He Xiling made a shocking move. He actually held a dagger and cut a long wound on his right cheek in front of the playboy. Therefore, a scar was left behind. It takes a lot of courage and determination to disfigure yourself, especially if you are a beautiful woman. It also indirectly shows that she is really at her wit's end. Since then, the playboy has indeed not appeared again. Perhaps he has gone to look for the next beauty. But He Xiling was left with a permanent scar. But who cares? Chapter 4: Spit out everything you eat. Yifeng, you are here too? He Xiling smiled at Yifeng. If it weren't for the hideous scar, her face would be as beautiful as 100 flowers blooming. It's hard to imagine that after going through such things, she can still maintain a cheerful personality. Perhaps she is tough by nature, or perhaps she knows that it is useless to blame herself. Yes, I just arrived too. Yifeng replied with a smile. The college entrance exam is in 3 days. Who knows, we might even run into each other in the exam room. I won't let you down then. He Xiling said half-jokingly. While speaking, she habitually lifted the scattered hair on the right side of her face and tucked it behind her ear. Doing so without any hesitation will make the scar more noticeable. That was her trauma, but also a golden medal of immunity from death for her who was weak at the time. Even now, it can protect her from excessive harassment and allow her to focus more on practicing martial arts. Strength is the foundation of everything. Even though she was studying in the 10th Martial Arts High School, a school ranked at the bottom, and even though she had no talent, she relied on her hard work to cultivate to the peak of martial arts. Compared with those key high schools, its strength is not much inferior. Only she herself knows the effort that went into this. Yifeng was speechless for a moment. Did something happen? He Xiling asked. Yeah. Yifeng nodded. He had no intention of hiding it. I was fired. Yifeng briefly explained the whole story to He Xiling. He didn't mention the fact that his martial arts foundation was damaged, otherwise it would be a bit unreasonable if he suddenly recovered. He only focused on the fact that his grades were swapped. He Xiling didn't react at all, but He Wang beside her became furious. This is outrageous. How could they do this? After all, this is Linhai No. 1 High School, a prestigious key high school, and they actually did something like this. Uncle He, don't be angry. This matter is not over yet. I will settle the score with them. Yifeng comforted He Wang. So what are you going to do next? How about joining our school? Anyway, with your ability, you will shine wherever you go. You can be considered a student. This will serve as a springboard for you to qualify for the college entrance examination. He Xiling did not show any anger and made suggestions calmly. Past experiences taught her one thing: anger is useless, only fists are useful. Experiencing injustice? Fine. Then fight back with your fists. But you also know the reason for my expulsion. We know it was slander, but your school doesn't think so. They won't accept me, right? Yifeng frowned. There are 2 benefits to joining the 10th Martial Arts High School. First, only with student status can you walk freely in the college and find the yellow treasure chest just mentioned. Otherwise, if outsiders break in at will and are discovered, the consequences will be serious. If they are accused of intending to steal martial arts resources, they will have no way to defend themselves. Second, Yifeng really wants to take the college entrance examination. Even if it's for nothing else, just to disrupt No. 1 middle school and deal with those people who used to have a bad relationship with it, it would be enough to cause No. 1 middle school's school ranking to drop significantly. School rankings represent reputation and determine how much resource subsidies and commercial sponsorship a school can receive. In short, the impact is huge. No one cares about the school's ranking more than the president of a school. As long as there is a chance to deal with Zhao Donghai, Yifeng would be very happy to do so and would collect some interest first. Secondly, it is also for the opportunity to enter Longting University. After the grades were swapped, Zhao Ming got the admission quota that should have belonged to Yifeng. After being admitted, Zhao Ming can enter Longting University without taking the college entrance examination. Yifeng's grades are not so easy to get. No matter how much you eat, you must spit it all out. The reason for entering Longting University is to get Zhao Ming, otherwise it would be too easy for him. For various reasons, Yifeng really needs to join the 10th Martial Arts High School. Leave this matter to me. Wait for my news tomorrow. He Xiling said this after thinking for a while. Yifeng nodded. Thank you for your help then. No big deal. He Xiling waved her hand and said indifferently. The next day, He Xiling arrived at the number 10 high school and went straight to see the principal. For matters concerning admission, you can usually just contact the admissions office, but they certainly don't dare to make the decision, and you will ultimately have to ask the principal. So, just come and talk to the principal directly. He Xiling, what do you want to talk to me about? The principal of number 10 middle school, Lu Tai, was deeply impressed by this student who practiced hard and achieved outstanding results, and he also cherished such students. Their school, which is ranked at the bottom, has relatively few top students. Sometimes, when they finally have one, the top students transfer to other key high schools. This may be due to the mentality of people tend to move up, or other schools may be trying to poach students by secretly promising them some benefits. But in this kind of situation, if you can't find any evidence, there's nothing you can say. We can't forcibly tie up students and not let them leave. If the news gets out, no one will dare to enroll. Principal, I do have a request. It's like this. He Xiling explained what happened. The reason for dismissal should also be stated directly. They can find out about this kind of thing and they will definitely find out. If they conceal it, it will have the opposite effect. Lu Tai frowned slightly and did not respond immediately, thinking about the pros and cons. After a while, he spoke out. Normally, I wouldn't take the risk of accepting a problem student. But if you can guarantee that your friend was wrongly accused, I might believe you for once. However, outsiders won't think so. They will just think that 10th high school is really rubbish and accepts anyone, which has ruined its reputation. Principal. He Xiling wanted to speak and try her best. But Lu Tai interrupted him with a wave of his hand, sighed, and said self-deprecatingly, whatever, I've been at the bottom every year, and I don't have much good reputation left. Let others talk about it whatever they want. Principal, do you agree? He Xiling said happily. It was going more smoothly than she had imagined. Well, you contact him and come to complete the admission procedures. Lu Tai said with a faint smile. He agreed so easily because of He Xiling. If it were any other student, he might not agree. Thank you, Principal. I will work even harder for the college entrance exam and bring honor to our school. He Xiling thanked him. Ha, that would be even better, but just do your best and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Lu Tai laughed. In his opinion, it would be great if He Xiling could get outstanding results. And if you fail the exam, it's not hard to accept. Anyway, a few people alone can't change anything, and you will definitely be ranked at the bottom. He has gotten used to it. He Xiling said goodbye and left the principal's office. Immediately press the tactical watch on your wrist. The tactical watch has multiple functions, equivalent to a microcomputer, which can check various information at any time. If a fight occurs, you can also record a video of the fight. Its camera is very unique. Even if the arm is moving, it can lock the front view and keep the video recording stable. Communication is naturally one of the functions. As He Xiling operated, a small light screen emerged from above the tactical watch, displaying the communication list. Find Yifeng's line and click to dial. On Yifeng's side, the call was connected almost instantly, and Yifeng's handsome face appeared on the light screen. Chapter 5. Who gave you the courage to take action? It's done. You can come over and complete the admission procedures. He Xiling said, looking intently at the screen. Ha! You're already outside the school? The scenery behind Yifeng was obviously the outside of the school that she was familiar with. Well, I came here early. Yifeng said. Do you really believe that I can do it? He Xiling raised her eyebrows. Of course. There's nothing you can't do. Yi Feng said with a smile. It's not that I'm flattering her. This girl is extremely tenacious. Once she wants to do something, she will not give up until she achieves her goal. Well, I like to hear that. He Xiling raised her proud head. The two chatted as they walked and soon met at the school gate. After hanging up the phone, under the guidance of He Xiling, the admission procedures were successfully completed. You still have to go through the necessary procedures. You should report to the class first, and then you can do whatever you want with your free time. He Xiling said. Okay. Yi Feng nodded and said goodbye to He Xiling. I glanced at the yellow arrow on the ground that only I could see. Report in first, then open the treasure chest. Only you can open the treasure chest, so you don't have to worry about it being stolen. Walking towards class 15 of senior 3, this is the class Yi Feng was assigned to. Before I even got close to the classroom, I felt like I was in a vegetable market. It was extremely noisy. Martial arts teacher Duan Xuan explains the efficient use of qi and blood on the podium. When Yi Feng heard this topic, he was slightly stunned. The college entrance exam is in 2 days, and you are still explaining this stuff? This part of the content is from the second unit, which Yi Feng had learned early on. It wasn't until I walked into the classroom that I understood the reason. The students were all playing by themselves and few of them were listening carefully. The teacher was also busy explaining on his own, as if he had long been accustomed to the situation where no one was paying attention to the class. In this situation, it would be strange if the course could be completed. Teacher, I am a new student and I am here to report now. Yi Feng said to Duan Xuan. Well, just find a seat. Duan Xuan's face was expressionless. After he finished speaking, he muttered softly, sure enough, all the poor students are shoved into my place. He had received the notice long ago and knew Yi Feng's background clearly. The class 15 he taught was the worst class in number 10 middle school. According to the school's idea, instead of letting the bad students scatter and affect others, it is better to put them all in one class. The school's expectations of Duan Xuan are not high, and there are no performance requirements at all. He only needs to manage this group of bad boys and make sure they don't cause too much trouble. Given Yi Feng's reason for dropping out of school, it was completely within his expectations that he would be assigned here. Teacher, can I move freely? Yi Feng asked. He had already finished this lesson a long time ago, there was no point in listening again, and he couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. It's up to you. Duan Xuan said indifferently. After getting consent, Yi Feng turned and left the classroom. He is indeed a poor student. He doesn't even listen to the lessons and doesn't even want to stay in the classroom. Duan Xuan shook his head like a rattle. Several tall and strong students below exchanged glances with each other. Without even saying hello, he stood up and left the classroom. Duan Xuan ignored it, but shook his head even faster. After leaving the classroom, several tall and strong students looked around. There it is. Quick! Catch up! The few of them quickened their pace and after a while, they caught up with Yi Feng in front of them and surrounded him. You transferred here at this time. You were expelled, right? Which school did you come from? And why? Several people asked several questions in succession. Yi Feng raised his brows, looked around at the group, and said calmly, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? It doesn't matter whether you're related or not. If we ask, you have to tell us. Got it? That's the rule. Also, since we're new here, you have to treat us to a good meal. For example, exotic beast meat would be quite good. I haven't eaten it in a long time. The dark-skinned young man in the lead raised his chin slightly and spoke in a commanding tone. I'll only say this once, leave me be and get out of here now. Yi Feng's voice was not loud, but it contained an unquestionable and sharp look in his eyes, like a ferocious beast. When I was in number 1 middle school, I had many rivals. After all, the school's resources were limited and it was impossible to take care of every student. Many times, you need to compete with your fists to get a resource. Fighting and quarreling are common in daily life. As long as the quarrel is not too serious, the school will not stop it but encourage it. Practicing martial arts is not like growing flowers in a greenhouse. What you will face in the future are ferocious and violent beasts. If you are not careful, you may not even be able to recover their bodies. The usual fights and quarrels are nothing. For Yi Feng, this scene was just like playing house. What's more, the people opposite are only in the middle stage of martial arts apprentices, while Yifeng is in the early stage of martial arts master and can be their teacher. Humph. Boy, it seems you need to suffer a little before you know what to do. As soon as he finished speaking, several people immediately took action and threw several fists at Yifeng's body. Oh. You asked for this. A sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of Yifeng's mouth. Boom. A huge amount of qi and blood were mobilized and circulated in the body, and both fists were thrown out at the same time, throwing several punches in an instant. The speed was extremely fast, but the power was not bad. Each punch was like a cannonball, colliding accurately with the fists of those people. Bang 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 bang. There were several dull thuds, mixed with the clearly audible sound of bones breaking. Ah! Several screams merged into one, and several figures flew backwards in their respective directions like kites with broken strings, and finally fell to the ground. They were in the same posture, both covering their right hands, with painful expressions on their faces and their bodies curled up like shrimps. They knew without even checking that the collision had broken several bones in their right hands, causing excruciating pain. After they recovered a little, they struggled to get up from the ground. Yifeng was no longer around. They were filled with surprise and confusion. Why was this new student so strong? They didn't know that Yifeng had already reduced his strength, otherwise, it would be more than just a broken bone. Let's go to the infirmary for treatment first. Several people were sweating profusely, covering their right hands, and walked towards the infirmary. Hey! We just went out for a while, how come you are all like this? The get out of class had just ended, and the students in class 15 saw the miserable state of these students and all laughed with glee. The few of them said nothing, their steps quickened, and they soon walked away. They didn't dare to say it out loud. Where would they put their face if they couldn't beat one person? Could it be that freshman who hit him? Someone speculated. It's possible. Those guys obviously followed the freshman, and now they're suddenly like this. It's just a coincidence that he was assigned to class 15. How strong can he be? Do you think everyone is heziling? That's true. He must have offended a master from the key class and got beaten up. Groups of students gathered together to discuss. Yifeng just finished beating someone and left. Following the yellow arrow, we came to a tall building on the west side of the school. The plaque above has 3 large characters, Sushwe Building. This kind of place is used to test students' abilities, and every school has one. Yifeng followed the yellow arrow and walked into the building. There were some students inside, some in groups of 3 or 4, and some alone. Yifeng's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. They are all busy testing themselves so that they can have a clear understanding of their own abilities and have a better idea of how to perform in the exam. In front of Yifeng, there were doors, and in the middle of the doors, there was a digital display screen. The yellow arrow leads to gate number 3. The treasure chest is inside. However, the digital display on the door was showing data at this time. Strength, 1950 caddies. Speed? The speed item has not been displayed yet, it may be under testing. As soon as I thought of this, the speed was also revealed. Speed, 52 meters per second. Soon the door opened, and a student in the late stage of martial arts with a black mole at the corner of his mouth walked out. It seems that practicing martial arts well can greatly increase one's strength. Originally, I only had 1600 qi in blood, so I could only exert a basic strength of 1600 kilograms. But after using martial arts, I was able to exert more than 1900 kilograms, which is not much different from the basic strength of a peak martial artist. He was muttering to himself, with an excited look on his face. He didn't care too much about Yifeng waiting outside. This kind of situation would sometimes occur when there were too many people taking the test and there were not enough testing points. After the student with the black mole walked away, Yifeng walked in quickly. The door closed automatically. Chapter 6, Physical Skills Increase and Speed Skyrocket. The first thing that catches your eye is a small interior. The furnishings are relatively simple, with a machine placed on the side and a weapons rack with one of each of the 18 weapons for people to use when testing and performing martial arts. Let us talk about the machine first. There is a boxing target in the middle and a display screen above it. This machine is made of special materials and is extremely sturdy. It is used to test the strength of warriors. However, this is relatively elementary, and can only be tested to the peak of martial artist. If they were stronger, they would destroy the machine. In a high school, that's enough. There is also a guide to the rules posted underneath the machine. Attack the fist target to test strength. After that, the next door will open and you will enter the entrance to test speed. In that case, let's give it a test. Yi Feng was eager to try. I also want to know how much power I can exert with my current strength and the wind-cutting sword technique. Yi Feng went to the nearby weapons rack and took out a long sword, which was an ordinary alloy sword without a sharp blade. Come to the front of the boxing target, adjust your breathing, lower your legs slightly, retract your right hand, and get into a stance. Suddenly, the corners of his clothes moved without wind. Yi Feng could clearly sense the airflow around him. Drink! The qi and blood are mobilized and gathered in the right hand, and the strength is injected into the long sword in the right hand. The perfect wind-cutting sword technique was performed, with the wind element wrapped around the blade. A sharp and swift sword was suddenly slashed out, accurately hitting the fist target in front. Bang! The boxing target made of special material suddenly sank deeply, and the numbers on the digital display above jumped wildly. 1,000. 2,000. 3,000. 4,000. It wasn't until the hurdle bounced back that the value stabilized and finally settled at 4,510 pounds. This number has far exceeded Yi Feng's expectations. According to 1 calorie of qi and blood, 1 gene of force can be exerted. Now the qi and blood are 3,200 calories, and the basic strength is 3,200 kilograms. When the qi and blood reaches more than 4,000 calories, it means that you are in the middle stage of martial artist, and your basic strength is 4,000 kilograms. In this way, the force exerted by the wind-cutting sword technique has far exceeded the minimum basic strength of a mid-stage martial artist. After measuring the strength, a door opened automatically in front, revealing a long corridor. At the end of the corridor, a yellow treasure chest lies there quietly. Finally found you. This walkway is used for speed measurement, and many detection instruments are installed on the walls on both sides. When a warrior passes through the passage, his movement speed will be detected. Yi Feng stood at the entrance and made some adjustments, like a cheetah about to explode. Swish! He pushed his feet hard suddenly. The whole body left an afterimage and rushed out 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The entire corridor is only 200 meters long. The first 100 meters are used for speed detection, and the last 100 meters are used as a buffer zone to allow people to slow down and stop. At such a speed, normally, without hurting the body, it would take a buffer of several dozen meters before it could come to a complete stop. Of course, you can stop quickly in an emergency, but it will be very harmful to your body. The more quickly you stop, the greater the damage. However, Yi Feng only buffered about 5 meters before stopping completely. And this is done without causing any harm to the body. If your physical fitness improves in the future, you may even be able to stop suddenly. This is the powerful benefit brought by the holy body of martial arts. It requires very strong control over the body, as well as excellent force releasing and endurance capabilities, to achieve this. There is a digital display screen in the front showing the results. 96 meters per second. The passing line for an early martial artist is a basic speed of 90 meters per second, which Yi Feng exceeded. When I practice body skills in the future, my speed will be increased and I will be even faster. Yi Feng thought expectantly. Then he flashed and came to the location of the yellow treasure chest. Snap! You opened a yellow treasure chest. Congratulations! You obtained second-level body movement skill Swift Shadow Step Perfect Enlightenment. Yi Feng smiled. He just lacked a certain body movement technique, and now he just happened to have one. Blend immediately. Boom! The complete understanding of Swift Shadow Step continued to fill Yi Feng's mind until he mastered it completely. When performing body skills, whether it is the maximum speed or the movement, there will be a certain amount of increase. The extent of the increase depends on the level of the body movement and the proficiency in mastering it. The second-level body movement skills are just perfect for Yi Feng, who is at the martial artist level. When Yi Feng performed the Swift Shadow Step, he could clearly feel that his body became lighter and more flexible. When fighting in this state, it will be more difficult for the enemy to grasp your changing trajectory, and the advantage gap will widen. Just now, without the support of my physical skills, my maximum speed was 96 meters per second. I'll test it again to see how much higher it can be. Yi Feng immediately returned to the starting point of the speed test, took a deep breath, and ran the Swift Shadow Step at full speed. Swish! His figure turned into an afterimage and passed the 100 meters ahead in an instant. It felt much faster than before. The digital display jumps and the results are revealed. 140 meters per second. It has increased so much. The basic speed of a martial artist in the late stage is only 150 per second, which is close. With the physical skills, the improvement is huge. With a happy mood, Yifeng walked outside. I originally thought that the data I tested would attract a lot of students' attention. I only found out after I went out that no one had noticed it yet. Come to think of it, I just went in to test 2 data and then opened a treasure chest. Including the delay, it took about half a minute in total. It's normal that no one paid attention to this place. It didn't matter whether anyone noticed or not, Yifeng didn't care and just left. Not long after Yifeng left, the 2 classmates approached while talking. If you still don't believe me, I'll test it for you right now. I just tested it in room 3. If Yifeng were here, he would recognize that the person who was speaking was the student with a black mole on the corner of his mouth who had just been tested in front of him. He had just finished the test and left, and was showing off to a classmate that his strength had increased a lot after practicing martial arts diligently. Unexpectedly, after asking about the data, his classmate did not believe what he said and thought it was impossible to increase so much. Young and energetic people will argue everything to the end. So, the student with the mole brought his classmates to test him in person, and they still chose room number 3. Let's see what you have to say later. The student with the mole was about to go in as he spoke, etc. But he was stopped by his classmates, with a surprised tone. What's wrong? Are you afraid of being slapped in the face? The student with the mole sneered. No, look. What are you looking at? Watch the door. Hiss. This was so shocking that the student with the mole took a deep breath. 2 amazing achievements were written on the door. Strength, 4,510 caddies. Speed, 140 meters per second. Who measured this? Both were shocked. Such data is clearly only possessed by powerful martial artists. Martial arts master, that is the level of a school teacher. Did a teacher come over to test you just now? But that doesn't seem right. There is a place specifically for teachers to practice, and there are testing instruments there that are more advanced than the ones here. Which teacher is so bored that he comes over here and competes with the students for testing spots? Could it be him? The student with the mole looked surprised and suspicious. Who is it? What do you know? The classmate asked. I'm not sure. Just now, when I came out, there was someone waiting outside. He should also be testing. I strongly suspect that he was the one who came up with this data, said the student with the mole. Who is that? The classmate asked. To be able to get such a result, there must be a martial artist. He was curious about who it was. She seemed to be a student too. I didn't look closely, and my mind was all on my grades at the time. Now when I think about it, I can't even remember what she looked like. The student with the mole was a little annoyed. Student? Ha ha ha. His classmates laughed out loud. How is that possible? Which student has such ability? Even if you go to number 1 middle school, you won't find such students, let alone this is number 10 middle school. The laughter attracted other students nearby. After finding out the situation, they all burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? You've been here the whole time and didn't you see who went in? The student with the mole was a little annoyed by the laughter and asked back. Who has nothing to do but look around? I saw someone coming out from the corner of my eye, but I didn't pay attention to who it was. Don't speculate, it definitely wasn't a student. It could have been a teacher who came to see a student and, on a whim, decided to test him. It wouldn't take too long anyway. Indeed, this is the most likely possibility. Yifeng had no idea that the results he obtained from the test while opening the treasure chest would attract so much attention. Yifeng, who had left the measurement building, was walking on the road, thinking about what to do next. Suddenly, another clue to the treasure chest appeared. And, this time it's very different. Chapter 7 Green Treasure Chest Clue. Treasure Chest Clue. In the Hall of Honor of Number 10 High School, a green treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. Green treasure chest. That is a treasure chest of a higher level than the yellow one, and the treasures opened from it are better than those from the yellow treasure chest. Unexpectedly, the clue to the green treasure chest was provided so quickly. But, this place. If Yifeng guessed correctly, the location of the green treasure chest was probably not easy to enter. Let's go and take a look first. Yifeng followed the green arrow on the ground and came to a tall building in the middle of the school. In front of the building, there is a tall stone tablet with 4 big characters engraved on it, Hall of Honor. In addition to the 4 large characters, there are many small characters engraved on the rest of the place. Each name corresponds to an introduction, and they are all people among the teachers and students who have made great contributions to the school. Among students, this is called the honor roll. Anyone who can get good grades can be included in this honor roll. Before being included in the honor roll, there will be a commendation ceremony held in the Hall of Honor. Looking at the locked door of the Hall of Honor over there, Yifeng understood that if he wanted to enter the Hall of Honor and successfully open the treasure chest, he would need to make some contributions to the school to have the opportunity to enter. So there is no other way but to wait a few more days and get a good score in the college entrance examination, then you will have a chance to get in. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Today is the day of the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination is divided into 2 major sections, liberal arts and military examinations. The written test tests paper knowledge, such as how to use chi and blood, which secret realm does a certain strange beast come from, and what are its strengths and weaknesses. The military examination, on the other hand, tests practical combat experience. The process is to take the liberal arts exam first and then the military exam. Early in the morning, students from various schools boarded buses and headed to the Liberal Arts Examination Center in the city center. The huge building is like a giant beast crawling here, swallowing each candidate. Don't run around, just follow your teacher's instructions. Thousands of students from number 10 middle school gathered in the square outside the examination hall, and Principal Lu Tai began to give a speech. Did you hear that? Class 15. Lu Tai glanced at the students in Class 15 with a displeased look, and the whispering scene finally quieted down. I heard it clearly, the students responded loudly. Yifeng was in the crowd of Class 15 and looked around. I saw a few guys with their right hands in plaster. They were the ones who came to cause trouble 2 days ago and were injured by Yifeng. Even though my right hand is injured, I still have my left hand to use. I can't give up on the college entrance examination. I'll see if there is any fake university willing to admit me. No matter how rubbish I am, I'll graduate and then work as a security guard to make a living. In today's society, there is a certain threshold to become a security guard. You need to have some force, and ordinary people can't do it at all. When a few people noticed Yifeng looking at them, their bodies suddenly stiffened, their eyes avoided, and they did not dare to look Yifeng in the eye. Wanhu, why are you suddenly so nervous? The classmate next to him asked. No, who's nervous? We're not nervous. Wang Hu and others retorted in trembling voices, and noticed from the corner of their eyes that Yifeng was no longer looking at them, and then they relaxed again. Class 1 students, follow me into the examination room. The voice of Class 1's teacher came from the other side. Under his leadership, nearly 100 top students walked towards the examination room. Before leaving, He Xiling looked back at the crowd and finally stopped at Yifeng. She gave a thumbs-up gesture and with her mouth shape, Yifeng knew she was saying come on. Yifeng smiled and gave a thumbs-up in return. However, when He Xiling turned around again, her body paused unnaturally and her eyebrows frowned slightly. What's wrong? Yifeng asked with his lips. He Xiling quickly returned to normal, shook her head and indicated that everything was fine. Looking at He Xiling's receding back, Yifeng seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly a prompt interrupted Yifeng's thoughts. Treasure chest clue. In the first examination area of the liberal arts exam hall, a yellow treasure chest fine item appears. Please go and open it. Huh? There's a treasure chest in the exam room? Yifeng was a little surprised. The main thing is that I got a clue 2 days ago about the green treasure chest in the Hall of Honor of number 10 middle school, but I haven't had the chance to open it yet. I originally thought that I needed to open the treasure chest to get new treasure chest clues, but it turns out that this is not the case. I can still get new treasure chest clues. This is very good, and you don't have to worry about some treasure chests being difficult to open in the future and getting stuck. Although the treasure chest mentioned this time is only yellow, it has the suffix fine added to it. In other words, it is the best item in the yellow treasure chest. Since it is a high-quality item, the things that come out of it must be better than ordinary yellow treasure chests. Examinees of Class 15, follow me into the examination room. Duan Chuan spoke up and took the lead. The students hurried to follow. Yifeng also followed and entered the examination room first, and then found an opportunity to open the treasure chest. The so-called examination room is an extremely huge hall. The examination areas are divided into several sections, from the 1st to the 10th. The 10 high schools in Linhai City correspond to these 10 examination areas. The candidates of number 10 middle school are located in the 10th examination area, which is divided into rows according to different classes. Each examination seat is like a telephone booth, independent and equipped with 360-degree real-time monitoring to ensure that cheating is impossible. Students find their respective examination seats, and when the time comes, they can swipe their admission tickets and enter their examination seats. Yifeng's position is in the 10th examination area, 15th row, the last seat. There are still 10 minutes left. Theoretically, I can still move freely, go to the first examination area, and open the treasure chest. There should be enough time. The only thing that worries Yifeng is that if the treasure chest is located inside a student's examination seat, that would be troublesome because he would have no chance to open it. You can't just say, "Buddy, wait until you get to your exam seat, let me in and take a look around too?" Then the invigilator will probably expel you from the examination room on the spot for violating the college entrance examination regulations. Go take a look first. There is no point in thinking too much, just take a look and you will know. At the same time, in another hall, principals and teachers from various colleges came here one after another to watch the candidates taking the exam. They are not afraid that during the exam, they will secretly contact the candidates and provide them with answers for cheating. Every candidate entering the examination room needs to be checked and cannot bring any communication or internet devices. Once entering the examination seat, they will be completely isolated from the outside world. If I remember correctly, that student named Jifeng is from your number 1 middle school, right? The principal of number 2 middle school looked at the huge projection screen in the hall. It was a monitoring screen of the entire examination room from a god's perspective. He could see countless candidates like ants walking back and forth there. He accidentally saw Yifeng's figure in the 10th examination area. The competition between schools is particularly fierce, especially between number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school, which have similar rankings and are closely watched. The principal of number 2 middle school had already investigated which top students there were in number 1 middle school, so he was naturally very clear that there was a top student like Yifeng. However, the expulsion of Yifeng from number 1 middle school happened only in the past few days. Even if one paid more attention, one would not have known about it so quickly. Now, seeing Yifeng's presence in the examination area of 10th middle school, the principal of number 2 middle school felt very curious. Could it be that this candidate has gone to the wrong place? Chapter 8 is all waiting, there are plenty of opportunities to settle the score. As soon as the principal of number 2 middle school said this, many principals and teachers present cast doubtful eyes at Zhao Donghai, the principal of number 1 middle school, to see if he had any explanation. Zhao Donghai's face froze. This peasant actually went to number 10 middle school. And this number 10 middle school is really unscrupulous. I gave such a reason for dropping out, but number 10 middle school actually accepted me. Zhao Donghai cursed in his heart. There is no competitive relationship between the school and number 10 middle school, and there is no need for the two schools to confront each other. But now, the student he designed to expel was not even able to go to school, but number 10 middle school had no foresight and accepted him. Zhao Donghai felt like he was being stabbed in the back by number 10 middle school. I also began to feel disgusted with number 10 middle school. In that case, don't blame yourself for being ruthless. Oh. I made a fool of myself for everyone. Zhao Donghai first pretended to be helpless and heartbroken. With his emotions well prepared, he continued, I originally thought this student named Jifeng was an excellent student with excellent grades. I didn't expect that all his previous achievements were obtained by cheating. He even claimed other people's achievements in the Sea Beast battle. He almost succeeded again. He is really a disgrace to our number 1 middle school. Thankfully, we finally uncovered his past cheating history and discovered he was a lousy student who relied on cheating. What I never expected was that even after I expelled him, there was still a school willing to accept him. The world is truly vast and full of surprises. Having said that, he looked at Lu Tai, and the meaning was self-evident. Swish, swish, swish. The principals and teachers of the surrounding schools all turned their eyes to Lu Tai. The teachers at number 10 middle school felt embarrassed and turned their heads away. In fact, they couldn't understand why Principal Lu Tai would accept such a problem student who could not bring any benefits to the school and made people laugh at him. Number 10 middle school is rubbish and ranks at the bottom, but it doesn't accept all students. Cheating? To be able to cheat and become an honors student without being caught shows how perfunctory your number 1 middle school is in their daily mock exams. Is it any use blaming a student instead of looking for the reasons within yourself? Besides, who knows if he really cheated? Just because you say he cheated, he cheated? Lu Tai responded with a sneer, not giving Zhao Donghai any face at all. You! Zhao Donghai was furious. According to you, how could I wrongly accuse him? Although he spoke confidently, he was still quite nervous inside. TSK. You know it clearly. Lu Tai sneered. Lu Tai! Watch your words. Zhao Donghai slammed the table and stood up suddenly. Lu Tai was about to respond when a slightly aged voice rang out from outside the door. All right, stop talking. We're all principals, making a scene here is outrageous. 3 people walked in from outside. The leader had silver hair and wore a pair of glasses, looking like an elderly scholar. Although he looked old, the aura he exuded unintentionally made everyone present dare not disobey him in the slightest. Martial King. This old man has definitely reached the Martial King level. In front of such a strong man, all the military level principals have to accept the scolding. The 3 of them are the invigilators of this liberal arts exam, and each of them is proficient in both civil and military affairs. In particular, the old man in the lead was a very famous professor named Guan Changzhou. The last and most crucial question in this exam was set by him. He also has a nickname, called Perfect Score Killer. He got this nickname because any test paper he set was extremely difficult. He likes to introduce some unpopular extracurricular knowledge, which tests the candidate's accumulation of extracurricular knowledge and often drives them crazy. According to statistics, whenever he set questions for the college entrance examination, no one got full marks. The wrong questions that were deducted points were often the ones he set. Professor Guan. The principals and teachers present all bowed and greeted Guan Changzhou. Yeah. Guan Changzhou nodded and sat down with the other 2 invigilators. Zhao Donghai glared at Lu Tai fiercely and sat back down. When his eyes returned to the surveillance screen, he just saw that Yifeng had left the 10th examination area, and he didn't know where he was going. This scene was also seen by other people. Lu Tai was also confused. Why would someone leave the examination room when the exam was so close? Professor Guan, the argument we had just now was because of that student named Yifeng. He was originally a student at my middle school, but was expelled from our school for cheating. Zhao Donghai seized the opportunity and immediately reported to Guan Changzhou, explaining the whole process. When he had almost finished speaking, he just saw Yifeng arrive at the first examination area. Look, this student is probably looking for an opportunity to cheat again. Why doesn't he stay in his own exam seat and run to my number 1 middle school's exam area? I'm afraid he thinks he is a student of my number 1 middle school. I suggest that this kind of student be expelled from the exam room, said Zhao Donghai. Guan Changzhou glanced at Zhao Donghai, then turned his gaze to the surveillance screen, locking onto Yifeng and looking at him for a few seconds. He's not suspected of cheating at this point, and moving around before the exam is in accordance with the rules. Monitoring the students is our job as invigilators. Just watch quietly. Guan Changzhou's implication was to tell Zhao Donghai to shut up. But he did pay more attention to Yifeng. The first examination area. Seeing Yifeng coming, many students were stunned. Among them, a student named Wang Xing was the first to speak up. Weren't you expelled? How could you still be here for the exam? Yifeng was too lazy to pay attention to him and didn't answer at all. This guy wasn't concerned, he was just confused. He was in the same faction as Zhao Ming and had always been at odds with him. I just saw him enter the examination room with people from number 10 middle school. He should have joined number 10 middle school, said a student nearby. TSK, number 10 middle school. As expected, a crappy school accepts crappy students. What a perfect match. Wang Xing laughed out loud. Brother Feng, are you confused? I thought you were a student of number 1 middle school? This is number 1 middle school, not your number 10 middle school, ha. A student said sarcastically. Those who are speaking now are those who had conflicts with Yifeng in the past. It's not that Yifeng's popularity is really that bad, but when he was in number 1 middle school, he inevitably had to compete for resources and defeated many people, which made them feel unhappy. If Yifeng was still in number 1 middle school, they wouldn't dare show it too much. But now, the school has expelled Yifeng, and everyone is pushing him down. All the previous dissatisfaction is now expressed unscrupulously. However, Yifeng didn't show any sign of being angry. He even smiled and said to everyone, "Does anyone else want to say anything? Just say it. I'll write it down." What can you do if I write it down? Do you still want to hit me? Wang Xing said sarcastically. That's right, there will be a chance to fight. Yi Feng still smiled. Ha, I used to be afraid of you because I thought you were very strong. Now I know that you're just a cheater. Many of your excellent grades were obtained by cheating. How could I still be afraid of you? Don't let me meet you in the martial arts exam, or you'll be in trouble. That's right. You cheated and stole our resources before. Let's settle that old score. Many people spoke out, one after another, with disdain on their faces. Of course, there were a few people who still had a good relationship with Yi Feng and tried to dissuade him, but they were met with angry glares from their classmates and were almost attacked, so they had no choice but to shut up. There's a chance, Yi Feng said with a hint of meaning. The seemingly casual movement of feet is actually to touch the nearby yellow treasure chest. Chapter 9. This boy is definitely not an ordinary person. Snap. You opened a yellow premium treasure chest. Congratulations. You received 1 key points of all high school courses too. Key points of unpopular extracurricular knowledge. The exquisite treasure chest originally contained 2 items. The things that are opened are also very local in nature. The treasure chests opened in this liberal arts examination room are all about liberal arts knowledge. It is still very useful for Yi Feng. Even though he had good grades in liberal arts before, Yi Feng didn't dare to say that he knew all the knowledge in high school. Not to mention unpopular extracurricular knowledge. It takes a lot of energy to accumulate this kind of knowledge, and it may not be possible to accumulate it all. If you are suddenly asked a question that you don't know the answer to, which is often a high-scoring question, you will lose a lot of points. Now, with these 2 kinds of knowledge, getting full marks in the exam is completely easy for Yi Feng. 2 streams of knowledge and information quickly filled Yi Feng's mind, and there were many things that Yi Feng didn't know before. The types involved are very wide, including herbs, exotic beasts, weapons. All kinds of knowledge are not only useful in the examination hall, but also in the future when you enter the society. Now that he had opened the treasure chest, the purpose of this trip had been achieved, so Yi Feng walked towards his examination seat. It's good that you're scared. Sure enough, it's a paper tiger. It can't hold its own anymore. Wang Xing and others thought that Yi Feng was scared by what they said, so they chose to leave quickly. When Yi Feng returned to the 10th examination area, near his own examination seat, the time was just right. The loud broadcast sounded throughout the examination room. Now, all candidates, please use your admission tickets to verify your identity, enter your respective examination seats, and prepare to take the liberal arts exam. Yi Feng did as he was told and swiped his admission ticket into the card slot in front of the examination seat. The tightly closed door opened automatically. Yi Feng entered the examination room and sat down in the middle seat. The door automatically recloses and will not be opened until the exam is over, except in emergencies. The examination seats are well isolated and extremely quiet, allowing candidates to concentrate on answering questions. A curtain of light appeared in front of Yi Feng. The liberal arts exam begins now. Question 1. What realm can the saw-toothed platypus reach as an adult? Which secret realm does it come from? The first question was relatively simple, and Yi Feng answered it immediately. After reaching adulthood, one can reach the peak of the scholar level. He comes from the secret realm of Dazzling. Then came the second question, the third question. Yi Feng answered the questions fluently without having to think at all, and he finished the test questions in no time. Examination room. Because of what Zhao Donghai said before, Guan Shangzhou and the other 2 examiners were more concerned about Yi Feng's movements. What a fast answering speed! Guan Shangzhou exclaimed in surprise. He had no doubt that Yi Feng had cheated. Over the years, there had never been a case of cheating in the college entrance examination. There are so many monitoring and detection instruments in the examination room, and they are not just for decoration. If there is any cheating, it will be detected immediately, and the invigilator does not even need to observe with the naked eye. Zhao Donghai's face didn't look good. He knew clearly that Yi Feng's excellent grades were the result of his real ability. However, he was also surprised that Yi Feng could answer the questions so quickly. Lu Tai's eyes lit up. Did he find a treasure this time? At that time, he agreed to take Yi Feng in only because He Xiling asked him to do so. He didn't dare to have too high expectations of Yi Feng. But now, it seems that we can look forward to it? When the exam time came, only 1/5 had passed. Yi Feng finished the last question, while the other students had not finished many questions. Is the fastest college entrance exam paper submission record ever going to be broken? Even Guan Changzhou was a little surprised. The key point is, judging from Yifeng's answers, not a single question has been wrong so far. Brother Guan, it seems that your title of perfect killer is about to be broken. The younger invigilator on the left joked to Guan Changzhou. Everyone has long known the nickname Guan Changzhou. That's not necessarily true. My final question is extremely unpopular and rare. Even some teachers may not be able to answer it correctly. Guan Changzhou seemed very confident and felt that Yifeng would not be able to answer it. As soon as these words were spoken, the other two invigilators, as well as the teacher and the principal, all focused their attention on Yifeng's picture. Yifeng looked at the final question. When was the crownwood first discovered? Where was it found? What events did it trigger? People in the exam room can also see the questions. A seemingly ordinary question made the principal and teachers look at each other. If they were asked to answer this question, none of them would be able to answer it, because they all felt quite unfamiliar with the name Guandingmu. Zhao Donghai looked nearby and saw a middle-aged man with a square face. This middle-aged man was a teacher in the college's botany department. He was quite knowledgeable about various plants and should know. But the teacher shook his head slightly, indicating that he was not sure. Even the teachers don't know, let alone the students. No wonder people say Guan Changzhou is the perfect score killer. The questions he asks are so difficult that he really deserves the nickname. It seems that Yifeng can't answer this question either. Everyone thinks so. However, Yifeng in the picture actually started to answer. If it was before, Yifeng wouldn't be able to answer it. But when I opened the yellow treasure chest, I got some unpopular knowledge points, which just happened to include this part of knowledge. Answer: in the year 205 of the Gaowu era, a species of mouse was discovered in the Qiuxia forest within the Green Secret Realm. They were named the Qiuxia mouse. Seeing this, Zhao Donghai sneered secretly. The question was about Guandingwood, so what are you talking about Qiuxia mouse? It's completely irrelevant to the topic. What he didn't notice was that Guan Changzhou had already begun nodding secretly. Yifeng continued his answer. Later, it was discovered that some of the shrews had a woody plant growing on top of their heads. After research, we found that this woody plant is parasitic on the head of the shrew. We named it Guandingwood, meaning that it grows from the head as a furnace. The Guandingwood has medicinal value and was one of the raw materials for the first generation of Chuanhadan. People want to obtain it on a large scale. But simply capturing wild shrews is extremely inefficient, and frequent trips in and out of their secret green habitats are also very dangerous, so people have come up with the idea of breeding shrews artificially. They captured the shrews, took them away from their secret green habitat, and brought them back to the city to breed them. They also studied how to parasitize the crown tree on a large scale. But without the Qiuxia forest environment, the crown-shaped tree couldn't successfully parasitize the Qiuxia rat. After years of research, we found no results and ultimately had to give up. Finally, in the 210th year of the Gaowu era, a better substitute than the Guandingwood was found, and it was easier to obtain. As a result, the Chuanha pill was upgraded to the second generation. At this point, after only a few years, the Guandingwood was no longer of interest to people. Yifeng wrote the answer without any pause. The teachers and principal present were stunned. It is now the 350th year of the Gaowu era, and it turns out that this happened more than 100 years ago. The crown dingwood has only been the focus of attention for a few years, and the Chuanha pill is not a well-known elixir, nor has it caused any major incidents. Things like this are unlikely to leave much trace in the classics. Only a few words from that time can be found in a few ancient books. This kind of knowledge is indeed very unpopular. Even many principals and teachers are confused by it, let alone high school students. However, Yifeng, a high school student, was able to answer the questions fluently, which was really incredible. Very good, very good. This boy is definitely not an ordinary person. Guan Changzhou stroked his goatee, as if he had seen a piece of fine jade, with admiration that was difficult to conceal in his eyes. It is very rare to receive a word of praise from Guan Changzhou. Lu Tai was also extremely surprised and delighted by Yifeng's performance. He had originally agreed to let Yifeng enroll in school only because of his Xiling, but he didn't expect to have picked up a treasure. Principal Zhao, didn't you say that Yifeng's excellent grades were all obtained by cheating, and that's why you expelled him? Now it seems that's not the case. Lu Tai seized the opportunity and spoke sarcastically to Zhao Donghai. The other people around also turned their eyes to Zhao Donghai. Yes, didn't they say that Yifeng cheated and had no real skills? What's going on now? How could a student who relied on cheating know such unpopular knowledge? How could he receive Guan Changzhou's praise? Zhao Donghai felt his face burning. The more you slandered Yifeng before, the more you are slapped in the face now. I said that he cheated in the martial arts exam, but I didn't mention the liberal arts exam. He has always been good at liberal arts. Zhao Donghai is still trying to be stubborn. After saying this, he added in his mind, this kid's martial arts foundation has been damaged, and there's no way he can recover. He won't be able to display even a fraction of his full potential, and he's bound to fail the martial arts exam. This time, I won't let him get slapped in the face again. When he fails, and his strength doesn't match his previous results, I don't even need to say anything, everyone will suspect he cheated. Zhao Donghai glared at Lu Tai fiercely, humph. You'll be embarrassed once more. Yifeng was in the examination room. After finishing the questions, he sat quietly inside. Generally speaking, if there is still time, I will check it a few more times. But Yifeng felt that it was not necessary. He had obtained 2 key points of knowledge by opening the treasure chest. This test paper was extremely simple and he was confident of getting full marks. At this time, a treasure chest prompt popped up. Chapter 10: The Only Full Score. Treasure chest clue: in the military science examination hall, a yellow fine treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. Yifeng, who was sitting idly in the examination seat, received this reminder. Another yellow masterpiece. The treasure chest in the liberal arts examination hall helped me get full marks in liberal arts, but what could I get from the treasure chest in the military examination hall? Yifeng was a little looking forward to it. Time passes while waiting. Candidates, please note that there is only 1 minute left for the liberal arts exam. An emotionless electronic prompt sounded in every examination seat. It's over, it's over. I still have several questions to answer. Damn it! Who the hell came up with this final question? What the hell is a Guanding wood? There was wailing in the examination room. A minute passed quickly. At the end of the liberal arts exam, the paper will be automatically handed in regardless of whether you have finished answering or not. The exam paper is being reviewed. This is how liberal arts exams are done now. There is no need for manual review. After the exam, the computer will review the papers immediately and you can get the scores quickly. In about 2 minutes, all the candidates received their scores. Oh! I failed the test again. This damned final question cost me so many points. This score is pretty good, it exceeded my expectations. Some are happy and some are sad. Yifeng looked at his score. 100 points. Full marks. Totally expected. The doors of all examination rooms are opened uniformly. Many candidates came out of their examination seats and looked around, trying to see the score ranking list on the big screen on the wall. They want to know who got first place, whether anyone answered the final question correctly, and whether anyone got full marks. At this time, the big screen had not yet displayed any data, and a line of words was hung on it. The data is being sorted. I know without even looking that number 1 middle school is definitely at the top of the list. They'll probably take up several spots at the top. Yes, number 1 middle school has always performed very well in the college entrance examinations. It's an old tradition. Which top student from number 1 middle school do you think will top the list? I guess it's Fang Yuqing? It could also be Lu Hao. Wake up! The 2 people you mentioned, plus a guy named Zhao Ming, were admitted to Longting Academy without taking the college entrance exam. Many candidates were discussing with each other. Look, the ranking data is out. All the candidates looked at the big screen. Number 1, Yifeng, 100 points, time 23 minutes and 41 seconds, from number 10 high school. Number 2, He Xiling, 90 points, 120 minutes, from number 10 high school. Number 3, Wang Xing, 89 points, 120 minutes, from number 1 high school. Number 4. As soon as the list was released, there was an uproar and everyone was shocked. Everyone thought that the top of the list must be from the number 1 high school, but unexpectedly, it would be the number 10 high school, and the second place would also be from the number 10 high school. What is even more shocking is that Yifeng's score reached full marks, and it was also the only full mark. He took only 23 minutes and handed in the paper directly, breaking the fastest submission speed in history. The old record was 55 minutes, which was shortened by 32 minutes. The key point is that with such a short time to answer the questions, he actually got the only full score. People also noticed a phenomenon that Xiling, who came in second, saw her score drop directly to 90 points. Combined with the final question, it is exactly 10 points. It is not difficult to guess that Xiling lost points because of the final question. Indeed, she couldn't come up with the answer until the end of the test time. In the entire examination room, Yifeng was the only one who answered the final question correctly, which shows how unpopular this question is. What's going on? How could that guy possibly get a perfect score? Wang Xing gritted his teeth in the crowd at number 1 middle school, unable to believe his eyes. This time, Fang Yuqing and others were admitted to Longting Academy. With a few fewer strong opponents, he has a good chance of competing for first place. Who knew that the final question this time would be so difficult? But then I thought, if I can't do it, others certainly can't do it either. In this way, he still has a chance of getting first place. But when the list came out, he was dumbfounded. Yifeng, the person he hated so much, actually got full marks in the exam, far surpassing him and taking first place. There was even another student from number 10 middle school who took the second place. He was directly pushed to third place. At this time, Zhao Donghai's face looked a little ugly. Among the top 10 positions, he only occupied 3. According to his estimation, it should occupy at least half. And the top 3 are all from his middle school. But now, number 10 middle school has taken over the glory. Principal Liu, congratulations. Your number 10 high school has truly opened our eyes this time. Except for Zhao Donghai, the principals of other schools all pretended to congratulate him, but they felt very uncomfortable inside. Ha, it was a lucky chance. Lu Tai's face flushed and he responded modestly, but he couldn't suppress the upward curve of his mouth. Principal Zhao, I have to thank you for giving up such a good student like Yifeng to me. Otherwise, the crown would still belong to your number 1 middle school. Lu Tai did not forget to give Zhao Donghai another stab. Zhao Donghai's face turned green with anger. Humph. You'll be embarrassed again. Zhao Donghai snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and left. Yifeng sighed. Xiling came over. You're amazing. You even got the last question right. What's the answer? She said in a tone of admiration. I was very upset that I couldn't answer the question, but now that I know she is second, it doesn't matter anymore. A high ranking is good, it doesn't matter whether you get the answer right or not. The answer. Yifeng told Xiling. That's amazing. You know such unpopular knowledge. Xiling exclaimed. Fortunately, I happen to know it. Yifeng said with a smile. I lost to you in liberal arts, but I will make up for it in martial arts and rank higher than you. Xiling waved her fist with full confidence. Then keep going. Yifeng felt really embarrassed to dampen her fighting spirit. At this time, Lu Tai and many teachers came over. Yifeng, you have brought honor to the school. I didn't expect you to get such a good score. And Xiling, you came in second in the exam, and you brought honor to the school. Their smiles are as beautiful as chrysanthemums, and they are as enthusiastic as they can be. We have the martial arts exam tomorrow. Let's go back now and get some rest. If you have any needs, feel free to ask. Let's strive for good results tomorrow. As long as you get good grades and achieve a high ranking, the school will provide you with a large scholarship and other training resources. Lu Tai said with a smile. Therefore, no matter when or where you are, you need to have strength to gain the enthusiasm and respect of others. When I first enrolled in school, the principal never said a word to me, but now he is so enthusiastic and comes to say these things to me. We will try our best. Yifeng and Xiling both answered. Everyone went back to rest. Tomorrow there will be special vehicles to transport candidates to specific examination venues. In other words, until now no one knows where the military science examination hall is, mainly to prevent cheating. Of course, if Yifeng wants to find it now, he can find it. Because there is a treasure chest over there with an arrow pointing the way. Just follow the arrow and you will eventually reach the examination room. But Yifeng didn't need to do that. That place must be heavily guarded now. There's no way to get in privately, and you won't be able to open the treasure chest even if you go in. If someone discovers you and finds out your identity and thinks you are making arrangements in advance, giving you the opportunity to cheat in the martial arts exam, then the result will be more trouble than gain. Chapter 11 How do I open this treasure chest? The next day. Batch after batch of candidates were transported out of the city by vehicles. What a high wall! When passing the border of Linhai City, Yifeng saw a thick city wall standing there, which was hundreds of meters high. There is a huge gate at the bottom of the city wall. On both sides of the city gate stood a team of warriors, their eyes as sharp as lightning, watching the people entering and leaving the city gate. Such a city wall isolates the city from the wild. In case of strange beasts attacking the city, it can serve as the first line of defense, giving the masters in the city enough time to come to support. As for flying beasts, we can only rely on other means of defense. Time flies. I remember it was the same last year. Students taking the martial arts exam passed by me. I didn't expect a year to have passed. Yes, it is because of the constant flow of students embarking on the path of martial arts and the birth of so many powerful people that we humans can resist the monsters and protect our homeland. The city guards talked in low voices as they watched the candidates passing by. Yifeng looked at the scenery outside the car window. This was his first time out of the city. When you are in the city, there are various buildings and pedestrians. Outside the city, there are plants and sand everywhere. It takes a long time to see people, either traveling alone or in groups. They are all warriors, with varying strengths. Ordinary people don't dare to leave the city at all. When warriors leave the city, they often go on adventures and look for various martial arts resources. The vehicle was heading north. Finally, we arrived near a mountain range. This place is called Daisling. Even if you haven't studied geography, you basically know this place. Daisling is very famous, at least in Linhai City, almost everyone knows it. Because there is an entrance to a secret realm deep in Daisling, people call it the Daisling Secret Realm. Yifeng remembered that the first question in yesterday's liberal arts exam involved the secret realm of Daisling. In the past, I could only see relevant introductions in books, but now I finally came to the place in person. Many candidates, including Yifeng, got off the bus and looked into the depths of Daisling. I saw that half of the skyline in the distance looked like a broken mirror, with countless cracks winding and twisting all over the area. Just because you can only see half of it doesn't mean it's only half. There's also another half below. Due to the long distance and the obstruction of obstacles such as ancient trees and hills, you can't see the whole picture from here. Yifeng, whom I have seen countless times in textbooks and videos, has already completed the second half of the picture in my mind. There is a space channel in the center of the crack. As long as you get close to it, you can go to the secret realm. Not only humans can enter, but the strange beasts in the secret realm will also run out from time to time. It was precisely because, more than 300 years ago, the space shook, forming secret realms and allowing many strange beasts to escape that the high martial arts era began. From the first secret realm to the tens and hundreds. Nowadays, there are countless secret places all over the world, and the number is still increasing. Every time a new secret realm is formed, it is big news. It may be an opportunity to find new resources, or it may be a disaster that will cause the death of countless warriors who enter to adventure. The secret realm is divided into levels 1 to 9 according to the degree of danger. The danger level of the Daisling secret realm is level 2. If you want to enter it, it is recommended to reach the level of martial artist. Can martial artists enter? Of course you can, but it's more time consuming. There are many strange beasts living in Daisling. Most of them have escaped from the secret realm and live here to reproduce and thrive. Their strength ranges from soldier level to sergeant level, and it is even rumored that there are a few general level monsters. This year's military examination venue is here in Daisling. Experts had been sent in advance to define the scope of the examination room, and all the strange beasts within the range had been screened. Those that are beyond the ability of the candidates to deal with have been cleared out, leaving only the monsters with soldier level strength. For students, it is just enough to deal with. The examiner is here. This voice came from somewhere, and the candidates fell silent. 3 powerful figures came to the front of the candidates. There are examiners for the liberal arts and examiners for the military sciences. These 3 examiners for the military sciences are not the same 3 people as Guan Changzhou yesterday. Everyone looked over. The most eye-catching thing is the hot woman in the middle. She was wearing a fiery red light combat armor that fit her graceful body, showing off her elegant curves like a burning flame. She looks very young and beautiful, and exudes a fiery charm in every move she makes. Many men present couldn't help but cast their eyes on the female examiner. Of course, you can't look at her too recklessly. This woman may look young, but she gives people an extremely terrifying feeling. She is definitely very powerful. It's her. Su Chani. The principals were all cheered up. This person has a great background. He graduated from Longting Academy with first place in all subjects. Currently, at the age of 26, he is working as a senior tutor at Longting Academy. At the same time, she was given the title of the youngest female martial king in Lingnan province. The two examiners who were with her were also very good, but they seemed dull in comparison with her. I am the chief examiner of this martial arts exam, Su Chani. Su Chani gave a brief introduction and then got straight to the point. Each of you candidates will receive a set of equipment and enter the examination room. Within 8 hours, you will be assigned to hunt as many exotic beasts as possible. After the time is up, you will be ranked based on the number of exotic beasts you killed and their strength. Those who rank in the top 100 in both civil and military subjects will be admitted to Longting Academy. Those who rank above 100 will be admitted to other universities. Everyone, work harder. Maybe the next time we meet will be at Longting Academy. Su Chani announced the rules and gave some encouragement at the end. Strong, beautiful, and with a hot body, I love it. I must get into Longting Academy. When the time comes, I'll apply to become the student of this beautiful instructor. I can't even imagine how happy I'll be. Wang Xing from No. 1 High School clenched his fists until they turned white, and secretly vowed to be admitted to Longting Academy. He ranked 3rd in liberal arts. As long as he performed normally in martial arts, or even if he did not perform well, as long as it was not too abnormal, he would be able to enter Longting Academy. He had already begun to fantasize about the wonderful college life under the guidance of a beautiful tutor. There were many people who shared the same idea as him. Anyone who felt that they had a chance secretly encouraged themselves to be admitted to Longting Academy. Only those who know that they are really bad would not dare to have such delusion. Now they are regretting it. If they had known that Longting Academy had such a beautiful tutor, they would have studied hard and practiced no matter what. What's going on? At this moment, Yifeng was surprised to find that a blue light appeared in Su Chani's lower abdomen. Dazzled? I rubbed my eyes hard, but the blue light still existed. Looking at the other students, I found that there was nothing unusual about them. In other words, this blue light can only be seen by you. Could it be? An outrageous guess emerged in Yifeng's mind. Treasure chest clue: a blue treasure chest appears below Su Chani's abdomen. Please go and open it. Holy shit! Holy shit! It's really like that. If there weren't so many people present, Yifeng would have shouted out loud. Just as I guessed, the appearance of blue light represented the appearance of a blue treasure chest there. After the treasure chest clue popped up, a blue arrow appeared, pointing all the way to Su Chani. What's even more outrageous is that the treasure chests that were opened before were all in a certain position, motionless. And now, the treasure chest on Su Chani's body actually moved as she walked. It was as if the treasure chest was hidden in Su Chani's lower abdomen. This treasure chest, how do I open it? Chapter 12: 2 kinds of experience will make you a veteran instantly. This is outrageous. There is actually a treasure chest inside the human body. I really don't consider it at all. How should I open it? The system is like this. Yifeng only needs to find the treasure chest and try his best to open it. The system needs to consider a lot of things. Although Yifeng still couldn't figure out how to open the treasure chest, at least he knew it was a blue treasure chest. That's a 4th level treasure chest, and you're sure to find good stuff in it. That's enough. As long as the treasure chest is good enough, no matter how tricky its location is or how difficult it is to open, Yifeng will find a way to open it. All candidates, please go over there to collect your equipment, and then enter the examination room according to the rules. After Su Chani said this, she dodged and left the spot. The other 2 invigilators also left. A temporary shed was built nearby with many monitoring devices inside. The invigilator would go inside and use the monitoring equipment to check the movements in various places. Yifeng shook his head secretly. It seemed that he would not have the chance to contact Su Chani for the time being. In fact, even if Su Chani was here at this time, Yifeng had no reason to get close to her. Even if you get close, how can you open the treasure chest? Yifeng felt a little headache. Student Yifeng, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just perform normally. Principal Lu Tai saw Yifeng shaking his head secretly and thought that Yifeng was under too much pressure and had no confidence in the martial arts exam, so he spoke to comfort Yifeng. Well, I'll do my best. Yifeng nodded without further explanation. TSK. Of course he's under pressure. During the martial arts exam, there were surveillance equipment tracking the entire process. If he was discovered in public to have extremely poor strength that was completely inconsistent with his previous results, there would be no explanation. A sarcastic voice came from nearby. Just by hearing the voice, Yifeng knew who it was. It was naturally Zhao Donghai, the principal of No. 1 middle school. Zhao Donghai. I don't allow you to talk about my students like that. Lu Tai glared at Zhao Donghai. It's just a fact, and you're not allowing me to speak it out? Zhao Donghai didn't care. Just as Lu Tai was about to say something, Yifeng spoke first. Zhao Donghai, you must cherish your position as the principal of No. 1 high school. Yifeng said calmly. What do you mean? Zhao Donghai frowned. Don't understand? It doesn't matter. You will understand after today. Yifeng smiled. Humph. Bluff. Zhao Donghai snorted coldly, too lazy to chat with Yifeng. In his opinion, saying such vague words was precisely a sign that Yifeng was guilty. Candidates, please line up and come over here to receive your equipment. Many staff members began to dispatch the candidates. The candidates lined up and went to a specific location to receive a set of equipment. These include a tactical backpack, a weapon of one's own, a set of fitted defensive armor, and a drone. Yifeng received the equipment. I chose a knife as my weapon because all the martial arts I know now are knife-related. Both weapons and armor are the lowest level equipment, but they are enough for the candidates. Yifeng, let's see who can kill more. After receiving the equipment, He Xiling said to Yifeng. The weapon she chose was a silver-white long sword. It seemed that she usually practiced sword skills. Okay, but you have to be mentally prepared so that I don't hit you too hard. Yifeng told the truth. Humph, stop looking down on me. He Xiling rolled her eyes at Yifeng. Just at this moment, He Xiling's face suddenly changed, almost losing all color, and her body was shivering in the hot weather. Fortunately, everything returned to normal very quickly, as if the strange thing just now had never happened. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Yifeng asked. I remember that yesterday, before the liberal arts exam, when He Xiling was about to enter the examination room, her body felt strange for a moment. At that time, Yifeng asked from a distance using his mouth what's wrong. He Xiling said nothing, and everyone entered the examination room. It's an old problem, I've had it since I was a kid. It's just a sudden chill that runs through my body. When I was little, it wasn't serious. I just felt a little cold, and the attacks only happened once in a long time. It's happening more and more frequently, and it's getting colder. Just now, it felt like I was suddenly in an ice cave. I almost froze to death. It's okay, as long as you hold on, everything will return to normal. He Xiling waved her hand in an indifferent tone. Yifeng didn't know the reason for such a strange thing, so he could only nod. All candidates, please enter the examination room in an orderly manner. Following the announcement, the drones each person received automatically took off into the air. Each drone has a preset flight path and will fly automatically. Candidates can just follow the drone and eventually arrive at a certain location in the examination room. This rule is intended to allow all candidates to disperse throughout the examination room rather than forming teams freely. Only after arriving at the destination can the candidates move freely. The drone will follow the candidates and record the scenes in real time. At that time, when you meet others on the way, you can freely decide whether to be hostile or cooperative. In this way, the field operation process is simulated, and various uncertainties that will arise will test the examinee's ability to respond and reflect their comprehensive strength. Yifeng followed the drone and walked into the examination room. Not far away, Wang Xing and others from No. 1 middle school saw Yifeng and made a spatula gesture with their palms, showing strong hostility. Yifeng glanced at him indifferently without any expression. Yifeng was too lazy to even take a second look at this little karami. They'd better pray that they don't get bumped into by me in there, otherwise, they will definitely be forced to leave early. Yifeng paid more attention to the yellow arrow on the ground. As early as in the liberal arts examination room, I had received a hint that there was a yellow fine treasure chest here. I hope the location of the treasure chest isn't too tricky. He was not worried about this at first, but after what happened just now, Yifeng was really a little worried about the treasure chest hidden inside the human body. The location of the treasure chest was also tricky. Fortunately, this time, the system was not joking. There. When Yifeng walked into the examination room, a yellow treasure chest was quietly placed at the entrance. It just happens to be the place we are about to pass by, so we can drive by. Otherwise, you need to follow the drone first, arrive at the destination, and then go to look for the treasure chest when you are free to move, which will waste a lot of time. Because if you don't follow the drone, you will be deemed to have given up the martial arts exam. At this time, the drone was filming him, and there were many other students entering the examination room, all in full view of the public. But it doesn't matter. They can't see the treasure chest, nor will they know that Yifeng opened it. When passing by the treasure chest, Yifeng bumped into it with his foot. Snap! You opened a yellow fine treasure chest. Congratulations! You have obtained 1. 10 years of wilderness survival experience. 2. 1,000 life and death combat experiences. Examination booth. Look at these candidates. They are almost all fledglings in terms of practical experience. Many of them were frightened as soon as they entered the examination room. Who says it's not? I guess only the children of the family have more opportunities to experience the wild. They are more relaxed. For most people, this is probably their first time. Chapter 13, Killed with One Blow. You said I was in danger? In the examination room, the huge projection screen is divided into sections, showing the situation of each candidate. Not only were there invigilators, principals, and teachers from various schools, but there were also other invited guests from various factions, including families, companies, and the media. At the martial arts exam, you can get first-hand information, and if you discover a talented martial arts talent, you can win him over in advance. Everyone just looked at the picture and talked happily. Thinking back to their previous martial arts exams, the scene was similar. It was my first time entering the wild. Although I knew that the examination room had been swept by experts and there were many experts protecting it in secret, ready to deal with emergencies at any time, I was shocked. But he still couldn't help being nervous, fearing that a group of strange beasts would suddenly jump out of the dense forest and eat him. Many years have passed, but the tension I felt at that time is still extremely clear. The guy in screen number 1269 is doing pretty well. He doesn't look too nervous. I guess he has some experience. That's the kid from the Wang family in the west of the city. His name is Wang Xing. He ranked 3rd in the liberal arts exam this time and is also a top student. The Wang family in the west of the city, that's not surprising. They must have trained him before. The guests were talking in low voices. Hiss. 10086, that kid. Suddenly, the entire examination room was filled with exclamations of surprise. Even the 3 invigilators looked at screen 10086. What a sophisticated way to explore. Suchani's bright eyes were fixed on the scene. In the picture, Yifeng held a long knife, making the best posture to attack at any time. Sink your body slightly to reduce the chance of exposing your whereabouts. Every step taken seems to be calculated in advance, and the body will make the most of natural obstacles such as trees, rocks, and bushes to cover its tracks. With such a sophisticated way of exploring the wild, is this really a candidate? Rather than a warrior who has experienced many years of training in the wild? Suchani was absolutely certain that it would be impossible to achieve such smoothness without a long period of survival in the wild. Look at this person's position, the positions of the surrounding strange beasts, and the changes in wind direction. Once someone reminded people of this, others began to pay attention to this data. Yifeng's position can be seen through the drone, as has been mentioned before. The location of the nearby strange beasts is because all the strange beasts in the examination room have been pre-installed with positioning chips, so their movements can be monitored in real time. As for the wind direction, the drone is also responsible for it, and has the function of detecting data such as wind direction, climate, and temperature. No matter how this candidate moves, he's always at the upper hand over the nearest strange beast. The wind can carry smells, and the sense of smell of exotic animals is often very sensitive. Approaching from the upwind direction of the strange beast will make it less likely for the strange beast to detect you through its sense of smell. This principle is very simple and everyone understands it. The problem is, in order to do this, you need to know clearly where the strange beasts nearby are at this time. This is what surprised them. From the very beginning, Yifeng seemed to have known the location of the strange beast nearby, so when he approached it, he was always in the upper hand over the beast. Is it a coincidence? Everyone thought so. If it wasn't a coincidence, and the candidate was able to determine the position of the strange beast from a long distance, then he was a little beyond their understanding. Everyone watched more seriously, focusing most of their attention on Yifeng's picture. I want to see what kind of performance this candidate can bring. In the examination room, there are dense forests and overgrown weeds. The dampness was filled with the scent of plants, and from time to time the roar of beasts could be heard from the distance. Yi Feng was like an old hunter. He just glanced at the surrounding environment casually and collected a lot of information. This branch on the ground has been stepped on and broken recently, so it must have happened not long ago. Judging from the thickness of the branch, this beast is quite large, probably around 1,000 pounds. There's another footprint over there. The beast went over there. Judging from the footprint, it looks like a pig's hoof. A pig's hoof of this size, a soldier-level beast, and it comes from Days Ridge. Rock armor stone pig. Combining all the information, Yi Feng directly deduced what kind of strange beast it was. The reason why I can think so cleverly is thanks to the treasure chest I just opened. 1. 10 years of wilderness survival experience. 2. Experience in 1,000 life and death battles. They are all good things, and they are extremely helpful for survival in the wild and fighting for life and death. At this time, Yi Feng was no longer just a candidate with no experience in field training, but an old warrior with 10 years of field survival experience and experience in 1,000 life and death battles. Being able to have those performances just now is just basic operations. Yi Feng set off immediately. The people in the examination room saw that the direction Yi Feng was heading was the rock armored stone pig. The rock armored stone pig is not easy to deal with. It has extremely high defense and it is difficult to break its armor. They were curious about what would happen if Yi Feng met the rock armor stone pig. While his thoughts were floating around, Yi Feng actually ran into the rock armor stone pig. Grunt! The rock armored stone pig also discovered Yi Feng and let out a beastly roar. This big guy seems to be covered with a layer of rock. Like a tank, it rushed towards Yi Feng with heavy steps. Although it looks bulky, it is actually quite fast when running. It was getting closer and closer, but Yi Feng remained unmoved. Are you not going to start dodging yet? Is he scared silly? The two sides were getting closer and closer, and everyone's heart was in their throat. Danger! Get out of the way! Guards of Area 69, proceed to this location immediately. Candidate 10086 is in danger. As an invigilator, in addition to monitoring whether the candidates are cheating, you also have to pay attention to whether they are in danger. The entire examination hall was divided into 100 areas, each with 100 guards. Once danger is detected, the guards in the corresponding area will be notified immediately and will go to rescue immediately. Su Chanyi saw Yi Feng motionless and thought he was scared silly. It is not uncommon for candidates to be so frightened when facing strange beasts for the first time that their minds go blank and they become stunned and unable to react. Su Chanyi didn't understand why Yi Feng, who had performed so well just now, was like this now. If you get hit by such a big beast, you will lose half your life even if you don't die. She didn't have time to think about it. It would take time for the guards to get there, so she immediately notified the guards to rescue her. But, the words are not finished yet. Yi Feng moved. When the rock-armored stone pig was about to hit Yi Feng moved sideways and dodged the attack with a very light step. The hand moves in sync, and the long sword, which has been ready for use, makes a seemingly casual move. Sure it. At the moment they passed each other, the sharp blade cut open the carotid artery of the rock-armored stone pig, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The rock-armored stone pig let out a terrifying howl and rushed forward madly, knocking down a large tree. It then collapsed powerlessly, twitched a few times, and finally became motionless. Yi Feng shook off the blood on the knife, put it away and stood up, looking calm and composed. High defense, difficult to penetrate armor? Sorry, that's for the same level. With the strength to crush others, breaking armor is easy. Examiner Su, why are you silent? The guard of Area 69 asked Su Chanyi in confusion. The danger is over. Su Chanyi said in a stiff tone. Was he rescued by someone else? Asked the guard. In his opinion, Su Chanyi could definitely tell whether there was danger or not. Since they said there was danger, then there must be danger, but now there are others to rescue us. I misunderstood. There's actually no danger. Su Chanyi's answer left the guards of Area 69 stunned for a long time. The entire examination room was silent at this time. It is hard to imagine that there will be a candidate who can break the armor of the rock-armored stone pig with one sword, hit the vital point directly, and kill it with one blow. This candidate is too strong. Hurry up. Find the information of this candidate. Yi Feng, from number 10 middle school. So it's him. He was the first in the liberal arts department yesterday. I didn't expect the martial arts department to be so strong too. There are students like this in number 10 middle school? I heard he was originally from number 1 middle school, but was later expelled by the principal, so he enrolled in number 10 middle school. Are you crazy? Expelling students like this? Who knows? I guess he'll be regretting it now. The discussions among various forces were extremely intense, and they all planned in their hearts that they must win over Yifeng after the martial arts exam. This situation made Zhao Donghai, who already had an ugly face, so angry that he almost vomited blood. It's obvious that his martial arts foundation has been damaged. With this peasant's background, it's impossible for him to recover in just a few days. Then why is he acting like nothing happened and still acting so strong? Zhao Donghai's face was gloomy and he really couldn't figure it out. On the other hand, Lu Tai's mouth was almost crooked from laughing. He is from the 10th high school, and this time he really found a treasure. In the following time, Yifeng searched everywhere for strange beasts. Anyone who encounters them will be killed with one blow. After killing the strange beast, dig out the positioning chip in its body, which contains the information of the strange beast. After the test, it will be used to calculate the points. When Yifeng killed the 30th strange beast, took out the positioning chip and put it into the tactical backpack. There were sounds of footsteps nearby, and soon 5 figures appeared. When they saw Yifeng, the 5 people were stunned. Then, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Chapter 14 Killing Skills, learned in the fight between life and death. Hey! I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the top student from college, Yifeng. A strange voice came from the mouth of the long-faced young man. This person's name is Wang Kai, he is from number 1 middle school and is Wang Xing's younger brother. Wang Xing and Yifeng don't get along, and as his younger brother, Wang Kai naturally doesn't get along well with Yifeng either. According to the ranking, this person's grades are also good, and he ranks 6th in the liberal arts. When he was in school, Wang Kai often ranked in the top 10 in various mock exams and was an excellent student in number 1 middle school. He put all his effort into this martial arts exam and aimed to be among the top 3. While moving around in the examination room, you will meet other people from time to time. If they are from other schools, they will be attacked by him and their positioning chips will be taken away, which is equivalent to taking away their points. The rules of the martial arts exam do not prohibit fighting with each other, as long as you don't kill or maim others. After all, when you go out into society in the future, you will meet all kinds of people, some of whom may be your brother one moment and a stab in the back the next. This is a lesson for the candidates, telling them that they should always be on guard against others. During this period, in addition to robbing others, Wang Kai would form a team if he met classmates, which was also allowed by the rules. The team has now grown to 5 people, all from number 1 middle school. As long as they don't encounter a team with more people, they are not afraid at all. There is strength in numbers, and robbery is easier. Sometimes there is no need to take any action at all. When the other party sees that there are so many of them, they will directly offer their positioning chips. You can earn points again if you lose them, but if you resist and get injured, it means you are out of the game. You will get 0 points in the martial arts exam, and you won't be able to enter a fake university or be a security guard. Look at the way you're looking at me, are you planning to rob me? Yifeng sneered, not worried at all. They are only 5 martial apprentices, and are totally not enough to defeat me, who is a martial master. Robbery? You think it's too simple? Wang Kai sneered. According to you, you still want to kill me? Yifeng pretended to be scared. No, don't say that. The invigilator is watching us. Of course, he can't kill you. But injuring you and making you unable to continue the martial arts exam is still acceptable and permitted by the rules. How about this, college bully? I'll give you a 0 today to try. As Wang Kai spoke, everyone burst into laughter, their laughter was very exaggerated. Examination booth. These students from number 1 middle school are robbing others everywhere. Isn't that too shameless? That's the rule, they just took advantage of it. That classmate Yifeng is really unlucky. With his strength, he would have done very well in the martial arts exam. Unfortunately, he encountered a team of 5. 1 against 5, there is no chance of winning. The various forces watching this scene talked to each other. Lu Tai also became nervous, cursing the candidates from number 1 middle school for being shameless, and at the same time hoping that Yifeng could escape. Yes, that's right, get him. Clear him out of the examination room. Zhao Donghai excitedly. King Su Wu, what do you think? The invigilator next to him asked Su Chani, wanting to hear her opinion. Su Chani pondered for a moment and said, if what Yifeng just showed was his full strength, then he should not be able to defeat the 5-man siege. Unless what? Unless he possesses a realm-crushing power or superb combat skills. Hearing this, the other two examiners seemed to be thinking about it. In the examination room. Come on. Fuck him. Wang Kai gave an order and he and the other 4 people surrounded Yifeng and moved closer. There was full confidence on his ferocious face, and he was sure that he could knock Yifeng down in an instant. Yifeng. Today I'll show you how powerful I am. Wang Kai used the rift-splitting sword technique, which was the sword technique that was taught to all students in the school. In the past, he had only comprehended the martial art to the point of perfection, but just now, after fighting with the strange beast, this martial art finally broke through to perfection. The knife flashed, carrying a domineering force, and slashed towards Yifeng with the back of the knife. Even though it was just the back of the knife, its power could not be underestimated. As long as he hit it, he was confident that Yifeng would lose his combat effectiveness in an instant. The other 4 people also used their moves to attack Yifeng. When the 5 people's attacks were about to hit Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth and suddenly moved. With a few steps back and forth, his attacks barely brushed past him, all missing. How is that possible? The 5 people exclaimed in surprise, and they couldn't even figure out how Yifeng did it. The exclamations haven't stopped yet. Not good. The 5 people felt a strong murderous intent coming, and fear rushed from the soles of their feet to their foreheads. At that moment, they felt like they were falling into an icy cave and were about to die. Bang 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 bang. The knife in Yifeng's hand was full of murderous intent. He launched several clean and decisive attacks, also using the back of the knife, at the 5 people. Aha! 5 screams rang out at the right moment, and 5 people flew backwards. Puff! They all spat out a mouthful of blood, and their faces turned pale in an instant. The force of the attack was just right, only injuring them without killing or crippling them, which was in accordance with the rules. The key is to injure the opponent with one blow, instead of knocking him down first and then going over to repair the damage. No one will say anything. Instead, they felt that they were not as skilled as the other person. 5 of them robbed one person, but were beaten back by Yifeng. You, how are you so strong? Wang Kai was shocked and angry, with deep fear in his eyes. The Yifeng in his impression was far from being as powerful as he is now. If it were in the past, Yifeng would have been defeated without a doubt. But now, even with the 5 of them joining forces, they were still no match for Yifeng and were defeated in one move. The feeling just now was so terrible. Several people avoided Yifeng's gaze and did not dare to look him in the eye. They had reason to believe that if it had been a life and death struggle, there would have been 5 corpses by now. Examination booth. Too strong. These people from number 1 middle school are quite powerful, but they are powerless against Yifeng. This candidate Yifeng has definitely reached the martial master level. People from all parties were extremely surprised. They all looked at Zhao Donghai intentionally or unintentionally. Zhao Donghai clenched his fists tightly, like a powder keg about to explode, but he couldn't lash out, which made him feel very suffocated. This candidate is truly extraordinary. He reached the martial master level in the college entrance examination. His future achievements are limitless. The examiner on the left exclaimed. They were not at the scene and could only judge the strength through the battle footage. It would be much easier if we were on the scene. As long as there was a fight, it was necessary to mobilize the chi and blood. Then, judging the level of the warrior by the strength of the chi and blood would be very accurate. There was no need to speculate based on the battle scenes as we do now. However, Su Chani's words made everyone present fall into silence. He may have reached the martial master level, but in the battle just now, he probably didn't use his martial master level strength and is still only using the martial apprentice level. After a long silence, someone exclaimed. What? Only using the strength of the Wu disciple realm. How is this possible? We're both at the martial arts apprentice level, how could one be fighting 5? And so fierce? Everyone found it difficult to understand. Because, he used a killing technique. Su Chani's explanation made everyone even more confused. What kind of killing skill was that? This is a combat technique. Every strike is fast, accurate, and ruthless. It takes years of fighting and multiple near-life experiences to develop such combat techniques. When Su Chani said this, she even found herself a little bit unconvinced. As a dignified martial king, she had been in and out of various secret realms many times and experienced all kinds of life and death battles before she could master this skill. But where did Yifeng, a candidate, get so much experience in life and death fights? Did I see it wrong? Su Chani would rather believe that she just misunderstood, otherwise it would be too unbelievable. Chapter 15 is full and about to overflow. In the examination room, Wang Kai and the other four were still groaning in pain on the ground, unable to get up. Yifeng poured out all the chips from their backpacks, put them into his own backpack, and then left. Shortly after Yifeng left, a guard in charge of the area came and took the 5 people away from the examination room. The 5 people were disheartened. With injuries of this magnitude, they really couldn't continue with the martial arts exam, which also meant they would get 0 points. My Longting Academy. Wang Kai's heart was bleeding. If things develop normally, he will definitely be admitted to Longting Academy. But now, it's gone, everything is gone. Yifeng. They hated Yifeng so much, but there was nothing they could do. Yifeng sighed. Continue exploring in a certain direction. If you encounter a strange beast, just kill it instantly with 1 strike. And if you meet someone from number 1 middle school, I'm sorry, but anyone who has a conflict with Yifeng will get 0 points. Gradually, without knowing how, the news spread. Everyone said that Yifeng was targeting the students of number 1 middle school, beating them until they vomited blood and sending them out of the examination room directly. For a moment, the people in number 1 middle school were all furious and clamoring to settle the score with Yifeng. But having said that, they are also quite nervous. What if they can't win? Therefore, they all wanted to form teams, and those who originally liked to work alone also started looking for teammates. District 73. 2 people from number 1 middle school were moving together and suddenly ran into Yifeng. Yifeng. Both of their faces turned pale. Oh. It's Chen Xin? Yifeng greeted one of them in a friendly manner. Chen Xin used to have a good relationship with Yifeng, and he was one of the few people who spoke up to persuade Yifeng when everyone was speaking ill of him in the liberal arts exam room yesterday. You won't hit me? Chen Xin confirmed cautiously. Why would I hit you for no reason? Yifeng said with a smile. Thank you. Chen Xin thanked gratefully. There was a teammate next to Chen Xin, who also opened his mouth and wanted to express his gratitude. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Yifeng's swift fist hit the man's abdomen. Then he flew backwards, spitting blood. You! He found it unbelievable. Didn't he say he wouldn't hit anyone anymore? Ha, I said I wouldn't hit him, but I didn't say I wouldn't hit you. Yifeng joked. This kid said a lot of bad words to me yesterday. Under Chen Xian's astonished gaze, Yifeng took the chip from the man's backpack and left in a leisurely manner. Soon, this person was also taken away from the examination room. 5 minutes later, Yifeng encountered another team and quickly dealt with them. As time went by, the number of teams we encountered increased. But it was useless. At most, Yifeng faced more than a dozen people at the same time and defeated them all. The number of people cleared out has exceeded 3 digits and is still rising. Zhao Donghai's face turned green with anger. Protest. I protest. This Yifeng, relying on his immense strength, goes around beating up the students from our number 1 middle school. It's obvious he's out to pick a fight with our number 1 middle school. Zhao Donghai yelled at the invigilator. If Yifeng continues like this, how many candidates will be left in number 1 middle school? Protests are invalid. This is in accordance with the rules of the martial arts exam. Su Chani refused directly. Besides, how dare you protest? We are fellow examinees, and there are up to a dozen people against 1 person, but we were beaten back. How dare you say that? As time went on, the number continued to grow. 200 people, 300 people. Are you just going to stand by and watch? Once he can't find any candidates from our school, he'll definitely look for those from your school. You should understand the principle of lips and teeth. Now we must unite to protest, expel Yifeng from the examination room, and give the candidates a fair environment. Zhao Donghai knew that he could not convince the invigilator on his own, so he had to instigate other principals. Of course, Lu Tai, the principal of number 10 middle school, is excluded. This protest is pointless, right? Yeah, it's all allowed by the rules. There's no point in protesting. The other principals were hesitant and dealt with Zhao Donghai casually. Let them protest, wouldn't that be funny? They were so happy that they couldn't contain themselves. The biggest competitor is number 1 middle school. Now, Yifeng has almost cleared out all the experts there. For those who originally couldn't make it into the top 100, now is their chance, right? The martial arts exam continues. Somewhere in District 83. Huff huff. He Xiling held a long sword in a defensive posture, her chest heaving, breathing heavily, sweat oozing from her forehead, sliding down her cheeks, and finally dripping onto the ground. Mean. He Xiling gritted her teeth and glared at her surroundings. 7 people surrounded her. These 7 people are quite strong. They are all top students from number 1 middle school. The leader of the team is Wang Xing, who ranks 3rd in liberal arts. There is not much time left before the end of the martial arts exam. If you are robbed at this time, regardless of whether you need to leave or not, it is no different from getting a 0 score on the test. But she must enter Longting Academy, not only because it has the best teaching resources. It's also because He Xiling touched the scar on her right cheek. I heard that the scumbag was admitted to Longting Academy as a recommendation 2 years ago. You ugly bastard, you're really stubborn. If you don't hand over the chip, we won't be polite. If you get hurt, it won't be our fault. Wang Xing humiliated He Xiling. In fact, with He Xiling's appearance, even with the scar on her face, she is not ugly at all. The main reason was that He Xiling clearly couldn't beat them, but she still fought desperately, which made them very angry, so they humiliated her. If you want the chip, step over my dead body. He Xiling said in a cold voice, showing the attitude of fighting to the death. This made Wang Xing and the other 7 people feel a little helpless. Suddenly, He Xiling's expression changed. Why did it happen at this time, again? At this moment, He Xiling suddenly felt a surge of coldness in her body, more intense than ever before, and her body couldn't help but shiver. It was so cold that the chill seeped through the body, and beautiful dark blue ice crystals formed on the eyebrows and hair. What happened to her? The 7 people around were a little frightened and instinctively took a few steps back. I don't know. It just happened suddenly, as if I was frozen by the cold. Anyway, it wasn't us who did it, so it's none of our business. So what do we do now? Don't worry about her. Someone will take care of it. Let's go. 7 people made the decision. Before leaving, Wang Xing had an idea. Anyway, you can't move now, so why not take the chip? Wang Xing turned around and was about to pull He Xiling's backpack. However, just reached out to pull. Call out. A stone flew through the air and hit Wang Xing's palm accurately. The powerful force instantly shattered the hard stone into floating dust. As Wang Xing screamed like a pig being slaughtered, the bones in his palm were shattered and drooped down helplessly. The other 6 people who were about to leave stopped in their tracks because of this sudden situation. They looked in the direction where the stone came from. From the shadow of the dense forest, a figure with a straight back walked out. 7 grown men bullying a woman, taking advantage of her weakness and trying to steal the chip when she couldn't move. How shameless! Following the cold voice, Yifeng's figure appeared in front of everyone. It's you! Yifeng! Several people exclaimed. Despicable, and even resorting to sneak attacks. Wang Xing covered his right hand, endured the pain, and said angrily. We were looking for you, but we didn't expect you to come to us on your own initiative. The other 6 people exchanged glances with each other. Superior. The 6 people rushed towards Yifeng quickly. Fuck him. Fuck him. Wang Xing could only cheer verbally, and he temporarily lost his fighting power. However, when the 6 people rushed to Yifeng with great momentum, they used their own moves to attack Yifeng. But it was easily broken by Yifeng's few sword moves. The long sword flipped several times, and the blade hit the 6 people hard. 6 figures were knocked away and lay on the ground wailing. What do you mean by sneak attack? It's as if you can defeat us head-on. Yifeng sneered. Among the 7 people, only Wang Xing was not lying on the ground, but in fact he was the most seriously injured, with a comminuted fracture, and needed a long time to treat. According to the rules, the blow was too harsh. Yifeng had already thought of an excuse, and the situation was urgent, so he didn't think too much about it. Under the 7 people's shocked and angry gazes, he took all their chips for himself. It's full and about to overflow. After robbing too many people, even though the chip was small and the backpack had a large capacity, it was about to burst. Yifeng focused his attention on He Xiling. Strange. At this time, He Xiling's body was covered with ice, and her entire body was completely wrapped in ice. If she hadn't had her eyes tightly closed, her brows slightly furrowed, and her long eyelashes trembling from time to time, one would have mistaken her for being frozen to death. It's good to be alive. I don't know what happened, Yifeng can only watch. Yifeng suddenly turned his head and looked somewhere in the dense forest. After a while, the guards of the area appeared from there. I guess the invigilator saw the situation here and sent guards over. This kid, did he discover me in advance just now? The guard was secretly surprised and looked at Yifeng a few more times. However, now is not the time to think about these things. He looked at He Xiling, observing the situation, and kept in touch with Su Channy through the micro-communicator in his ear. Don't worry, Examiner Su said she's probably awakening some kind of ice-type physique. Judging by the movement, I think her level is pretty high, the guard said to Yifeng. Yifeng's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that I would see the few examples mentioned in the book with my own eyes today. I once heard that talent or physique is innate and cannot be acquired. Unless, for some reason, it does not manifest early, and will awaken later by chance. Such examples are extremely rare and almost negligible. Unexpectedly, it would happen to He Xiling. Yifeng remembered that when entering the examination room, He Xiling said that he felt inexplicably cold, which was an old problem he had since childhood. It turned out that it was not a strange or stubborn disease, but a problem with the physical constitution. There's movement. The ice on He Xiling's body quickly melted and turned into energy, which was absorbed into her body. Her eyes slowly opened, and a hint of blue flashed across her pupils. Your scar. Yifeng looked at He Xiling's right cheek in surprise. What happened to the scar? He Xiling was puzzled and subconsciously touched it with her hand. Then, his eyes widened and the scar disappeared. At this time, the martial arts exam is about to begin. All candidates, please leave the exam room immediately. Chapter 16 is quite explosive and unique. All candidates received a notice that the martial arts exam was about to start, so they all stopped hunting exotic beasts and walked out of the exam room. Yifeng, thank you for what happened just now. He Xiling thanked Yifeng sincerely. She knew that when she was awakening her physique, Yifeng appeared in time and stopped Wang Xing from snatching her chip. Otherwise, even if awakening the physique is a great joy, but the chip is gone, the points are 0, and you can't enter Longting Academy, which will be a great pity. It's no big deal, just a piece of cake. Yifeng waved his hand indifferently. Then he continued to ask, by the way, what constitution did you awaken? The scar on her right cheek had indeed disappeared without a trace, and the skin all over her body had become delicate and smooth, making her already outstanding appearance even more beautiful and charming. The invisible cold aura she exuded made this beauty even more untouchable. Being stared at so closely by Yifeng, He Xiling's pretty face turned red. Ahem. She coughed lightly to ease the strange look on her face. What I awakened was the mysterious ice body, she replied. Mysterious ice body? Yifeng was surprised, that was an S-level physique. Among the candidates this year, apart from Yifeng, who is a cheater, no one else has an S-level physique, the highest is only a level. It can be seen that S-level physique is already extremely rare. Congratulations. Yifeng congratulated. He Xiling smiled happily, she was also quite surprised. When the two of them came outside, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Whether it is Yifeng's performance in the examination room or He Xiling's drastic change in image and temperament, they are enough to attract people's attention. Swish! Su Channy flashed and appeared in front of Yifeng and the others. I didn't expect that this martial arts exam would produce two top talents like you. Su Channy looked back and forth between Yifeng and He Xiling as if she was staring at a treasure. Needless to say, Yifeng's performance amazed the audience with every move he made. As for He Xiling, her performance at the beginning could only be considered excellent, but with the awakening of her S-level physique, the situation changed. She became a true martial arts genius and was worthy of intensive training. What a great opportunity! Yifeng looked at Su Channy, who was close to him. The blue treasure chest was located in her lower abdomen. If I touch its belly, will it be considered as touching the treasure chest and can it be opened? Just try it. But the question is, how to try? Is it going to be like this, Examiner Su, your waist is so slender, let me touch it? If you really do this, since men and women should not touch each other, if you touch someone's lower abdomen casually, you will probably be beaten to death on the spot by this female warrior queen. Even if the examiner is a male, touching someone's lower abdomen without a reasonable reason is still life-threatening. Got it. Yifeng suddenly had an idea. Greetings, Examiner Su. Yifeng clasped his fists together, placed them above his head, bowed down, and saluted deeply with exaggerated movements. No one was expecting such an abrupt salute, and they all looked at Yifeng in surprise. People with more realistic ideas all think that Yifeng is trying to curry favor with Su Chani. Indeed, if one can curry favor with such a strong person, it will be of great help to one's cultivation. Su Chani also didn't expect Yifeng to do this. The two sides were very close to each other, and with Yifeng's movements, his clasped hands just touched Su Chani's lower abdomen. With just a slight touch, Su Chani instinctively retreated and kept some distance. Student Yifeng, there's no need for such a grand ceremony. Su Chani didn't suspect anything and just thought that Yifeng was being more polite. Yes. Yifeng stood up. It feels so good. Yifeng recalled the contact just now. After standing up, he saw that blue light still existed on Su Chani's abdomen. I couldn't help but sigh secretly. It seems that just touching it cannot open the treasure chest. How do I open it? Don't tell me, are you going to kill her? A bloody scene emerged in Yifeng's mind. Forget it, there should be other ways. Let's think about it slowly. Yifeng cleared away his messy thoughts. Next, presided over by 3 examiners, the staff began to count the chips and calculate the scores of the candidates. When the points were announced, there was an immediate commotion. Wang Xing, 0 points. Wang Kai, 0 points. Zhang Shilong, 0 points. More than 500 students from number 1 middle school scored 0 points. Some people also noticed that those who scored 0 points were often among the strongest students in number 1 middle school. For example, the brothers Wang Xing and Wang Kai are both among the top 10. Normally, admission to Longting Academy is a sure thing for them. But now, they all failed the exam. No matter how well you do in liberal arts and how high your ranking is, if you are evened out by the military exams, you can only get into a fake university at best. It was not until now that the candidates knew that Yifeng had kicked so many candidates from number 1 middle school out of the examination room. Everyone looked at Yifeng in the distance with different expressions, some angry, some in awe, and some grateful. Those who are grateful to Yifeng are generally those who have improved their rankings and been admitted to their favorite universities. After all, if it weren't for Yifeng, who made so many top students from number 1 middle school score 0 points, their rankings would not be so high and they would not be able to reach the admission line of those universities. Now, let's announce the top 3 results of this martial arts exam. The top 100 rankings are announced from low to high, and now the top 3 have been announced. Third place, Yu Guang, 95 points, from 2nd high school. Second place, He Xiling, 102 points, from number 10 high school. First place, Yifeng, 32,700 points, from the 10th high school. As soon as Yifeng's score was announced, the whole audience fell silent. Judging from the scores of previous martial arts examinations, even the first place score hovered around 100. He Xiling's grades are within the normal range. But Yifeng has more than 30,000 points. Looking at all the previous martial arts examinations, this score is quite explosive and unique. Come to think of it, it's not the points of one person, but the sum of hundreds of people. In addition, Yifeng is very powerful and has hunted many exotic beasts, so it is normal for him to have more than 30,000 points. Suddenly, countless media surrounded Yifeng. Student Yifeng, how do you usually practice? You are so much better than the other candidates. How do you feel about winning first place? Rumor has it that you used to be a student at number 1 middle school, but were later expelled and then joined number 10 middle school. Do you have anything to say about this? Regarding your targeting of the students from number 1 middle school in the examination room, is that related to your expulsion? These media people are not afraid of trouble and will ask questions no matter how sharp they are. I just practice normally, nothing special. I won first place. I want to thank number 10 middle school. It was they who took me in that gave me the opportunity to take the college entrance examination. I was indeed expelled from number 1 middle school. The reason given was that I cheated, but in reality, during the Sea Beast battle, I fought hard and was injured to get the results, but the principal, Zhao Donghai, switched my results and gave them to his nephew, Zhao Ming. My protests were ineffective, and he even added to my crime and expelled me from school. As for the behavior in the exam room, it can only be said to be a coincidence. I kept running into students from number 1 middle school and accidentally got into a conflict. This is in line with the rules, and there is nothing to say. Facing numerous media outlets, Yifeng cleared his throat and said a lot, revealing all of Zhao Donghai's troubles. Chapter 17, Generous Rewards, Open the Green Treasure Chest. This was explosive news, and the media immediately surrounded Zhao Donghai like a cat smelling fish. Excuse me, Principal Zhao, is what Yifeng just said true? What a bullshit. Zhao Donghai, who was already extremely angry, couldn't help but swear. After he finished speaking, he realized that the current interview footage would be spread everywhere, and given his status, it was not appropriate for him to swear. But the words have been said and there is no way to take them back. He's talking nonsense. We expelled him because he seriously violated school rules, but he's holding a grudge and is now accusing me of this. Zhao Donghai retorted. It seems reasonable, but upon closer inspection, it is full of loopholes. The reason for my expulsion was that I cheated. So, let me ask you, considering I'm now number 1 in both the civil and military exams, did I need to cheat before? Or do you mean to say that my current college entrance exam results were also obtained through cheating? In that case, you're doubting the invigilator's ability. Yifeng's words were so shocking that Zhao Donghai blushed, but he couldn't say a word in rebuttal. If he had refuted it any slower, it would have been a big problem, not to mention that he was speechless now. In addition, Yifeng's words were well reasoned and convincing. Su Chanyi couldn't bear to watch it anymore and said, Zhao Donghai, I've already reported this to the Education Bureau. They'll be investigating. Just wait and see. If you're innocent, they won't wrongly accuse you. When Zhao Donghai heard this, his face turned purple. If Yifeng reported him to his superiors, he would still be able to deal with it. Because who the whistleblower is determines how much attention the higher-ups will pay and what level of investigator will be sent. It was Yifeng who reported it, and the people he sent would most likely be dealt with by him. But now, Su Chanyi intervened and reported the matter. The youngest female martial king in Lingnan province, this title alone is enough to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Zhao Donghai suddenly remembered that before entering the examination room, Yifeng said this to him. You must cherish your position as the principal of the first high school. At that time, he didn't understand what these words meant. Yifeng replied at that time, you will understand after today. It turns out that this kid was planning to bring him down. If the investigation really turns up something, he will definitely not be able to be the principal of number 1 middle school. What should I do? What should I do? Zhao Donghai panicked and racked his brains to think of a solution. Seeing his panic, Yifeng sneered. If he had known this would happen, he would not have done it in the first place. But this is not the end yet. Now I am just calculating the interest. There is still a long way to go, and I will slowly settle the accounts. Student Yifeng, I'm from Tianbao Mining Group. Many of our mines require warrior protection. I'm wondering if you'd be interested in joining us after graduation? If you are, we can negotiate a contract now. Even if you don't officially join us during your university years, you can still receive various benefits and subsidies from our company. Why not come to my Origin Biology? You can choose between civil and military positions. Annual salaries start at 1 million. Various groups and forces are trying to win over Yifeng, and they can't wait to sign a contract with Yifeng in advance. Other top-ranked candidates will also be wooed away, but the conditions offered are far less generous than Yifeng's. No, I have no intention of joining the company for the time being. Yifeng declined them one by one. With the treasure chest opening system, the speed of one's growth is definitely beyond their imagination. Of course, it is impossible to be tied down by them and work for them forever just for this little treatment. What Yifeng wants is much more than that. The college entrance examination is officially over here. Those who needed to dispersed, and Zhao Donghai was also taken away by a team of warriors and will be investigated next. Within 3 days, you will receive acceptance letters from various schools. If you are lucky enough to be accepted into Longting Academy, we will meet at Longting Academy then. Su Chanyi spoke to the students and looked at Yifeng specifically. After saying that, he left. My blue treasure chest. Yifeng twitched the corner of his mouth and watched Su Chanyi go away, as well as the blue treasure chest. Yifeng, he Xiling, you have brought honor to our school. Lu Tai walked over, grinning from ear to ear. Every time the college entrance examination is held, schools are ranked according to their students' total scores. The number 1 high school is now in name only, and its ranking has been moved directly to the bottom. After all, hundreds of students with 0 scores were those who could have gotten good grades, but they were forced to fall behind. On the other hand, the 10th high school, because of Yifeng alone, scored more than 30,000 points, directly pushing the 10th high school to the first place in the rankings. Having been the principal of number 10 middle school for so many years, Lu Tai never thought that he would once be ranked first. Let's go. Get in the car. Let's go back and have a celebration tomorrow to give you awards, Lu Tai said with high spirits. Everyone got back on the vehicle and headed back to the city. Boom! Suddenly, there was a vibration in the distance, attracting everyone's attention. Yifeng just happened to see the situation at the border through the car window. Deep and dazzling, at the entrance to the secret passage, small dots emerged. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the small dots were coated with a layer of golden light, like ripples on the surface of a lake, constantly spreading and finally disappearing into the dense forest of dazzling. Hiss! Look! Strange beasts are emerging from the secret realm of dazzling. I only knew about it in textbooks before, but I never expected to see it with my own eyes. So shocking! So many strange beasts, from a distance, they look like ants. They may look small, but when they actually stand in front of you, they're probably all huge. Everyone exclaimed and talked at once. Yifeng watched quietly as the car gradually drove away. Fortunately, dazzling is only a second-level secret realm, and the strange beasts that emerged are not too strong, so everyone just exclaimed in surprise. If it is one of those high-level secret realms, every time a strange beast appears, it is a disaster. When Yifeng returned home, it was completely dark. I had dinner before going home. I poured a cup of boiling water, sprinkled a handful of tea leaves, and placed it on the coffee table. Just turn on the TV. A dark horse emerged from this year's college entrance examination. This candidate is named Yifeng. Whether the principal of number 1 middle school has violated laws and discipline will be strictly investigated. The evening news was already broadcasting today's interview, and Yifeng became the focus of the entire show. The portrait of Yifeng's parents on the wall was facing the TV. The smiles on their faces seemed to be happy for Yifeng. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Yifeng came to the school and saw lights and decorations everywhere. The awards ceremony was held in the Hall of Honor. The green treasure chest I've been longing for finally has the chance to be opened. The moment he entered the Hall of Honor, Yifeng saw a green treasure chest quietly placed on the podium. The awards ceremony has begun. Lu Tai's face was flushed as he went on stage to give a speech in person. Regardless of whether you are in the liberal arts or military sciences, as long as you are in the top 100, you will get a prize. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. He Xiling ranked second in both civil and military studies, and received a scholarship of 1 million yuan, 5 bottles of blood spirit pills, and a set of second-level mid-grade equipment. Considering he Xiling's family conditions, this is definitely an extremely generous reward. As for Yifeng, the reward is even more generous. The prize is 5 million, 20 bottles of blood spirit pills, and 1 set of level 2 top-grade equipment. The blood spirit pill can help improve qi in blood. The equipment includes a complete set of armor and weapons. Yifeng chose a knife as the weapon. I wonder what can be found. Although the prize is good, what Yifeng cares about most is this green treasure chest. Snap. Chapter 18 Rare Soul Master, 2 new clues. You opened a green treasure chest, your luck is overwhelming. Congratulations on obtaining 9,000 soul power. Soul power. A full 9,000 soul power points. There are so many people around us now, it's not the time to integrate. Yifeng did not merge yet and waited until the award ceremony was over. After saying goodbye to everyone, I couldn't wait to leave. Back home. Merge immediately. Boom. The soul power merged into Yifeng's mind. Yifeng felt that there was a new kind of power in his mind, and his spirits became much better. In this world, in addition to warriors, there is another cultivation system called soul masters. Soul masters cultivate soul power and are able to control soul soldiers and perform soul skills. The soul master has strange methods and is very powerful. In a battle of the same level, a Qi and Blood warrior is definitely no match for a soul master. In today's situation, Qi and Blood warriors are the mainstream, while soul masters are relatively rare. If you want to become a soul master, you need to have talent in this area in order to cultivate soul power. Otherwise, no matter how you practice, you will not be able to become a soul master. As for Chi and Blood warriors, the requirements for talent are not too harsh. Most people can become warriors, it's just a matter of level of achievement. I didn't expect that a green treasure chest would yield so much soul power. I'm really lucky. 9,000 soul power points will directly make me a general level soul master. The soul power reaches 9,000 points, which is just the early stage of the general level soul master. It is still 3,000 points away from the middle stage of 12,000 points. Yi Feng's level as a Chi and Blood warrior is only at the early stage of a martial master. The current realm of soul masters is actually one level higher than that of Chi and Blood warriors, reaching the general level. This is also good, it can be regarded as Yi Feng's trump card. I hope that next time I can obtain soul weapons, soul skills, and other things, so that I can show the power of the soul master. I heard that the material used to create soul soldiers is very special. After combining with soul power, it can switch between virtual and real. In the virtual state, it can be stored in the soul master's mind. When attacking, soul power is controlled, and long-range attacks are like controlling objects in the air, making it impossible to defend against. Yi Feng muttered to himself, thinking that it was a good idea. Try to mobilize your soul power to control the second-level sword in your hand. It really doesn't work. This sword was just a reward from the school. It is only suitable for Chi and Blood warriors, not soul soldiers, so it cannot be controlled by soul power. Just then, a new treasure chest clue pops up. Treasure chest clue, Longting Academy, a green treasure chest appears, please go and open it. Treasure chest clue, Longting Academy, a green fine treasure chest appears, please go and open it. The two consecutive treasure chest clues are both from Longting Academy, both are green, and one of them has the word fine on it. If you count the blue treasure chest on Su Chani, there are 3 treasure chests at Longting Academy, waiting for Yi Feng to open them, making him eager to start school as soon as possible. No matter how anxious you are, you still have to wait. With nothing to do, Yi Feng took out the blood spirit pill. The school gave him 20 bottles. It is a medicine that helps to improve one's chi and blood. Yi Feng poured one and swallowed it. It immediately turned into a warm current, nourishing his body. The improvement speed is definitely far slower than opening a treasure chest and directly obtaining chi and health, but whatever extra improvement you can get is good enough, just treat it as a snack. 2 days later, Yi Feng received the admission letter as he wished. There was no surprise, it was from Longting Academy. Yi Feng had excellent academic performance and was exempted from all tuition fees. The school starts in 10 days. This is not the world before the time travel. There will be a long summer vacation after the college entrance examination. Practicing martial arts is related to the future of the human race and is urgent. There is no way to rest for too long. It would be great if we could have 10 days of vacation. Time flies, and 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Today is the first day of school. There were a total of 100 students from various schools in Linhai City who were admitted to Longting Academy. They were picked up by special vehicles and taken to the school. The vehicle drove out of the city and headed towards the provincial government on the main road. There were escort vehicles at the front and back of the student vehicles, which contained military generals and masters. The wilderness is full of dangers and students may be attacked by wild animals at any time. The duty of the accompanying guards is to ensure their safety. The vehicle moved forward. During this period, he did encounter strange beasts several times, but fortunately, their strength was not very strong and they were killed by the guards. Finally, they arrived safely at the Lingnan provincial capital without any danger. The provincial capital is the largest city in Lingnan province. It is located in the central area and can also be called the main city. Whether it is economic development or the number of experts, it far exceeds other cities. Longting Academy is located here in the provincial capital. Yi Feng, the buildings here are much taller than those in Linhai City. He Xiling was sitting next to Yi Feng, looking around curiously through the car window, with a look of novelty in her eyes. Well, it's the provincial capital after all, so it must be more prosperous. Yi Feng nodded. Not only are there tall buildings everywhere, but even the strength of passers-by is a level higher than that of Linhai City. Here, warriors can be seen everywhere, unlike Linhai City, where the proportion of ordinary people is very high. The vehicle drives and eventually arrives at the destination. Yi Feng and others got off the car. This is Longting Academy? In front of Yi Feng was a huge building. Unlike the previous skyscrapers, the overall style of the school was more ancient. The tall doorframe of the school's gate is composed of 2 stone dragon sculptures flying in the clouds, with their mouths facing each other and a transparent crystal bead in the middle, like two dragons playing with a pearl. Outside the school gate, there is a huge square that is already bustling with people. Judging from their clothes, they should be freshmen. There are dozens of cities in Lingnan province, and each city has 100 admission quotas. Therefore, there are thousands of new students in Longting Academy this year. Among them, those who were closer must have arrived long ago. The strange thing is that he did not enter the school, but stayed outside. Soon, Yifeng knew what was going on. At the gate of the academy, there stood 10 warriors, lined up in a row. They were all senior students of Longting Academy. If you want to enter through the gate, you need to choose one of them and fight with him. You can only enter if you win. Although these seniors can suppress their strength to the same level as the freshmen, they have rich combat experience. Even with the same strength, the freshmen are no match for them. Until now, no one has ever defeated them. It's not that the old students are making things difficult on their own initiative, but it's an old tradition of Longting Academy and is tacitly approved by the school's top management. The new students who are able to be admitted are all top students in their respective places, so it is inevitable that they are arrogant. But Longting Academy is not a place where they can be arrogant. This old tradition is intended to suppress their aggressiveness. Look, there are new students arriving. I wonder which city they are from. The arrival of Yifeng and others attracted the attention of everyone in the square. He's from Linhai City. The handsome guy with a beautiful woman by his side. His name is Yifeng. I've seen his interview online. He's the top scorer in both subjects in Linhai City. Yes, it is indeed him. I wonder if he can defeat those old students. It's not that easy. Other cities have top scorers in both subjects, and they lost just the same. The fighting skills of the seniors are simply not comparable to our freshmen. Everyone was talking about it. Inside the school, the two brothers, who looked quite similar, were cheered up when they saw Yifeng coming through the crowd. Brother, have you arranged everything? Chapter 19. I told you to get out of the way, and you actually did. The person who spoke was Zhao Ming, Zhao Donghai's nephew and the biggest beneficiary of Yifeng's grades being swapped. He was admitted without any obstacles and had connections in the school, so he entered the school easily. Next to him was his older brother, Zhao Xiang. 2 years ago, he was admitted to Longting Academy from Linhai City's No. 1 high school through recommendation, and was now also a senior student. He was able to be admitted thanks to his uncle's efforts, otherwise he would not have been qualified. It can be said that the two brothers were in similar situations. I've already told you everything. When Yifeng goes into battle, the goalkeepers will all pretend to miss and severely injure him. Humph, let's teach him a lesson first. After he enters Longting Academy, we'll play with him slowly. I want him to know that if he offends our Zhao family, he will pay a heavy price. Zhao Xiang said sinisterly. Right. He caused my uncle to lose his position as principal. I must teach that brat a lesson. Zhao Ming also said viciously. After these days of investigation, although no direct evidence has been found to confirm the score swapping, a lot of other negative information about Zhao Donghai has been uncovered. People like him usually do a lot of bad things, and they leave a lot of traces even if they are careless. Now he has been dismissed from his job and will never be able to work in education again. Even if he takes up other jobs, he will be strictly scrutinized. In short, for Zhao Donghai, this punishment is very uncomfortable and has a huge impact on him. The impact is not just on Zhao Donghai, it also has a great impact on the entire Zhao family. Take education for example. Any member of the Zhao family with poor academic performance could have the opportunity to go to a good school through Zhao Donghai's behind-the-scenes manipulation, but now, this path has been cut off. They directed all their accusations at Yifeng, showing no remorse at all. It was clearly their own violations that led to the current outcome. Brother, there are 10 goalkeepers. Have you given them all instructions? Are they all so obedient to you? Zhao Ming asked curiously. Isn't this simple? Few people would refuse if benefits are the key. It's just a matter of accidentally injuring a freshman. Therefore, if it can bring benefits, people will definitely be willing to do it. Zhao Xiang said as a matter of course. The other side. At the top of a tower on campus, several instructors gathered together, gazing at the scene at the school gate from afar. Time flies. Last year we were just chatting here, watching those freshmen stuck outside the school. A year has already passed in the blink of an eye. You said the same thing last year. Is there? Of course there is. Several tutors were chatting and laughing. Do you think any of this year's candidates can beat the old gatekeeper? One of the instructors, who was at least 1.9 meters tall and as strong as a tower, glanced at the freshman from outside the school in the distance and spoke curiously. I heard that Xiao Xiaoqing's top scorer in the college entrance examination has a very strange talent. When he uses it, it consumes his own energy, causing his physical fitness to skyrocket. If he is willing to use this talent, he should have a certain chance. A tutor beside him said this and then looked at Su Chani. By the way, you are the invigilator for the Linhai City exam, right? I heard that the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Linhai City is quite capable. Yi Feng's figure immediately appeared in Su Chani's mind and she nodded. Yes, that candidate is indeed very good. Su Chani still vividly remembers the fighting skills Yi Feng displayed during the martial arts exam. Look, it's him, Su Chani said. Several instructors have amazing eyesight and can clearly see new students outside the school even from a long distance. At this time, Yi Feng stepped forward and walked towards the old man guarding the gate. Whichever one you want to challenge, it's your choice. The old student spoke up and briefly explained the rules to Yi Feng. Both sides had to show their strength at the peak of martial arts, and only those who defeated the old students could enter the school gate. Then you. Yi Feng randomly picked one, they were all the same to him. While speaking, he glanced over the crowd and looked inside the school. Not far from the entrance, there is a green treasure chest, quietly placed there. I'm in a hurry to open the treasure chest and don't have the time to waste with them. Good. This person stepped out. He was a well-built man with narrow eyes. He looked like someone who was not to be trifled with. His name is Zhou Yang, and his realm has reached the peak of martial arts master. He suppressed a major realm to the peak of martial arts apprentice. He felt no pressure in fighting against a freshman. Zhao Xiang had already shown them Yi Feng's appearance in advance, so Zhou Yang already knew that the person in front of him was Yi Feng. Although we have no grudges against each other, since you have offended Zhao Xiang and I have accepted his benefits, I must make things right. Sorry for the offense, Zhou Yang said in his heart. Are you ready? All right. Both sides chose an unsharpened sword, and the battle was about to break out. All the freshmen present held their breath and watched attentively. Before this, many people had tried, and without exception, they were defeated by the old students. The one who held out the longest was defeated by the old man in 5 moves, while most of the others were defeated in 1 move. It can be seen that even if they use the same strength, there is a huge gap in the level of fighting skills. Watch this. Zhou Yang's blood was boiling, and he swung his sword with fierce force as he slashed towards Yi Feng. So fast! The freshman exclaimed. Yi Feng also attacked instantly, also at an extremely fast speed. The freshman cheered again. When the two swords were about to collide, a cold light flashed in Zhou Yang's eyes, and he suddenly changed his tactics. It was so abrupt, the angle was tricky, and the timing was just right. Any other freshman would definitely not be able to handle it. Watch out! Get out of the way! It was Zhou Yang who actually shouted this. He looked anxious at this time, as if he was afraid that Yi Feng would get hurt. The momentum of the edgeless sword in his hand did not weaken at all, and he slashed towards Yi Feng fiercely. Everything was within his calculations. After injuring Yi Feng, he could use the excuse that he was unable to retract the knife for a moment. However, Yi Feng would not be fooled by his tricks. Looking at the opponent's sword moves, there was clearly no sign of him trying to retract the attack. It was obvious that he did it on purpose. If it is hit, even if the sword has no tip, it will still cause damage. In that case, we'll just have to fight back. Yi Feng's body suddenly changed, and he actually dodged his attack with ease. Zhou Yang was confused. I told you to get out of the way, and you actually did. This is not over yet. Yi Feng's sword slashed out instantly, and his movements were smooth and seamless. Bang! Zhou Yang was unable to react and was hit hard by Yi Feng. He was knocked several meters away and fell into the school, wailing in pain. It was cracked. There must be a bone in his chest that was broken. Great swordsmanship. In just a short moment, Yi Feng demonstrated extremely strong adaptability and high combat skills. Several instructors who were watching from a distance couldn't help but praise. Too strong. Is this the value of Linhai City's top scorer in the college entrance examination? Just one strike and you injured the old man. Not to mention the freshman, the whole audience erupted in thunderous cheers. In the crowd, a chubby freshman who looked harmless stopped eating snacks and looked at Yifeng curiously. Amazing! He Xiling also looked at Yifeng in surprise. Under the gaze of everyone, Yifeng walked into the school gate and approached the green treasure chest. No one dared to stop him. How so? Observing the situation from a distance, the brothers Zhao Xiang and Zhao Ming had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Chapter 20 Soul Soldier Demon Breaking Spear. Yifeng approached the green treasure chest. Snap! You opened a green treasure chest. Congratulations! You obtained Level 3 Soul Weapon Demon Breaking Spear. A long spear emitting black and purple, with a total length of 2.8 meters and a cold glow flashing at the tip of the spear, looks quite extraordinary. Nice gun. It turns out that this is a soul weapon, a weapon suitable for soul masters. You can even open treasure chests to get real items. This is the first time. All those opened before were able to be integrated into the body, which almost made Yifeng think that it was impossible to open the real thing. Oh no! There are so many people watching around, will they see us? Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. If someone saw the demon breaking spear, he would have to reveal his identity as a soul master and say that it was his soul weapon. He couldn't reveal the existence of the treasure chest. System prompt: the item you opened is a physical object. Do you want to materialize it now? Only after it is materialized can others see it. You must also materialize the item before you can use it normally. The system suddenly issued this prompt, which made Yifeng feel relieved. Then don't materialize yet. It won't be too late to find a deserted place to materialize later. Yifeng walked towards the school. At this moment, two exclamations came from behind. Yifeng stopped and turned to look. There were two battlefields behind him, where two freshmen were fighting against seniors. The fight was extremely intense. It was even clear that the old man was no match for the opponent and was gradually losing the upper hand. This was what everyone exclaimed in surprise. One of them exuded an icy aura, like an ice saint. Every sword attack brought a bone-chilling chill, making it difficult for her opponent to withstand it. Unless one unleashes the strength of a martial artist to counter the attack, defeat is inevitable. But it is impossible for the old man to use the strength of a martial artist, as that would violate the rules. The woman in the battle is naturally He Xiling. Since she awakened her Xuanbinghan body, her strength has leaped to a new level and she is much stronger than before. Seeing Yifeng defeat the old student and enter the school, she wanted to follow immediately, so the fight started. On another battlefield, there was a young man. What makes people laugh is that the person in the battle has a bag of open snacks hanging around his waist. His moves were extremely swift and fierce, and his reaction ability was extremely fast. Every attack he made was quick, accurate, and ruthless, and he beat the old man back step by step. This guy. Yifeng had some impression of this person. He had been standing near him before. He was chubby and was eating snacks. With such an image, he was the only one of his kind. Yifeng was quite impressed by him. But the amazing thing is, before he was so fat that his eyes looked like thin lines, but now they don't look like that at all, he is just slightly plump. If it weren't for the similar appearance and the bag of snacks around his waist, Yifeng would have thought that they were not the same person. How can a casual fight consume so much energy? It can even make someone lose weight. Yifeng felt a little curious. Soon, both of them finished fighting, and the result was the same as Yifeng expected: both of them won. The audience burst into applause. 3 freshmen came on the court one after another and all won. The freshmen were naturally excited, but the old students were embarrassed and lost their confidence. Are all the freshmen this year so strong? On the tower in the distance, surprise appeared on the faces of several instructors. It's definitely better than last year. That's good. It's a bit of a reversal to put pressure on the older students and teach them not to think too highly of themselves. It makes sense after all. The instructors were chatting and laughing. Su Chani suddenly felt a gaze. As a martial king, she was very sensitive to all kinds of attention and quickly found the source of the gaze. You can find me from such a distance? Su Chani was surprised. What's wrong? Asked the other instructors. No. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Su Chani shook her head. Yi Feng sighed. Quickly look away. As expected of a martial king, his perception is incredibly sharp. I only had to glance at him casually, and he was already spotted. Yi Feng was secretly amazed. Just now, on a whim, I followed the blue arrow all the way to the top of the tower, and then I saw Su Chani. I didn't expect that I would be discovered at just one glance. Yi Feng. He Xiling caught up. You won too, that's awesome. Yi Feng praised. Don't laugh at me. You won with one move, very quickly and efficiently. I fought for a long time and only won by a narrow margin. Compared to you, it's nothing. He Xiling shook her head. That's true. Yi Feng nodded. He Xiling. This answer is too straightforward. Hello, my name is Sun Rong, and I'm the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Xiaoxiacheng. The slightly plump young man behind caught up with him, showing a harmless smile and introducing himself in a very familiar manner. Click, click. He had already taken the snack bag on his waist and kept putting the snacks into his mouth. He ate so much that his speech became slurred, and there were still many snack crumbs stuck on his lips. This image forms a huge contrast with the person who attacked fiercely in the fight just now. Yi Feng, from Linhai City. He Xiling, from Linhai City. Don't hit a smiling person. Although they were not familiar with this person, Yi Feng and the others still responded. You're all amazing. Sun Rong praised and handed the snack bag to Yi Feng and the others. Want some potato chips? No, thank you. What a weird guy. There is nothing wrong with eating potato chips, but it is strange to see freshmen eating them endlessly while entering school. The three of them walked inside. Yi Feng suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him and immediately turned around to look. Zhao Ming? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. There were actually two pairs of eyes looking over. Zhao Ming and Zhao Xiang. Zhao Xiang is very capable and hides himself very well. Zhao Ming failed to hide and was discovered by Yi Feng. After being discovered, he was just slightly stunned and then returned to normal. Zhao Ming gestured to his neck with his hand, making a throat-cutting motion, his provocation very obvious. Zhao Xiang looked at him coldly, his face full of hostility. I was just wondering why the old man would deliberately make a mistake and hurt himself. Now Yi Feng also understood that it was these two brothers who were behind this. Ha! Zhao Xiang, with an indifferent expression, suddenly looked at Yi Xiling and then showed a look of surprise. You won't know until you see it, it's really surprising. Isn't this an old acquaintance? But why is the scar on her face gone? And she looks even more beautiful than before. Is she the same person? Yi Feng noticed that He Xiling suddenly felt something strange. At this moment, He Xiling's body couldn't stop trembling slightly, endless anger was burning in her heart, and the murderous intent in her eyes was as real as substance. If her strength did not allow it, she would definitely lose control of herself and would immediately rush forward to kill Zhao Xiang. This scumbag, one day, I will kill him with my own hands. He Xiling squeezed out these words from between her teeth. Yi Feng finally figured it out. The scum who once forced He Xiling to disfigure herself was Zhao Xiang. Chapter 21. This is genius. Without staying where they were, Yi Feng and the other two went to register for admission and officially became students of Longting Academy. The three of them came to the dormitory area. Located to the west of the school, it covers a vast area with buildings lined up one after another, with no end in sight. The outer area is the freshman dormitories, and the inner area is the senior dormitories. Why can freshmen only live in single rooms, while senior students have their own small courtyards? Sun Rong complained while eating snacks. His statement was not rigorous enough. The admission handbook said that if one reached 10,000 credits and became a senior student, one could move into the inner dormitory. However, in most cases, it takes a long time to accumulate 10,000 credits, and by then you will have become an old student. If any freshman can collect 10,000 points in a short period of time, he or she will be eligible to live in the inner area. Yi Feng and the other two each chose a room to stay in. The facilities inside are simple, and there is a toilet, which is sufficient for daily living. Close the door. Materialize the demon-breaking spear. Yi Feng whispered. The demon-breaking spear immediately materialized, becoming a solid object. Holding it in his hand, it felt cold to the touch. Try to mobilize your soul power, extend it over, and wrap around the demon-breaking spear. Move. Under the control of soul power, the demon-destroying spear actually moved. After Yi Feng let go, it hovered in the air. A thought came to mind. Call out. Shoot and kill quickly. When it was about to hit the wall, it suddenly stopped and stayed steadily in mid-air. If it hadn't stopped in time, a big hole would have been pierced through the wall. Receive. As Yifeng thought about it, the demon-breaking spear became ethereal and turned into a purple-black energy, merging into Yifeng's mind. In his mind, this purple-black energy took the shape of a demon-destroying spear. It can be called upon at any time, released from the body, transformed into a gun, and used in combat to kill the enemy. No wonder soul masters are more powerful than warriors of the same level. Just being able to suddenly conjure up a weapon from nothing can catch the enemy off guard. Moreover, soul masters can control weapons remotely, making it even more difficult to deal with. Yifeng felt very satisfied. When it got dark, the freshmen who were blocked outside the door were finally allowed to come in. After being blocked for a whole day, everyone was furious. But when I think about the fact that Yifeng and his companions were able to defeat the old student and come in early, it proves that they are just not as skilled as others, so I let it go. The next day. It is the official start of school. The freshmen were divided into 10 classes, each with several hundred students, led by a junior instructor. The junior instructors are all at the level of military generals, which is more than enough for them to lead this group of freshmen at the highest level of martial masters. Yifeng originally wanted to choose Su Chani as his disciple because she had a blue treasure chest on her, and only by interacting with her on a daily basis would he have a chance to open the treasure chest. I only now realized that Su Chani is a senior instructor. If you want to be led by her, you need to become a senior student first. If you have 10,000 credits, you will be considered an advanced student. I have to accumulate 10,000 credits as soon as possible. At that time, not only will he be able to become Su Chani's disciple, but he will also be able to live in a small villa, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Since the blue treasure chest cannot be opened for the time being, let us first find a way to open the remaining green fine treasure chest. There are 2 green clues to the treasure chest that we got before, one of which has the word fine in the suffix, and the other does not. The one I didn't have was opened by myself yesterday, and I got the demon-breaking gun. Yifeng has also figured out the location of the one with the fine product. It's on the 2nd floor of the collection pavilion on the south side of the school. Unfortunately, I am not eligible to go up at the moment. The school stipulates that only students with more than 1,000 credits are eligible to go to the 2nd floor. The collection pavilion is where the school stores secret books. It is quite important and people are not allowed to enter or leave at will, so there are these restrictions. Secondly, the cheats are not given for free, they need to be exchanged with credits. The exchange price of the cheats on the 2nd floor is relatively high, and each one costs several hundred credits. Hence, this limitation. If you don't have enough credits, you can't exchange the cheats even if you go in. You'll just be a test takers. There are too many people and it will be difficult for the school to manage you. I am your junior instructor, Deng Qingfeng. Before you become advanced students, I will be your instructor. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me. Now follow me and learn the first volume of Dragon's Breath. Adjust your breathing, circulate qi in your dantian, and let the qi and blood circulate in your body. Deng Qingfeng is a serious and capable person. He doesn't talk too much nonsense and starts teaching the skills right away. Dragon Breath is a unique practice method of Longting Academy. It is said that it was created by observing the breathing of dragons. Yifeng remains skeptical about this rumor. The so-called dragon is said to be a very advanced creature. Anyone who can observe the dragon's breathing without being discovered must be a top-level creature of the same level. How could such a cultivation method created in this way be taught to students casually? Although it is only the first volume, it is very precious, and at least a threshold should be set. Without thinking anymore, Yifeng concentrated on practicing. For every breath, there are requirements for frequency, speed, volume. He doesn't usually breathe like this, and maintaining this rhythm of breathing made Yifeng a little uncomfortable. The same goes for the other students, you can tell by their slightly furrowed brows. However, as time went by, Yifeng gradually adapted and slowly felt comfortable. I became more and more selfless and natural, until finally, every breath was accompanied by a strange sound. Yifeng felt very comfortable at this time. The qi and blood in his body were constantly circulating and increasing slightly. In a short period of time, you may not see any effect, but if you practice for a long time, the effect will be obvious. You learned it so quickly? Deng Qingfeng was shocked. He was usually calm and composed, but at this moment he was a little out of control. The sound of breathing is a sign that you have mastered Dragon's Breath. Although he has taught many classes of freshmen, this is the first time he has seen such a learning speed. After completing a whole set of dragon breath exercises, Yifeng stopped. The reason why he was able to learn so quickly was, on the one hand, that Yifeng had a good understanding, but more importantly, Yifeng possessed a martial arts holy body, which was also very helpful in learning martial arts techniques. After all, it's an SSS physique, so it must bring a lot of benefits. Dragon's breath is indeed a good method of cultivation. If you have time, you can practice it. In addition, by opening treasure chests, your strength will increase faster. Have you really learned dragon breath? Deng Qingfeng asked Yifeng directly. Although he was certain in his heart, he still couldn't believe it. I learned it. Yifeng nodded and told the truth. Deng Qingfeng's eyes twitched and he didn't know what to say. The rest of the students present stopped studying temporarily and looked at Yifeng with disbelief on their faces. Before they even had any idea, Yifeng had already learned it. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. If He Xiling and Sun Rong were here, they would definitely look at Yifeng with admiration again. However, when dividing the classes, they were randomly drawn by lottery, and the 3 people were divided into 3 different classes. Deng Qingfeng continued teaching. After all, the other students had not learned it yet. Yifeng found a corner and practiced quietly. Wait until school is over. A large group of students surrounded Yifeng and asked him how he practiced and why he learned it so quickly. Did he have any special tricks? Yifeng, do you need any skills? It's very simple, just follow the teacher and you will be able to do it. Everyone shed tears. Maybe this is genius. Yifeng slipped away and headed straight for the mission hall. Hurry up and earn 1,000 credits to open the treasure chest on the 2nd floor of the collection pavilion. Chapter 22 Outrageous. Is he seeking death? The mission hall is a great place to earn credits. There are tasks in it. If you complete the tasks, you can get corresponding credits. These tasks can be divided into 2 categories, within the school and outside the school. Internal school tasks are issued by the school and can be issued by school seniors, tutors, or even students. There are many types, such as working part-time in a certain job or tutoring a younger student. The more difficult the task is to complete, the higher the credit reward will be. However, after looking around, I didn't see any suitable tasks within the school, and the credits given were not many. What Yifeng wanted was a higher reward, preferably more than 1,000, so that he could achieve the goal in one go. However, this kind of task is relatively difficult and requires higher strength. Generally speaking, freshmen have no chance of completing it. Fortunately, Yifeng is extraordinary. The realm of a Qi and Blood Warrior is currently the middle stage of a martial master. He was in the initial stage before, but after 10 days or so, eating the blood spirit pills as snacks and practicing, he was promoted to a small realm. Such a speed is considered very fast, and it is also the credit of the martial arts saint body. There is also a big trump card. General level Soul Master. By using the demon breaking spear, you can sweep away all the powerful generals. Yifeng's junior tutor Deng Qingfeng would never have dreamed that one of the freshmen he taught was as strong as him. Yifeng then checked the task list on the big screen. On the left are internal tasks, and on the right are external tasks. Since there was no suitable internal task, Yifeng would go out to carry it out. This part of the task was commissioned by external forces. They paid a certain amount of remuneration and entrusted the school to help. The school then rewarded them with credits and posted them in the task hall for students to claim. Everyone gets what they need, giving students the opportunity to gain experience and also enhancing the school's prestige. This is good. Yifeng saw in the task column that he was carrying out outside that the reward was exactly 1,000 credits. Mission: kill the 3 evils of the Ma family. Details: the 3 Ma brothers committed murder, looting, and other atrocities. A month ago, they looted a Lin family property and killed all the employees. The Lin family commissioned them to help hunt down the Ma 3 evils. Recommended strength: general level or above. Mission reward: 1,000 credits. It turned out to be a murder mission. Is murder illegal? It is illegal in theory, but because of the existence of secret realms, many lawless places have emerged. There is a consensus among people that if someone is killed in the secret realm or even outside the city, no one will be held accountable. The main reason is that we don't have the ability to investigate. In an era where everyone practices martial arts, a large number of people go missing and die every day. Whether they were killed by strange beasts or humans, if we really investigate, we may not be able to find out the truth. Therefore, the Lin family could only retaliate in this way, hunting down the enemy and seeking revenge, rather than solving the problem by calling the police, because even if they did, there would most likely be no result. That's it. Yi Feng received it directly. Use your student card to touch the task on the big screen and you will successfully receive it. Yi Feng left the school. You are free to attend classes and you don't have to be in school when performing tasks. After Yi Feng left the mission hall, there were other students inside. One of them was not far from Yi Feng's position just now. He pressed the tactical watch and communicated with someone. He received the mission and left. What mission? Kill the 3 evil Ma family members. What? Say it again. The other party sounded surprised and thought he had heard wrongly. Kill the 3 evil men of the Ma family. The man had to repeat it. This mission is quite difficult. Can he handle it? I don't know. Maybe they didn't understand and thought they had high credits, so they just claimed it. Dormitory area, inner area. In a certain courtyard. Zhao Xiang looked at his tactical watch and listened to the words coming from the other side, thinking deeply. You're really looking for death. If Yi Feng was killed by the 3 evil men of the Ma family because of this, he would be very happy. But this is not safe. After hanging up the call, he immediately called another person. Yi Feng left school. Yi Feng sighed. After leaving school, we went to the Mingzhu Villa district. The head of the Lin family, Lin Tianxiang, lives here. What a magnificent villa. The entire community is made up of independent villas. Those who can buy a villa here in the provincial capital are all wealthy people. Like the villas here, any one of them is priced at hundreds of millions, or even several hundred million. When I make money, I'll buy a house to live in. I have always lived in old houses and have never lived in a good house. After receiving the task, more detailed information was provided, such as the Lin family's address. On the east side of the community, there is Villa 108. The metal gate of the villa was closed and there was a security guard on duty inside. When he saw Yi Feng approaching, he asked what he wanted. Yi Feng explained his purpose and confirmed his identity. Please follow me. Obviously, instructions had been given in advance. The security guard opened the door readily and led Yi Feng into the reception hall. Master, this is a student from Longting Academy. He said he has received a mission and came to consult you about the situation. The security guard reported and then stepped back out to his post outside. Hello, I'm the client of this mission, Lin Tianxiang. You've arrived just in time. We were discussing the itinerary and were about to set off. Now, with a senior student like you from Longting Academy joining us, things are much more stable. Lin Tianxiang was all smiles and appeared very enthusiastic. As he spoke, Yi Feng also noticed that there was not only Lin Tianxiang in the room, but also 3 other people. These 3 people look very similar, and they are probably brothers. Did you entrust anyone else? Yi Feng frowned slightly. Since he had entrusted the task to Longting Academy, why did he need to ask others for help? He was confident that he could deal with the 3 evil men of the Ma family, but now there were outsiders, and the more people there were, the more mixed they were. Yi Feng felt a little unhappy. Look, I originally intended to entrust the task to your Longting Academy, but it's been a while since I've entrusted it, and no one has taken it up yet. I'm afraid things will change if I delay. After all, the clues we investigated previously are all time sensitive. If the time interval is too long, changes will occur. I can't wait any longer, so I entrusted these 3 people. Lin Tianxiang explained and pointed to the 3 brothers nearby. Come, let me introduce them to you. They are the 3 brothers, Long, Hu, and Bao. They used to be bodyguards, but later switched to doing commissioned business. They are quite powerful and have all reached the peak of martial arts. The 3 brothers Dragon, Tiger and Leopard are somewhat famous in the industry. As for the 3 evil men of the Ma family, the leader, the eldest brother Ma, is stronger and is at the peak of martial arts, while the second and third brothers are only at the late stage of martial arts. Lin Tianxiang felt that it was enough to let Long Hubo deal with the 3 evil men of the Ma family. However, now that Yi Feng has taken on the mission, it is difficult to cancel it. The 2 groups can only cooperate, which will increase their chances of winning. Please, little brother, let me see your student card. After you complete the task, I can fill in the tasker's information. This is actually only one aspect, and the other is to verify Yi Feng's identity. Yi Feng handed the student card to Lin Tianxiang. Yifeng, junior student, enrollment date, June 20th, Gaowu era 350. Wait. Junior students? They just started yesterday, so they must be this year's freshmen? Chapter 23, pick up a treasure chest for free and level up twice. When Lin Tianxiang saw this information, his head felt buzzing. According to his idea, the person who would receive this task must be a senior student, or at the very least, an old student from last year, not a freshman this year. Otherwise, what's the difference between that and committing suicide? New student. How much strength can it have? Most of the freshmen haven't broken through to the martial artist realm yet. Even if a few talented ones have broken through, aren't they still just at the early stage of martial artist? Who's the opponent this time? Any one of the three evil men of the Ma family is at least at the late stage of martial arts, and no freshman can deal with them. Let alone one person, even if a whole car comes, they won't be our opponent. Did you get the wrong mission? Lin Tianxiang held on to the last bit of hope and asked Yifeng for confirmation. That's right, it's the Ma family's three evil missions. Yifeng answered as a matter of course. After hearing this, Lin Tianxiang's eyes went dark and he almost fell down. What do you mean? You want us to go on such a dangerous mission with a freshman? Isn't that just a burden? The three brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, speak their minds. Just now, when Yifeng heard that there were three of them on this mission, he immediately frowned with a look of disgust. The three of them were already starting to feel unhappy. I thought that Yifeng was from Longting Academy, and everyone who could enter there was a genius. A senior student at Longting Academy is indeed arrogant and has the ability to look down on them. But now, boy, it turns out it's just a freshman. As a freshman, why should I be so arrogant? Even if you have talent in martial arts, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant until your strength grows? How many talented people were strangled in the cradle, died early, and became nothing? A genius, but only one who has grown up will be useful. Without a growing genius, you are nothing. You are quite self-aware and know that you are a burden. Then I will give you a chance. Take the initiative to withdraw from the mission now to avoid dragging me down. Yifeng said with a smile. We're talking about you, the burden. Dragon, Tiger and Leopard were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Could this guy's comprehension ability be any worse? Don't argue, don't argue. This time it's my fault. I entrusted both parties with the task, which is why these things happened. Lin Tianxiang came out to mediate, because if the two sides continued arguing, they might end up fighting. No matter which side is injured, it is difficult to deal with. How about this, since you've all accepted the mission, why don't you just cooperate once and carry it out together? Then, each of you will do your job and be responsible for your own safety. No one will have to worry about anyone else. Lin Tianxiang suggested. The task has been delegated and neither party is willing to cancel it, so this is the only way. He felt that Yifeng didn't have this ability, but Yifeng insisted, and there was nothing he could do. All right. It's settled. Anyway, it doesn't matter to the three of us. We're not afraid of the three evil Ma family members at all. But some people are different. They might lose their lives. When that happens, don't blame us for not helping them. Aaron said sarcastically, hinting at something. Well, I'm sure you won't help me. Yifeng scratched his ears and repeated the sentence. Let's talk about intelligence. According to what I've heard, the three Ma family villains have recently appeared in Blackwater Valley. The environment there is very chaotic. You must be extra careful when you go there. If you really can't make it, come back first and we'll find another way. Lin Tianxiang said. It's okay. We've been to dangerous places before. Long Hubo pretended to be worldly wise. Yifeng just nodded lightly without saying anything. The vehicle has been arranged, we can set off now. With Lin Tianxiang's farewell, the four of them got on an off-road vehicle and headed towards Blackwater Valley. In the car, Yifeng operated the tactical watch and checked the Blackwater Valley, and the information came out quickly. Blackwater Valley is not within the provincial capital. It is located in the wilderness south of the provincial capital. It is a very long and wide canyon. A long time ago, some illegal transactions were carried out here, and gradually a black market was formed. People did not ask where the goods came from, and even if they came to kill and rob, they had no worries. Later, the market grew bigger and bigger, and more people came here. As it develops, it gradually becomes a system of its own. Although small, it has all the necessary facilities and has the feeling of a small city. However, Blackwater Valley is definitely not a civilized city, and many people who have committed serious crimes like to come here. This is a lawless place where fists rule everything, and it is filled with primitiveness, violence, and blood. It is a paradise for the violent and the crazy. When the off-road vehicle drove into the Blackwater Valley, Yifeng felt this madness head-on. As far as the eye could see, there were fights going on in 3 places, with swords and knives flying and blood splattering everywhere. One of them was chopped down and the attacker immediately stabbed him back. Puff! It hit the neck right there, and the round head rolled several times before it stopped. The assailant cursed viciously and left. The people around were all used to it and no one paid any attention to it. So? Do you regret it? It's not too late to quit now. Don't worry, we won't laugh at you, ha ha ha. Aaron turned around and laughed at Yifeng. Although he said he wouldn't laugh, the smile was genuine. Yifeng glanced at him indifferently and ignored his words. Leave one person to watch the car, and the rest of you walk around and ask for the whereabouts of the 3 evil men of the Ma family. After Yifeng finished speaking, he got out of the car. It took a while for the 3 brothers Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard to react. Damn! This brat, when will it be his turn to make a plan? The 3 of them cursed angrily, very unhappy. Brother, what should we do now? Asked Abeo, who was driving. Abeo, you stay and watch the car. Ahu and I will go and find out the news. Along said, and then the 2 got out of the car. Bao, who stayed in the car, realized it later. After thinking about it, he muttered, isn't the action plan still the same? Yifeng walked casually. Try to stay where there are more people, so that you are more likely to hear the news. Aaron and Ahu did the same thing and went in another direction. At this moment, the treasure chest clue suddenly popped up. Treasure chest clue, a yellow fine treasure chest appears 1,000 meters ahead. Please go and open it. Although it is only yellow, it is a high-quality product and not bad. You will make money no matter what you get. Yifeng followed the yellow arrow and quickly found the treasure chest, which he opened without any difficulty. Snap! You opened a yellow fine treasure chest. Congratulations! You received 1,200 calories of chi and health, 1,300 calories of chi and health. The exquisite treasure chest can open 2 items, both of which are chi and blood. The values are different. It seems that even if the treasure chests are of the same level, the items opened will fluctuate. Fusion. Yifeng's energy and blood surged rapidly. The original chi and blood were 4,000 calories, and with these 2,500, it immediately soared to 6,500 calories. Above 6,000 calories and within 9,000 calories is considered to be the peak level of martial artists. In other words, after opening this treasure chest, Yifeng was able to directly advance from the middle stage of martial artist to the peak of martial artist by 2 small realms. At this time, 2 people approached with obvious hostility on their faces. TSK, where did this kid come from? Judging from his age, he must be a student, right? Boy, you really don't know your place. You dare to come to Blackwater Valley alone. The 2 men looked fierce and shouted at Yifeng. What do you want to do? Yifeng asked indifferently. What? Ha ha ha. You're so young and handsome, it would be a shame if you didn't become a gigolo. Fortunately, there are people who want you here, and you can sell it for a good price. Behave yourself and come here obediently so we can sell you out, or you'll be killed. The 2 men threatened and shook the long swords in their hands. Good. Yifeng approached the 2 of them. Bang! He suddenly attacked and punched the man on the left in the chest. The entire chest caved in instantly and the man's eyeballs bulged out suddenly. Puff! He spurted out a large mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of internal organs. His eyes were filled with shock, his life force slowly faded, and he fell down unwillingly. Chapter 24, Is it useful to hide your strength? Behead with 1 blow. Just 1 punch was enough to kill the person. The first time Yifeng killed someone, he didn't feel any discomfort. It felt no different from killing a strange beast. So strong. The person who was still alive was stunned for a while, and finally reacted. A boy who looks like a student is so strong. The energy and blood that just erupted must be at the peak martial artist level, right? What a joke. A young boy actually possesses the strength of a peak martial artist? In contrast, they themselves are only at the initial stage of martial arts. This time, I hit a wall. Please don't kill me. I'll be your slave. The man who was still alive was extremely terrified. No one would care if he was killed here, so he could only beg for mercy. There is no use in resisting, and there is no way to escape. He just hopes that Yifeng can spare his life. Then it depends on whether you can provide useful information. Yifeng said coldly. I spared his life because I wanted to ask him about the situation, otherwise I would have killed him. Please ask, I will tell you everything I know. He spoke urgently, as if grasping at the last straw. Do you often hang out in Blackwater Valley? Yifeng asked. Yes, I've been in Blackwater Valley for a while, he replied. Have you ever seen the three evil men of the Ma family? Yifeng asked again. I saw him once recently, 2 days ago, he confirmed. Yifeng became excited. It was good to have seen him before, which proved that he was still here. Yifeng asked him for details. Unfortunately, apart from saying that I saw it there is no other valuable information. I have confessed everything. Can you forgive me? He asked nervously. Yifeng raised the corners of his mouth, revealing an unfathomable smile. Bang! He threw a punch and killed the man in front of his disbelieving gaze. Forgive him? What a joke! Yifeng had never thought about it. He said he saw it over there. I'll go over and take a look. Yifeng walked back. You will need to pass an off-road vehicle on the way. Coincidentally, the two brothers Along and Ahu also came back. I heard that someone saw the three Ma family villains over there. Get in the car and go take a look. The person who spoke was Aaron, and what he found out was similar to what Yifeng had heard. The reason they came back first was that they happened to need to pass by here, and the three of them had to be together, otherwise they would not be able to deal with the three evil men of the Ma family. When he saw Yifeng coming, he thought it was just a coincidence, so he asked Yifeng to get in the car with him. If you're afraid, you don't have to follow me. Aaron is always looking for opportunities to ridicule Yifeng. Yifeng ignored him again, opened the car door and got in. Along snorted coldly, and got into the car with Ahu. Abeo, there's news. Let's go over there. Aaron shouted, but Abeo didn't respond at all. Abeo, go over there. Aaron raised his voice, but Abeo still didn't move. Yifeng, who was sitting in the back row, noticed something was wrong. The two brothers, Along and Ahu, also sensed the strange atmosphere. At this moment, Abeo in front tilted his head and fell down. There was a hole in the middle of his forehead, but no blood was seeping out. Abeo! Aaron's eyes were bloodshot and he cried out in grief. Not good. Boom! A violent explosion detonated from the center of the off-road vehicle. A huge fireball completely engulfed the vehicle and black smoke billowed. After the explosion, the vehicle was torn into pieces and Abeo's body burned in flames. Yifeng, Along and Ahu, the three of them stabilized their bodies several meters away from the explosion point. At some point, 3 more people appeared around him. It was none other than the 3 evil men of the Ma family. Perhaps when Aaron and the others were asking for information, they exposed their purpose. Otherwise, it would be unlikely that they would take the initiative to find them. Anyway, when Yifeng interrogated the man, he made sure that there was no one around, so it was impossible that Yifeng exposed him. TSK, it turns out that ordinary things like bombs are useless against warriors. Boss Ma said in a teasing tone. If the explosion occurs at close range, the warrior will indeed be killed, but the problem is that the warrior's reaction is too fast and his movements are very agile. After noticing the abnormality, he can immediately dodge, so it is difficult to be killed by the explosion. You killed my third brother, I want you dead. Along and Ahu, filled with rage, drew their swords and attacked the 3 evil men of the Ma family. Bang! Bang! But the faster you leave, the faster you come back. Long and Hu flew back at an extremely fast speed, and the blood spurting from their mouths dragged a long crimson trail in the air. Finally, they fell near Yifeng, still spitting blood from their mouths. Astonishment and disbelief filled their eyes. How is this possible? You? Boss Ma, you are actually a military commander. The one who just took action was only Boss Ma, and the strength he displayed had reached the early stage of a military general. It is entirely possible for an early-stage military commander to severely injure 2 peak-level martial artists in an instant. You guys are not naive enough to think that I am only at the peak of martial arts, right? Boss Ma sneered repeatedly. Not only did he hide his strength from others, but his 2 brothers also hid their strength. The second and third brothers, outsiders, thought they were only in the late stage of martial arts, but in fact they were also at the peak of martial arts. No wonder he is so confident, it turns out he is quite strong. I'm even wondering, are you here for tourism, or are you here to assassinate us? Why did you bring a young boy with you? Go, kill this guy for me. Boss Ma said to the third brother beside him. Yes. Big brother. Ma Laosan licked his thick lips. Boy, I'm going to beat you into a pulp. Ma Laosan rushed towards Yifeng quickly, his weapon being a sledgehammer, which was extremely heavy, weighing over several hundred pounds. This kid is going to die. I don't know how he offended the three evil men of the Ma family. I can imagine what's going to happen next. The news here has spread, and many spectators have come from afar, but they dare not get close and can only watch from a distance. After all, swords have no eyes, and one of the parties is the three evil men of the Ma family. If they are accidentally injured, who can they go to for justice? Anyway, warriors have amazing eyesight and can see clearly from a distance. Seeing Ma Laosan rushing towards Yifeng, everyone had only one thought in their mind: Yifeng was going to be beaten into a meat patty. They had no doubt about Ma Laosan's fighting style and brutality. No one who died at Ma Laosan's hands had an intact body, and they all needed a shovel to scoop up. Die! Ma Laosan roared angrily, and with a fierce and powerful hammer, he smashed down on Yifeng's head. Bang! Hit it! The scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone saw the young man raise one hand, spread his 5 fingers into a palm, and catch the heavy hammer steadily. Ma Laosan's face flushed red, and he put all his strength into pressing forward. The sledgehammer did not move down at all, it remained motionless and stagnated there. How is this possible? Everyone present was stunned. Clang! It happened in the blink of an eye. Yifeng's other hand was already ready to strike. He unsheathed his sword, which cut through the air and flashed past the center of Ma Laosan's neck, who was covered in astonishment. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. The huge head was moved directly from the shoulders, fell to the ground, and rolled several times before finally stopping. His eyes were wide open, still showing the shock he had felt in his life, as he stared straight at Boss Ma over there. Chapter 25: Save them? No. I bet you don't dare to kill them. Too strong. This boy. Too strong. In one encounter, he killed Ma Laosan instantly. The 3 evil Ma family members have hit a wall today. Not necessarily. The strength that Boss Ma just displayed has already reached the level of a general, while the boy opposite is only at the peak of a martial artist. The spectators were talking about it. In fact, what they couldn't understand was that, judging from their aura, Yifeng and Ma Laosan were both at the peak of martial arts, so why was there such a huge gap in their combat power? Ma Laosan had no power to resist at all and was killed instantly. They were confused, but Yifeng himself knew it very well. The experience gained from 1,000 life and death battles gained previously was of great help to combat capabilities. The second is the holy body of martial arts, which makes Yifeng's conversion rate of qi and blood much stronger than others. To put it simply, when others call upon their qi and blood, it cannot be converted 100% into combat power, and there will be a certain amount of discount. The size of the discount depends on the person's conversion rate of qi and blood. Yifeng, who possesses the holy body of martial arts, has a strong control over qi and blood, and can convert it 100% without any discount. Considering the above reasons, it is not difficult to understand why its combat effectiveness is stronger than that of its peers. Wow! He's so awesome! Along and Hu were terribly shocked. Even if the two of them joined forces to deal with Ma Laosan alone, they would not dare to say that they could kill him quickly. But Yifeng did it. It is even more incredible when you think about the fact that Yifeng is just a freshman. Longting Academy, what kind of monster is this new student they recruited this year? Thinking of how they looked down on Yifeng before, they felt ashamed. They probably looked like clowns to the other party at that time. Third brother. Boss Ma and Boss Ma roared together and rushed towards Yifeng with anger in their hearts. I want you to die. Revenge for the third brother. The two men rushed towards Yifeng, holding their weapons. Yifeng was not afraid at all and went forward to fight. Seeing this, the two brothers Longhu, who were still lying on the ground and had recovered a little, looked at each other, stood up tacitly, and then ran away. If you don't leave now, when will you leave? In their opinion, even if Yifeng is stronger than those at the same level, he will definitely not be able to defeat Boss Ma, who is at the level of a military general. The crushing advantage brought by Realm is huge, and Yifeng will definitely lose. While Yifeng is dragging the enemy, it is the best time for them to escape. As for Yifeng's life or death, they don't care that much. Bang! Bang bang bang! The three of them fought in a group, with swords flashing and punches hitting flesh. Yifeng fought two people alone without any fear. He relied on his excellent body skills to move around. With the blessing of the Wind Whisperer talent, he has a high affinity for the wind system, which allows him to capture changes in the surrounding airflow and detect their movement trajectories in advance. This allowed Yifeng to easily deal with the attacks of the two. Unable to defeat Yifeng, the two Ma family members began to sweat profusely. I asked myself countless times, why is this guy so strong? Not good. Suddenly, a bright knife light flashed, reflecting in Ma Laoer's frightened pupils. He wanted to resist, but found that Yifeng's attack contained several variations. He could block the first step, but there was still the second step. He could block the second step, but not the third step. The timing was perfect, leaving Boss Ma next to him no chance to provide support. Ah! Ma Laoer was in despair and was killed by Yifeng with a single knife. The only one left is Boss Ma. Even with the strength of an early-stage military general, he was still no match for Yifeng. Originally, Yifeng thought that he would need to use the methods of a soul master to kill him, but he didn't expect that he could fight against a higher-level warrior just by using the Qi and Blood warrior. After the fight, it was found that Boss Ma's actual combat ability was not that strong, and his fighting skills were very average. He could only fight with Yifeng for a few more moves because of his realm advantage. No! In the end, with an unwilling roar, Boss Ma was killed by Yifeng with a single knife. At this point, the three evil men of the Ma family were all killed. Everyone who saw the scene was so shocked that they were speechless. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, something unexpected happened. In the direction where Long and Hu had just fled, a figure was approaching step by step. The man was wearing a mask, so his appearance could not be seen. He was actually holding one person in each hand. The captured people struggled hard but couldn't get free. They were a Long and a Hu who had just escaped. Such behavior clearly shows hostility. Everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled. The three evil men of the Ma family were three brothers. This was the consensus of the outside world, and there could not be a fourth person. Now, who is this fourth person wearing a mask? Is this your companion? The masked man said in a low voice. It's obviously not a normal voice, but a deliberately suppressed pronunciation. Even though he lowered his voice, Yifeng still felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. I guess so. What's wrong? Yifeng responded casually. Save me. Save us. A Long and a Hu struggled and asked Yifeng for help. Especially when they saw that Boss Ma had become a corpse on the ground, they were shocked but also felt like they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Yifeng was so strong. Far beyond their knowledge. The stronger Yifeng is, the greater their chances of being rescued. What's wrong? If you want to save them, kneel down. Kowtow 100 times first. Maybe if I'm in a better mood, I'll let your two companions go. The masked man said jokingly. Really? Then you might as well just kill them. Yifeng said with a smile. Not to mention that I had no good feelings towards the three brothers Dragon, Tiger and Leopard from the very beginning. Before setting off, we all agreed that no one would save anyone else. Just look at the whole process. The faces of these three brothers are disgusting time and time again. Finally, he faced Ma Laoda and Ma Laoer, and the two took the opportunity to run away. For people like this, Yifeng would not care even if he could easily save them. Yifeng's words made the masked man helpless. I was stunned for a long time before I recovered. These are your companions. You really won't save them? Then I'll really kill them. The masked man emphasized, exerting force with his hands, grabbing Long and Hu, making them scream. Save us. The two wailed. Yifeng scratched his ears and shook his index finger left and right. I bet you don't dare to kill Eren and Tiger? When the two heard this, their faces turned pale. As expected. Snap. The masked man exerted force with his hands and crushed the necks of the two men. He let go, and the two bodies fell limply. You lost the bet, the masked man said coldly. Really? That's a pity. Yifeng said with a smile, how about another bet? What's the bet? I bet you, is Zhao Donghai. Yifeng sneered. Even though the other party lowered his voice and spoke too much, Yifeng still heard it. The masked man did not answer yes or no, but directly drew out the sword from his waist. Glancing over there, he saw the corpses of the 3 evil Ma family members. You've grown so quickly in such a short time, but it's time to end it. I lost everything, my reputation was ruined, and I couldn't sleep or eat. Then, go to hell. When he said this, it was obvious that he was Zhao Donghai. His voice was not suppressed anymore, and it was indeed Zhao Donghai's voice. The long sword broke through the air, carrying the power of a late-stage general, and stabbed Yifeng straight in the air. With such strength, one must use the abilities of a soul master to kill it. However, there are too many people here, and if he had a choice, Yifeng would not want to reveal his identity as a soul master here. The reason why the trump card is because others don't know it. Take Zhao Donghai for example. If he had known in advance that Yifeng was a general-level soul master, he would definitely not dare to come alone to take revenge. Such a threat will always exist. If someone chooses to take action one day, even Yifeng, as a soul master, will not be able to deal with it. That would be very dangerous. Now, we can launch a counterattack and eliminate the threat. Pretend to run away. Yifeng immediately turned around, exerting his physical skills to the extreme, and rushed towards the outside of the Black Water Valley. Don't even think about escaping. Today, you will definitely die. Zhao Donghai also caught up immediately. One chasing and the other fleeing, the 2 men left the Black Water Valley. The distance between the 2 sides is getting closer and closer. Ha ha ha. Yifeng, you never thought that you would end up like this. Today I'll let you know that if you offend me, you will die a miserable death. Die. Zhao Donghai thrust his sword forward and stabbed Yifeng. Yifeng turned around and deliberately looked terrified. At the same time, it was seen that Zhao Donghai's entire mask was shaking at a close distance, which showed how hideous the face beneath the mask was. At the critical moment, a purple-black energy burst out from Yifeng's mind, so fast that it was difficult to detect. Zhao Donghai suddenly felt a chill on his head, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Alarm bells rang in his heart, and a premonition of death quickly grew. He suddenly looked up, his pupils shrank suddenly, and the purple-black tip of the gun was reflected in his pupils. No! Screams echoed all around. Chapter 26. This boy will become a great man. The demon-breaking spear shot down rapidly, accurately hitting Zhao Donghai's forehead, and the mask instantly shattered into pieces. With powerful penetrating power, the spear pierced through, leaving a huge hole. Zhao Donghai didn't move, his body slowly fell down, stirring up a cloud of dust. Until his death, he couldn't figure out why Yifeng was taking the college entrance examination just over a dozen days ago and his performance was only slightly better than other candidates, but he was far from being a pervert. More than 10 days later, at this moment, he actually had the ability to kill him instantly. Even though this instant kill was due to the unexpectedness, he still had no chance of winning in a head-on fight. Because, this is a Soul Master. Soul Master, invincible in the same level, reasonable in crossing levels. Receive. The demon-destroying spear turned back into energy and was stored in Yifeng's mind. The first time Yifeng used the Soul Master's ability, the destructive power was enormous, and he was also surprised. They searched Zhao Donghai and found several bank cards. If you don't know the password, you can't withdraw money, it's just like a piece of waste paper. What's more, even if it can be obtained, it is best not to take it. Once the money is withdrawn, the surveillance footage of the withdrawal becomes evidence. If Zhao Donghai is found dead in the future, he will be suspected. The security department simply does not have enough energy to investigate all murders, but that does not mean they will sit idly by when murders come to them. This sword is quite good. It can be sold for a good price on the black market. Blackwater Valley is the best black market. Yifeng took the sword and returned to Blackwater Valley, but did not enter through the previous entrance. The Blackwater Valley is quite large and has several entrances. Entering from the new entrance is quite far from the place where the 3 evil men of the Ma family were killed just now. No one here recognized Yifeng. He sold the sword for 500,000 yuan on the black market and left Blackwater Valley. There was a car when I came, but not when I left. But it doesn't matter. With Yifeng's speed, he can run back. Finally, we returned to the provincial capital safely. Mingzhu Villa District, Villa number 108, met Lin Tianxiang. You're back so soon. Is there something you don't understand? If I had known we could have left our contact information, we wouldn't have made this trip in vain. This is indeed my oversight. When they just met, before Yifeng could say anything, Lin Tianxiang started talking. By the way, where are the three brothers Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard? Lin Tianxiang realized that only Yifeng came back. Oh. I see. You want to cancel the mission and let Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard carry it out, right? He said this in a tactful way, but what he actually meant was that Yifeng finally realized that he was not strong enough, so he regretted it at the last minute and came back first. The three of them are dead. Yifeng's brief words startled Lin Tianxiang so much that he jumped up. What? Die, dead? He took a deep breath, his emotions slightly relieved, and he asked, what exactly happened? What does it mean to be dead? The three evil men of the Ma family have hidden their strength from the outside world. Yifeng explained briefly. The three of Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard were beaten to death. Yifeng said half-truthfully. Then how can you come back safely? Lin Tianxiang wondered. Because I beat the three evil men of the Ma family to death. Yifeng said lightly. Lin Tianxiang's computer crashed again, and he almost thought he had heard it wrong. Yifeng pressed the tactical watch and played the video of killing three people. After reading it, Lin Tianxiang was speechless for a long time. Finally, he looked at Yifeng deeply. Newborn? Kill the general? When these two pieces of information are put together, they seem contradictory no matter how you look at them. But with the video as evidence, he had no choice but to believe it, and could only conclude that there are always a few geniuses in the world who are incomprehensible to us. In front of Yifeng, Lin Tianxiang operated online and submitted a request that the task had been completed by Yifeng. After the review is passed, the credits will be given to Yifeng. This mission has been successfully completed and it's time to go back. Lin Tianxiang still wanted to keep Yifeng and have dinner with him. The main reason is that they see that Yifeng is very powerful and has great potential, so they want to curry favor with him. But Yifeng refused. I was in a hurry to go back, wait for the credits to arrive, and go to the collection pavilion to open the treasure chest. I didn't have time to stay for dinner. Go slowly. Lin Tianxiang smiled and saw Yifeng off from the villa area. Looking at Yifeng's departing figure, Lin Tianxiang murmured in a low voice, in the near future, the name Yifeng will surely be a household name, and he will surely have a place among the ranks of great figures. Master, he is so young, is he as powerful as you said? The security guard nearby asked, scratching his head. Lin Tianxiang glanced at him calmly and said, why are you asking so many questions? Just watch your door. Yes. The security guard nodded. Yifeng returned to Longting Academy. I just received a notification that the task was completed and the credits were credited to my account. Using the tactical watch to go online, you can check your personal credits, which are exactly 1,000, no more, no less. Open the treasure chest immediately. Yifeng walked towards the collection pavilion. The news of Yifeng's return was soon learned by Zhao Xiang. Why did you come back? Zhao Xiang couldn't figure it out. Dealing with the three evil men of the Ma family was beyond Yifeng's ability. After Yifeng set off, he immediately contacted his uncle Zhao Donghai and informed him of the information. Zhao Donghai hated Yifeng to death and had wanted to take revenge on him for a long time. There was no way he wouldn't take action. But why was Yifeng able to come back full of energy? No, I have to find out the situation. Zhao Xiang immediately contacted Zhao Donghai. No one answered. I called several more times and the same thing happened every time. Zhao Xiang frowned, is there something urgent? He had no choice but to guess this, but he didn't dare to have the slightest thought that Zhao Donghai had been killed. What a joke! With his uncle's strength as a late-stage military general, how could Yifeng possibly kill him? In front of his uncle, Yifeng was like a baby who just learned to walk. He was abused all the time. At this time, his informant called him. Brother Xiang, in the mission hall, the mission Kill the Three Evils of the Ma family has been shown to be completed, and the person who completed the mission is none other than Yifeng. What? Zhao Xiang jumped up in shock. Where did he get this ability? Cheating. He must be cheating. I'm going to the law courts to sue him. Yifeng came to the collection pavilion. The first floor is open to the public, and there are many students there, and I saw some familiar faces. Yifeng, come here too. Sun Rong saw Yifeng and greeted him with a smile. He seemed to have endless snacks and was still eating them. Well, come and see. Yifeng also responded with a smile. As he spoke, he walked towards the elevator door on the second floor. That's the elevator to the second floor. We can't get in. I tried, but I need to swipe my student card first. It's checked to see if I have more than 1,000 credits. Only then will the elevator door open. The more Sun Rong spoke, the lower his voice became and the wider his eyes became. What did he see? He saw Yi Feng take out his student card and swipe it. Ding! The elevator door opened. Yi Feng walked in and the elevator door closed again. Sun Rong. Chapter 27 Soul Skilled Blood Spear Shura. Yi Feng entered the elevator and reached the second floor smoothly. There weren't many people on the second floor, so it was much quieter. Rows of shelves are filled with secret books, and the complete books can only be obtained by opening them and exchanging them for credits. They were concentrating on selecting secret books, and no one paid attention to Yi Feng's arrival. Yi Feng seemed to be selecting a secret book, but in fact he was following the green arrows on the ground. Come to the 5th row, near the inside. A green treasure chest was quietly placed inside. Yi Feng discovered that the color of the high-quality treasure chest was darker than that of the non-high-quality ones. With anticipation, I touched the treasure chest. Snap! You opened a green fine treasure chest. Congratulations! You have obtained complete enlightenment of the 3rd level soul skilled blood spear Shura, 4,500 calories of chi and health. Fusion. Suddenly, a large amount of insights filled Yi Feng's mind. At the same time, a picture emerged in Yi Feng's mind. A blood-red spear, emitting an enchanting crimson color, as if it had just been fished out of a pool of blood, swept across the wilderness, leaving behind a Shura scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood wherever it passed. The scene ends here, and Yi Feng has just completed the integration of his insights. The scene just now was what it looked like when the blood spear Shura spirit skill was used. Yi Feng was excited. With soul skills, combat effectiveness is raised to another level. After 4,500 calories of qi and blood were integrated into his body, Yi Feng's total amount of qi and blood reached an astonishing 11,000 calories. The realm of a qi and blood warrior has reached the early stage of a military general. Just add another 1,000 calories to advance to the middle stage. Yi Feng's upgrade speed is unparalleled, almost changing every day. Let me see if there's anything I can exchange for. The exchange of credits will not affect your future promotion to senior students. As long as you earn a total of 10,000 credits, regardless of whether you have spent them or not, you can apply to be promoted to a senior student. Falling Flower Sword Technique, Level 2, 800 credits. Autumn Rain Sword Technique, Level 2, 1,000 credits. After taking a look, Yi Feng shook his head. The second floor is filled with second-level secret books. For Yi Feng, there is no need to learn second-level secret books. After all, he is already a military general, so if he wants to learn, he should learn the 3rd level. Then don't exchange it, just keep the credits for now. Yi Feng simply went downstairs. As soon as I walked out of the elevator, Sun Rong blocked the door. I guess he has been waiting here since just now, waiting for Yi Feng to come down. Yi Feng, why can you go up to the 2nd floor? He looked around and then lowered his voice. Did you find any loopholes that can help you avoid the credit test? After hearing this, Yi Feng smiled silently and simply swiped his student card again in front of Sun Rong. Ding! Student, Yi Feng. Credits, 1,000. Seeing the 2 lines of data on the small screen, Sun Rong's eyes, which seemed small due to his obesity, suddenly widened. 1,000. You have 1,000 credits. Where did this come from? He sounded extremely surprised. Of course, I'm here to complete the mission. Before Yi Feng could finish his words, he was interrupted by a group of people who came hurriedly, and the leader said, of course he cheated. Everyone at the Discipline and Law Hall, this man is Yi Feng, a freshman who just enrolled yesterday. He received a high-paying, difficult task, but he completed it in just half a day. I seriously suspect he hired an expert to complete it for him, just to quickly earn credits. Zhao Xiang added. He just learned that Yi Feng had completed the task, so he suspected that Yi Feng had cheated. Thinking that he had caught Yi Feng, he immediately went to the Discipline and Law Hall to file a complaint. The Discipline and Law Hall is where Longting Academy handles violations of school rules. The members inside are composed of 2 parts, law enforcers and judges. The law enforcers were the group of people called by Zhao Xiang at this time to take Yi Feng away. They are basically senior students, and the requirements are quite strict. First of all, they are required to have good ability, and secondly, they must have good character, have been in school for more than 2 years, and have never violated school rules. When they act as law enforcers, they are less likely to clash with students and escalate the situation. The judges are some mentors who also have high requirements. They must be fair and just and deal with things based on facts. They are responsible for investigating the authenticity of the incident and making the final judgment. Brother Yifeng, please come with us to the discipline and law hall to investigate this matter thoroughly. If you are wronged, you will be given justice. A square-faced law enforcer said in a calm tone. He was the one who reported it, right? Yifeng pointed at Zhao Xiang and asked. Yes. The square-faced law enforcer nodded. Zhao Xiang showed a smug smile, with an expression that said, "You're screwed this time. If the final result proves that I am innocent, how will the people who arbitrarily report others without any evidence and waste human resources be dealt with?" Yifeng continued to ask. "TSK. Are you the only one who feels wronged?" Zhao Xiang answered quickly. The law enforcer said slowly, "If that's the case, the informant will be punished. The specific verdict is the responsibility of the trial instructor, and we don't know that." "Okay. Lead the way." Yifeng was not at all flustered and followed them to the discipline and law hall. The discipline and law hall is located in the middle of the school. The entire building is white and looks solemn and dignified. The person in charge of Yifeng's matter was a man with a goatee. After listening to both parties' stories, he called up Yifeng's task records and found that the time of receipt and the time of completion were only a few hours apart. It is estimated that most of these hours were spent on traveling, so it can be said that there is not much time left for completing the task. After reading the mission introduction and Yifeng's new identity, the two are indeed mismatched. Only a few of the new students who joined yesterday have accepted tasks, but the tasks that others have done are all in line with their abilities. Only Yifeng completed a task that was extremely difficult for him. But this is a combat video from the mission, and it was indeed completed by him. At that time, Ling Tianxiang wanted to submit the task completed, so he asked Yifeng for the battle video as evidence to prove that Yifeng had completed the task. At this time, the goatee-bearded mentor played the video for everyone to see. In the picture, Yifeng beheaded Ma Lao San with one knife. His movements were quick and decisive. Another scene, fighting alone against two people. He quickly seized the opportunity and killed Ma Lao. His swordsmanship was ever-changing and hard to defend against. Until the end, Boss Ma was killed without any suspense. Video playback ends. So strong. Is this a freshman? The law enforcers who brought Yifeng here all looked at Yifeng in surprise. They thought it was just an ordinary cheating incident that had happened before. Unexpectedly, the freshman actually did it, and it was indeed the task he completed. And the strength displayed is also amazing. The goateed mentor also looked at Yifeng in surprise, and even reconfirmed Yifeng's information. He was indeed a freshman this year, and he was not mistaken just now. How is this possible? How is this possible? Zhao Xiang couldn't believe it. How could Yifeng complete this task and kill so easily? If it weren't for the video alone, without being able to feel the aura like being in the scene, it would be difficult to judge the specific strength of the person. Otherwise, if he found out that Boss Ma was actually an early-stage military commander, he would probably find it even harder to believe. "Teacher, now that I've been proven innocent and didn't cheat, what should be done with people like him who maliciously slandered and framed me and reported me?" Yifeng will pursue the victory and will definitely not let Zhao Xiang go easily. "No. You must have cheated after all. I didn't frame you." Before the goateed mentor could speak, Zhao Xiang spoke first. "The video only shows you from a first-person perspective. You haven't shown your face in it. Therefore, the person in the battle video may not be you." Chapter 28, Setting a Trap for Me? Just what I want. So, I have reason to suspect that the person in the battle video isn't you, but rather a highly skilled expert you hired at a high price to complete the mission for you. It's like you paid for this video in order to complete the mission. I can even conclude that you were just pretending to leave school. You were actually just wandering around somewhere, and then you asked the experts you hired in advance to help you kill the 3 evil Ma family members. After they were done, they would just transmit the video to you. I was wondering, you were able to complete the task so quickly. Was it really that smooth? So you're hiring an expert, that must be going smoothly. The more Zhao Xiang spoke, the more excited he became. He felt that all his inferences were very reasonable. Do you have evidence? Don't you know that whoever suspects should provide evidence? You can't make a guilty inference? Yifeng asked several questions in a row. Zhao Xiang was speechless for a moment and was left speechless by the question. Anyway, you must have cheated, unless you can prove that you really have the ability. Zhao Xiang started to act unreasonable. TSK. Why do I need to prove my strength? Yifeng retorted, even if it is indeed very simple to prove oneself, but you said to prove oneself, so I have to prove myself? You are nothing. Yifeng was almost certain that the reason Zhao Donghai was so well informed and wanted to ambush him in Blackwater Valley was because Zhao Xiang tipped him off. Fortunately, I still have the identity of a soul master, otherwise I would be in trouble. This Zhao Xiang is already an enemy. Before I had the chance to cause trouble to him, he started to cause trouble to me instead. On the contrary, it belongs to Tiangang. The more you don't dare to prove yourself, the more problematic you are. I'm only at the early stages of becoming a general. Do you dare to fight me? As long as you can achieve a draw, it proves that you are capable of completing the mission. Zhao Xiang is aggressive. Early stage of military commander? Yifeng smiled. It can only end in a draw? Can't I hurt you? Yifeng said with a teasing look. Zhao Xiang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Hurt me? Ha, if you have the ability, of course you can do it. We can sign a ring fight. We won't be held responsible if there are any injuries, and we can even bet on credits. The so-called ring battle was set up by the school to encourage students to compete with each other. Warriors need to grow through battle. Practicing alone will not make them strong. By signing a ring agreement, you can engage in legal fights. As long as you don't kill or maim others, no one will pursue the matter afterwards. If the two parties do not sign the fighting agreement and make an appointment to fight privately, the school will consider it as fighting and it will violate school rules. The so-called disability refers to injuries that cannot be recovered, such as missing arms and legs, which are considered disability. If you are just injured, no matter how long it takes to recover, as long as you can recover, you are not considered disabled. If you dare to agree, I'll let you experience what it's like to stay in bed for a month. Zhao Xiang thought to himself. Mentioning the ring agreement was already a trap for him. Later, it was suggested that credits could be used for betting, which was a further attempt to lure Yifeng into a trap with credits. Credits can be exchanged for various cheats, which makes them very attractive to any student. Okay, I'll sign with you, but I'll have the final say on how many credits to bet. Yifeng responded. I was still worrying about how to earn 10,000 credits quickly, but I didn't expect this guy to come to me on his own initiative. This time I'm going to make a lot of money from him. The maximum bet is 5,000 credits. How much do you want? Zhao Xiang asked. Up to 5,000? It turns out there are restrictions. Come to think of it, the school is just trying to encourage students to fight, not to encourage gambling, so there must be limits. But 5,000 credits is quite a lot. Then 5,000, but I only have 1,000 credits right now. Is this bet viable? Yifeng was afraid that no matter how much he bet, he would need to have the amount himself, because the rules required that if he lost, this person would be able to compensate. It's possible, as long as your opponent agrees. I agree. Since we've signed the agreement, you can't deny it. You can slowly earn the 4,000 and pay me back. When Zhao Xiang said this, those who didn't know would think that he had already won. In his heart, he had never considered the issue of losing. Are you kidding? He is just an early-stage military general, how could he lose? No matter who I lose to, I will never lose to a freshman who only knows how to cheat. The two entered the official website of the campus, selected the ring agreement, and then signed it. The stakes are 5,000 credits, and the fight will begin at noon tomorrow in the arena hall. After their identities were verified, the signature was successful. At this moment, Zhao Xiang's mouth was crooked with smile. He didn't expect that Yifeng would really fall into the trap. Tomorrow, not only can I earn 5,000 credits, but I can also teach Yifeng a lesson, killing two birds with one stone. From then on, Yifeng became his slave. Every credit earned will be automatically transferred to pay off the debt until the remaining 4,000 is paid off. For a freshman, it takes a long time to perform tasks normally and earn thousands of credits. After paying off the debt and accumulating 10,000 credits to be promoted to a senior student, it will take an unknown amount of time and will be greatly delayed. What if Yifeng doesn't go to earn credits? It doesn't matter. Yifeng has never been able to graduate and has no future. No matter what, he could already foresee Yifeng's tragic future. At this time, someone entered the official website of the campus and accidentally saw the information about the ring battle between Zhao Xiang and Yifeng, which immediately caused heated discussion. Did you see that? On the official campus website, there's a news item about a fight pinned to the top. I didn't pay attention. Who's fighting with whom? Why is it pinned? It's Zhao Xiang and Yifeng. The fight starts tomorrow at noon. They bet 5,000 credits, so they were pinned to the top. Hiss. 5,000 credits bet? Isn't that the highest? No wonder it's been pinned to the top. This is the first time I've bet the full amount. Before, even 1,000 was considered quite generous. By the way, who is Yifeng? What's his background? Zhao Xiang is an old student, they recognize him. But they had no impression of Yifeng. It is said that he is a new student who just enrolled yesterday. What? A new student? Everyone who heard the news was stunned. How strong can a freshman be? He actually had a fight with an old student. Even placed a full bet. Are people crazy, or is the world crazy? Could it be that Zhao Xiang is trying to trick the freshmen? He's trying to trick them into challenging him to a duel, hoping that if they win, they can just sit back and collect the credits. Damn. Genius idea. Why didn't I think of that? It's a bit despicable though. What's so despicable about it? I can't force you. I can only blame that guy named Yifeng. He's just stupid. He just fell for the trick. There are so many freshmen, why didn't anyone else fall for it, but him? That's true. The students were discussing heatedly. The mentors also learned the news one after another. Yifeng's junior mentor Deng Qingfeng immediately found Yifeng after learning the news. How could you agree to a ring fight with an old student? And even bet the full amount? Judging from his appearance, he is more anxious than Yifeng. It was only this morning that I realized that Yifeng has amazing comprehension and is a talented person with great potential. Who would have known that before the day was even over, Yifeng would get into such trouble? Most geniuses are too sharp and do not know the doctrine of the mean, so they often suffer losses. But he never expected that Yifeng would be so excited that he would lose his rationality. He proposed to fight, so I agreed. Yifeng said as a matter of course. If he proposed a life and death battle, would you agree? Deng Qingfeng looked very disappointed. Ah? There is such a good thing? Yifeng's face was full of anticipation. Deng Qingfeng. This person is beyond saving. Chapter 29, Hundreds of punches in an instant. Are you fucking machine gunned? Tutor accommodation area. Su Chani's yard. The air around was filled with a hot fragrance, and the nearby flowers and plants seemed a little wilted, as if they had just been baked by high temperature. At this time, Su Chani was wearing a training suit. Her two round breasts looked like ripe fruits waiting to be picked, about to jump out of her clothes. Her hot body supported an attractive S-curve. She had just finished practicing, and her cheeks were flushed, making her look even more attractive. During the break, she accidentally saw the news about the ring battle. Is he crazy? Su Chani said subconsciously. If he wasn't crazy, how could he accept the challenge? She was originally very optimistic about Yifeng, but now, Yifeng's actions made her feel that, at least in terms of character, Yifeng still has a long way to go. Well, let's just treat it as a lesson for him. I hope he can grow from it. Without a good character, he can't become a strong man. Su Chani murmured. Then he continued to practice, and suddenly, the temperature in the yard rose again. Yifeng walked towards the dormitory. Along the way, it attracted a lot of attention. Because of the ring battle, many people were curious and wanted to learn about Yifeng, and they also learned about his appearance. In their opinion at this moment, Yifeng was the dumbest one among this class of freshmen. If they had known it was so easy to fool people, they would have been the first to do so. Now that Zhao Xiang has taken the lead, a second battle agreement cannot be drawn up before this battle is over, otherwise he will have to sign one with Yifeng no matter what. Even if I am called despicable, I will still lose a piece of meat. 5,000 credits is not a small amount. So what if I get scolded? Yifeng gradually approached the student dormitory area, turned his head and looked in a certain direction, and a blue arrow extended all the way there. I heard that's the accommodation area for the tutors. Hurry up and earn 10,000 credits to become a senior student, get close to Suchani, and find a way to open her treasure chest. Yi Feng. When I returned to the dormitory area, I happened to run into Yi Xiling, and she shouted. Did you really sign up for tomorrow's ring fight? She asked anxiously. I signed it. Yi Feng nodded. Why did you sign this? That scumbag is an old student and much stronger than you. How could you possibly win? Yi Xiling felt incredible. You didn't agree to this because you knew that my disfigurement was caused by this scumbag, and you wanted to teach him a lesson, right? Yi Xiling said subconsciously. But I felt a little embarrassed after I said it. It seemed a bit self-righteous to say that. It is true that she and Yi Feng are friends, but it is not the case that they would lose their minds and sign this unequal battle agreement. Fortunately, Yi Feng didn't think too much about it and smiled mysteriously. You'll find out tomorrow. No matter how much I explain now, Yi Xiling will not believe that I can definitely win. It is better to let her see it for herself tomorrow. The next day, noon. After more than 10 hours of fermentation, almost all the teachers and students in the school knew about the competition. Even many people who were not in school rushed back just to witness today's battle. If it were just a normal battle, even with 5,000 credits at stake, it wouldn't be that attractive. A key link is the huge disparity in strength between the two sides. One of them is an old student who has been in school for more than 2 years and is at the early stage of the military commander realm. On the other hand, there were new students who had just enrolled 2 days ago. No matter from which angle you look at it, this is a battle without any suspense. Martial Arts Hall. There were huge crowds of people, including teachers and students. In the middle of the hall, there is a large square arena. On one side of the ring, Zhao Xiang stood there with a knife in his hands, with confidence and indifference on his face. Why haven't you come yet? The audience around was waiting for Yi Feng to show up. Oh, I'm afraid he doesn't dare to come. Zhao Xiang sneered in his heart. I don't think he'll come. When I signed the agreement, I signed it on impulse. Now I realize that it was a waste of money, so I don't dare to come. If he doesn't show up after the time, even if he forfeits, he still loses. I'm going to lose anyway, so I can save myself a beating by not coming. Zhao Xiang earned those 5,000 credits so damn easily. I'm jealous. Damn it. I rushed back all the way here, expecting to see a special battle, but this is all I could think of. My whole trip was in vain. The audience was talking around the ring. It's better not to come, so as not to get hurt and affect your training later. Yi Feng's mentor Deng Qingfeng also came to watch and breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Not only him, but also many other mentors came, including Su Chani. I don't know what this kid is thinking. Su Chani shook her head. Just when everyone thought that Yi Feng would not come, they were ready to disband. He is coming. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone turned their eyes towards the door. The scene I saw was shocking. Yi Feng looked tired and yawned, with a toothpick in his mouth almost falling out. He walked towards him in such a shabby manner. Putting aside other things, just looking at his current image, how can anyone believe that he can win? After approaching, Yi Feng looked around at the crowd and paused slightly when he reached Su Chani. Finally, his eyes fixed on Zhao Xiang on the ring. With a light leap, Yi Feng jumped onto the ring and faced Zhao Xiang from a distance. Ha, I thought you didn't dare to come. Zhao Xiang raised his head proudly, with a scornful smile on his face. I finished lunch and wanted to take a nap, but then I remembered there was this fight, so I rushed over. The timing was just right. Yi Feng said while picking his teeth. Just pretending. Zhao Xiang snorted coldly. Can we start fighting? I can go back to sleep after that. Yi Feng asked. You'll have a chance to sleep. You'll have plenty of time to sleep from now on. Zhao Xiang grinned, hinting at something. Where's your weapon? Zhao Xiang suddenly discovered that Yi Feng was empty-handed and had no weapons. To deal with you. Yi Feng twisted his fingers. Why would I need a weapon? Fuck. So pretentious. Everyone shouted. Go ahead and pretend, but you won't be able to pretend in a while. Zhao Xiang sneered. This is how they misunderstood Yi Feng. There is really no need for weapons to deal with Zhao Xiang. There is another key reason. This is not a life and death battle, and we cannot kill the enemy directly. If we use a knife, we can only use an unsharpened one, which will not be very painful. Ding dong. Ding dong. The countdown to the start of the fight sounded in the ring. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. The electronic prompt sounded. Boom. Zhao Xiang suddenly increased his energy and blood, exerted force on his feet, and rushed towards Yifeng rapidly. With his speed, he rushed from one end of the ring to Yifeng at the other end almost instantly. The audience exclaimed in surprise, "He is indeed a military general, his speed is so fast." On the other hand, Yifeng stood there motionless, probably because he had not reacted yet. Yes, a freshman would definitely not be able to react in front of a military general. It's over. Everyone thought so. Only the mentors vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Yifeng, so calm. It's not like I can't react at all, it's more like. Boom. At this moment, Yifeng instantly mobilized his qi and blood, and a powerful aura suddenly burst out. Military commander. He's actually a military commander. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths almost dislocated. The aura emanating from Yifeng had actually reached the early stage of a military general. Why are you also? This thought just came to Zhao Xiang's mind. At close range, Yifeng's fist, as big as a sandbag, hit him in the face. Not good. Zhao Xiang's face was distorted, and he was willing to hurt himself in order to change his body trajectory in an instant. However, Yifeng's fist seemed to be equipped with automatic tracking. Almost at the same time as his body moved and dodged, his fist also moved. The speed of the reaction is astonishing. Boom. Hit the face accurately. Zhao Xiang's nose suddenly caved in and blood spurted out. Yifeng did not stop and punched out with both fists. Boom 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 boom. Like two machine guns, they fired hundreds of punches at Zhao Xiang all over his body. Zhao Xiang was knocked out of the ring and into the audience. The whole person was covered in blood, motionless, as if dead. The whole place was silent. Chapter 30, no one is allowed to steal him. He belongs to me. We're done, time to call it a day. Yifeng clapped his hands and continued picking his teeth with a toothpick. You win a ring battle and earn 5,000 credits. A prompt popped up on Yifeng's tactical watch. The credits have been deducted from Zhao Xiang and added to Yifeng. Yifeng's total credits have reached 6,000. Delicious. It was not until this moment that the scene erupted into thunderous applause and noisy exclamations. Too strong. After just one encounter, he knocked the guy away. Is he a freshman? In that instant, he threw at least 100 punches, right? That's a fast punch speed. Even someone like me who majored in boxing is ashamed of myself. It takes a very high degree of control over the body to have such explosive power. Both old and new students were extremely shocked. The old students were shocked that a freshman could be so powerful. The freshman, while shocked, also felt 3 parts pride and 5 parts shame. I am proud that there are such strong people among the freshman group. Let us see if these old students dare to bully them. I felt ashamed that we were both freshmen. They were already incredibly strong, while I was still working hard to become a martial artist. Comparing yourself to others will really make you angry. As both of us are college entrance examination champions, he has left me so far behind. Sun Rong's face was full of bitterness, and he felt that the snacks in his mouth no longer had any flavor. Yifeng is so strong. He Xiling murmured softly. When she was practicing last night, she luckily broke through to the martial artist level. I originally thought that the gap in strength between me and Yifeng had narrowed, but now I realize that there are still several gaps between us. No wonder Yifeng was so confident yesterday. And when she saw that scumbag Zhao Xiang was beaten to a pulp by Yifeng, she was so happy that she could not express it in words. She finally got revenge for him. The instructors were equally shocked. This kid is so strong. With this level of strength, I'm afraid he'll surpass me in no time. Deng Qingfeng was shocked. No wonder he accepted the challenge so readily, it turns out he really has something. What he didn't know was that if the real battle started, Yifeng was no worse than him. Is his growth rate faster than mine? Su Chani seemed to have discovered a new world. She stared at Yifeng in surprise, and there was a bit of stubbornness in her surprise. Even though she is already the king of martial arts, she is actually only in her 20s. As a young person, she is always more competitive. When you see someone who is better than you at the same stage as you will inevitably feel frustrated while admiring him. He ignored the rules of the fight and killed my brother. He's a murderer. As everyone was immersed in shock, a discordant voice rang out. When everyone looked over, they saw that Zhao Ming was filled with hatred. He was standing beside the bloody Zhao Xiang, feeling helpless and not knowing where to start. He won't die. I knew when to strike him. I just injured him. He will have to lie down for half a year at most, and then he can get up and sit in a wheelchair. After that, he will need another half a year to recover. I think he will be fine. Why make a fuss about such a minor injury? Yi Feng said lightly. Everyone? Know the limits? Lie down for half a year? Another half year in a wheelchair? Is this considered a minor injury? Look, is this human language? Zhao Ming was almost furious. When he looked at Yi Feng, he was shocked and angry. Deng Qingfeng walked over and checked Zhao Xiang's body. You don't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. There were hundreds of fractures all over the body, evenly distributed, but cleverly avoiding vital parts so as not to kill the person. The internal organs were also injured. Overall, the internal injuries were very serious, but fortunately they can all be recovered. Only warriors with strong physical fitness can recover. If it were an ordinary person. No, even if it were a weaker person, this kind of injury would be difficult to recover. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng, who seemed approachable, was so cruel. There is nothing wrong with this. It was Zhao Xiang who set the trap first, so it's okay for him to be a little ruthless. As a warrior, being too soft-hearted will often lead to great losses. He's not dead yet, just unconscious. Contact the infirmary and send him for treatment immediately. Deng Qingfeng said. After hearing this, what else could Zhao Ming say? Of course, he would send his brother for treatment immediately. If it was too late, he might not be able to be saved. After this incident, Yi Feng immediately became a hot commodity. The instructors around, especially the senior instructors, all turned their eyes to Yi Feng. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that their intention was to compete in advance to have Yi Feng as their student. With Yi Feng's strength, they knew very well that it wouldn't take long for him to earn 10,000 credits and become a senior student. At that time, he would need to choose a senior tutor. A genius like Yi Feng is hard to find even with a lantern. When he grows up, he will surely achieve unlimited success. I will definitely compete to become his student. Don't take it. He belongs to me. As the words were spoken, Yi Feng's eyes blurred and a fragrance filled his nose. Su Chani's proud figure appeared in front of Yi Feng. Good bounce, but a little dizzy. Teacher Su, many talented students have been accepted into your fold before. This time. Su Chani interrupted directly, there's no need to talk about this and that. I'm the one who's invigilating the exam in Linhai City. I've already set my eyes on Yi Feng, and I won't give him to you no matter what. Su Chani's attitude was firm and she refused to give in. As she spoke, the temperature around her gradually rose. Okay. It's yours, I won't snatch it from you. Seeing that the situation was not right, the other mentors all gave in. If you really want to be serious, this woman really dares to fight you with knives and guns. The key is that she is terribly strong. The title of the youngest female martial king in Lingnan is not for nothing. That's more like it. Su Chani raised her head like a proud swan. Yi Feng, when you become a senior student, come to me immediately, okay? Su Chani instructed Yi Feng. This situation was exactly what Yi Feng wanted, but he asked curiously, do I have the right to choose? Logically speaking, students also have the right to choose their supervisors. If they really don't want to be your supervisor, can you force them to do so? The other mentors who had originally given up the competition lit up their eyes when they heard this. Yes, students also have the right to choose and can refuse. If they rejected Su Chani, wouldn't that be their chance? The senior instructors were looking forward to it, their eyes brightened with renewed vigor. You have the right to choose, but you are not allowed to refuse. Su Chani waved her fist. That's settled. I have something else to do first. Once you reach 10,000 credits, remember to find me. I'll be waiting for you. After Su Chani finished speaking, she didn't give Yi Feng a chance to speak and disappeared in the hall in a flash. What a domineering woman. Yi Feng complained. As expected. The bright spirits of the mentors dimmed again. However, this is Su Chani's style, so they are not surprised. In the next few days, Yi Feng found some tasks to do. With Yi Feng's current strength, it is relatively easy to earn credits. The credits increased rapidly and soon reached 9,000. Pick another 1,000-point task, and you can reach 10,000. Yi Feng was selecting on the big task screen. This mission requires entering a secret realm? At this moment, the clue to the treasure chest popped up. Treasure chest clue: in the green secret realm, a green fine treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. Chapter 31: Demonized Plants, Green Secret Realm. The Green Secret Land is a place with lush vegetation and abundant herbs. Many people who need herbs will think of this secret place first. This secret realm is also dangerous, with poisonous creatures and strange beasts. There is another more peculiar species that also fits the characteristics of this secret place. Demonized plants. The so-called demonized plants are plants that can move. From the appearance alone, they look no different from normal plants. But it is like an animal, its trunk and branches move, as if it has life. There are many kinds of demonized plants with different shapes and forms, and they are all very dangerous. Perhaps there was a willow tree nearby that was originally quiet, but suddenly swung its branches, tied up the person, and strangled him to death. The scene was once very strange. Fortunately, the formation of demonized plants requires rather harsh conditions, and the right time, place and people are all essential. At a certain time, when the opportunity comes, plants can successfully transform into monsters and give birth to spiritual intelligence. There are also very few that come through reproduction. For example, a certain demonized plant condenses seeds, and the seeds germinate and grow to form a new demonized plant. However, the reproduction rate of demonized plants is very low, and this situation is relatively rare. Everything has two sides, just like strange beasts, which can bring threats but also benefits to people. For example, the flesh and blood of exotic beasts, if consumed year-round, can help warriors improve their chi and blood. The materials from some exotic beasts are extremely strong and can also be used to make weapons. The same is true for demonized plants. They have medicinal value, and after they are killed, their corpses are very valuable. In addition, if you are lucky enough to obtain the seeds or seedlings of demonized plants, as long as we have the ability to cultivate it, it will be a great fighting force. Like a battle pet, it can help its owner fight. There are highly offensive combat types, as well as defensive types that can form protective armor that covers the entire body and takes damage for others, or other auxiliary types. It is said that many years ago, there was a man with average martial arts talent named Mu Bufan. His future in martial arts was limited, but he was unwilling to be mediocre, so he devoted himself to studying the magic of plants. Later, he actually made some progress in his research and gained a profound understanding of the demonized plants. He successfully cultivated many demonized plants, some of which were extremely powerful and much stronger than himself. It is said that he, who was only at the level of a martial artist, relied on demonized plants to kill a martial king. When the news spread, it shocked countless people. At the same time, it also made many people jealous. After all, there is too little information on the cultivation of demonized plants. Even if there is some research, it will definitely be kept secret and not made public. Therefore, even if you are given a demonized plant suitable for cultivation, you will not be able to cultivate it successfully due to lack of relevant knowledge. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. When you have a treasure and are unwilling to give it away or share it, there will definitely be someone who will take the risk and use despicable means to rob you. Many forces have set their sights on Mu Bufan and launched various ambush operations with the aim of obtaining all of Mu Bufan's research results on demonized plants. A few months later, Mu Bufan disappeared and no one knew his whereabouts anymore. Some people say that he changed his identity and hid himself. Some people also said that he was dead, stabbed to death, and the murderer was unknown. 20 years have passed since then, and the name Mu Bufan can only be heard from people, and no one has ever seen this person again. Whether he was hiding or really dead, no one knew. Back to the present, Yi Feng looked at the task list. Task: dig up 10 Qingfeng grass. Details: entrusted by Ancon Pharmacy, travel to Fengming Valley in the Green Secret Realm to dig up 10 Qingfeng grass plants. Recommended strength: military general level or above. Mission reward: 1,000 credits. Deadline: June 30th. The mission looks simple, but it is actually quite dangerous. The Green Secret Realm is a level 3 secret realm, and it is safer for the generals to enter with sufficient strength. This task has a deadline. Yi Feng subconsciously looked at the date, June 30th. Isn't it today? That is to say, after today, the task will expire. Time was running out, so Yi Feng immediately accepted the task. Set off. Anyway, there is a treasure chest in the Green Secret Realm, so I must go there this time, otherwise I can consider changing to other tasks. Now go over there, dig up the Qingfeng grass, and then open the treasure chest, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. On the way, Yi Feng took the opportunity to inquire about information about Fengming Valley. I found quite a few. It seems this place is quite popular. In Fengming Valley, every June, strong winds blow through the valley, making a howling sound. During this period, plants grow rapidly, some of which have medicinal value, such as Qingfeng grass. But be careful. The valley is at its most dangerous during this period, and it has attracted many wind-loving beasts. After some understanding, Yi Feng had a basic understanding of Fengming Valley. I finally understand why there is a deadline for the task. Because after June, the strong winds in Fengming Valley disappear and the breeze grass no longer grows. If you are too late, you will not be able to find it at all. 2 hours later, Yi Feng finally arrived at the Green Secret Realm. It is located in the north of the provincial capital, where there is a plain called Green Plain. I don't know if the plain is called this name because of the Secret Realm, or if it was originally called this name and after the Secret Realm appeared, it was called the Green Secret Realm. This question is irrelevant and no one cares. In the center of the plain, the void seemed to have collapsed, at least the size of a football field, emitting a green light, the color of which matched the surrounding plains. There are relatively few exotic beasts in this plain. It looks endless and there are not many places to hide. The intelligence of strange beasts is not as good as that of humans, but they also know that if they don't have a hiding place, they will die faster. At first glance, there were no strange beasts to be seen, but there were many people walking in groups of 3 or 5. Not all of them are military generals. As long as there is at least one military general in the team, there is generally no problem even if the other team members are martial masters. I wonder what the wind speed is like in Fengming Valley today. It's the last day. This time I'm going into Windming Valley. I need to get more herbs. A lot of people want to go to Fengming Valley. It looks like there will be a lot of competition later. Faintly, Yi Feng heard many teams talking about Fengming Valley. Maybe it's because it's the last day. If you miss today, you'll have to wait another year, so everyone comes here in droves. Of course, there are also quite a few people who are not going to Fengming Valley. They have their own destinations. Some distance away from Yi Feng, there were 3 people standing side by side. The man on the left is sturdy, with a long sword on his waist and sharp eyes. He looks like a guard. The person on the right is holding a vessel in his hand with a serious expression, and it is unknown what he is looking at. The most eye-catching person is the one in the middle, a handsome young man, whose words and actions show the demeanor of a noble family. Chapter 32 The Power of Soul Skills, Bloodthirsty Demon. The 3 of them exchanged a few simple words, speaking quietly so that outsiders could not hear. They quickly approached the entrance to the secret realm, and a powerful suction force acted on them, causing the 3 of them to quickly disappear. The same is true for everyone else. Yi Feng also moved closer. This is Yi Feng's first time entering the secret realm, and I wonder what the experience is like. Even though I have looked up other people's descriptions in advance, it is always novel to experience it myself. As we get closer, the suction becomes stronger. Finally, he was completely unable to resist and was suddenly sucked in. Yi Feng also disappeared from the spot. The whole transmission process is very magical. It seemed as if the body was no longer its own, as if it had been torn into countless pieces, and even the soul had been stripped out. The whole process felt unreal, probably a bit like a dream. Until I regained control of my body, the scenery before me gradually became apparent. Everywhere you look, you see lush greenery, with weeds several meters high and giant trees hundreds of meters high. The plants here appear to be larger than those outside, and many of their varieties are not found outside. Some of them are very brightly colored, and most are highly poisonous, so it's best to stay away from them. When coming here, Yi Feng had already done his homework to avoid breaking any taboos. At this time, there was no one else around. When you come in, you come from the same entrance, but you will be randomly teleported to different places in the secret realm. First, find out where you are. Yi Feng clicked on the tactical watch and unfolded the green secret realm map that he had downloaded in advance. This secret realm has been around for many years. Except for a few dangerous places, most of it has been explored, and the map is relatively comprehensive. Position. The tactical watch scans the surroundings and then compares it with the map to find the current location. The positioning was soon successful, and a red dot appeared on the map, representing Yi Feng. Yes, it's not far from Fengming Valley. Yi Feng set off immediately and headed towards Fengming Valley. Because of the time limit, dig up the breeze grass first, and then go to find the treasure chest. As for how to return to the outside, you need to come back here again, and the suction will naturally send you back. In other words, everyone has their own return location. Wherever they appeared when they came in, that is where they will return. Those who form a team, for example, come in hand, so that they can be teleported to the same place and will not be separated. More than 10 minutes later, Yifeng arrived at Fengming Valley. Before entering, you can hear the sound of wind whistling coming from the valley entrance. Yifeng walked in. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind was blowing violently, sending sand and rocks flying and clouds of dust billowing. The visibility was even worse than outside, making it more difficult to find herbs. However, Yifeng was able to deal with this windy place with ease. The talent of the wind talker makes Yifeng more friendly to the wind element and more sensitive in perception. Swish! A wind blade suddenly came from the front. When vision is blurred, ordinary people can easily fall into the trap. Fortunately, Yifeng didn't know how to do that. He sensed it early on and moved his body slightly to the side to avoid the wind blade. Strong winds can form wind blades, which have considerable attack power and are also one of the dangerous factors in Fengming Valley. Yifeng walked inside, and from time to time he flashed to avoid a wind blade. He looked like he was strolling leisurely and very relaxed. In contrast, other people walked very cautiously and were injured from time to time. Even if they managed to escape, they were still scared and broke into cold sweats. Some people backed off and left Fengming Valley, while others lingered there, not daring to go any deeper. Because the deeper you go, the stronger the wind, the denser the wind blades, and the greater the power. As he moved forward, Yifeng also felt the changes. The frequency of the wind blades increased by at least twice, and their power was also stronger. Finally, Yifeng saw a qingfeng grass. Just as he was about to take it, Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Then a wind wolf with a nimble body rushed towards the breeze grass. Court death! Yifeng shouted loudly and crossed the distance between the two sides in one stride. The wind wolf also noticed Yifeng rushing towards it. It was looking aggressive and baring its teeth. The wolf mouth that was originally biting the qingfeng grass turned to bite Yifeng. However, the knife light was cold. Ouch! Accompanied by a miserable wolf howl, the wind wolf's body was split into two halves by Yifeng. I was wondering why it was so hard to find. Turns out not only are other people looking for it, but even animals are trying to get a piece of the pie. Yifeng muttered something, dug up the qingfeng grass and put it into his backpack. If we had arrived a step later, this qingfeng grass would have definitely been eaten by the wind wolf. It is probably beneficial for them to eat this. Yifeng continued to move forward. Next, qingfeng grass was found one after another. The fifth one. There was another qingfeng grass on the ground, which Yifeng dug up and put into his backpack. Suddenly, two people appeared nearby and approached. Boy, that breeze grass is ours. Both of them had fat faces and spoke to Yifeng in a bad tone. Yours? These words almost made Yifeng laugh. Things in the wild are on a first come, first served basis. How come they become theirs? Could it be that you planted it? Yifeng said sarcastically. Don't tell me, we planted it. The two of them laughed heartily, looking as if they were sure to beat you. Then what do you say we should do now? Yifeng said coldly, murderous intent gradually brewing. It's simple. Hand over all the herbs you dug up. No, everything you have on you. Yes, hand it all over, or this will be your burial place. The two said viciously. For them, there is no guilt in killing. This is the reality, it is the greed of human nature. When Yifeng looked up information about the secret realm, he would always see a reminder, be wary of anyone in the secret realm. Then, let me try that trick on you. Yifeng murmured something in a voice that only he could hear clearly. You don't have to pray quietly there. Praying is useless. Hand it over quickly and don't test our patience. The two of them scolded. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. Yifeng's pupils turned into a strange red color, like blood beads, which looked very scary. A powerful and terrifying aura erupted from Yifeng. You, what's wrong with you? Both of them panicked. Facing Yifeng at this moment was like facing a bloodthirsty demon who killed without blinking an eye. Without any hesitation, the two turned around and fled. Swish! A blood-red spear quickly appeared in front of Yifeng. Call out! The blood spear shot out rapidly, and wherever it passed, the void was dyed red, as if it was dragged by a blood corpse. The blood-red gun shadow went back and forth, and the heads of the two men exploded in blue everywhere. Receive. The blood spear flew back, restored its original purple-black color, turned into energy, and was stored in Yifeng's mind. Yifeng's blood-red pupils also returned to their original black. This soul summoning skill is worthy of its name, Blood Spear Shura. The execution process is quite bloody and brutal, but its power is indeed much stronger than when the soul skill is not used. Yifeng searched the two men and found a lot of herbs. It is estimated that most of these herbs were robbed by them. There are about 10 varieties, including 5 qingfeng grass. Together with the 5 I dug up, there are exactly 10 plants in total. There is no need to look for more, the mission is completed. It's time to go find the treasure chest. Yifeng took the herbs and walked out of Fengming Valley. After leaving Fengming Valley, Yifeng followed the green arrow on the ground and headed towards the treasure chest. I hope the location isn't too difficult to reach. Chapter 33, Horrible Self-Healing, Demonized Seeds. After walking for about 20 minutes, we still hadn't reached our destination. The trees in this area are quite dense, so Yifeng walked carefully, fearing that something might suddenly pop out. As if to confirm Yifeng's thoughts, a pricking sense of crisis emerged without warning. Without thinking too much, Yifeng suddenly exerted force on his feet and immediately jumped away from where he was standing. Bang! A thick vine suddenly emerged from the ground at the place where Yifeng had just stood, like a huge green python. That was a close call. Yifeng was scared. If I had reacted a little slower, I would have been attacked by this thing. Is this a demonized plant? A closer look at the creature reveals that it is approximately 10 meters long and as thick as an adult's torso. It is turquoise in color overall, and has cloud-like patterns on its skin. Yifeng could already conclude that this plant that seemed to have life was a demonized plant. Before coming here, I was wondering whether I would encounter demonized plants on this trip, but I didn't expect to actually encounter them. When Yifeng's thoughts were drifting. Swish! The green vine attacked again, like a long whip, lashing at Yifeng fiercely. Fortunately, the speed was not too fast, and Yifeng used his body skills to quickly dodge. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Die! Yifeng drew his sword and slashed. It also wanted to dodge, but because of its speed, it was not faster than Yifeng's knife. Laugh! A knife hit, and green liquid splashed. Really tough. With such full strength, I thought I would cut it in half, but in the end I only cut it in half. What was even more surprising was that a large amount of green juice oozed out of the wound, healing the wound at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 10 seconds, the wound healed as if it had never been injured. What an abnormal healing speed! Fortunately, the opponent's attack speed is not fast, otherwise, with such an abnormal healing speed, he would be invincible. Bang! Bang! The earth shook, and 2 more identical green vines emerged from the ground. 2 more? Yifeng glared. In that case, I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Swish! The demon-destroying spear is taking shape. Blood Spear Shura. The soul skill was used, blood and energy surged, and the spear turned red. Call out! The blood spear shot out, sweeping across the green vines. The power was so great that it split one of the green vines into 2 with just one blow. Let's see how you can. Before Yifeng finished speaking, the broken part jumped wildly on the ground a few times, like a gecko's broken tail. A magical scene happened. The 2 broken sections actually touched each other and were quickly reconnected with the secretion of a large amount of juice. Damn! This self-healing ability is incredible. Although Yifeng complained, he did not stop attacking. He controlled the demon-breaking spear with his soul power and launched a long-range attack on the green vine. The green vine's attack speed was relatively slow, and under Yifeng's crazy attacks, it became increasingly difficult for it to defend itself. Bang! The spear swept again, cutting off the 3 green vines. This time, I never took it back. It seems that it cannot heal itself endlessly. In the end, Yifeng's spear strangled it to pieces and finally killed it. Yifeng walked over, grabbed the root and pulled it upward suddenly. Its head covered with roots was pulled out of the ground by Yifeng. I thought the 3 green vines were 3 demonized plants, but it turns out they are just 1 demonized plant with 3 green vines growing on it. Yifeng suddenly realized. The dead green vine actually shrank rapidly, shrinking at least 10 times. Yifeng knew that demonized plants had the ability to change size and was not surprised. In its normal form, it looks like this small thing. When fighting or hunting, they become bigger. Of course, how big they can be depends on what stage of growth they are currently at. Take this green ivy for example. Yifeng has searched online and finally found relevant information. It is called Yunsang Tung. When it grows into 3 vines, it has the strength equivalent to that of a military general, and each vine can reach up to 10 meters in length. The form just now is its largest form. The characteristic of Yunsang vine is that it has an extremely abnormal self-healing ability. As long as it is not instantly blown to pieces, even if it is broken into several pieces, it can recover quickly. Or, like Yifeng, you can use your speed advantage to continuously cause damage to it and constantly consume it. When it can no longer heal itself, you can kill it with one blow. Its slow speed is its weakness. According to online reports, the Yunsang vine can grow to a maximum of 6 vines, at which point its strength will be equivalent to that of a martial-honored realm. Its greatest advantage isn't actually in combat, but in its use as defensive armor. The vines can be grown to the appropriate size and wrapped around the warrior's body, forming a seamless defensive armor. This suit of armor has terrifying self-healing abilities and can also be upgraded and grown. Yifeng thought about the information he had just seen and felt that this Yunsang vine was really a good thing. But to achieve this, the prerequisite is that Yunsang Tang recognizes you as his master. Adult demonized plants will never recognize their master. They would rather be killed or self-destruct than recognize their master. That's why Yifeng killed Yunsang Tang without hesitation. There are only 2 ways to make the demonized plant recognize its master, that is, to obtain the seedling of the demonized plant, or to obtain the seeds. No matter which one, it is very rare. Even if you get it, without the correct cultivation plan, it will not grow in the end. Yifeng tried to look around to see if it was possible to find a young mulberry vine. If that's possible, that would be perfect. Unfortunately, after digging almost 3 feet deep, there was no result at all. Sure enough, given the extremely low reproduction rate of demonized plants, seedlings are not so easy to obtain. Yifeng picked up Yunsang Tang's body. To be more precise, pick up its head. The head contains the essence of plants and is a good material for making elixirs, especially for making healing pills. Hey! Why are you wilting? Yifeng suddenly noticed that the head of the Yunsang vine was wilting rapidly. It's like all the essence has been sucked out, leaving only a layer of rotten skin. No way? Will it wither and rot after being beaten to death? But I haven't heard that after killing a demonized plant, its body will rot. Yifeng observed carefully and soon found the clue. Inside the rotten skin of the head, there was actually a green round bead, the size of a baby's fist. Seed. It's the seeds of the mulberry vine. Yifeng exclaimed, his face full of surprise. Even if you kill 100 demonized plants, you may not be able to find one with seeds. It was my first time killing someone and I just happened to encounter him. I can only say that I was really lucky. However, I don't know how to cultivate it next, I will think of a way later. Yifeng left this place with the seeds and went to the treasure chest. After moving forward for a while, we finally approached the treasure chest. What happened? There was a lot of noise in the crowd ahead, and it seemed that some people were still fighting. Chapter 34 Ha! A new entrance? Thanks to the treasure chest for leading the way. Here, there is a huge mountain with steep and vertical rock walls standing tall and majestic. There is a cave at the bottom of the mountain. At the entrance of the cave, a great battle was taking place. To be precise, there were quite a few people attacking this cave. There are demonic plants here too? Yifeng was shocked to find that there were several demonized plants like carnivorous plants at the entrance of the cave, resisting people's attacks. The situation was at a stalemate, but then something unexpected happened. A bigger carnivorous plant suddenly rushed out from the cave. The huge mouthparts suddenly bit the person in the fight. Screams were heard during the chewing, blood splattered everywhere, and it was quickly swallowed up. The scene was extremely bloody. Sure enough, there are even stronger ones out there. Even a peak martial king might not be able to defeat this bloody-mouthed man-eating plant. Among the crowd of onlookers nearby, a young man in elegant clothes said with a serious expression. The bloody-mouthed man-eating plants he mentioned were the demonized plants in the cave. Their mouthparts were the same color as blood, and when they were hunting, the blood splattered, making the plant even redder, hence the name. Master, what should we do? The tall and strong attendant beside him asked. The more this is the case, the more certain I am that this is Mu Bufon's burial place. So, no matter how difficult it is, we must go in. I have already notified the elders of the Jiang family to send experts to support us. The young man, Jiang Mingxian, said this, looking over to the man on the other side who had been fiddling with the utensils in his hands, and asked, "Are you almost ready?" "Master, it will be soon." While answering with his mouth, his hands kept moving, continuing to feed some particles to the poisonous insects in the container. Yi Feng had met these three people outside long before entering the secret realm, and he had some impression of them. From the conversations among other onlookers nearby, Yi Feng keenly caught the words Mu Bufan. It turned out that they gathered here because they suspected that this was Mu Bufan's tomb. When searching for information about demonized plants, there is always one name that cannot be avoided, and that is Mu Bufan. Stories about him have been passed down for a long time. Even though it has been gone for 20 years, it is still very well known. It is unknown how the news here spread. Anyway, everyone present came from different camps, including family forces and individual cultivators, and their strengths varied. The demonized plants at the entrance of the cave are too powerful, and no one present can be their match. Except for a few reckless ones who will rush to die, most people will wait and see for the time being. Although they are in a potential competitive relationship, the situation is relatively stable for the time being because they are both stuck outside. They were all fantasizing that if this was really Mu Bufan's tomb, it was very likely that Mu Bufan's research results would be found there. As long as we can get these research results, it will be a huge treasure. Yi Feng watched at the entrance of the cave for a while and quickly came to the conclusion that he did not have the strength to break in. Just look at the huge bloody-mouthed carnivorous plant I just saw, I can't defeat it. Don't think that just because they haven't come out of the cave, you can use the Soul Master's ability to consume them with long-range attacks. In fact, they can move and will not stand still and wait to be hit. If Yi Feng dares to touch them, he will definitely be hunted down. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Yi Feng didn't waste time here. He continued on his way, following the arrow and opening the treasure chest first to see if things could turn around. Why does it feel like we're walking around the mountain? Yi Feng discovered that the arrow was pointing to the edge of the mountain, allowing Yi Feng to walk around the mountain. It should be here soon. Yi Feng was cheered up. This place is located on the back of the mountain. The vegetation here is relatively lush, and the entire mountain is covered with thick hanging vines. The arrow reaches here and finally points to a certain location on the weeping vine. The treasure chest is under the weeping vines? Yi Feng first made a tentative attack and found that they were all ordinary plants and there was no danger nearby, so he lifted up the weeping vines. A pitch-black cave entrance appeared in front of Yi Feng. The entrance to the cave is not big, only enough for one person to fit in. If it weren't for the arrow pointing the way, I would definitely not know that there was such a small hole hidden under the thick hanging vines. And the arrow is still extending into the cave. If you want to open the treasure chest, you have to get inside. Just drill it. Yi Feng went in. The first few meters are relatively narrow, and then the mountain path gradually widens. Soon, Yi Feng no longer needed to crawl forward and could stand up and walk. The mountain path was winding and pitch black, but fortunately the warrior had amazing eyesight and was not blinded. The view ahead widened, and Yi Feng discovered that he had arrived at a large cave. There are often cavities inside the mountains, forming this kind of cave. In the pitch darkness, the green light in the center of Dongting Lake appeared very dazzling. Treasure chest. Yi Feng walked over and was about to open the treasure chest, but when he glanced at it, his body tensed up. Anyone? Yi Feng almost launched an attack. After a quick look, he found that it was not a person, but just a corpse that had been dead for who knows how long. Snap. Open the treasure chest first. You opened a green fine treasure chest. Congratulations. You received 6,000 soul power points, 30% sword intent. Fusion. Yi Feng's soul power skyrocketed from the original 9,000 points to 15,000 points. Promoted 2 small realms in a row. From the initial general level, upgraded to the late general level. It feels so good to be powerful. Yi Feng vaguely felt that they all had the ability to cross levels and fight with the early stage martial king. Unfortunately, even so, the demonized plants in the cave are still too strong for me to deal with at the moment. In addition to the surge in soul power, Yi Feng also gained 30% of the sword intent. The so-called sword intention is a kind of artistic conception. When one has practiced swordsmanship to a certain level and has a very high understanding of the sword, one can then comprehend a kind of sword artistic conception. Not only does the sword have its own sword intent, but those who practice other paths also have their own artistic conception. For example, a sword has its own sword intent, a spear has its own spear intent, and a fist has its own fist intent. Artistic conception is extremely difficult to comprehend, and there are very few people who can comprehend it, and they are all geniuses in their respective fields. Especially when one's realm is relatively low, it is even rarer to have artistic conception. Generally, one has to reach the level of king of martial arts or above before one can gradually comprehend the artistic conception. The complete artistic conception is 10% in total. Every 10% you comprehend will increase your combat power. Yi Feng is only at the level of a military general at this time, but he already possesses 30% of the artistic conception. It can be said that this is a huge advantage and has greatly improved his strength. It's different with the blessing of sword intent. I feel like the knife in my hand is an extension of my arm. There is an idiom that goes, as easy as using one's own arm to control one's fingers, which probably describes this state of mind. Fighting in this state, how could his combat power not be strong? This corpse? Yi Feng looked at the corpse over there. After many years, only the skeleton of the body remained, and the skeleton was a little black. Poisoned? This phenomenon made Yi Feng speculate about the cause of his death. Hey! There's a book. Yi Feng discovered that the corpse was lying flat with a book under its head. Chapter 35 Jiang Family Goo Master, Sniffer Bug. Could this person be Mu Bufan? Although it was a question, Yi Feng's tone was extremely firm. Just now, all my attention was focused on finding and opening the treasure chest, so I didn't think about it too much. Now that I think about it carefully, the mountain we came from is actually the same one where the demonized plants appeared. However, others don't know that there are two entrances. By accident, I was led by the arrow from the treasure chest and entered from a small cave on the back of the mountain, and finally arrived at Dongting Lake. Then this corpse should be Mu Bufan. Just as those people guessed, Mu Bufan had been killed and buried here long ago. Judging from the cause of death, it should be that after Mu Bufan was poisoned, he knew that there was no cure and he would die, so he found this place as his burial place. The demonized plants guarding the cave entrance were also arranged by him before his death. After all, it is rumored that he cultivated many demonized plants during his lifetime. If you think this way, everything will make sense. Then the book under his pillow. Yi Feng's breathing became rapid. He went over immediately and slowly pulled out the book. Open and take a look. Line by line, page by page. The more Yi Feng looked, the brighter his eyes became. It's him. It's definitely him. The thick notebook contains records all related to demonized plants, which are the results of Mu Bufan's lifelong research. It contains research on various demonized plants, no matter how big or small, such as how to cultivate a mature demonized plant from a demonized seed. The plans for each stage are written clearly and concisely. Yi Feng was originally worried about where to find information on the cultivation of demonized plant seeds. Otherwise, the mulberry vine seeds he obtained would be just decorations. Now, with Mu Bufan's research results, we have a cultivation plan. However, now is not the time to look closely. There's no telling when a master might arrive from outside and attack. Yi Feng was very clear about the principle of being guilty of possessing a treasure. Mu Bufan died for this reason. Yi Feng did not want to become the next Mu Bufan. Brother Mu, since I have received your research results, I can be considered half your student. Let me take you with me and find a place outside to bury you. Otherwise, if those people outside come in, they might tear you apart. Before leaving, Yi Feng said to Mu Bufan's corpse. The above is just one of the reasons. There is another reason. If the body is taken away, even if people from outside come in and don't find the body, they will not guess that this is Mu Bufan's burial place, and the matter will be left unresolved. But if the body is found, his research results will not be found. This group of people will definitely not give up and will try every possible means to find it. Although Yi Feng may not be found in the end, it is never a good thing to be remembered by others and to spend a lot of effort to find him. If you want to make a fortune quietly, it's better not to let anyone know. Yi Feng took the skeleton and left quickly, evacuating along the same route. At this time, in the cave over there was the demonized plant. The situation is similar to before, except that there seem to be more people who arrived later. The people who arrived later were of average strength and could not defeat the demonized plants, so they could only wait and watch. Young master, it's okay. Can we start now? The man holding the utensils said to Jiang Mingxian. Start immediately. Jiang Mingxian affirmed. Yes. The man squatted down and tilted the container in his hand to the ground. Several black worms crawled out of it. They were about the size of a finger, like earthworms, and very inconspicuous. The Jiang family has a tradition of raising goo insects. These insects have different functions, including poisonous insects, tracking insects, flying insects, and underground insects. This black poisonous insect is called a sniffer insect and belongs to a type of tracking insect. They have a keen sense of smell and can detect even the faintest scent that is deliberately concealed, and can track it from a long distance. The man is a goo master from the Jiang family, and the instrument in his hand is called a goo pan. After some preliminary measures, he has established a connection with the sniffer bug, and the information detected by the sniffer bug will be known to him in real time. This method is still quite mysterious. The sniffer bugs on the ground immediately burrowed into the ground as if they had received some instructions. If you could see through things at this moment, you would be surprised to see that the sniffer bugs were drilling and moving underground at an extremely fast speed. In addition to their keen sense of smell, another ability they have is that they can burrow into the ground very quickly. Come to think of it, if it is used to track the target, the speed must be fast. The goo master simply sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, sensing the information the sniffer bug was exposed to. The sniffer bug entered the mountain and indeed did not discover those demonized plants. Keep moving forward. The sniffer bug pops up from time to time, collects information about the surrounding environment, and then continues to move forward. When you arrive at a certain location. The goo master frowned. What's wrong? Jiang Mingxian asked. The goo master still kept his eyes closed, using a little of his mind to answer, Master, we detected a scent of a living being on the mountain path. Judging from the residual concentration of the scent, it seems they passed by not long ago. And there's another one. At this point, the goo master had a puzzled expression on his face, shook his head uncertainly, and didn't say anything else. What? Has anyone been in there? Jiang Mingxian was shocked. At the same time, I couldn't figure out how I got in. He arrived here early, and no one could do anything about the demonized plants, so no one should have ever been in there. Trace it quickly. Find out where the source is. Without Jiang Mingxuan's order, the goo master knew what to do. This residual breath extended in two directions. One end must be the entrance, the direction the person came from, and the other end is the direction this person is going. No matter which end, we must investigate it. There were more than one sniffer bugs released just now, so they were divided into two groups to track at the same time. Soon, one of the sniffer bugs came to a cave. Moreover, the sniffer bug focuses on sniffing a certain location. That location was exactly where the corpse was lying just now. Master, a cave was discovered in the mountain. The goo master reported. What's so special? Jiang Mingxian asked. I was just wondering, besides the vibrant energy of life on this mountain path, there's also a breath of death. And in Dongting Lake, I've already sniffed out this breath of death somewhere. Furthermore, that breath of life has been here before. You mean? Jiang Mingxian recalled what the goo master had said just now, but he hesitated to speak at the end. However, at that time, Jiang Mingxuan's attention was focused on the point that someone had entered, and he ignored other information. Yes, I seriously suspect that there was originally a corpse here, and now it has been moved away. At this point, the situation is very clear. The person who moved the body was the one who just went in. And now, the person has probably left. Why move the body? Could it be necrophilia? Whose body is it? A series of questions burst into Jiang Mingxuan's mind. In the end, everything pointed to one name, Mu Bufan. Chapter 36 The power of the sword is irresistible. Chase. Track them for me. Jiang Mingxian almost shouted these words. As soon as he finished speaking, the goo master replied, I found the exit and am tracking it now. Previously, the sniffer bugs split into two groups, one group headed to Dongting, and the other group just happened to track down the exit at this time. Let's follow. Jiang Mingxian gave the order and the three of them hurried on their way. Led by the goo master, they first came to the back of the mountain. It's this cave entrance. The goo master lifted up the thick hanging vines, revealing the cave entrance hidden underneath. There's actually a second entrance, and it's so hidden. How on earth did that person find it? Jiang Mingxian felt incomprehensible. If it weren't for the sniffer bugs, they would never have found this place anyway. Without staying here for too long, the three of them continued on their way. Yi Feng sighed. After leaving the cave, they found a suitable place to bury Mu Bufan. A pit was dug in the ground, Mu Bufan's body was placed in it, and then the soil was covered again. For Mu Bufan, he has spent his entire life studying demonized plants, and the Green Secret Realm is a place he often visits. Because this is a paradise for plants, there are also many demonized plants, and there are enough samples for him to study. So when he was dying, he finally chose to die in the secret land of green grass. Burying him in this secret place is in line with his wishes. After the burial, Yifeng dusted himself off and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a slight vibration from the nearby ground caught Yifeng's attention. For warriors, their perception is extremely sensitive. As long as they observe carefully, they can basically detect any movement in the surroundings. Swish! Yifeng suddenly stabbed the long knife in his hand, nailing it directly into the ground, and then he picked it up, and a black insect that had been broken into 2 pieces was picked up by Yifeng. Insect? It seems normal for there to be bugs in the soil. But at that moment, Yifeng always felt as if someone was staring at him. This kind of sixth sense without any reason was gradually developed during the fight between life and death. Yifeng has the experience of thousands of life and death fights. His perception in this aspect is relatively sharp, and the probability of making mistakes is relatively low. Yifeng didn't know the specific reason, but there was definitely a problem. This insect might also be unusual. As soon as the thought came to mind, the answer appeared on its own. A group of 3 people came up from behind with a clear purpose. Yifeng recognized these 3 people, having seen them twice before. The first time was outside the secret realm, and the second time was at the entrance of the cave where the demonized plants existed. Now, this is the 3rd time. Although they had no previous interactions, they became familiar with each other after meeting several times. Yifeng recognized them, and they also recognized Yifeng, knowing that they had seen such a person before. I didn't expect you to find the second entrance in such a short time. I'm really impressed by you. How did you do it? Jiang Mingxian looked at Yifeng with curiosity in his tone, and also paid close attention to the soil on the ground that showed signs of being turned over. The reason why Yifeng found the second entrance in just a short time was that he noticed it when he arrived at the entrance of the demonized plant cave. After a while, Yifeng left. He didn't think much about it, thinking that he was just leaving, but unexpectedly he went to the second entrance. Yifeng did not answer, but asked, "Did you find me because of this black bug?" Yifeng was not sure who the other party was, but he was definitely not friendly. Yifeng was ready to fight at any time. Do you know how much effort and cost it takes to cultivate a sniffer bug? How dare you kill it? Seeing the sniffer bug that had been broken into 2 pieces, the Gu Master's face became gloomy. No wonder the connection between one of the sniffer bugs and him was suddenly broken. So this thing is called a sniffer bug. Yifeng murmured softly, and was certain that it was this thing that followed him, allowing the 3 of them to track him all the way. As expected, the world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. Methods like this are still quite difficult to deal with. Yifeng had been extremely cautious, even taking the bodies away, but he was still discovered and followed in this way. Yifeng had no way to defend against this. How could he have imagined that the other party had such means? I've found you now for only one purpose, to hand over Mu Bufan's research results. Jiang Mingxian stopped talking nonsense and got straight to the point. I didn't get any research results. Yifeng said. Do you think I will believe it? Jiang Mingxian said coldly. Master, don't waste time talking to him. I'm going to kill him right now and we can take it ourselves. The burly follower beside him suddenly shouted and rushed towards Yifeng with a knife. Jiang Mingxian did not stop him and tried to test Yifeng's strength first. Boom! Yifeng's energy and blood burst out, and Jiang Mingxian noticed the aura of an early-stage military general. Tisk, he's only at the early stage of becoming a general. Jiang Mingxian was completely relieved. Just this follower of his, with his late-stage military general strength, is enough to crush Yifeng. However, when the 2 men got closer and were about to fight, Jiang Mingxian's face changed in shock. Careful! Yifeng's long sword was seen to be carrying infinite power and sharp edge. It seemed to be an ordinary sword, but it contained infinite mysteries. It's unstoppable, absolutely unstoppable. No! The follower screamed in fear as the long knife swept across his neck, leaving a red line of blood. His body stiffened, his movements stopped, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Yifeng calmly put away his knife and stood up. Yifeng was not at all surprised that he could kill the opponent with one strike. With the blessing of 30% sword intent, it would be unreasonable if he still couldn't kill him with one strike. Sword intent. The attack actually carries sword intent. And at least 30% of it. How is this possible? How is this possible? Jiang Mingxian was extremely shocked. An early-stage military commander actually comprehended 30% of the sword intent. He himself was in the early stage of the martial king, and he also used a sword, but he had only barely comprehended 10% of the sword's meaning. How can a military general at the early stage comprehend 30% of the sword intent? Humph. Even if you have 30% of the sword intent, your realm is too low, you will still die. Jiang Mingxuan's tone was cold. He was not wrong. The gap in realm was too great, and the resulting crushing was in all aspects. As the king of martial arts, his chi and blood are much stronger than those of the generals. The martial arts he displays are of a higher level and more powerful, and his combat experience is also richer than that of the generals. Of course, Yi Feng's rich combat experience does not apply to him. However, the crushing of chi and blood still exists, there is no doubt about that. Although he has an advantage in sword intent, he is still powerless to deal with the king of martial arts with only the initial stage of military generalship. Die. Jiang Mingxuan's powerful aura in the early stage of King Wu was heavy and huge, and he released it without reservation. Chapter 37. You are so strong, but it's a pity that you are a 3-second loser. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, and fighting spirit surged in his eyes. Early stage of martial king? Great. I was just looking for a stronger opponent to test my current strength. Blood Spear Shura. The spear appeared. At this moment, Yi Feng's pupils were glowing with a strange red light. The black and purple spear was also coated with a layer of blood. The whole person's temperament suddenly changed. The previous second, he was just a normal warrior at the general level. The next second, the air was filled with a bloody aura, and the killing intent was so strong that it was outrageous, like a butcher walking out of a Shura field. The indifference that came towards him was as cold as winter, chilling to the bone. Soul Master. You are actually a Soul Master. Jiang Mingxian was shocked. Being knowledgeable and experienced, he immediately recognized that the ability Yi Feng was displaying at this moment was that of a Soul Master. As the thought floated through his mind, the spear transformed into a stream of blood-red light and was already in front of him. Without thinking too much, Jiang Mingxian used his knife to resist and even used the power of the knife to bless him. Bang! A huge force came, making the tiger's mouth numb. Thump thump thump. Jiang Mingxian retreated several steps. Not only that, even though the attack was blocked, there was an invisible penetrating force that ignored the weapon's block and hit his chest directly. Jiang Mingxuan's face turned pale, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was extremely solemn. The Soul Master's attack is indeed strange and unpredictable. In a head-on fight, he was actually at a disadvantage. This can't go on any longer. He turned his gaze to Yi Feng. Swish! With his martial arts skills displayed, he, the king of martial arts, moved at an astonishing speed and quickly approached Yi Feng. If the Soul Master's attack is difficult to deal with, then just kill the Soul Master directly and everything will be over. His idea was very good, but unfortunately, he underestimated the flying speed of Yi Feng's spear. Under Yi Feng's control, the spear caught up in almost the blink of an eye. Feeling a sense of crisis, Jiang Mingxian had no choice but to stop and respond. The two sides fought each other, each strike was made with all their strength, and the energy ripples generated by the collision knocked down several of the surrounding giant trees. Once the attack hits the front, the entire tree will explode and turn into wood chips, causing the scene to be full of flying sand and rocks. So strong. The Gu Master was deeply shocked by the scene before him. Jiang Mingxian is the son of the head of the Jiang family. He has been gifted since childhood and has a high aptitude for martial arts. At a young age, he has cultivated to the level of martial king. From childhood to adulthood, I have experienced many battles and never lost. However, even such a genius was suppressed and fell into a disadvantage today. Is that the only card I can use? Jiang Mingxian has tried his best, but he is still no match for his opponent. If this continues, he will surely die. But that trump card has too many side effects. Once used, it will affect his martial arts foundation. He will then fall into a long period of weakness and need a long time to recuperate. Never mind. I'm about to die, who cares about the future? Jiang Mingxian made up his mind, took out a red pill and swallowed it immediately. Boom! The vast and violent energy exploded in his body instantly, almost bursting him to pieces. Jiang Mingxian was like a wild beast, with a ferocious face and roaring loudly. The muscles in his body were bulging, and his meridians were tangled. They burst one after another like water pipes, and some even burst open, causing blood to spurt out. His aura suddenly soared to the peak of Martial King in just a short moment. What kind of pill is that? So powerful? Yi Feng was surprised. Call out. The spear shot out rapidly. However, this time, it was cut off by Jiang Mingxian with one knife. The moment it was cut off, the demon-breaking spear decomposed into energy, and then gathered again to form a long spear. Yi Feng summoned the demon-breaking spear and looked at Jiang Mingxian with a serious expression. Although soul soldiers are not afraid of being broken, for soul masters, the soul power is attached to the soul soldiers, and every time they are destroyed, it will cause certain damage to the soul masters. For example, Yi Feng at this moment felt a buzzing in his head, and then his head twitched violently, causing severe pain. Fortunately, the injury was not serious and he recovered quickly. He. Do you still think you can be my opponent? You forced me to use this last resort. From now on, you will have to endure my wrath. I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Boom! Jiang Mingxian exerted force with his feet, and with such terrifying force, he stepped on the ground and created a huge pit. He rushed towards Yi Feng at an incredible speed, like a cannonball fired from a gun. So fast. Yi Feng's eyes suddenly widened. With this speed and strength, I will not be his opponent. Can't beat him. Can't escape. What to do? As the thought flashed through his mind, Jiang Mingxuan's ferocious face appeared in front of Yi Feng. Die! The long sword slashed towards Yi Feng with supreme power. Boom! After one cut, dust and wood chips flew everywhere. The several giant trees behind Yi Feng that were as big as a man's embrace were all split in two, with the cuts being neat and smooth. The confident look on Jiang Mingxuan's face suddenly froze. Suddenly looked up. High in the sky, Yi Feng stepped on the magic spear and looked down at him. At the critical moment just now, Yi Feng suddenly thought of whether he could make the demon-breaking spear fly and carry himself with it. It worked, and he dodged Jiang Mingxian's attack. Although King Wu was powerful, he could not fly. Boom! Jiang Mingxian bent his legs and jumped suddenly. The ground sank again, leaving a big hole. The powerful force made him jump dozens of meters high. But it was still a long distance away from Yi Feng, and he had no choice but to fall again. He thought of using the top of a nearby tree as a jumping point, but Yi Feng had already considered this, so he was flying very high at this time. Get down here! Jiang Mingxian gritted his teeth. Yi Feng scratched his ears, looked at him leisurely, smiled and said nothing. After a while, Yi Feng seemed to have eyes on his back and turned around and stabbed. Several brightly colored ghost sword bees that used their sharp stingers to stab Yi Feng fiercely were killed and fell. There is a Gu Master on the opposite side, and Yi Feng has been on guard against it. The Gu Master below secretly said, "What a pity. Humph. You're lucky. I'll let you go today, but next time I see you, you won't be so lucky." Jiang Mingxian said this and hurriedly evacuated with the Gu Master. But soon, he found something wrong. Look up. Grass. Sure enough, Yi Feng followed him high in the sky. Wherever he went, Yi Feng followed. Don't be so ungrateful and shameless. If you piss me off, I won't leave. Let's see if you can stay in the air forever. As far as I know, a soul master's soul power will weaken as it is consumed. When your soul power is weakened and you can no longer stay at high altitude, that will be your death. Jiang Mingxian said threateningly in a fierce tone. How about this, let's compare and see who gets weaker faster, you or me? Yi Feng said with a smile. Any means that can instantly improve your realm basically have side effects. The greater the improvement, the greater the side effects. Don't look at how strong he is now, he is actually just a 3-second man and will soon be weak. That's why I ran away in shame. I'm just afraid that after I get too weak, I'll be no match for my opponent, so I need to run now. After Yi Feng said this, Jiang Mingxian looked uneasy and stammered, I'm weak, why? I don't. Before he could finish his words, he felt weak and all the strength in his body seemed to be drained away. Jiang Mingxuan's face was pale and his body was shaking. He didn't even have the strength to stand and just collapsed and sat down. Quick! Take me and run. Jiang Mingxian became anxious and urged the Gu Master beside him. Without waiting for any movement, Yi Feng had already landed. No! You can't kill me. I'm the young master of the Jiang family, and our Jiang family is a top family. There are so many powerful people here, if you kill me, they will never let you go. For the first time, Jiang Mingxian felt that death was so close to him. As early as when Mu Bufan's burial place was discovered, the family had already been notified for reinforcements. Now we only hope that the family masters can arrive in time. You're talking as if I'll let you go if I don't kill you. Yi Feng sneered and swung his knife. Jiang Mingxian, a dignified martial king and a famous martial arts genius, was killed by Yi Feng. The nearby Gu masters were so frightened that they couldn't move. He is good at raising poisonous insects, but the poisonous insects can't do anything to Yi Feng. In terms of martial arts strength, he is only at the martial artist level and is no match for Yi Feng at all. There was nothing he could do but wait for death, and he felt completely disheartened. Yi Feng didn't kill him immediately. He put the knife to his neck and said coldly, "You'd better answer the questions I ask next honestly." Yes. Please ask, I will tell you everything I know. The Gu master said tremblingly. The other side. The cave where the demonized plants exist. A team of several people came hurriedly. The leader had an extremely powerful aura. Facing him was like facing a towering mountain pressing down on one's face, making it difficult to breathe. No matter who was present, no matter how arrogant they were like dogs with their tails between their legs, and no one dared to look this person in the eye. This person is actually a powerful martial arts master. Chapter 38 Mu Bufan's Research Diary. In the woods. Yi Feng seemed to be thinking about something. I just interrogated the Gu master and got a lot of information about the Jiang family. For example, some Jiang family masters have already arrived, or perhaps have already arrived, and are led by a powerful Wu Zone master. There are even stronger masters in the Jiang family, such as those at the martial honor realm. Such a family is completely beyond the current Yi Feng's ability to contend with. He also asked about the poisonous insects. How long will it take for the sniffer bugs to lose the ability to smell the scent I leave behind? Yi Feng asked. At least 1 day or more. The Gu master replied. Then if I fly away, can I still be tracked? Yi Feng asked again. How can you fly? The Gu master said subconsciously. To have the ability to fly, one must be a martial emperor or above, a terrifying existence. But as soon as he said this, he remembered that Yi Feng had just flown. Although that was not real flying, it was achieved with the help of soul soldiers. This smell can linger in the air for a short time, but it will soon be dispersed by the air currents and become untraceable. After receiving this affirmative answer, Yi Feng finally felt relieved. Otherwise, it would be hard to bear being chased and bitten by the Jiang family. I have said everything I need to say. Please forgive me. The Gu master begged for mercy. Forgive you? Yi Feng smiled sarcastically. The knife flashed and blood spurted out. The Gu master's eyes widened, he covered his neck, and slowly fell down. As an enemy, how could I let you go? Yi Feng searched and took away all the useful things from the people. If it was just now, Yi Feng might not have done this for safety reasons. But now, knowing that the smell will not stay in the air for long, it will be fine if I take the things away. If something can be tracked, then Yi Feng himself will also be tracked. Yi Feng stepped on the demon-breaking spear again, flew high up, and left this place. After these things, Yi Feng felt more and more the great benefits of being a soul master. Over there in the cave of demonized plants. Several blood-mouthed carnivorous plants have been killed by the Jiang family's team of experts. Unfortunately, this species of demonized plant is not of much value, and they are too lazy to even collect its corpses. I did check carefully to see if there were any seedlings or seeds nearby. If there were, they would be precious, but unfortunately there were none. Third Elder, when young Master Mingxian contacted me, he mentioned this location, but I can't find him nearby and can't contact him. One of the Jiang family members said to the Wu Zong strongman who was leading the team. This martial arts master, named Zhang He, is the third elder of the Jiang family and Jiang Mingxuan's uncle. Let's go inside first. Led by Zhang He, the group walked into the cave. Finally, we arrived at Dongting Lake. Wasn't this the place where Mu Bufan was supposed to be buried? Why is it so empty? There is nothing here. Zhang He frowned and ordered, release the sniffer bugs and investigate. A Jiang family Gu master stepped out and released the sniffer bugs he had prepared in advance. Soon we got some results and found the remaining breath. Follow all the way and come outside. Third Elder, there is another exit. We have discovered it outside. The auras of young Master Mingxian and his two companions are all heading in the same direction. the Gu master reported. Chase. The Jiang family and their group followed them all the way. After a while, several corpses came into view ahead. Ah, Xian. Master. Who is it? Who did it? They killed my good nephew. If anyone dares to kill my Jiang family, I will never let him go. Keep tracking. I must find this murderer. I'm going to eat him alive and chop him into pieces. Jiang He's eyes were bloodshot and red, almost spitting fire. Hurry up and track him. Jiang He yelled at the Gu master. Third elder, we can't track him. The murderer's breath has disappeared, said the Gu master with a bitter face. Disappeared? How could it disappear? Jiang He asked. I don't know. It stopped here. I suspect the other party may have flown away, so the aura couldn't linger for too long. The Gu master made a guess. Impossible. A warrior who can fly must be at least a martial emperor. Why would a martial emperor come to the Green Secret Realm? Jiang He didn't believe it at all. Besides, it is impossible for Jiang Mingxian to offend such a powerful person. Wait. He can fly. Could he be a soul master? Jiang He suddenly thought of this possibility. Soul masters with a certain level of strength have soul power strong enough to use flying soul soldiers to carry themselves flying. Jiang He knows this, and it is also a major difficulty for soul masters. But these fatal injuries seem to have been caused by a warrior. Is he both a warrior and a soul master? Jiang He felt his mind was in a mess. Record the murderer's breath characteristics for me. Jiang He instructed. Yes, the Gu master replied. Quick! Follow me back to the teleportation point. Let's block the secret realm from outside. He felt that the murderer might not have left the secret realm yet. Just go out earlier than the murderer, wait outside, and check for people who have left the secret realm. When someone with the same breath characteristics appears, he is undoubtedly the murderer. What they didn't know was that Yi Feng had already arrived at the teleportation point. A suction force acted on Yi Feng, gradually strengthening. At this time, if you move away from this place, you can terminate the transmission. Yi Feng allowed the suction to increase. When it reached a certain critical point, he was sucked away and disappeared into the secret realm. After another teleportation process, Yi Feng was teleported outside. There were no people outside at this time. Yi Feng still stood on the demon-destroying spear, flying towards the distance and disappearing in the distance. Wait until all the smells in the air disappear. Jiang He and his group just came out of the secret realm. Third elder, we haven't found any trace of the murderer outside yet. The Gu master reported. Okay. Let's wait outside. Jiang He said. Yi Feng flew for a distance and felt that he could not hold on any longer. Due to the excessive consumption of soul power, he had a splitting headache, flew unsteadily, and almost fell from a high altitude. I had to come down immediately and return to the ground. This place is at least dozens of miles away from the entrance to the Green Secret Realm, so Yi Feng can rest in peace for a while. After recovering a little, I will set off back to the school. Yi Feng found a big tree and sat down with his back leaning against it. During the break, I opened Mu Bufan's research diary and read it, focusing on the parts related to Yun Sangtang. After 1,302 experiments, I finally found a way to make the mulberry vine seeds germinate. It requires 5 ingredients: wood pith crystals, biogenic soil. Mix them together to create seedling soil, bury the seeds in it, and then, at regular intervals, irrigate with a certain amount of exotic beast blood. The content inside is written in great detail. There is not only a seed cultivation plan, but also a subsequent growth plan. Each solution was discovered by chance after hundreds or thousands of studies. Seeing this, Yi Feng admired from the bottom of his heart. This Mu Bufan was truly extraordinary. It's a pity that he was poisoned and died in the end, otherwise his achievements would have been far more than this. Yi Feng looked at the information about Yun Sangtang carefully. For other types, just take a quick look at them for now. It's not too late to take a closer look when you need them in the future. When I turned to the last page of the book, the handwriting changed from black ink to red. No. It's not red ink, it's blood. These words are written in blood. Chapter 39, God-Eating Moss. Red Treasure Chest. Hatred. I, Mu Bufan, wish I could eat the Jiang family's flesh and drink their blood. At the beginning of the text, a strong hatred, spanning 20 years, rushes towards me. Is the Jiang family in the article the same Jiang family that he just offended? Yi Feng continued reading. The Jiang family has tried to kill me several times in order to obtain my research results. Luckily, I have a lot of demonized plants, so I was able to escape several times and kill many of their masters, including the martial king and even the martial sect. Unfortunately, I was outnumbered and ultimately no match for them. I killed many powerful demonized plants and was even ambushed by their highly poisonous insects. I couldn't escape death. I'm not sure who will end up with my research results, but I hope it's not those beasts from the Jiang family. However, they took away my god-eating moss seedling. I just hope they haven't found a way to cultivate it. Otherwise, with the Jiang family's wicked ambitions, if they allow the god-eating moss to grow, it will be a disaster for this world. The bloody words end here. One can feel Mu Bufan's unwillingness, hatred, and helplessness. The article mentions a highly poisonous insect. Jiang Mingxuan's Jiang family also has a tradition of raising insects, so it is estimated that they are the same Jiang family. What a narrow road for enemies. What Yi Feng cared about most was the god-eating moss mentioned in it. Yi Feng immediately turned back to the previous page of the notebook, which contained an introduction to the god-eating moss, which was also Mu Bufan's last research. God-eating moss is a type of moss that can continuously reproduce, grow, and expand. It is highly poisonous. It is rumored that when it grows to its limit, the overwhelming god-eating moss is like a surging wave. Wherever it passes, there is only death and silence. It can even devour gods, hence the name. The god-eating moss is the most advanced of the demonized plants that Mu Bufan has obtained in his life. Unfortunately, before it could grow up, it met with an accident, and the god-eating moss seedling was taken away by the Jiang family. No wonder the Jiang family went to great lengths to find Mu Bufan's south burial place. Their purpose was to find a cultivation plan to grow the god-eating moss. Judging from his research diary, Mu Bufan did some research on the god-eating moss. Fortunately, these researches did not fall into the hands of the Jiang family. 20 years have passed, and there has been no news of any major incident involving the god-eating moss in the Jiang family. Maybe it couldn't be cultivated? If the god-eating moss seedlings are still in the hands of the Jiang family and are still alive, Yi Feng must find a way to get the god-eating moss. Having rested enough, Yi Feng prepared to return. Suddenly, the long-lost treasure chest clue popped up again. Treasure chest clue: a red treasure chest appears in the Jiang family mansion. Please go and open it. Red treasure chest? Yi Feng's breathing stagnated. That's a 6th level treasure chest. At the right moment, a row of red arrows appeared on the ground, heading in a certain direction. It seems that I have to confront the Jiang family. No matter whether it was the enmity just now, or the desire to obtain the god-eating moss, or to open the red treasure chest, it was inevitable that they would eventually come into conflict with the Jiang family. However, the Jiang family is too powerful, so we need to plan carefully on how to open this treasure chest. Let's go back first. After traveling for a while, Yi Feng returned to the provincial government. Find Ankang Pharmacy and give them 10 Qingfeng grass plants. Yi Feng's mission was completed. The other herbs obtained were also sold to pharmacies, with a total sales of 300,000 yuan. For ordinary people, 300,000 yuan is a huge sum of money, but for warriors, it can only be said to be not bad. In addition, the things obtained from several people in the Jiang family were also sold on the black market, and a total of 6 million was sold. The most precious of them is Jiang Mingxian's sword, which is of grade 4. This sword alone was sold for 5 million. Yi Feng also uses a knife and could have used it himself, but when he thought that it was Jiang Mingxuan's weapon and would be easily recognized, he decided to sell it. With this money, I can just buy a new one. After some selection at a large equipment mall, Yi Feng finally spent 6 million to buy a brand new one. This knife is made of the bones of a king-level exotic beast. It is very hard and has a beautiful shape. Such a level 4 sword is enough to be used until you reach the martial king realm. Make money quickly, but spend it even faster. Yi Feng sighed. Just one weapon can cost millions, which is really not affordable for ordinary people. If it is a more advanced weapon, the price will be even higher. As he approached Longting Academy, Yi Feng received a notification that the task was completed and the credits had arrived. Finally, I've reached 10,000 credits. As Yi Feng walked into the school, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Yi Feng is a famous person now. He threw hundreds of punches at Zhao Xiang in an instant, knocking him unconscious. He hasn't woken up yet. I heard that he has incontinence. How miserable he is. The video of the battle has long been circulated throughout the campus network forum, and almost all teachers and students have seen it. Under the gaze of everyone, Yifeng walked into the entrance examination hall. This is the place to apply for and upgrade your trainee level. Inside sat a bespectacled mentor who was responsible for reviewing the applications. "Teacher, I would like to apply for promotion to senior student." Yifeng explained his purpose. "Senior student? That requires 10,000 credits. Apply again when you have enough," the review instructor said subconsciously. Yifeng has been very popular recently, and he just happened to know him. In just a few days, he felt that it was impossible for Yifeng to accumulate 10,000 credits. "I have 10,000 credits now," Yifeng said. "What?" The review instructor was surprised and immediately made an inquiry. Sure enough, 10,000 credits, no more, no less. After being stunned for several seconds, he looked at Yifeng deeply and said, "Okay, I will promote you to the rank of student now." The operation is also simple. Change the school information about Yifeng's identity from a junior student to a senior student. The enrollment period is June 20th, and today is June 30th. In just 10 days, he was promoted from a junior student to a senior student, completing a journey that would take others at least a year. He is the student who has been promoted the fastest in all these years. After Yifeng left, many students outside rushed in. "What's going on? There are so many of you, aren't you all applying for promotions?" The review instructor was surprised to see them all gathered together. "No, we are curious. When Yifeng came in just now, did he apply to be promoted to a senior student?" They saw Yifeng come in and leave quickly. They already had some guesses in their minds, but they also found it unbelievable, so they came in to confirm. "Yes." The review instructor nodded. "The information has been updated now. You can check it yourself. Students' grade information does not involve privacy, can be displayed publicly and can be queried." They immediately searched online. Yifeng, a senior student. Really? He's really an advanced student. All the students present were extremely surprised. Many of them did not even have 1 credit, but Yifeng had saved up 10,000 and was promoted to a senior student. Comparing people will make you die, comparing goods will make you throw them away. After Yifeng left the academy, walking towards Su Chani, now that he is a senior student, he can report to her and become her student. The blue arrow on the ground extends all the way to the teaching area for advanced students. Chapter 40. Follow the blue arrow and move forward. When Yifeng arrived at the advanced student teaching area, he did not see Su Chani. The blue arrow did not stop and continued to extend forward. Yifeng continued to follow up. In the end, it extended beyond the school and there was no end in sight. "Su Chani is not at school? Are you, classmate Yifeng?" A female senior instructor saw Yifeng and asked. She was also one of the mentors watching the ring battle that day and was quite impressed by Yifeng. "Yes, mentor," Yifeng replied. "You look like something's wrong," she asked. "I came here to find teacher Su Chani, but she doesn't seem to be here?" Yifeng asked. "She went out 2 days ago and will probably be back soon." She had a good relationship with Su Chani and knew what was going on. After saying that, he casually asked, "You're looking for her now, are you already a senior student?" "Yes." Yifeng nodded. After receiving Yifeng's affirmative answer, the female tutor looked at Yifeng in surprise. "I have been teaching at Longting Academy for many years, but this is the first time I have encountered such a talented student." If he didn't have a good relationship with Su Chani, he would have started poaching her now. Since he was not at school, Yifeng had to wait. During this time, Yifeng prepared to collect materials and cultivate mulberry vine seeds. A total of 5 materials are needed to make seedling soil. Wood marrow crystal, life source soil, omitted. Among them, Shangyuan soil and the other 3 can be bought on the market. Even in schools, credits can be exchanged for various materials, including these 4. For Yifeng, it is not very cost-effective to exchange credits for secret books. If you exchanged for the secret book, you can sell it outside and exchange it for money, but unfortunately, it is not allowed. Doing so is against the rules and you can only use it for your own practice. Yifeng always has treasure chests to open, and he will always get martial arts techniques, and he can directly achieve complete enlightenment, which is much faster than practicing. Therefore, there is no need to exchange for secret books and practice personally. Then use it to exchange for the 4 materials that can be exchanged. Otherwise, if you buy them with money, the prices are very high and it costs a lot of money. According to the ratio given by Mu Bufan, the required amount of each material can be exchanged in proportion. These materials are relatively rare and expensive to exchange, costing a total of 3,000 credits. The student's level is determined by the total amount of credits recorded. No matter whether the credits have been used or not, the student will not be downgraded. After exchanging the 4 materials, there are still 2 things left. The material needed is wood marrow crystal and the blood of the exotic beast used to irrigate the seeds. You can obtain the blood of exotic beasts by hunting them yourself. It is mainly wood pith crystal, which is relatively difficult to obtain. There is currently no stock on the market and it cannot be exchanged at school, so you have to go out and look for it yourself. Yifeng looked up information about wood marrow crystals and eventually learned that there was a chance to obtain this thing in the Misty Forest. The Misty Forest is very well known, and Yifeng knows it without having to check. It is shrouded in fog all year round. It is very easy to get lost once you enter it. You need to be extremely careful to avoid getting lost. Yifeng planned to wait for Su Chani to come back, report to her, become her student, and see if there was any chance to open the blue treasure chest on her body. Then set off again to the Misty Forest to look for wood pith crystal. 3 days passed in waiting. During these 3 days, in addition to reading Mu Bufan's diary to gain a better understanding of the demonized plants, Yifeng also read another book. Detailed explanation of raising goo. This was found on the Jiang family's Goo Master. It contained a lot of knowledge about raising goo. After reading it, Yifeng had a better understanding of raising goo. It would be helpful to know more, as it might be useful in dealing with the Jiang family in the future. Su Chani hasn't come back yet. The blue arrow pointing to Su Chani changed frequently over the past few days, but the general direction remained unchanged. It's like moving back and forth in the same area? Yifeng felt confused and went to see the female teacher again to inquire about the situation. But the answer she got was that she couldn't contact Su Chani. What happened? Yifeng frowned. At this moment, the blue arrow on the ground changed again. It's good that he can move. At least it means that he should still be alive. He was probably delayed by something. Yifeng didn't plan to wait any longer. Let's south get on the road first and head to the Misty Forest. Coincidentally, the direction indicated by the blue arrow is the direction of the Misty Forest. If you are lucky, you might meet Su Chani on her way back on the way there. At the same time, somewhere in a dense forest, ancient trees are towering, and the air is filled with thick white fog. The vision is not clear, which seriously affects people's senses. Every step you take here must be careful. Not only do you have to identify the direction, but you also have to be careful of snakes, insects, rats, ants, and some highly poisonous plants. A woman with a sexy body and beautiful face is standing in the dense forest. If Yifeng were here at this moment, he would definitely recognize this woman. Isn't she Su Chani? At this moment, Su Chani seemed to be in a somewhat abnormal condition. Her cheeks were hot and flushed. It was unclear whether it was because she had just practiced the martial arts or for other reasons. Her beautiful eyebrows were furrowed, and she looked in a certain direction with a solemn and resentful look. He stood up again and quickly left the spot. After a long journey, Yifeng arrived at the edge of the Misty Forest. At a glance, the boundless forest was shrouded in thick white fog, making it impossible to see what was inside. It is like this here all year round. No one knows the reason, but it is somewhat magical. It is considered a well-known dangerous place. Dangerous places contains 2 meanings, danger and adventure. Along the way, I didn't run into Su Chani. Yifeng glanced at the ground. The blue arrow was still on the ground, extending all the way into the Misty Forest. It cannot be confirmed from this that Su Chani is also in the Misty Forest. Maybe she is farther away, but just in this direction. Taking a deep breath, Yifeng stepped into the Misty Forest and was completely enveloped by the white mist. This white mist actually affects perception to a certain extent. Warriors don't just rely on their eyes to observe their surroundings, other body senses are also involved. For example, the ears, nose, and even the touch brought to the skin by air convection are all means for warriors to observe the world. This method is called perception. I originally thought that the white fog affected people's vision, making it easy for people to get lost. Only after being there personally did I realize that my entire set of perceptions was affected. For example, the sounds coming from the surrounding environment are difficult to discern the specific direction due to the influence of white fog. This blue arrow has become my guiding light. Yifeng discovered that no matter how the white fog affected his perception, he just had to mindlessly follow the blue arrows to ensure that he would not go in circles. Follow the blue arrow and move forward. Chapter 41 Encounter in the Forest. A thick fog enveloped the dense forest. Yifeng was walking inside. From time to time, some strange noises were heard around. I didn't know what made them, and it was difficult to tell from which direction they came. Yifeng became more focused and paid attention to every change in the environment. If there is any sudden change, we can respond in time. As soon as the thought came to mind, something strange happened. Swish! A poisonous snake shot out from the nearby treetops, opened its mouth wide, and bit Yifeng. Yifeng instinctively drew his sword and slashed, the sword light drawing a beautiful arc. Yifeng cut the poisonous snake in two with one knife. It fell to the ground and kept twisting and struggling. After a while, it gradually became motionless. This kind of situation is quite common here. It's not just here. Wherever there are many snakes, insects, rats and ants, people may be attacked suddenly by them if they move around. Lurking in disguise, then suddenly attacking, is the usual tactic of this type of creature. Yifeng followed the blue arrow and continued to move forward, while looking for the wood marrow crystal. The method is also simple. You just need to pay attention to where the trees are larger and attract creatures that move around nearby, and you may find wood pith crystals. Because there is a kind of pith tree in the misty forest. When it grows to a certain age, a liquid will be produced inside the trunk. As time goes by, the liquid solidifies into a solid, which is the wood pith crystal. Some creatures like the smell of wood pith crystals. Where there are wood pith crystals, there may be creatures wandering around. I don't know how long I walked when I suddenly heard movement in the front. Yifeng slowed down his pace, used some grass and bushes as cover to hide his body, and slowly approached. Finally, it stopped somewhere. Through the gaps between the branches and leaves, Yifeng saw a huge pith tree not far ahead. I'm afraid it's at least 300 years old. Judging from its thickness, this huge pith tree should be more than 300 years old. A 100-year-old tree is capable of producing wood pith crystals, and a 300-year-old tree will produce wood pith crystals of even better quality. According to Mu Bufan, using wood marrow crystals from a higher age would provide more nutrients and allow the mulberry vine to germinate and grow faster. This is it. But boom boom boom. On the trunk of the giant tree, there is a group of saw-toothed woodpeckers. They are very large, with beaks more than 1 meter long. They peck at the trunk fiercely, and a pecking sound can be heard. They are also a kind of strange beast, and their strength is almost at the soldier level, which is equivalent to the martial artist level. For Yifeng, it poses no threat at all. Yifeng immediately appeared and killed him. Startled by the noise, the saw-toothed woodpeckers spread their wings and took off. They reached high into the sky, circled back and forth, and observed the situation below. Then I saw a human being coming to the tree trunk, reaching into the tree hole, and quickly took out pieces of wood pith crystals. Those tree holes were not formed naturally, but were dug out with great effort, for the purpose of obtaining the wood pith crystals inside. But now, all the benefits have come to this human being. How can this be tolerated? I definitely can't stand it. With a whoosh, dozens of saw-toothed woodpeckers swooped down rapidly from the sky. The sharp, serrated bird beak was like a sharp sword. Under the force of gravity's acceleration, it dived through the air and stabbed towards Yifeng. I don't even bother to pay attention to you, but you guys still come to me on your own initiative. Humph. Since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish. Congeal. The demon-destroying spear appeared in the void. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It burst out at a speed faster than a saw-toothed woodpecker, flying back and forth several times in the air. Dozens of woodpeckers fell helplessly from the sky like kites with broken strings. Bang 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 bang. The bird's corpse fell to the ground, with a hole in each vital part of its body. Blood was flowing and it was twitching. After a while, it became motionless. Yifeng continued to dig for wood marrow crystals. This group of woodpeckers did help. Wherever they pecked, there were basically wood pith crystals in it. Soon, Yifeng dug up everything he could, and the quantity was more than enough. It will probably take a long time for this tree to form wood pith crystals again. This time I came out to look for wood marrow crystals. Now that we have found it, we should go back. But Yifeng was a little curious about where Su Chanyi was now. Following his thoughts, Yifeng moved forward a little further. We also discovered that the fluctuation range of the blue arrow is larger than before. From this we can conclude that the distance between the two sides is already short enough. When the distance is far, even if Su Chani moves, the angle change of Yifeng's arrow will be relatively small. Now that the distance is closer, any movement she makes will cause a more noticeable change. Ha! Who is it? Suddenly there was a noise nearby. Yifeng's whole body tensed up, and he held the sword across his body. He activated his soul power and prepared to use the demon-breaking spear at any time. Swish! A fiery red figure quickly rushed out from the direction of the nearby dense grass. Su Chani? After seeing the other person's face clearly, Yifeng recognized her. This person was none other than Su Chani. The moment Su Chani saw Yifeng, she was also shocked, and she swung a long knife with a burning aura towards Yifeng. After seeing that it was Yifeng, she quickly withdrew. He failed to stop in time and bumped headfirst into Yifeng. A wonderful touch spread throughout Yifeng's body. Yifeng? Why are you here? Su Chani was panting and quickly took a few steps back. With her rosy cheeks, she looks like a ripe peach ready to be picked, making people want to take a bite. Logically speaking, as a worthy king of martial arts, she wouldn't be out of breath like this even if she ran continuously for most of the day. So why is that? She also looked a bit disheveled. Some parts of her clothes, and even her close-fitting fiery red armor, were torn, revealing her snow-white skin underneath. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Yifeng always felt that Su Chani was in a bad condition at this moment. Especially the way he stared at me. Why did it feel weird? Despite his doubts, Yifeng immediately replied. I came here to look for some materials, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Yifeng said half-truthfully. I had been following the arrow just now, and it was actually expected that I would run into Su Chani. Su Chani nodded and was about to say something else when she suddenly thought of something and her expression became nervous. Now is not the time to chat, come with me. After saying that, he grabbed Yifeng's arm and started running away without thinking. She seemed to be worried that Yifeng could not keep up with her. She hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and hugged Yifeng, half dragging and half pulling him as he ran. Putting aside the accidental collision just now, this was Yifeng's first time to have close contact with a woman, especially a woman with a hot body and beautiful looks. Feeling the delicate touch of his body, Yifeng's heartbeat accelerated slightly. Chapter 42 The Strange Man in Black Robe. As for Su Chani, her reaction was even greater than Yifeng's. Her ears, which were already red, became even redder, and she could clearly feel her body temperature rising a lot. This damn poison! Su Chani cursed inwardly. If it weren't for the toxins in her body, she wouldn't have been so embarrassed. He practiced the exercises more attentively and suppressed certain thoughts, and then he gradually returned to normal. The two men ran through the dense forest, moving forward quickly. Looking at Su Chani who was so close to him, Yifeng had an idea. Such a good opportunity, why not give it another try? Yifeng glanced sideways at Su Chani's abdomen. The blue treasure chest was right in front of him, moving with Su Chani. I really didn't mean to take advantage of you. It's just that this blue treasure chest ended up on you, so I had to find a way to open it. Before taking action, Yifeng muttered to himself. The main thing is that the level of this treasure chest is not low, it has reached blue, and it will definitely contain good things. If it is of low grade, such as white or yellow, it doesn't matter whether it is opened or not. The blue treasure chest must be opened. Thinking of this, Yifeng reached out and touched it intentionally or unintentionally. The moment the hand touched her abdomen, Su Chani's body trembled noticeably as if she had been electrocuted. A certain thought that had been suppressed with great difficulty suddenly burst out and was almost out of control. What are you doing? Su Chani yelled, with a little woman's resentment in her eyes. God knows she has tried so hard to suppress the toxins in her body, and this guy came to mess things up, almost making her lose control. No. I just had a bug and wanted to swat it away. Yifeng used a very common excuse. At the same time, I secretly sighed in my heart that this method really cannot open the treasure chest. There are bugs? How come I didn't notice it? Su Chani looked at Yifeng up and down with suspicion. Your attention wasn't there, so you definitely didn't notice it. Yifeng said seriously. Su Chani nodded, thinking that it made sense. She really didn't have the extra attention to focus on too many things. Okay, hurry up and leave here. The two of them stopped running. Su Chani began to drive Yifeng away. While speaking, his eyes were not on Yifeng, but were paying attention to the movements around him. It seems, worried about the coming of some danger. What about you? Yifeng asked, feeling that something must have happened to Su Channy. She paused. I can't leave yet. Why? Yifeng was even more confused. Judging from her appearance, she was clearly avoiding something. I haven't been back for several days. I guess I've been wandering around here all the time. Yifeng didn't think that Su Channy couldn't get out. It was just a foggy forest and it shouldn't be difficult for her. The truth should be that she herself doesn't want to go out. What was the reason that made her not want to leave here? He clearly looked like he was avoiding something, but he didn't want to leave and would rather be chased. This approach would seem contradictory to anyone. Don't ask anymore, just go now. If you don't leave, I'll get you into trouble. As soon as the words fell, Su Channy's face changed and she cursed, here he comes again. Run first, we'll talk later. Su Channy hugged Yifeng again and started a new round of escape. When the two figures disappeared in the mist in the forest. But a figure appeared at the original location. This figure was covered in a black robe, making it impossible to see his face clearly. He. You run and I chase you. It's so interesting. I'm so excited. The black-robed man's voice was dry, like a rusty gear with sand in it, harsh and unpleasant. He stuck out his tongue, drooling, and savored the air. Ha! Why is there a young man here? He's a man. He. I'm even more excited. After saying that, he chased in the direction the two people left. Although he failed to catch it for the time being, he seemed to enjoy the pleasure of chasing prey. Su Channy and Yifeng stopped somewhere. Observed the surrounding environment. This place should be safe for now. Just remember to move to another place after a while. She glared at Yifeng with her beautiful eyes and said, I told you to leave quickly, but you didn't listen. Now it's too late. You can't leave even if you want to. When she blames people, her little expression has a unique charm. How would I know what's going on with you? Yifeng spread his hands, looking innocent. Why don't you just tell me what happened? Su Channy sighed, organized her words, and explained. A few days ago, I came out to look for something. But I didn't expect that I would be targeted by a pervert who kept following me. I rely on this misty forest to deal with him. If I leave the misty forest, he will definitely catch up with me. Hearing this, Yifeng suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he always felt that Su Channy was wandering back and forth in the same area. Who is this guy? Is he very strong? Even you are no match for him? Yifeng was surprised. It seemed that he was very powerful, as he could force Su Channy to escape. I don't know his specific identity either, but he's a pervert anyway. As for strength, I fought him briefly, and he should be in the late stage of Martial King. With my strength as a mid-stage Martial King, I don't need to be so afraid of him. It's just that I accidentally got poisoned by him. Now I need to keep circulating my chi and blood to suppress the outbreak of the poison. This way, I won't be able to exert my full strength, because once I exert my full strength, I won't have any extra energy or blood to suppress the toxins in my body. It is precisely because of this that she needs to keep running away and maneuvering. What kind of poison did you get? Yifeng asked. No wonder Su Channy seemed a little off, at least different from usual. It turned out she was poisoned. Su Channy hesitated. Seeing her embarrassed look, it seemed that she found it difficult to speak. I'm trying to detoxify. There are many herbs in this misty forest. I've found some while wandering around. She changed the subject directly. However, there is still one last herb missing, called cliff flower. I need its pollen. But in my current condition, it's not easy to get cliff flowers. Cliff flowers grow on cliffs, often in very steep places. In the past, even a steep cliff would be no problem for the dignified king of martial arts. But now, most of Su Channy's energy and blood are used to suppress the poison, so it is not easy to use force, as it will easily give the poison a chance to erupt. Once it breaks out, it will be difficult to suppress. Chapter 43. You'll get into trouble if you stay here. Yifeng pondered for a while and said. There's a cliff nearby. Stay here and I'll help you look for it. As long as we can, we will definitely help. The main reason is that Yifeng alone is not capable of dealing with that enemy. Once Su Channy is detoxified, the two of them can work together to kill the enemy. As for using the Soul Master's ability to fly, let's leave here now. At first glance, it seems like a good idea. But if you think about it carefully, this method doesn't work. Not to mention whether it is still possible to fly smoothly with one more person. Even if it is possible, it will consume a lot of soul power and the speed will be slowed down. Even if he didn't bring Suchani with him, Yifeng would not be able to fly all the way back to the academy from here if he flew alone. When the journey is long and the soul power is consumed too much, you must rest in the middle and descend to the ground. Then there will be a situation where you are flying in the sky and the enemy is chasing you on the ground. Unless you have infinite soul power and can guarantee to fly forever, you will definitely be caught eventually. So it doesn't mean that a soul master can be invincible under the martial emperor just because he can fly with the help of soul soldiers. As long as the enemy's movement speed is faster than the soul master's flying speed, the enemy can follow all the way. When the soul power is exhausted and has to come down, that is the day the soul master dies. Without thinking anymore, Yifeng immediately set off for the nearby cliff. If it were an ordinary forest, there might not be cliffs. Fortunately, the misty forest is located on a mountain range, so some cliffs can still be found. Soon, Yifeng arrived at the nearby cliff. This cliff is nearly 100 meters high and almost vertical. Yifeng raised his head and glanced upwards. Soon, his eyes locked on a certain spot. About 70 or 80 meters above the ground, a bunch of white flowers proudly took root on the bare cliff. That's the cliff flower. Near the cliff flowers, there are several monkeys. They are nimble and like top rock climbers, they hold on tightly to some places on the cliff where they can gain leverage and climb towards the cliff flowers. That's a cliff monkey. They are strong climbers and can move freely on vertical cliffs. Occasionally you might stumble, but that's usually due to fighting. If you climb properly, you'll be fine. Cliff monkeys like to eat cliff flowers. If they get there first, the flowers will definitely become their meal. Without hesitation, Yifeng mobilized his soul power and the demon-destroying spear appeared. Call out. The demon-breaking spear turned into a stream of light and shot out rapidly. The sharp tip of the gun suddenly nailed the edge of the cliff flower bush. The entire bush of cliff flowers, including the flowers and soil, was pried off the cliff and fell freely. Yifeng, who was standing at the bottom of the cliff, reached out and caught the cliff flower steadily. The demon-breaking spear also turned into energy and was retracted into his mind. The set of movements was done smoothly and quickly, leaving the cliff monkeys hanging above stunned. Wow! Wow! After he came to his senses, he realized that the cliff flower had been stolen. He immediately screamed and bared his teeth at Yifeng. Yifeng ignored them, took Yahua away and returned to Suchani. I've got the cliff flower for you. Yifeng handed the cliff flower to Suchani. So fast? Suchani was surprised. It felt like Yifeng had only been away for a short while, but he found him unexpectedly. With the cliff flower, the poison should be detoxified, right? Yifeng asked. That should be enough. Suchani nodded and continued, let's change places first. If you stay in one place for a while, you have to change places, otherwise you will easily be tracked by the enemy. The two hit the road again. Sure enough, not long after the two left, a black-robed figure appeared here. He licked his lips lewdly, drooling everywhere. He, you're really good at running. Where did you go again? He also continued on his way to track. Yifeng and Suchani ran a long distance and came to a cave. After ensuring it was safe, Suchani began to prepare the antidote. All the dozens of herbs that had been collected were taken out. Recall in your mind the detoxification formulas you have seen before and mix them according to the proportions. After the mixture is prepared, part of it should be taken orally, and the other part should be sprinkled into water for medicinal bath. Attacking both inside and outside can quickly detoxify. You don't even know what poison you've been poisoned by. Are you sure the antidote you've prepared will work? Yifeng watched her mix the medicine the whole time and always felt that it was a bit unreliable. Could it be that this woman is desperate and trying all kinds of treatment? Who said I didn't know what poison I was in? Suchani glanced at Yifeng. Without stopping her hands, she took out some of the antidote and swallowed it in one gulp. You know? Why couldn't you say it just now? So what kind of poison is it? Yifeng was curious and asked repeatedly. Okay, I'm going to take a medicinal bath. Suchani didn't say anything again and changed the subject. She walked into the cave. There is a pool inside, not big, like a bathtub, with clear water. Tick tick. Water has been seeping from the top of the cave, dripping down and falling into the pool. Because of this, over time, this small pool was formed. Su Chanyi threw the antidote into the pool and watched it slowly dissolve. Just as I was about to start the medicinal bath, I remembered that there was another person nearby. "You're just going to sit there and watch?" Su Chanyi looked at Yi Feng and said unhappily. "I have already prepared the medicinal bathwater and am ready to soak in it, but this guy has no idea at all and just stands there staring blankly. Do you still want to watch from the sidelines? Aren't you going to watch it? What if something happens?" Yi Feng said. "You'll get into trouble if you stay here." Su Chanyi gritted her teeth. "This guy, I really want to see it. I really don't know whether this guy is too naive or too shameless." She remembered that when she was running away with Yi Feng in her arms, Yi Feng touched her abdomen. At that time, Yi Feng explained that it was because of bugs. Thinking about it now, it doesn't seem that simple. Wait, it hits the abdomen. Why did she feel that this scene was familiar? After a moment's thought, I quickly remembered. During the college entrance examination, she went to Linhai City to supervise the exam. When she saw Yi Feng, this guy suddenly bowed to her with an extremely exaggerated movement and accidentally touched her abdomen. At that time, I thought that this kid was more polite. Now it seems that it is not that simple. Twice, was it really just an accident? Su Chanyi began to doubt. He looked at Yi Feng with extremely suspicious eyes. This guy is quite handsome. Wait. Why would I have such an idea? Stop. Is it because the poison is not suppressed? I've already taken the antidote, so it should be starting to work. Why does it feel even harder to suppress than before? Su Chanyi felt very confused. Quickly clear your mind of distracting thoughts, mobilize more energy and blood, and suppress the spread of the poison. Well, I'll go out and keep watch. If you have any questions, call me immediately. Yi Feng said this and was about to go outside. Etc. Su Chanyi suddenly shouted, and her eyes were full of passion as she looked at Yi Feng, wishing she could pounce on him. What's wrong with you? Yi Feng felt uneasy. No. It's okay. Su Chanyi's eyes became clear again. You should go out first. I should be fine after taking a medicinal bath. Su Chanyi said. Yi Feng nodded, left the cave and went outside to guard. Chapter 44, Outrageous. Can this also open a treasure chest? In the cave. Su Chanyi took off her armor, undressed, and took off her clothes one by one. With straight and slender legs, he took a step and stepped into the pool. As the body sank, the water level rose all the way until it reached the neck. The whole person was immersed in the pool of water. That damned rapist poisoned me with Hawan powder and forced me to have sex with him in order to detoxify. Damn it, you bastard. I will remove the poison right now and prevent you from succeeding. After I detoxify myself, I will definitely settle the score with you. Su Chanyi gritted her teeth and said angrily. Time passes by every second. What's going on? As Su Chanyi soaked in the medicinal bath, the restlessness in her body did not subside in the slightest. Not only was it useless, it even gradually intensified, requiring her to use more energy and blood to suppress it. Not good. The toxins in the body suddenly erupted. It had been almost suppressed to the limit, but now it suddenly exploded and could no longer be suppressed at all. The medicinal power of Hawan powder is no longer limited to a certain range, but flows to all parts of the body along with the blood. At this moment, Su Chanyi's eyes became blurred, her breathing rate quickened, her body temperature rose, and she was panting slightly. Outside the cave. Yi Feng suddenly noticed some movement and meaningless sounds coming from the cave. Yi Feng. Yi Feng suddenly heard Su Chanyi in the cave calling his name. You called me? Yi Feng confirmed. Well, come in. Su Chanyi's voice was full of charm. Have you finished your medicinal bath? Yi Feng asked. Yes, it's ready, come in quickly. Her voice was urgent. Oh, okay. Although he felt something was a little strange, Yi Feng didn't think much about it and walked towards the cave. When Yi Feng went in, the scene before him almost made his nose bleed. Su Chanyi was soaking in the pool. The water surface was rippling, and the body underwater was looming, twisting like a water snake. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Feng was almost tearing. Teacher Su, what are you doing? Didn't you say it was ready? Why are you calling me in now? Yi Feng immediately turned around, his mouth feeling dry even when he spoke. However, before Yi Feng could finish his words, there was a sound of splashing water behind him, and Su Chani's delicate hand grabbed Yi Feng's clothes. Caught off guard, Yi Feng lost his balance and was dragged into the pool. Su Chani used her hands and feet to wrap Yi Feng tightly. Yi Feng, I can't control myself anymore. I can only let you down. Rather than letting that ugly bastard succeed, I'd rather follow you. At this moment, Yi Feng felt that even the cold pond water could not cool him down. Until now, Yi Feng finally understood what kind of poison Su Chani was infected with. No wonder when I asked her what kind of poison she was poisoned with, she kept avoiding the topic. No wonder, from the moment we met, I felt that her state was a little unnatural. Yi Feng was about to say something when his mouth was blocked. My first time. Crash, crash. In the cave, there was a sound of water splashing, which became more and more intense. In this process, snap. You opened a blue treasure chest. Congratulations! You received 12,000 soul power. The sudden reminder made Yi Feng stunned. The blue treasure chest that I had been longing for was actually opened in this way? Considering the location of the treasure chest, which is in the lower abdomen, it doesn't seem difficult to understand. Yi Feng couldn't help but recall that when he was getting the wood marrow crystal, he could reach into the tree hole, touch the wood marrow crystal inside, and take it out. A total of 12,000 points of soul power. After the fusion, Yi Feng's soul power skyrocketed. It soared from the original 15,000 to 27,000. And this value is exactly the threshold of the king level. In other words, Yi Feng's soul master realm was promoted from the late general level to the early king level in one fell swoop. With such strength, dealing with enemies in the late stage of king of martial arts is a piece of cake. The cave has become quiet. The two of them had already put on their clothes, and Su Chani's eyes had regained clarity, but her face was still very red. Before, it was the poison that was causing the problem, but now it's the blushing face. Thinking about what had just happened, she didn't know how to face Yi Feng for a moment. It was at this time. I found you guys. An unpleasant and piercing sound came from outside the cave. It's over. We're trapped in the cave and can't escape. Su Chani panicked. Hurry up and find a second exit. Although the poison has been eliminated now, she had previously consumed too much energy and blood to suppress the poison, which was a huge consumption. In this state, it is impossible to fight the enemy. Originally, she planned to wait until the poison was removed, her strength was restored, and she could run at full speed and leave the misty forest first. I'll figure out how to take revenge later. But now, he had just been detoxified and was in extremely bad condition, and was blocked by the enemy in the cave. It is estimated that the enemy will come in from outside soon. Obviously, there is no second exit. Yi Feng said. From here, you can see the end at a glance, and you can tell at a glance whether there is a second exit. It's all your fault. It took so long just now. Su Chani complained. Will it become a disadvantage over time? Yi Feng asked back. As he was speaking, a man shrouded in a black robe walked in from outside. He stuck out his tongue, which was covered with a heavily yellow coating, and licked his thick lips, with saliva flowing everywhere. I smell herbs, he. Do you think this is ordinary Hawan powder? Wrong, this is Hawan powder that I've modified. Ordinary antidotes will not only fail to remove the toxin, but will actually exacerbate its spread. The man in black robe chuckled, feeling very proud. But soon, his face twisted. But judging from your appearance, the poison should have been eliminated. Could it be that the two of you have already? You actually went against my wishes. I won't forgive you. The black-robed man's voice was harsh and hoarse, and his face was distorted to the extreme, making him look very crazy. It made his already ugly face even uglier. After hearing what he said, Su Chani's face turned cold. No wonder the antidote didn't work and he even suddenly lost control. So that's how it was. This rapist is so insidious. Yi Feng, when the fight starts, I'll do my best to hold him back. You look for a chance to escape first, and I'll find another chance to shake him off. Su Chani looked solemn and whispered to Yi Feng. No need, I'm not afraid of him at all. You don't have to take action, just watch from the side. Yi Feng spoke calmly and told the truth. It's already this late, don't try to be so stubborn, or you'll only cause more trouble. Listen to me, and find a chance to escape. Su Chani spoke in a serious tone, pretending to protect Yi Feng. Naturally, she did not believe what Yifeng said. In her opinion, a freshman like Yifeng, even if he showed good strength in the ring battle, could only be considered good. In front of King Wu, they were nothing and didn't even have a chance to resist. King Wu could crush him to death with just one finger. Letting him fight? That's like sending him to his death. You two don't have to fight anymore, I won't let either of you escape. The voices of the two people talking were actually very low, and the man in black robe did not hear clearly what the two people said, but he could guess at random. What else could they discuss except escape? Anyway, in his opinion at this moment, the two of them were like fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered by him. He had already started thinking about what means he would use to torture the two of them. Just thinking about it made him so excited that his body trembled, shook madly, and made some strange and meaningless noises. Okay, I've figured out how to play with you. Now, enjoy yourself. The man in black robe licked his lips and said evilly. Su Chani also became nervous. Although she felt exhausted, she still forced herself to mobilize the qi and blood in her body and prepare for battle. Overdrawing your body is better than standing and waiting to die. Besides, if you fall into the hands of such a psychopath, even if you die, it will be a miserable death. Just when Su Chani was about to take action and prepare for a life and death battle. Call out. A sharp sound of breaking air passed quickly past my ears from behind. A streak of blood-red light instantly swallowed up the brief distance between the two sides and appeared in front of the man in black robe. This is too fast. It was too unexpected. The man in black robe didn't even have time to react. Only one thought came to his mind: what is this? The crisis of death is looming. The blood-red spear pierced through the center of his forehead, and its terrifying power crushed his entire head. The spear's power remained undiminished as it shot straight forward, eventually piercing into the cave wall and sinking deeply into it. Receive. The spear that was stuck deep in the cave wall turned back into energy and was recovered into Yifeng's mind. The headless body of the man in black robe fell straight down. In his hand, he was holding a handful of paralysis powder. Once contaminated with this substance, without an antidote, one will become powerless and temporarily paralyzed. It was probably thrown over suddenly during preparation for battle. He is indeed a vicious guy. Who was it? Who launched the attack just now? Is there someone else in the cave? He must be a powerful person. Looking at the black rogue man who was killed in an instant, Su Chani did not move for a long time. She was stunned for a long time before slowly turning around. I want to see who the strong man who just took action is. Chapter 45, Bounty Wanted List, earn 10 million for free. After Su Chani turned around, she saw Yifeng behind her. There is no one else. The one who just made the move was you, Yifeng. Before turning around, she was of course aware that the possibility of other people being in this cave was very low. But she just found it unbelievable. How could a person who, in her knowledge, was only at the level of a military general, suddenly launch such a terrifying attack? The enemy is a genuine king of war. He is not just an ordinary martial king, he has reached the late stage of martial king. And they always use some insidious means that make it hard to guard against them. Even if they are both martial kings, fighting against this person is extremely dangerous and they may be defeated at any time. But even such a strong opponent was killed instantly by Yifeng in one blow. The contrast this brought to Su Chani was undoubtedly huge. In such a short period of time, Yifeng has become so strong. The attack you just unleashed felt like there was a fluctuation of soul power. Could it be that besides being a warrior, you are also a soul master? Su Chani looked at Yifeng in surprise. Yes, it is the soul master's method of attack. Yifeng nodded. Your soul master realm is even higher than that of a warrior. I didn't expect you to hide so well. If I had known you were so strong, we wouldn't have had to run in the first place. Oh, yes. You probably felt that unless it was absolutely necessary, you didn't want to show your soul master's strength to outsiders, so that you could use it as a trump card. That's why you chose to escape in the first place. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone your soul master's secret. Su Chani looked at me with an I understand you expression and came up with many ideas in her mind. I wasn't the one running just now. You were the one who forced me to run. Yifeng smiled and joked deliberately. When Su Chani mentioned such intimate words, she thought of what happened between the two of them in the pond just now, and her ears turned red. Ahem. She coughed lightly to hide her strange expression. Then won't you just say it? Just be so obedient and run away when I take you away? Which man would refuse to be hugged by a beautiful woman? Yi Feng was still smiling, his eyes scanning her body as he spoke. The beautiful scene just now seemed to appear before his eyes again. Humph. Pervert. Su Chanyi snorted and stopped talking to Yi Feng. He turned around and looked at the body of the man in black robe. He didn't dare to attack him directly, but instead used his weapon to pull him back. Everything he was carrying was taken out. There are dozens of different kinds of pills and powders in bottles and jars. What a sinister and vicious pervert. Even though the person is dead now, Su Chanyi is still a little angry. The result of her anger was that she whipped the corpse and slashed it hard at a vital part of the body. Yi Feng felt his lower body tighten when he saw this. This woman. If I offend her one day, will I be stabbed like this? I know who he is. Su Chanyi suddenly said. Who? Yi Feng asked. Look at this tattoo. She pointed the knife at the black-robed man's right hand, where there was a tattoo pattern on his forearm. It was a bloody hand, reaching out from a dark doorframe, as if it was coming to take my life. Just looking at this pattern gives people a sense of evil. Blood Hand Sect? Yi Feng said the name subconsciously. Yes, it's the Blood Hand Sect. Since he's a member of the Blood Hand Sect, it's not surprising. The Blood Hand Sect is an extremely evil organization. All its members are villains who take pleasure in doing evil things. They have a long history of bad deeds and have committed many heinous crimes. They have long been hated by the people and are on the wanted list. Killing and looting are just daily routine for them. What they pursue is the ultimate evil. Even if they only do one bad thing, they will do it in a variety of ways. For example, if someone kills someone, they might kill him with a knife. But when they kill people, they will use various means to torture them slowly, and this process makes them feel excited and thrilled. Those who join such organizations have more or less psychological problems, so it is not surprising that they can do such things. By the way, there are wanted notices for some members of the Blood Hand Sect. Check to see if this guy is on the list. Su Chanyi reminded. The wanted list is set up by the state, specifically targeting those evildoers who have committed heinous crimes, so that experts from all over the society can help capture or kill them. Whether you capture him alive or kill him, you can get a generous reward. From this, a profession has developed, bounty hunter. They are planned and organized, searching for wanted criminals everywhere and earning rewards after killing them. Of course, while obtaining high returns, one also bears extremely high risks. Those who can make the list are all big villains, and their strength is not too weak. There are many examples of wanted criminals killing themselves. Yi Feng used his tactical watch to call open a small light screen and began browsing the internet. Enter the wanted website and enter the keyword Blood Hand Gate in the search box. Soon, a row of them were listed. The person who ranked first in the search results was the leader of the Blood Hand Sect. Blood Hand Sect leader, information unknown, strength unknown. Those who provide information, once verified, will be rewarded with a maximum of 30 million yuan, depending on the value of the information, with no upper limit. Kill, reward 4 billion. Catch alive, reward 5 billion. Good job. When Yi Feng saw this wanted notice, he exclaimed, wow. Just by providing information, you can get a minimum reward of more than 30 million yuan. It can turn a beggar into a rich man in an instant, so that he will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. If they are captured alive or killed, they will instantly have billions. It's easy to understand that the reward for capturing alive is higher than that for killing. Capturing them alive is more valuable so that information can be obtained through interrogation. In addition, when two masters fight, it is actually more difficult to capture one alive. It requires overwhelming strength to capture one alive. Otherwise, you will be restricted in the fight and may even be killed if you are not careful. Therefore, although the bounty looks tempting, not everyone has the ability to take it. Even the official statement was, unknown information, unknown strength. This means that this person is hiding very well, and it is difficult to even find him, let alone capture him alive or kill him. Below the Blood Hand Sect leader are several high-ranking members of the Blood Hand Sect, and their bounties are also very high, basically hundreds of millions, but they are far less than that of the Blood Hand Sect leader. Yi Feng browsed down. Evil pharmacist, strength is in the late stage of martial king, skilled in using various medicines. This person has an ugly face, a twisted mind, and is extremely evil and lustful, attracting both men and women. Kills, 10 million. Capture alive, 12 million. There is a photo attached above, and you can compare it to show that it is indeed this person. Is this going to be a $10 million profit? Killing such a martial king for 10 million seems like the martial king is not worth much. After all, a level 4 weapon costs several million. But you can't think like that. The bounty is just a reward, a form of encouragement, not a measurement standard. In fact, for those who have the ability to kill instantly, such as Yifeng just now, they can kill the opponent with one blow and get tens of millions of yuan. Looking at it this way, it seems that it is very profitable. Making 10 million in one attack is not a small amount. Yifeng took action immediately. First, click to receive the wanted order for this person, and after receiving the wanted order, click Done. A page pops up where you can upload information. Battle videos, photos of wanted criminals' bodies, the locations of bodies. These are the evidence. Finally, fill in the bounty hunter's own bank account to be used for distributing the bounty later. Personal information such as bank accounts will be encrypted by the computer system, which means that the relevant person in charge will not be able to know who the bounty hunter is. The purpose is to protect personal privacy, prevent collusion between insiders and outsiders, and prevent the bounty hunter's specific identity from being discovered and retaliated against by the forces behind the wanted criminal. We will verify the evidence as soon as possible. If the situation is true, you will receive a reward within 3 days. Chapter 46 New Clues, but with time conditions? Yifeng swept all the medicines on the evil pharmacist into his backpack. What are you doing with all this dirty stuff of his? Seeing Yifeng's behavior, Su Chanyi looked strange. Hey. Yifeng did not answer directly. He looked at Su Chanyi and deliberately showed an evil smile. Su Chanyi felt uneasy and had goosebumps all over her body. Are you going to do something bad too? Yes, I'm going to do something bad to you. Yifeng smiled evilly and walked over step by step. Su Chanyi was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly. Seeing her reaction, Yifeng burst into laughter. I'm not kidding you. Since he can carry these medicines with him, they must be of high value. There are so many types. I'll take them back and see if there is any that I can use. Yifeng explained. Su Chanyi rolled her eyes at Yifeng and almost thought that a new evil pharmacist was about to be born. Let's go, it's time to go back. The two left the cave. On the way, Yifeng killed a general-level monster, filled a can with the beast's blood using the container he had prepared before setting off, and put it into his backpack. The remaining meat was not wasted, so they found a place to make a fire and grill it. Su Chanyi was seen practicing her martial arts skills. The fire elements gathered in her hands, the temperature gradually increased, and she pressed her palm on the pile of wood, and flames rose. Do you have a fire-related physique or talent? Yifeng asked curiously. I have SS-level physique and a Fire Lotus spirit body. Su Chanyi replied. I see. After the meat was roasted, the two began to eat. The meat of a general-level exotic beast contains a large amount of essence, qi, and blood, which can help Su Chanyi recover her depleted qi and blood quickly. After eating and drinking, the two set off and eventually returned to the provincial capital. At the same time, several people came to a cave in the misty forest. They came from the provincial government and were surveyors from the wanted list department. Their main job was to go to the battle scene to investigate the situation. This time, after receiving a notice that the wanted criminal with a high bounty, the evil pharmacist, was killed, he came to investigate the details. After several people entered the cave, a headless corpse appeared in front of them. There were many skull tissues scattered around, which were obviously caused by the skull exploding. This shows how terrifying the power of the attack was. The person who took action was extremely powerful. Vomit. A young man in the team almost vomited. He was a new employee who was brought out by the old explorer for internship and training. He had never experienced such a scene before and immediately felt physically uncomfortable. Ha, Shaoli, watch more and you'll get used to it. The old explorers looked calm and chatted happily. They had experienced a lot and had long lost their feelings. Several people began to inspect the scene. The headless corpse no longer has any visible features, but through other testing methods, it can still be confirmed that this corpse is the evil pharmacist. The chain of evidence is sufficient, including first-person combat videos. They have the technology to verify the authenticity of the videos and are not afraid of others fabricating them. After verification from multiple parties, it can be basically confirmed that the evil pharmacist was indeed killed. This lewd and adulterous pharmacist has committed countless evil deeds. Today, a master has finally eliminated him. This can be considered as retribution for his evil deeds. I wonder who this expert is, but he was able to kill the evil pharmacist in one strike. He's truly formidable. Perhaps it's some important figure in the provincial government. Only they can do this. Several explorers were talking among themselves in amazement. Yi Feng returned to Longting Academy. The first thing to do is to go back to the dormitory. Now that I am a senior student, I can move to the inner area to live. It is an independent small courtyard with 3 rooms and a yard. It is much more comfortable to live in than the single-room dormitories outside. Yi Feng, are you moving? I saw Yi Feng come to the dormitory area and take away some personal belongings, such as spare clothes. He Xiling happened to see this scene, so she asked. Yes, I moved to the inner area. Yi Feng replied. The students are all talking about you becoming a senior student. I thought it was incredible and was about to confirm it with you, but I didn't expect that you actually became a senior student. He Xiling sounded surprised. Being an advanced student means having 10,000 credits, which is a lot for He Xiling at the moment. Before she knew it, the gap between her and Yi Feng had become so huge. Then I'll move there first. You should work hard too. When you become a senior student, we can still be neighbors. Yi Feng encouraged. With He Xiling's talent, there will be no problem for her to become an advanced student, and she will be faster than most students. Her speed is normal. It can only be said that Yi Feng is cheating. No one can compare to him in this regard. Looking at Yi Feng's receding back, He Xiling's eyes were filled with mixed emotions, and she hid the admiration deep in her eyes even deeper. What am I thinking about? He Xiling shook her head and put aside her distracting thoughts. Ever since she was forced to mutilate herself and disfigure herself, and experienced deep helplessness, she has vowed to focus solely on martial arts for the rest of her life and not think about anything else. Yes. I want to become stronger. Keep getting stronger. He Xiling's expression became firm again. After a little perception, a burst of joy flashed through her mind, and she felt that the bottleneck of her realm had actually loosened. Yi Feng moved to the inner area and chose a small courtyard to live in. Take out the required materials and start preparing the seedling soil. After mixing them according to the proportions, place them in a container and bury the mulberry vine seeds in it. We also need to pour 1 liter of animal blood. Yi Feng opened the container and poured the beast blood into it. The blood of exotic beasts is very strange. Even at room temperature, it can be stored for a long time and will not coagulate. This is very good. You only need to water it once a day, so you don't have to keep getting fresh water. After doing all this, the next step is to wait for it to sprout. At this time, a new treasure chest clue popped up. Treasure chest clue: a blue treasure chest appears in the star pattern iron mine. Please go there and open it after half a month. There is another treasure chest, and it's blue. But why is there a time condition? The clues this time are different from the previous ones. Given the time conditions, it will take half a month to go there. There must be some reason behind this. Perhaps it is in the star pattern iron mine. There may be something special about this place. I searched online, but couldn't find any accurate information. Most of the information just said that astral iron ore was a good metal that could be used to refine weapons and armor. Then I can only go to the collection pavilion and look through some books to see if I can find relevant information. Yi Feng was about to go out. The tactical watch suddenly vibrated. I took a look and saw that someone was calling from an unfamiliar number. Chapter 47. Can I come to the dormitory for one-on-one tutoring? Seeing the unfamiliar number dialing, Yi Feng remembered that on the way back, Su Chani said that her tactical watch was lost in the misty forest, and she would get a new one when she returned. She asked Yi Feng for his contact number at that time, saying that it would be convenient to contact him later. It should be her. Yi Feng picked up the phone. Sure enough, Su Chani's figure appeared on the light curtain. She had changed into a new set of clothes and looked very clean and fair. She must have taken a shower because she smelled very fragrant. The dazzling twin peaks took up half of the screen. Student Yi Feng, you've become a senior student, why haven't you come over to report to the teacher yet? She acted like a strict teacher, as if she was scolding a disobedient student. Because I'm a little tired. Yi Feng smiled, hinting at something. Why are you so tired for no reason? Su Chani said with a serious expression. Yeah, why should I be tired? Yi Feng deliberately emphasized. Su Chani's face showed a trace of unnaturalness, and she said in a panic, "Come here quickly." Then he hung up directly. Yifeng was about to go out, so he went there first. When she arrived at the teaching area for advanced students, Su Chani had just finished answering a cultivation question raised by a student. Seeing Yifeng coming, she cleared her throat. "Classmates, we have a new student joining our class today. You should be familiar with him." Then he looked at Yifeng and introduced him. "He is the new student, Yifeng. Come, say hello to everyone." Yifeng walked to Su Chani, facing the students below, and said politely, "Hello everyone, I am Yifeng, please take care of me in the future." Su Chani, who was standing next to her, twitched her eyelids when she heard this. "You are so humble. I am the dignified martial king and a senior instructor at Lunting Academy, but now I can't beat him, and this guy still asks me to take care of him." Bang bang bang. The students in the audience applauded to express their welcome and whispered to each other. It's so fast to become a senior student in such a short time. Maybe he was already quite strong before. For example, when he took the college entrance exam, he already had the strength of a military commander. That's why he's progressing so fast now. That makes sense. This is more acceptable. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous to see such great progress in such a short period of time. All the students present here are outstanding because they are able to gather here. There are many top scorers in the college entrance examination in various cities. They are arrogant and find it hard to accept that they, as geniuses, are crushed so much by another genius. I had to find a reason to convince myself that the other party was not that exaggerated. Yifeng, if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation in the future, feel free to consult me to avoid delaying your cultivation progress. Su Chani deliberately joked to Yifeng. Of course she knew that with Yifeng's current strength, there was no need for him to ask her for advice. "Can I go to the tutor's dormitory for one-on-one tutoring?" Yifeng asked with a sly smile, blinking his eyes. Of course. He subconsciously wanted to say yes, but then he remembered something and noticed Yifeng's smirk. Su Chani glanced at Yifeng unhappily and winked at him madly. In class, with so many people watching, this guy still does this. What's wrong with Teacher Su? Why does it feel a little weird? I don't know. Maybe he's not satisfied with what Yifeng said. Is there anything wrong with what he said? I remember that many students encountered some urgent situations and went to Professor Su's residence to ask for her advice. She didn't say much at the time and answered them very seriously. This scene made the students very confused. "Teacher Su, I have something else to do and would like to ask for leave." Yifeng's words once again confused the students. "I just joined and I'm probably the worst in the class. Now I'm not paying attention and I'm asking for leave in the middle of class?" He's done. He became a student under Teacher Su, but he didn't investigate her temperament properly. This has violated a taboo. The students shook their heads. Because they knew that Su Chani was notoriously disgusted by others leaving midway. If you want to ask for leave, just do it. Just don't come to this class. But once you came, halfway through the class, you suddenly said you had something to do and had to leave, which Su Chani was very disgusted with. Even those top-notch senior students would not dare to say a word and would leave midway unless they had no other choice. Once you raise it without giving sufficient reasons, you will definitely be severely punished. The senior students didn't dare to mention it, but Yifeng, a freshman, actually said it openly without even giving a specific reason. This lame excuse of "something happened" is just a casual excuse. A newborn calf is really not afraid of a tiger. However, the next moment, something shocking happened. Well, if you have something to do, go ahead and do it. Su Chani had a gentle smile on her face, as gentle as she could be. Nanny! Everyone's mouths were open, their minds almost unable to process. When I came to my senses, Yifeng had already left. Looking at Su Chani again, she was not angry, not at all, everything was normal. Could it be that Teacher Su was no longer averse to slipping away midway through the lesson? "Classmates, let's continue the class," Su Chani said on the stage. The senior students exchanged glances with each other and decided to send a representative to verify their guess. "Teacher Su, I have something to do and would like to ask for leave." A top student in the class raised his hand to ask Su Chani for instructions. Su Chani, who was giving a lecture, looked serious and asked, "What exactly is it?" The old students felt a pang in their hearts and had a bad feeling. The top student couldn't think of a good reason and stammered. "Humph. I've said it countless times. I hate people who slack off during class. As students, this is the golden period for diligent training. If you don't listen to the lectures carefully and strive to become stronger quickly, and yet you keep asking for leave, it really wastes all my efforts. Go out and run 5,000 laps around the school. Su Channy gave the punishment. The top students were suffering. This was Longting Academy, which covered a very large area. Even if the generals had good speed and physique, they would still be very tired after 5,000 laps. Teacher, you are biased. For the same reason, Yifeng can leave, but I can't. I even have to be physically punished, he argued. Can it be the same? When you don't need to attend the class, you can leave at any time without even saying hello to me. Su Channy said seriously. Just because he's more talented and progresses faster, why doesn't he need to attend classes? The old man grumbled in dissatisfaction, but did not dare to confront loudly. Because he knew that if he said a few more words, not only would it not change anything, but the corporal punishment would even increase. What else can I do? The bias was so obvious that he had no choice but to admit defeat and go running obediently. Yifeng came to the collection pavilion. After becoming an advanced student, you can enter the third level. The third layer contains many books that record various events. Although today's technology allows data to be stored in chips, the habit of recording in books has always been retained. Especially for some important information, people prefer to use paper as a carrier. As long as it is properly kept, it can be preserved for a long time. Yifeng began to search for information about the star pattern iron mine. After a while, I finally found it. It also made Yifeng understand why it would take half a month to open this treasure chest. Chapter 48, Growth. The birth of spiritual intelligence, blood-sucking and recognition of the master. Star pattern iron can only be produced in one place, and that is the secret treasure mine. In this secret realm, there are a large number of minerals, and star pattern iron is one of them. Once people find a asterism iron mine, they can dig out asterism iron minerals, and after smelting, it becomes asterism iron. As for why it takes half a month to go there, it is because the secret realm of the treasure mine is quite peculiar, and the entrance to the secret realm does not exist at all times. It appears and disappears, appearing periodically and then shutting down again. It will be closed for about a month each time and then open for about 10 days, and the cycle continues. It will take another half a month before the next opening. Therefore, the clues to the treasure chest will indicate that you can only set off half a month later. Even if you go there now, you will not be able to enter the secret realm. This half month can be considered as a rest. You don't have to be idle. You can study how to raise poisonous insects and how to deal with the Zhang family. Yifeng did not forget that the Zhang family still had a red treasure chest waiting for him to open, and there were also god-eating moss seedlings waiting for him to take. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you better formulate an action plan. I have an arrow to guide you. You don't have to search hard when the time comes. Just follow the arrow and you will arrive eventually. Only. Yifeng looked at the book again, and there was a sentence on it. After years of development, people have clearly realized the value of the secret treasure mines. Many of the mineral veins within are occupied by major forces. They expend manpower and resources to mine the minerals and then transport them out, forming a huge industrial chain. Yifeng didn't know whether the star pattern iron mine where the treasure chest was located had an owner. He would only know when he went there. Time passes. 2 days later. Yifeng, who was in the dormitory, suddenly received a transfer reminder. You received a transfer of 10 million yuan, and the current balance is 15,800,000 yuan. From the bounty headquarters. I killed the evil pharmacist and received the bounty. Yifeng's original fortune of more than 5 million was due to his outstanding performance in the college entrance examination, which brought huge benefits to the 10th Martial Arts High School. The school rewarded him with 5 million, and the other 800,000 was earned from selling things later. In an instant, Yifeng's assets increased several times, reaching a net worth of over tens of millions. It seems like making money this way is pretty quick. However, the whereabouts of those on the wanted list are very secretive and not so easy to find. Whether you can make a fortune depends on whether you are lucky. If you are lucky, you can catch another fat fish, which means you will earn a lot of money. Don't think about these for now. Yifeng looked at the seedling pot and the soil was a little dry. Today's beast blood has not been poured yet. Yifeng took out the animal blood and poured 1 liter of it into the seedling pot. If you water it once a day, the soil for raising seedlings will be dry the next day. I guess it has all been absorbed by the seeds. Yifeng hopes that the seeds can germinate and grow quickly. He was not idle afterwards and took out several more utensils. The container is a goo pan, which contains many small insects. The goo plates and insects were all bought in the past 2 days. They were just basic things and not expensive. I bought a lot of them with only 10,000 yuan. What are really expensive are the more advanced and rare insects, as well as the poisonous insects that have been cultivated to maturity. At this stage, Yifeng doesn't have any use for those things for the time being. Practice makes perfect. It is difficult to learn how to raise goo just by reading detailed explanation of raising goo. Only by observing and experimenting can you make rapid progress. The goo worms in plates 1 to 3 have all been wiped out. Plates 4 to 6 are doing better. We need to adjust the plan and reduce the amount of poisonous food we feed them. Yifeng concluded. For now, try raising poisonous insects. The insects themselves contain toxins, and then you can feed them poisonous food to make them even more poisonous. The amount of poisonous food must be controlled well, otherwise it will easily lead to the situation where all the insects die. Once my skills in cultivating poisonous insects become stronger, I can cultivate high-level poisonous insects. The poisons I found from the evil pharmacist will come in handy. Yifeng said to himself. As for now, the poisonous insects are too low level and cannot withstand the overly toxic poison. No matter how it is diluted, feeding it to the fish will definitely lead to death. Another 8 days passed. At this time, Yifeng spread out his palm, and a 10-centimeter long green vine twisted in his palm like a small green worm. It is the mulberry vine. After a total of 10 days, it finally grew into a seedling, developed intelligence, could leave the nursery soil, survive without soil, and could even move. Yifeng circulated his qi and blood, forcing blood out from his fingertips and collecting it in a cup, nearly 200 milliliters. Smelling the blood, Xiao Yun Sang Tang jumped into the cup immediately like a cat smelling fish, soaking in the blood and absorbing it greedily. Mu Bufan's diary records that after the seed grows into a green vine and develops intelligence and the ability to move, he uses his own blood to let it absorb it, so that it can recognize its master. As for the seed form, the animal blood that was watered on it was simply absorbed by it as nutrients, which had no effect. Once a demonized plant recognizes its master, it will be absolutely loyal and will never betray its master again, so this step of recognizing its master is very important. The vines absorbed the blood greedily, and the amount of blood decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until finally, it sucked up all the blood, and the color of its body surface turned green with red. It seemed that it was really full. Somehow, Yifeng felt that a bond had been established between him and Yun Sang Tang. Oh nar. I can still seem to feel what Yun Sang Tang said. Of course, this does not mean that Yun Sang Tang can speak, but rather that they establish a master-servant relationship and can feel each other's thoughts and emotions through body movements. These are just relatively simple ideas. It has just been born with intelligence, and its intelligence is relatively low. Can you get a little bigger now? Yifeng tried to say. After receiving the order, the Yunsang vine immediately began to grow larger, and eventually stopped when it reached nearly 1 meter. It seemed that it could only grow to this extent now. But it doesn't matter, as long as there is enough nutrients, it will grow very fast. For example, it still likes animal blood and wood marrow crystals, so you can continue to feed it. There are also other types of nutrients. As long as the mulberry vine likes them, Yifeng plans to get more so that it can absorb and grow as much as it wants. Time passed, and 5 days went by in a blink of an eye. After 5 days of eating and drinking, the length of the mulberry vine doubled and has grown to 2 meters. It grows very fast. It couldn't help Yifeng for the time being, so Yifeng made it smaller, wrapped it around his upper arm, and covered it with his clothes. Time to find the treasure chest. About half a month has passed. The secret realm of the treasure mine is open today. You can enter it, go to the location of the blue treasure chest, and open the treasure chest. Yifeng prepared his equipment and went out. When I left the school gate and passed by the playground, it was very noisy and there were many students gathered there. The smell of blood was also very strong, filling the air. What happened? Yifeng was puzzled and squeezed over. Chapter 49, the death was tragic, and the mysterious person dumped the body. Yifeng moved closer, and a bloody scene appeared in front of him. I saw a man lying on the ground with a big hole in his abdomen. All his internal organs were gone. It was obvious that he had been hollowed out. His limbs were also chopped off. He died in a very tragic way. Looking at his face again, even though it was stained with blood, Yifeng recognized him at a glance.
Zhao Ming?
The person who died in such a tragic way was actually Zhao Ming. Speaking of which, Zhao Ming was the biggest beneficiary when the results were swapped. Yifeng also wanted to take revenge on him, but later he was busy improving his strength and put the matter on hold. In a short period of time, he grew to the point where he could kill King Wu in seconds.
Small figures like Zhao Ming were no longer taken seriously by Yifeng.
Unexpectedly, he died so tragically suddenly.
Who did it?
Yifeng felt confused. The students around were also confused.
How cruel. Who did this? How dare you kill a student from our Longting Academy and leave the body here? How arrogant.
The students around were frightened and angry. At this time, several tutors hurried over, including Su Chani. Seeing Yifeng was also present, she simply asked Yifeng, "We received a report from students that Zhao Ming died tragically in the playground.
Do you know what happened?"
Yifeng shook his head. "I was just about to go out and passed by here, so I don't know." After receiving this answer, she had no choice but to ask other people.
Most people are also not aware of the situation.
We were the first to discover it.
The body was already here when we found it. Several people stood up.
The body is missing internal organs and some limbs, so this is definitely not a crime scene.
Someone must have moved the body here. Check the surveillance.
One of the instructors has already started contacting the monitoring room, and the surveillance footage was soon transmitted.
Everyone watched the screen. It was early in the morning and there were not many people in the playground outside.
Suddenly, from the edge of the surveillance screen, something flew past quickly and finally fell to the ground. It was none other than Zhao Ming's body.
The landing point is indeed here.
The murderer intentionally avoided surveillance footage and threw the body from a distance. He must have known that Zhao Ming was a student at Longting Academy.
But why did he do this?
Yes, if the purpose was just to kill Zhao Ming, they could just dump the body somewhere else.
I think the murderer's behavior was a deliberate provocation. You mean, he's targeting our Longting Academy?
Yes, that's very possible.
If that's the case, then we have to be careful. Let's report this immediately and have someone start an investigation.
At the same time, ask students to avoid going out in the near future.
Humph.
We must find the murderer and let him know that Longting Academy is not a pushover.
The mentors spoke one by one, sorting out the thread of events, feeling solemn and angry.
The students looked even uglier, fearing that they would be the next to be ripped open.
Did you all hear that? Hurry up and get inside the school. Don't come out unless necessary. Yes.
They all valued their lives and went into the school without any instructions.
Hey student, where do you want to go? Hurry and get back to school.
There was one person who continued to do his own thing and walked away, apparently wanting to leave the school and go somewhere else. Immediately, the instructor called out to him.
Talking about me? Yifeng turned around. If it's not you, who else could it be? Come back quickly, said the tutor. I have something urgent to do, so I have to go out. Yifeng said. Teacher Su, isn't this your student? Take care of him.
Other teachers advised Su Chani.
Su Chani was speechless for a moment. She couldn't control Yifeng.
If she dared to say a few more words, she would be teased in return. This guy often teased her regardless of the occasion, and several times he almost let others find out the problem.
Are you really going out? Su Chani confirmed. Yeah. Yifeng nodded. Then be careful. Su Chani said.
Yifeng walked away, gradually going farther and farther away.
Everyone around? Are you crazy? The murderer hasn't been identified yet.
We don't know their intentions, their strength, or the number of their crew, and you're just going to let him go like this?
Both the instructor and the students were in disbelief. There's nothing I can do. I can't control this bad student.
Su Chani spread her hands and emphasized in a low voice, yes, he's very bad. Teacher Su was still partial to Yifeng, but this time his bias is a little crooked. The students under Su Chani murmured.
Yifeng left the school and followed the arrows.
What happened just now had little impact on Yifeng. However, he also became more cautious, thinking that there might really be a force targeting Longting Academy. Next, it depends on how the top management of the university investigates the matter.
There may be results, so let them worry about it.
With Yifeng's current strength, he still has some ability to protect himself. When walking outside, he just needs to be more vigilant, which will not affect his going out to look for treasure chests. By opening this treasure chest, you can improve your strength again. Once you are strong enough, go to the Jiang family to look for the red treasure chest and the god-eating moss. Yifeng's current strength is not enough to compete with the Jiang family, nor does he have the ability to sneak into the Jiang family mansion without anyone noticing and take away the things inside. Strength, still need to improve. Yifeng quickened his pace. Today's top speed. The basic speed of a warrior using only qi and blood is about 270 meters per second. If the Soul Master's ability is used, it will be much faster, with the maximum speed being about 810 meters per second. Coming and going is as easy as the wind, without having to take any special transportation. Although it is impossible to maintain the maximum speed all the time, it would be very tiring. But even if you walk slowly, the speed is still very fast. After traveling for a while, Yifeng finally arrived at the secret treasure mine. The entrance to the secret realm is located in a desert. There are so many people. Yifeng discovered that there were a lot of people coming and going, and they were all in groups entering and leaving the secret realm. If you think about it, it's not difficult to understand. The secret realm is open intermittently, and will only be open for 10 days every month after being closed. Today is the first day of opening, so there must be a lot of people. These people are probably from families or forces. They have some mining industries in the secret realm and have employees working there to mine. During the month that the secret realm is closed, employees can stay inside, but they cannot leave the secret realm. After a month, we had dug up a lot of minerals, so we arranged for people to come and transport the minerals dug out. Yifeng followed the crowd and approached the entrance to the secret realm. Similar to the previous time when he entered the green secret realm, a powerful suction force acted on Yifeng. Soon, Yifeng was sucked in. After a similar miraculous teleportation process, when Yifeng could see the surrounding scenery clearly again, he had already appeared in the secret realm. Looking around, there are no plants, only sand and stone gobi everywhere. Even the forest-like scenery in the distance is just composed of stone pillars, called stone forest. Yifeng followed the arrow. Finally, we arrived in front of a mountain. It's right here. Chapter 50, go straight in and hit the treasure chest. This mountain is also bare, completely different from the outside world which is covered with lush vegetation. It is very characteristic of this secret place, and its main feature is that there is no grass growing. To put it nicely, it is a mountain. To put it bluntly, it is a huge rock. Yifeng did not come closer. Hiding behind a rock several meters high, observing from afar. There is a cave in the middle of the mountain over there, with obvious signs of excavation, which must have been dug by humans. There is a gatekeeper standing on each side of the cave. There were 2 men, wearing armor and carrying long swords on their waists, acting as guards. They chatted while keeping an eye on the surroundings. Another month has passed. Today, the secret realm is open. I believe the family will send people over soon to transport the minerals piled up here. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. When someone comes to take over, I'll go to Yexiangju to have some fun at night. Damn, I'm tired of staying here all day and seeing nothing but rocks. Yexiangju, we are kindred spirits. Why, do you go there often? Of course. You've worked so hard, boss. How can you let your second brother down? That's right, that makes sense. At this point, both of them laughed lasciviously. Who are you? The 2 men suddenly noticed that there was a person approaching from a distance, and immediately shouted loudly. However, the man did not answer and continued to approach. Kid. This is the Jiang family's property. If you dare to get any closer, you will lose your life. The man on the left shouted. Both of them drew their long swords. Is it really the Jiang family? The person approaching at this time was Yifeng. He raised his brows and became more energetic. The arrow leads all the way into the cave, and this is the only way to enter. Just now, I saw from a distance that the 2 gatekeepers had an identity badge hanging around their waists with the word Jiang engraved on it. When Yifeng searched the bodies of the people who killed Jiang Mingxian that day, he also discovered that they had similar badges hanging on their bodies. These big families, relying on their strong and powerful background, like to make their identities clear. It is a manifestation of pride and can also deter villains. Many people who are not strong enough would have retreated on their own upon seeing such an identity and background, and would not dare to cause trouble at all. The moment he saw the badge, Yifeng guessed that this mineral vein belonged to the Zhang family. As expected, it really is from the Zhang family. What a narrow road for enemies. Go! Kill him! The two men had ferocious looks on their faces, waving long swords and slashing at Yifeng fiercely. After staying in this godforsaken place for a long time, the two of them were already in a bad mood, and now there was someone who was looking for death, which was just a good opportunity for them to vent their anger. However, the next moment, the blade flashed and disappeared. A crisp sound of metal breaking was heard, and the two men's second-level swords broke at the same time, and their body movements stopped. The two people who were only at the martial master level had their eyes wide open in fear. A clear line of blood quickly appeared at their throats, and they fell straight down. Bang! Bang! Yifeng stepped on the tactical watches worn on the wrists of the two men, crushing them into pieces without any possibility of restoration. The purpose is simple: to prevent them from turning on the video recording and capturing their appearance. I don't have the strength yet to confront the Zhang family head-on, so it is necessary to hide my identity. Although this operation was not mentioned in previous battles, Yifeng always did so. He either took away their tactical watches or destroyed them directly, leaving no evidence. Yifeng continued to walk into the cave. Entering the cave, there is a long main mine tunnel that can accommodate at least several people walking side by side. Going all the way down. There are some small mining tunnels branching out on the left and right, and the sound of mining can be heard. Perhaps due to the sound of fighting outside, a group of people rushed out from a mine tunnel, hurriedly wanting to get outside to check the situation. Unexpectedly, he met Yifeng halfway. Who are you? How dare you trespass into my Zhang family's mine? The team consisted of 5 people, led by a burly, bearded man who suddenly shouted and drew his weapons. Who is it? Ha, I'm here to take your lives. Yifeng sneered. They are just 5 martial artists, and can be easily destroyed. Looking for death. Go! Kill him. The 5 men rushed towards Yifeng with murderous intent. The knife in Yifeng's hand flew back and forth, slashing at the 5 people. Ah! Several people screamed and quickly fell down. Because of the noise here, almost everyone in the mine noticed it. They temporarily put down their pickaxes, replaced them with their own weapons, and rushed out of the mine tunnels. Their strength is basically around the martial artist level. It poses no threat to Yifeng at all. Yifeng was only doing one thing: following the arrow. Wherever he goes, he kills anyone who stands in his way, and whoever comes will die. Quick! Go call some guards. The enemy is too strong. The remaining defeated soldiers retreated again and again. The guards they mentioned are the 3 top leaders here who are the most powerful and play the role of guarding the mineral veins. How dare you! How dare you trespass into my Zhang family's mines? Kill my Zhang family. No matter which family you belong to, if you dare to offend my Zhang family, I will make sure you die. The chief guard Zhang Fei, along with 2 deputy guards, came out of a cave, walking like a dragon and a tiger, and approached Yifeng quickly. Zhang Fei has reached the peak of military generals, and the 2 deputy commanders who accompanied him are also in the late stage of military generals. Great! The 3 guards are here. The 3 garrisons are all military commanders, and the enemy is probably just a military commander as well. 3 against 1, it's easy to take them down. Humph! He's killed so many of us. Once we catch him, we'll definitely skin him alive. I must torture you severely, otherwise I will never be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. Seeing the 3 guards coming over, the people who were originally screaming in pain because of Yifeng's killing suddenly found their backbone. They were no longer afraid and their expressions calmed down. There was no need to retreat or run away. They looked at Yifeng as if they were looking at a dying person. Guard? Military general? Yifeng smiled. Not to mention the generals, even the king of Wu was killed as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Go! Destroy him first. Then interrogate him slowly. Zhang Fei took the lead, followed closely by the other 2, and the 3 guarding the area rushed towards Yifeng with great momentum. The other members of the martial master realm, in order to show their loyalty and also because they were emboldened by the garrison commander, also charged forward. Facing several people rushing towards him, Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth. Congeal. The demon-destroying spear appeared. What's this? Everyone was shocked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They had no time to think. After the demon-breaking spear appeared, it turned into a purple-black stream of light and shot out rapidly. In the last moments of their lives, all they saw was a flash of light that instantly pierced their chests. They slowly lowered their heads and saw a huge hole in their chest. Receive. He put the demon-breaking spear away again. There are no more survivors in the mine. Yifeng finally came to a cave. It is a place for guards to rest and also for storing minerals. After a month, a mountain of ore piled up inside, which was very valuable. And on the pile of ore, a treasure chest emitting blue light was quietly placed there. Chapter 51, Realm Surge. Black Gloves. So far, it seems that finding this treasure chest is quite smooth. There are basically no obstacles and it can be opened. Yifeng touched it immediately. Snap. You opened a blue treasure chest. Congratulations! You received 13,000 calories of chi and health. It is worthy of being a blue treasure chest. It directly exploded with more than 10,000 health. It has been a while since the last time I improved my chi and blood. After the upgrade, the total amount of chi and HP was 11,000. During this period of time, Yifeng also took time to practice when he was free. With the terrifying blessing of the martial arts saint body, even just through practice, the improvement is very fast, increasing by 1,000 calories. Therefore, before the fusion, there were already 12,000 calories. Fusion. The huge amount of chi and blood energy merged into Yifeng's body madly, and his chi and blood continued to soar. It increased so much in a short period of time, more than doubling, but there was no discomfort at all, only the sense of satisfaction brought by the surge in strength. By the end, Yifeng's total energy and blood had reached an astonishing 25,000 calories. Above 18,000 and below 27,000 are considered peak military commanders. In other words, the realm of the chi and blood warrior has risen from the initial stage of the general to the peak of the general through 3 small realms. You are very close to becoming a martial king. You only need to increase 2,000 calories to be promoted to the early stage of martial king. For example, the current Soul Master realm is exactly 27,000 points of soul power, barely reaching the early stage of the king level. By the way, whether you are a warrior or a soul master, the required values are the same. The 4 small realms of the king level have corresponding values: 27,000, 36,000, 45,000, and 54,000. Suddenly at this moment, a new treasure chest prompt appeared. Treasure chest clue: in Stone Ape Beast Mountain, a blue fine treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. Not bad, not bad. Yifeng smiled. As soon as I opened a treasure chest and advanced several small realms, another new treasure chest appeared. It is also blue and has a suffix of exquisite. It can open 2 items at a time, which is equivalent to 2 in 1. These treasure chests are really endless. Yifeng was looking forward to what would come out this time. I'll open it later. As for now. Yifeng looked ahead and saw a large pile of star-pattern iron ore. If all were sold, they could fetch a good price. Don't miss it, you must take it away. The only trouble is that the ore is too heavy and I can't move it all in one trip by myself. But dividing it into many trips is very unrealistic. Yifeng couldn't help but think, it would be great if there was a magic storage weapon like in novels that could take away everything at once. It also has to be a type with large specifications, otherwise it won't be able to hold too much. Although he thought about it, Yifeng knew that such a thing was impossible at the moment. Maybe there will be one in the future? Yifeng had actually already thought about how to process the minerals. He dialed a number. And only voice calls are selected, no video calls. After 3 beeps, the other party answered the call. Hello, who is this? A rough male voice came from the other side. I have a lot of star-pattern iron ore here. Would you like to buy it? Yifeng said straight to the point. How big a pile? The other party asked. Yifeng sent him a photo directly. So many? The other party was slightly surprised. Where are they from? Where did they come from? He asked very fluently, obviously proficient in his work. Location. Yifeng sent him a coordinate. What do you think? Do you dare to accept it? The other party fell silent. It seems that he knows what this place represents and has done a good job in intelligence. In our line of work, there's no question of whether or not we dare, only whether the price is right, he said aloud. Then how much do you think is appropriate? Yifeng asked. It's a total of 9 million. This is the highest price I can get. After all, it belongs to the Jiang family. If I accept it, the risk is still very high. After careful consideration, he named a price. 10 million, round number. Yi Feng bargained. 9 million isn't an integer, he complained. Obviously, he didn't agree to the counter-offer. Your family is not the only one that dares to accept this batch of contraband. Yi Feng said coldly. The meaning is self-evident. If you don't accept it, there are plenty of people who will. Okay, within an hour, someone will arrive there to transport the goods away, and then we'll be paid and paid for the goods. He gritted his teeth and agreed. Then he added in a cold voice, but let me be frank, you'd better not be kidding me. Otherwise, those of us who can do this business must have experts behind the scenes. Well, don't worry. Yi Feng hung up the call. The person I just found is an order taker from an organization called Black Glove. Their organization specializes in collecting contraband. It can be understood as a black market where goods are delivered to customers' doorsteps. They put up flyers everywhere on the internet, and Yi Feng could find their contact information with just a simple search. There are many such organizations. They choose Black Gloves because they are well-known, powerful, and have a good reputation. They do not engage in any incidents of black eating black or betraying customers. The most important thing is to dare to accept hard goods. Like the pile of ore in front of us, its original owner was the Jiang family. It is hard stuff. If you don't have some ability, you really don't dare to touch it. Yi Feng did not stay in the mine, but came outside. I found a place in the distance with a good view and high concealment. I have to say that the Black Gloves are efficient. In just half an hour, a team arrived. There were about 20 people in total, pulling several animal carts. This kind of animal cart is a huge carriage pulled by a group of iron-hoofed beasts. The iron-hoofed beast is also a strange beast. It looks like a cow and a horse, has a strong body and good endurance. It has a relatively docile character and can be tamed, making it very useful for transporting goods. Goodness! Are they all killed? When this team arrived, they smelled a strong smell of blood. At the entrance of the mine, 2 bodies lay there. They have seen many cases of murder and robbery, but it is rare for them to dare to attack a powerful family like the Jiang family. You two, be on guard outside. If anyone approaches, notify us immediately. The team leader assigned 2 people to watch outside. Yes. The 2 responded, immediately alert to movement in the distance. The team leader took the rest of the people into the mine. Wherever they passed, there were corpses. Dead, they were all killed. Boss, who is this tough guy who did this? He's too strong to actually come to the Jiang family's property. A strong team member looked at the corpses and exclaimed. I don't know about that. Don't ask too much. In our line of work, we don't ask about the client's identity. Yes, the boss is right. Soon, they found the designated cave. Hurry up, move everything outside and load it onto the truck. The leader gave the order. Everyone got busy. They are all warriors and are very strong, so they can carry a lot in one trip. As there were so many people, it only took 10 minutes to move all the minerals out, and the carriage of the animal cart was filled to the brim. The team leader made a phone call. Everything is going smoothly here. The goods have been loaded and are ready to leave. The quantity and type of goods are correct. Okay, I understand. You guys evacuate immediately. The call ended. The convoy hit the road and began to evacuate. Yi Feng noticed a phenomenon. One of their men was responsible for covering their retreat and was spraying a liquid as he walked. The liquid is colorless and odorless, similar to water. After it is sprayed like water mist, it is basically impossible to tell that you have been sprayed with this thing. Professional indeed. Yi Feng, who had studied detailed explanation of Reisingu, also had some understanding of tracking insects such as sniffer insects. It is mentioned that some means can be used to cover up or eliminate the smell left by oneself, which will greatly increase the difficulty of tracking by sniffer bugs. The liquid they sprayed was probably this kind of method. Has it arrived? Chapter 52, Strange Life, the Stone Ape Beast. Yi Feng had already sent the other party the payment account number, and now he received a transfer notification. No more, no less, exactly 10 million yuan. Yi Feng's net worth increased from more than 10 million to more than 20 million. The order taker I just contacted called me at this time. The money has been transferred. You should have received it, right?
Received. It's a pleasure to work with you. I hope we can continue to cooperate if you have any other products next time. Can. Yifeng hung up the phone. Congeal. The demon-destroying spear appeared. Yifeng stepped on the demon-breaking spear, rose high into the sky, followed the arrow, and headed towards the next blue treasure chest. Stone Ape Beast Mountain. Yifeng chewed on the name of this place. The clue just now suggested that the treasure chest is right there. During this period of time, when Yifeng learned that he needed to come to the secret realm of the treasure mine, he was interested in learning about this secret realm. The characteristic of this secret place is that it is rich in minerals, but there is no plant at all, so no animals can survive here. People like humans who stay here bring their own food. Every time the secret realm opens, they replenish their supplies and stock up on enough food for more than a month. Wild animals also need food, but the land is bare. Are we going to let them eat stones? If the conditions are not right, no living things can be born. You're right. The land and water nurture the animals. Each secret realm has its own characteristics. For example, the green secret realm is a paradise for plants, and that's where demonized plants appear. In the secret realm of the treasure mine, a strange beast was born that feeds exclusively on stone minerals. Collectively known as stone beasts. Stone apes are a species of stone beasts. They look like apes, but their bodies are made of hard stone. Such a life is strange to think about. They like to carve out a lot of internal space in a mountain, like a maze or an ant nest, and make their homes there. Stone Ape Beast Mountain refers to a mountain where stone ape beasts live. It is said that there is a crystal core in the body of the stone beast, which is a high-quality mineral. It can be understood in this way that part of the various minerals we eat on a daily basis are absorbed and used by the body for growth. A portion of it is stored to upgrade and strengthen the crystal core, which is also their life core. Such a magical species, even if there was no treasure chest over there, Yifeng would still be interested and go over to take a look. Yifeng's figure disappeared into the distant sky. It was a long time after Yifeng left. A convoy, led by a martial king, gradually approached the mine. What's going on? Why does it smell like blood? From a distance, King Wu's keen sense of smell detected the scent of blood and he immediately felt something was wrong. But he was also optimistic, thinking that few people would be brave enough to covet the Jiang family's assets. It has been very peaceful over the years. Maybe there was a fight going on nearby? After all, it is a public place, and anyone can come to the secret treasure mine. As long as they are not too close to the mine, they can't care how wide it is. It is easy to understand that someone passing by was involved in the conflict and got beaten to a bloody pulp. Only as we got closer could we see the entrance to the mine clearly. The leader, King Wu, suddenly had his pupils shrink. At the entrance of the mine, there were two bodies lying on the ground, and blood was all over the ground. Who did it? How dare you kill someone from my Jiang family? And touch my Jiang family's assets? Jiang Fu was extremely furious, his eyes almost spitting fire. Every time the secret treasure mine opens, the minerals accumulated for a month need to be transported back. The person sent by the Jiang family to be in charge of this matter was King Wu Jiangfu. Who would have thought that after the convoy arrived, they would see this scene? Not only Jiangfu was furious, but the other members of the Jiang family who were traveling with him were also furious. Come with me and take a look. Jiangfu took the lead, leading everyone, holding their weapons, and rushed into the mine with great momentum. They hoped that the murderer was still inside and could be caught red-handed. Of course, the result did not go as expected. All I saw along the way were corpses. Damn it! Even the minerals have been looted. Jiangfu clenched his fists and smashed the nearby cave wall hard. With a bang, gravel flew everywhere and a big hole was created. Could it be those old rivals who did it? That makes sense. The Sun family is the most suspicious. Their relationship with our Jiang family has been very tense recently. The other people in the group were indignant and speculated aloud. Unlikely. Jiangfu shook his head and explained, the Sun family, or any other family, isn't that foolish. Unless the relationship has completely broken down and reached the point of tearing each other apart, they wouldn't do this. Because they think clearly, if they attack us today, we will attack them back tomorrow. Their assets are no less than ours. There are also mineral veins being mined in the treasure mine secret realm. In the end, both sides will suffer losses and other competitors will take advantage. What Jiangfu said made a lot of sense. But the question is, who did it? I miscalculated. I should have brought a goo master here to use a sniffer bug to find the trail. Jiang Fu didn't expect that something like this would happen. I had no choice but to contact the Jiang family and explain the situation to them. When they heard the news, they were naturally furious and immediately convened a high-level meeting. The last time Jiang Mingxian was killed, the murderer has not been found yet. Now something like this has happened again, making them even more angry. Before the patriarch comes out of seclusion, we must complete these 2 tasks. Otherwise, if he gets angry, neither you nor I can bear it. Many elders of the Jiang family gathered in a hall, their faces solemn. Finally, they sent another team to investigate, including the goo master. But the result disappointed them greatly. The other party has already used some means to remove the smell. Looking at the sniffing bug like a headless fly, the goo master shook his head. If the incident has just happened, even if you use methods to remove the odor, it will not disappear completely so quickly. But now, time has been delayed for too long, and there is no trace of it left, making it completely impossible to track. When the Jiang family was in dire straits, Yifeng arrived at his destination, Stone 8 Beast Mountain. Looking around, you can see a huge mountain, which is grayish-white in color, like a marble mountain. Many holes have been dug out at various locations on the mountain, leading to the interior of the mountain. From time to time, a stone ape would stroll out from a cave. Their bodies are made of stones, like a stone monkey, looking dull and a bit tiger-like. Bang! A stone ape beast punched the nearby rock wall, causing a lot of rubble to fall. It picked up a few pieces, put them in its mouth, and started chewing them. What a strange life. Chapter 53, Chopping Melons and Vegetables. The Birth of a King. Yifeng glanced at the arrow on the ground, which pointed him forward and eventually led him into a cave. There is no other way but to break in, find the treasure chest and open it. Yifeng moved closer. The stone ape beast that was eating stones noticed Yifeng approaching and turned to look over. He took the half-eaten stone in his hand and smashed it towards Yifeng. Yifeng dodged the attack of the stones with a slight movement. Bang bang bang! It strode forward, looking very heavy, and each step made the ground thump. The arm, like a stone pillar, quickly smashed towards Yifeng. Clang! Yifeng blocked with the knife, and sparks flew everywhere. Its other hand also started smashing. Yifeng took a step back to avoid the attack. After a few tests, Yifeng had a rough idea of the specific strength of the stone ape beast in front of him. According to the strength classification of strange beasts, this stone ape beast is at the soldier level. If humans want to deal with it, they must at least reach the level of a martial artist. Their bodies are very strong, and it would be difficult for ordinary martial artists to defeat them. Although they are bulky, they are strong and powerful, so attacks with average power can only cause limited damage to them. But now, its opponent is Yifeng. Swish! Yifeng raised his knife and chopped the stone ape beast in front of him into 2 halves, with a neat and smooth cut. Strong body? That also depends on who is attacking. After the stone ape beast was cut in half, a cylindrical object fell out of its head, and its color was light yellow. Is this the crystal core? Yifeng leaned over, picked up the crystal core, and held it in his hand to observe it. It does feel more condensed than other minerals and has no impurities. If used to refine tools, the quality will be greatly improved. The noise of the fight here attracted all the stone ape beasts nearby. They also stepped forward and surrounded Yifeng to kill him. The sword in Yifeng's hand flew, and the sword's shadow changed, and all the stone ape beasts were cut in 2. All of them are soldier level, and a total of 15 crystal cores were obtained. These soldier level stone beast crystal cores should be of great value. If you kill a higher level stone ape beast and obtain a higher level crystal core, it will be more valuable. There were not many stone ape beasts outside, and their strength was not very strong. Yifeng walked into the mountain. The main purpose of this trip is to open the treasure chest. Even if you want to kill the stone ape beast, wait until you open the treasure chest. Enter the mountain. So many forks in the road. Yifeng discovered that after walking forward on a road, it would split into 2 after a while, and after walking for a while, it would continue to split. If you continue like this, the mountain paths inside will become complicated and intricate, like a huge maze. But no matter how it is divided, Yifeng only follows the arrow. Along the way, whenever you encounter a stone ape beast, just go up and kill it with a knife, and you will pick up more and more crystal cores. These stone ape beasts all seem to be dull. Except for their hard bodies, everything else is fine. Even if there are many of them staying together, they don't know how to fight as a team, so it's relatively easy to kill them one by one. Of course, the most important reason is that Yifeng is so powerful that he can crush everyone else. It's a soldier-level beast again, can't we have a few general-level beasts to play with? Yifeng actually disliked the stone ape beast's poor strength. If you have a general level, you can get a general level stone beast crystal core, which is more valuable. Unfortunately, there isn't one. It seems that there is no one with higher strength here. As Yifeng moved forward, deep in the Beast Mountain, in a huge space, hundreds of general level stone ape beasts are engaged in a fierce battle. They are actually in a civil war. The fight was extremely fierce, with gravel flying everywhere. Bang! One of them was the largest and fought particularly bravely. Its combat power was one level higher than the others, giving it a clear advantage. The other stone ape beasts around, perhaps realizing that this beast posed the greatest threat, all intentionally gathered around it, with multiple of them besieging one. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! The big stone ape beast was not panicked at all. With every punch he threw, one of his companions fell down. Some were hit in the vitals, their heads were smashed, and their crystal cores fell out. They were picked up by the big stone ape beast and swallowed up. The big guys fought more and more fiercely, and dozens of them were killed or injured around them. Boom! As a result of absorbing a lot of crystal cores from his companions, the big guy's body size suddenly increased from the original 3 meters to 5 meters. Its realm also broke through from the general level to the king level. At this moment, the king was born. All the general level stone ape beasts did not dare to attack again. They all prostrated themselves and knelt, submitting to their king. Click, click. The king beast's mouth opened and closed, making a crackling sound like hard objects colliding. This sound had a strange penetrating power and was transmitted along all the mountain roads. Wherever the king beast passes, the conditions on the mountain roads will be detected by it. This is an ability that was born after it became the king of the group. And that's not all. Its birth was somewhat accidental. In the past, it had low intelligence, only brute force, and did not know how to cooperate. Now its IQ is much higher than before. Through the transmission of sound, it can detect the situation in a large area around it at any time, and can also command the stone ape beasts scattered everywhere. The stone apes everywhere can be regarded as its limbs, and it is the brain of the group, giving orders. Whoosh! The general level stone ape beasts around seem to have received orders and rushed towards various mountain paths. Their target is Yifeng. During the recent investigation, the king beast discovered that a human had broken into their home and killed many stone ape beasts. Yifeng on the mountain path continued to move towards the arrow. Suddenly I noticed something strange behind me. Turn around suddenly. A stone ape beast approached Yifeng with stealthy steps. The intention was very clear, which was to get close and launch a sneak attack. Yifeng suddenly turned around and discovered that it had frozen in place. It retreated without hesitation, trying to use the terrain advantage to escape. Seeing this scene, Yifeng exclaimed that it was strange. Those I met before were all very stupid. They would only face the enemy head-on and fight until they died. They didn't know how to escape at all. Swish! Yifeng exerted force with his feet, and his body was like an arrow shot from a bow. He caught up with the stone ape beast in a few seconds. The same knife, chopped directly. There was nothing special about it, so I took out a crystal core as usual. Keep on the road. The stone ape beasts encountered next were all different from the previous ones. Know how to assess the situation and work in a team. It was as if their IQ suddenly increased. Even, they encountered general level stone ape beasts one after another. The general crystal core is darker in color. Is there someone in charge? Only in this way can their transformation be explained. But no matter how things change, in front of Yifeng, everything is the same. After a while, the stone ape beast was no longer encountered. Killed them all? Yifeng muttered. But I don't think so. It's more like, knowing they are no match, the commander lets them hide. Yifeng quickened his pace and arrived deep into the mountain. What a huge space! In the huge mountain space, a much larger stone ape king beast stood there quietly, as if waiting for Yifeng to arrive. In Yifeng's eyes, there was a blue light flashing in the chest area of this special stone ape beast. Treasure chest. Chapter 54, 2 items in the treasure box. King beast life contract. Another movable treasure chest. But since you are a stone ape beast, I will not be polite to you. Demon breaking spear. Concentrate.
Yifeng used his ultimate move right from the start, directly utilizing his Soul Master abilities to condense the demon-breaking spear.
Call out.
The spear turned into a stream of light and shot out. The king beast was startled by such a fast attack. What it had previously detected was Yifeng attacking with a knife. Judging from the power of the previous attack, it felt that it could kill Yifeng, so it let Yifeng come over with peace of mind. Who would have thought that the attack Yifeng launched now was something it had never seen before and was much more powerful? The situation was urgent, so it dodged with great agility.
Knowing it couldn't avoid it completely, it raised its hands to actively block. Bang! The powerful force hit its arm.
I thought it would be smashed to pieces in an instant, but unexpectedly, it only had a few cracks.
What a strong defense!
What Yifeng is using now is the ability of a Soul Master, whose power is incomparable to that of a warrior. Despite this, he could only injure others. Compared with the previous Stone Ape beasts, it is completely not on the same level.
In that case, use your soul skills as well.
Suddenly, the demon-breaking spear was covered with a layer of blood red. Both its attack power and attack speed were stronger than before the soul skill was used.
Bang bang bang! Several attacks hit the same spot, exceeding the beast's endurance limit.
The right arm used by the king beast to block was shattered and scattered on the ground.
Ha!
Yifeng exclaimed softly. Then the broken fragments suddenly flew upwards as if they were summoned. The broken arm of the king beast seemed to be equipped with a powerful magnet, which absorbed all the fragments back and reassembled them into one piece, as good as new.
This repair ability is unparalleled. This situation did not occur when fighting other Stone Ape beasts.
It can only be said that this special king beast has extraordinary abilities.
Crack, crack.
Even though its broken arm had been repaired, the king beast was still very angry, its mouth opening and closing rapidly to express its rage. It rushed towards Yifeng quickly, and its speed did not seem clumsy at all.
If its opponent is just an ordinary martial king, it would be easy to win. Unfortunately, the opponent is Yifeng. Yifeng mobilized his soul power and launched another fierce attack.
The blood-red spear, with infinite power, attacked the king beast continuously. The king beast's sturdy body was shattered into pieces. With the last blow, it was finally unable to withstand it and its head was smashed in one blow.
The crystal core inside fell out.
The blue treasure chest hidden in the body of the Stone Ape King beast also fell to the ground and could finally be opened.
Yifeng walked over and touched the treasure chest. Snap! You opened a blue fine treasure chest. Congratulations!
You received 4th tier martial art instant Shadow Skyblade Perfect Enlightenment, Yunsanding Fast Growing Nutrient Supplement First 4 stages.
Finally, I got a martial arts book.
The last time I used a martial art, it was at level 2, but now it has jumped directly to level 4.
My current strength isn't even that of a martial king, so I should be able to perform 4th tier martial arts, right?
Yifeng immediately began to integrate it, and the complete understanding of the instant Shadow Sky Sword was integrated into Yifeng's mind. Yifeng moved, waving the sword in his hand, and the sword shadow flew. In an instant, layers of knife shadows transformed, condensing into a sharp blow, slashing on the cave wall in front.
Bang!
The hard stone wall was immediately cut with a knife mark that was several meters long and bottomless.
Great swordsmanship!
Yifeng understood that the characteristic of this instant Shadow Sky Sword is speed.
The sword is fast and powerful.
Although the name does not contain the word wind, it is definitely a wind-based martial art. Wind-based martial arts are all about speed. With the realm of a military general, it is completely feasible to perform this 4th level martial art. Because he is almost at the level of martial king, and the total amount of chi and blood is there, it is impossible for him to feel tired. Another thing is the quick-growing nutritional supplement of mulberry vine first 4 stages. In fact, there are 4 portions of this substance, all of which are liquid and green in color, and are stored in 4 porcelain bottles. The bottle is labeled from 1 to 4. As the name suggests, it is a nutrient that can make the mulberry vine grow quickly. Giving it the first bottle will allow it to grow to the limit of the first stage in a short period of time. Then, after it absorbs the second bottle, it will break through to the second stage and continue to grow to its limit in the following period. The same logic continues until the 4th stage, when one has a total of 4 vines and combat power comparable to that of a martial king.
This is good stuff.
I was originally worried that it would take a long time for the Yunsang vine to grow, and it would not be able to keep up with my progress in becoming stronger. Now, with this quick-growing nutrient supplement, we can help the mulberry vine grow quickly to the 4th stage in a short period of time. Yi Feng quickly opened the first porcelain bottle, and the liquid inside had a pleasant fragrance. The mulberry vine wrapped around his right arm smelled the scent and immediately became excited as it moved along Yi Feng's arm and closer to the porcelain bottle. Go in, absorb as much as you can. When you reach the limit of the first stage, I will replace your nutrient solution. The mulberry vine entered the porcelain bottle in its smallest size and absorbed the nutrients quickly. Yi Feng put all the bottles and jars into his tactical backpack. Just as Yi Feng wanted to pick up the crystal core of the nearby king beast. Rustle. On the ground around, the broken pieces of the king beast's body were still trembling, and there was a tendency for them to gather towards the crystal core again. Yi Feng was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and directly collected the crystal core. This king beast crystal core is even bigger in size and darker in color, golden. What a tenacious vitality! Yi Feng noticed that there was a life energy in the crystal core, which meant that the king beast was not dead yet. If it were put back into the pieces, it would probably come together and be reborn. Just as Yi Feng was about to erase the life energy in the crystal core, the crystal core actively released a golden thread, which was also composed of energy. It can be sensed that this energy is full of kindness and surrender. It was scared and surrendered to Yi Feng. Since you wish to submit to me, I will reluctantly accept it. Although Yi Feng said this, he was still very happy in his heart. This guy has extremely strong body defense. He can be reassembled even after being broken. He is really not someone that ordinary people can deal with. Yi Feng condensed a trace of soul power and touched it with the golden energy, and the two sides successfully formed a contract. This action is the Stone Ape King Beast's voluntary surrender and release of the life contract. After the contract was successful, it became Yi Feng's pet and could never betray him. Even if Yi Feng wanted it to commit suicide, it had to do so. No matter how far away they are, Yi Feng can completely erase their consciousness with just a thought. This is the horror of the life contract, completely under the control of the master. Unless absolutely necessary, no species will willingly submit to others and establish a life contract. Now that the contract has been successfully formed and it has become a 100% loyal pet, Yi Feng will let it reconstruct its body. After the crystal core was put back, the broken pieces around it began to vibrate with increasing amplitude, and finally gathered back together, recombining and reassembling piece by piece to form the appearance of the Stone Ape King Beast again. Although it was able to be reassembled, it was obvious that it had suffered considerable damage after all this trouble and looked a bit weak. These are the crystal cores of your companions. Can you absorb them? Yi Feng handed the crystal core he had obtained earlier to the Stone Ape King Beast. It took it immediately and started eating it, one piece at a time, and soon finished them all. Its condition had indeed improved. You really can eat. However, the crystal core is only kept for selling. It would be more valuable to restore the Stone Ape King Beast to its current state. Yi Feng looked at the stone lump, wondering what to do with it. If I take him out, will he always follow me around? Otherwise, if you let it move freely outside, it will definitely be attacked and regarded as a nuisance. It would be more appropriate to leave it here. There are minerals everywhere in here, which are all nutrients for their growth. They can keep eating and become stronger. That's right. Minerals. Yi Feng suddenly had an idea and revealed an evil smile. Chapter 55, Soldiers split into several groups to plunder the mines. Yi Feng looked at the Stone Ape King Beast. You like all kinds of minerals, right? Crack, crack. That's good. I'll give you some locations. You command the Stone Ape Beasts to plunder those mineral veins. I'll give you half of the harvested minerals as a reward, and you can hand over the other half to me. Crack, crack. The Stone Ape King Beast nodded vigorously. Yi Feng made a phone call, and a rough male voice came from the other end. Business again so soon? The person contacted was still the order taker with black gloves. I feel that your intelligence is good. You should be able to find out the locations of all the Jiang family's mining industries in the treasure mine secret realm, right? Yi Feng asked directly. Of course you can, but why are you asking this? The other party had actually vaguely guessed Yi Feng's intention. It still feels a bit unbelievable. Looting a Jiang family mine is already crazy enough. Judging from the tone, I'm afraid they're going to rob everything? That would offend the Jiang family. There are still many powerful people in the Jiang family, including many martial arts masters and even martial arts masters. You name a price and I want to buy this first-hand information. Do you want to do this deal? Yi Feng said. 1 million.
The other party was also unambiguous. Okay, deal. Yi Feng agreed readily. A piece of intelligence sold for 1 million sounds expensive, but collecting intelligence is a very troublesome thing. Without a strong intelligence department, Yi Feng would not be able to understand the distribution of Jiang family's industries in a short period of time. Since you want to do something big, you must understand it clearly. As long as it is done, there is no need to worry about money. There are plenty of minerals to sell, so 1 million is nothing. Yi Feng directly transferred 1 million. The other party quickly sent all the coordinates of the Jiang family's mineral veins to Yi Feng. That's a lot, more than 30. It's good to have information. The specific coordinates and mineral types of each location are clearly written. Yi Feng couldn't help but admire the Black Glove's intelligence department for being so well informed. However, people in their line of work really have to do this. Otherwise, if one day they offend someone they absolutely shouldn't offend or receive something they shouldn't receive, then they're doomed. The entire organization will probably be uprooted. Next, teach the Stone Ape King beast how to find the way. Fortunately, it has a high IQ and can learn quickly. After testing it several times, I gave it a coordinate and it could reach the coordinate location accurately. How many Stone Ape beasts are here now? Yi Feng asked the Stone Ape King beast. It immediately made 2 clicking sounds. After a while, footsteps were heard on the mountain paths. Tens, hundreds, thousands. After a rough count, there were more than 5,000 of them. Yi Feng didn't expect that there were so many things hidden inside the mountain. However, there are some with weak strength among them, accounting for a large proportion, and they are of no use for the time being. Only those above the soldier level are more useful, and there are more than 1,000 of them. There are more than 300 general level ones. Tell them to split up and go to each of these 30 or so locations. Loot all the mineral veins there and bring back all the minerals. Yi Feng said to the Stone Ape King beast. Crack, crack. Next, it was the turn of the Stone Ape King beast to give orders to his subordinates. How to teach them so that they can reach the right place is the Stone Ape King's business, and Yi Feng just acts as a hands-off boss. After a while, we finally taught them how to do it, and we set off in a mighty procession. They were divided into more than 30 teams. Each team consists of about 10 generals and dozens of soldiers. Such a configuration is more than enough to deal with the guards of the mine. They chose to act simultaneously, for efficiency being one reason, but mainly because they did not want to give the Jiang family time or the opportunity to react. Today is the first day that the secret realm is open. The Jiang family will definitely send people over to transport those minerals. If the time is delayed too long, the minerals will be transported back directly by them. Even if the mine is attacked, there will be no minerals to loot. However, if we attack one mining site at a time, once the news spreads, other mining sites will strengthen their defenses, making it more difficult to succeed. Yi Feng watched them leave. During the waiting period, he called the Black Glove organization. Get the convoy ready and wait to pick up large quantities of minerals. Yi Feng said directly. Are you really going against the Jiang family? The other party's tone was very surprised. There are more than 30 mineral veins there. If we plunder every one of them, it will indeed be a considerable asset. But the question is, can the Jiang family allow itself to be robbed like this? He hadn't even thought that Yi Feng would attack at the same time. Because in order to rob so many mines at the same time, a lot of manpower is needed, and they are all an organized force. Aren't you just concerned with buying and selling and not asking about other things? Yi Feng said in an unhappy tone. Yes. My fault. I spoke too much. He apologized and then hesitated. It's just that this time we don't dare to go to the mine to pick up the goods. What he was worried about was the Jiang family's counterattack. If they were caught red-handed, it would be dangerous. Not to mention doing business, you might even lose your life there. You don't have to worry about that. I will put the goods in a safe place for you. You just need to prepare manpower and vehicles and wait for my news. Yi Feng said. That's good. We'll start preparing now and wait for your good news. The phone was hung up. Yi Feng waited quietly. Before the Stone Ape Beast set off, Yi Feng had already arranged the stockpiling points. It is a place quite far away from here. It is in a remote location with a stone forest. There are not many resources and few people go there. It is very hidden. If you want to sell some minerals, just store them there. Time passes by every second. At this time, There was a mine somewhere under the name of the Jiang family. There were also 2 people guarding the door. The military deployment of these mining sites is not too different. At most, places with more valuable minerals and larger reserves will be equipped with more experts. Maybe because no one has dared to cause trouble here, the 2 gatekeepers looked quite relaxed. It was not until a group of stone apes approached and noticed the movement that they realized it. Look over there, what's that? Stone beast? This kind should be called a stone ape beast. Where did it come from? Strange, does the stone ape beast have the habit of wandering around? I don't remember them. They are used to staying in one place and won't run around. That's strange. Could there be a stone ape stronghold nearby? The 2 looked at them, discussing in surprise, not even realizing that this group of stone ape beasts were coming for them. They thought they were just lurking nearby and had accidentally wandered over here. But soon, I felt something was wrong. Oh no! They're coming for us. Quickly notify the people inside. The 2 men turned around and headed into the mine. Just as he started, he felt a strong pressure from behind. Several general-level stone ape beasts suddenly leaped up and pounced over. Ah! Ah! The 2 were no match at all and were directly crushed. Chapter 56, The news spreads, people panic. Dozens of stone ape beasts rushed into the mine. No one can stop him wherever he goes. The 3 generals guarding the place heard the noise and rushed out in a hurry. How could there be a stone ape beast? The 3 were shocked. When the mineral vein was first discovered here, before mining began, Jiang family experts had already swept a large area nearby. Moreover, this kind of thing is done regularly to prevent stone beasts from setting up camp nearby and gathering in larger and larger numbers, thus endangering the safety of the mine. But now, dozens of stone ape beasts suddenly appeared. Where did they come from? Guards, these stone apes are very strong and have killed many of us. The person being chased by the stone ape beast said in shock and anger. Humph! Evil beast! Die! The 3 of them rushed towards the stone ape beast with anger in their hearts, but unfortunately they seriously underestimated the stone ape beast's strength. Just the first 10 alone are all at the general level. Under siege, the 3 generals who were guarding the city were beaten back step by step and cried out in pain. In the end, he was hammered to death by the stone ape beast. After killing the people in the mine, the stone ape beast found the minerals. Inside the mine, there is a mine cart with several large wheels and a cargo box that can be filled with minerals. Because the ore mined out in daily life needs to be transported to the cave for centralized storage, this type of minecart is needed. The minecart is quite large and can hold a lot of cargo. They found many minecarts, loaded all the ore in the mine into the cargo boxes of the minecarts, and then were pulled away by the stone ape beast. Part of it was transported to the stone ape beast mountain, as promised by Yi Feng to them for consumption and absorption. The other part went to the designated location, which was a stone forest, and stockpiled the items there. A similar situation to this one was happening simultaneously in many other mineral veins. The Jiang family's mining industries suffered an unprecedented looting. But there was one special thing: an accident happened. When the stone ape beast team in charge of this place arrived at the mine, they encountered a strong man. King Wu Jiang Fuzheng ordered people to move all the minerals in the mine out and load them onto trucks so that he could take them away. The 2 just happened to collide. Why would a stone ape beast come here? Jiang Fu frowned, very confused. Today is really unlucky. I set out from Zhang's house early in the morning with a convoy and came all the way here just to get the minerals here. When they arrived at the first mining site, the people were slaughtered and all the minerals were looted. It made him very angry, but he was helpless. After contacting the Jiang family, a lot of time was wasted before finally someone from the Jiang family arrived. Unfortunately, the result was still not as expected. The enemy eliminated the smell and the sniffer bugs could not track it. What else can I do? The mine site where the accident occurred was left in charge of the team that arrived later, and he continued to load the minerals. Now this is the second mining site. While still loading the cargo, we saw dozens of stone ape beasts approaching. Humph! Where did this evil beast come from? Die! Zhang Fu didn't care what the stone ape beasts were here for. King Wu's powerful blood and energy burst out, and he directly split the fastest stone ape beast into 2 halves with one sword. With the crushing power of Realm, it is indeed possible to kill instantly. The remaining stone ape beasts were frightened by the scene before them. When they came out, their king gave instructions. Of course, in reality, the king beast was just passing on the message, which was mainly Yifeng's intention.
Yifeng told them that if they encountered an opponent who was too powerful, or if they were not the opponent, they should not fight to the death, but retreat as soon as possible, and escape as much as possible. Remembering these instructions, the Stone Ape Beast, which was one step behind, immediately turned around and fled. Humph! You want to escape? It's not that easy. Zhang Fu had been holding a grudge for most of the day, and he took it out on these stone apes. He chased after them and chopped down several stone ape beasts. However, there were too many stone ape beasts and they fled in different directions, so he couldn't kill them all. In the end, only half of them were killed, and the remaining half escaped. The main reason was that he didn't want to chase too far as he had important things to do here. Cool. Zhang Fu came back and let out a breath of foul air. The depression that had been accumulating for most of the day was finally released in the battle just now. But after calming down, I always felt that something was wrong. There is no stone ape beast's nest nearby, and the stone ape beasts are not a species that likes to run around. How come there are suddenly such a group of stone ape beasts running towards this mine? Well, look at me being so suspicious. They're just a bunch of stone beasts with low IQ. What else could it be? They must be looking for food and just randomly ran over here. Zhang Fu slapped his forehead and muttered to himself. All the minerals here have been loaded onto the trucks. Set off. They headed for the next vein of ore. As they got closer, Zhang Fu felt a growing sense of foreboding. The smell of blood again. Soon, they saw the body. Who did it again? Zhang Fu and the others' eyes were about to spit fire. For some reason, I recalled the scene of the stone ape beast approaching just now. No. Other mineral veins. Zhang Fu immediately set off again, heading for the next mine. Sure enough, it was exactly as he thought. Not only that, he continued to move on to the next place. All the same, all looted. It was as if there was a powerful force targeting their Jiang family. He could already imagine how angry the Jiang family would be after this matter was reported. By the way, the Gu Master is still in the secret realm. Let him track him down. Zhang Fu immediately contacted the Gu Master. After he arrives, use the sniffer bug to investigate. Still no trace. The Gu Master shook his head. What he didn't know was that the stone ape beasts themselves had no breath, and what's more, their bodies were no different from stone. What is most abundant in this secret realm is stones, and there is sand and gravel everywhere. From the perspective of smelling the scent, the stone ape beasts' activities in such places are almost like being invisible. Seeing this result, Zhang Fu was completely dejected. As the person in charge of this transportation, he will definitely be held accountable for only saving one vein of minerals. The most important thing is that there is no trace of the murderer, and there is no chance to make amends. At the same time, somewhere in a remote stone forest, there were piles of minerals piled up like small hills, of many kinds, all dumped here by the stone ape beasts. Yifeng had called the stone ape beast back to rest in the Beast Mountain. There, in the deep caves, there are also piles of minerals stored. These are enough for them to eat and grow. No matter how much more he gave them, they wouldn't be able to finish it, so Yifeng chose to sell half of it. Crunch! There are all kinds of minerals to eat, and the stone apes are very happy. They hold their favorite minerals and chew on them. Great teeth. The task Yifeng gave them was to improve their strength and expand their population as quickly as possible so that they could continue to do things later. Yifeng was not in the Beast Mountain at this time, but in the stone forest. But he did not show up, but hid in the dark, keeping an eye on the minerals stored there. When the people from the Black Glove organization were notified by Yifeng and arrived at the stone forest, they were stunned by the scene before them. So many minerals. They knew that someone was preparing to rob the mine owned by the Jiang family. I thought that being able to rob one or two would be a great achievement, but I didn't expect there would be so many. I'm afraid they might have all been looted. Hurry! Load the car. Although they were surprised, they did not sit idle and took action immediately. Yifeng was also bargaining with Black Gloves, and in the end, this batch of minerals was sold for a total of 200 million. Yifeng's total assets reached more than 220 million. For the next few days, Yifeng stayed in the secret realm of the treasure mine. The main purpose is to hang out with the stone apes, observe their living habits, and formulate plans for future development. You allow me to reproduce. For every extra child you give birth to, you can get an extra resource subsidy. Yifeng announced. The way they give birth is also very interesting. When a male and female stone ape beast stay together, a certain fluctuation released from the crystal core, if the frequency matches, there is a chance that a new small crystal core will form in the female beast's body, gradually growing into a small stone ape beast, and then being born. Yifeng let them develop for a while and not cause any trouble for the time being. Because of what happened to the Jiang family, after the news spread, it caused a huge uproar and people were in panic. Each family sent more experts to guard their mines, fearing that like the Jiang family, they would be the next to be robbed.
It's time to go out, Yifeng said softly. Chapter 57, Crazy Way. Fishing Law Enforcement.
Yifeng let the Stone Ape King beast develop in the Stone Ape Beast Mountain for a while. I came to the teleportation point, which was the location I was randomly teleported to when I first came in.
A mysterious suction force gradually strengthened. Soon, Yifeng was teleported out.
I originally thought that I would meet someone from the Jiang family, but I didn't. What Yifeng didn't know was that in the first 2 days after the incident, the Jiang family was indeed extremely angry and sent a large number of experts to conduct a thorough investigation of the matter. But the results were not satisfactory, and there were very few clues. I heard Jiang Fu say that there were dozens of stone ape beasts intending to attack the mine.
Could it be that all of them were done by the stone ape beasts?
At first, they thought it was just a coincidence. However, as the investigation progressed, some clues found at other mining sites did indeed look like the work of the stone ape beast.
This makes the incident even more bizarre. This kind of thing has never happened in many years. Why did it happen now?
It would be fine if it were 1 or 2 places, but now there are more than 30 places and accidents happening at the same time. Everyone else is fine, but only his Jiang family is in trouble.
It was definitely premeditated. There is absolutely no way such a thing could have happened without premeditation.
But the question is, who is behind the scenes to allow a group of stone apes to come and rob the Jiang family's mine? You know, stone beasts generally have low IQs and only have some instinctive reactions, so there is no way to teach them to do anything. Someone once imagined that stone beasts were naturally interested in various minerals. If they were tamed and made into pets, and allowed to help dig for minerals, they could provide a lot of labor. But after many experiments, all failed and it was impossible to tame it, so people gradually gave up this idea.
Could it be that someone succeeded in taming it?
For several days, they have been searching for the stone ape beast everywhere in the secret treasure mine. But the secret realm is so vast that it will take a while to find any results. Even if they found the stone ape beasts, they wouldn't necessarily be the ones that looted their mines. Before leaving, Yifeng also told the Stone Ape King beast to stay inside the mountain when he had nothing to do. If he found any enemies outside, he should use the maze walkways inside the mountain to play hide and seek with them and just keep dealing with them. Yifeng moved towards the provincial government at a steady speed.
During this period,
Longting Academy is carrying out something in full swing. Several senior instructors were dispatched, and the King of War sent by the Joint Security Bureau is carrying out an operation. Each of them had a Marshal King from the Security Bureau and a senior tutor from the academy, each followed by a student, wandering aimlessly in the streets and alleys. To put it simply, there are 3 people in a group, with 2 Marshal Kings following 1 student. The students walked in the open, while the 2 Kings of War dressed up as passers-by, following them at a certain distance, trying to reduce their presence as much as possible.
Hopefully we can fish out Crazy Way. Su Channy was also one of the operatives.
At this time, she was cooperating with Wu Wang sent by the Security Bureau and following a student from a distance. The cause of the incident has to do with the brutal murder of Zhao Ming a few days ago. An investigation was immediately launched and the matter was reported to the Security Bureau.
As a national department responsible for maintaining public order, the Security Bureau has many martial arts masters.
It was Longting Academy that called the police, and the victim was a student, and the crime was committed in the provincial government. The murderer was so lawless and arrogant that the Security Bureau attached great importance to it and set up a special task force to investigate quickly.
After much verification, the conclusion was finally reached.
This murderer is most likely a member of the Bloodhands sect.
This person's information is still on the bounty wanted list.
Crazy Way, at the early stages of the Marshal King stage, nicknamed the Student Killer, he greatly enjoys killing students, especially those from key schools. Those who can enter key schools are generally more talented, and he gets the pleasure of eliminating geniuses.
Reward, 50 million.
The evil pharmacist at that time, who was at the late stage of Marshal King, only had a bounty of 10 million. Crazy Way is only in the early stage of King of Martial Arts, but his wealth is as high as 50 million, which is 5 times that of the evil pharmacist. Therefore, the amount of the bounty depends not only on the person's strength, but also on the crimes he committed and how bad the impact is. The evil medicine master is certainly an evil person, but compared to Wei the crazy man, who specializes in killing school students and often carries out serial killings, making people live in fear all day long, his nature is much worse than that of the evil medicine master. For example, during the investigation, several students were killed because they ignored the advice and sneaked out of the school, and were eventually killed. Their deaths were equally tragic. They were also thrown into the playground outside, similar to Zhao Ming's death. At the beginning, people were still suspicious. How could the murderer know so clearly who were the students in the school? Because if it is not clear, how could the murderer do it, killing students in the school every time? After investigation, we finally found out. In the review records of students' basic files, there was a student who browsed through almost all the students' files. Basic file information is public and all students in the school can query each other. This was originally done to allow students to know the progress of their classmates in real time and compete with each other. Who would have thought that it would be betrayed to a murderous lunatic? The person who sold the student files was Zhao Ming. Sometimes it's just so dramatic. The person who sold the student files became the first person to be killed. It can be considered as retribution. As for Zhao Ming's motive, it was nothing more than that Wei Fengzi promised him benefits, and he sold the file information without knowing what the other party wanted to do with the files. Now that Crazy Wei got what he wanted, he naturally wouldn't keep Zhao Ming anymore. The action launched at this time was a phishing enforcement. They used the lone student as bait to lure Wei Crazy out, and the two accompanying Wu Kings immediately stepped forward to deal with him. But time passed by minute, and almost half a day had passed. We have already explored a large area around here, and even ran into other teams several times. The result, nothing. Could it be that someone has discovered something wrong? Su Chani moved her lips slightly and spoke in a very low voice. A female warrior queen from the security bureau nodded slightly and whispered, "The reason Crazy Wei has such a high bounty, besides his numerous crimes, is that he's so hard to catch. He's so alert." At the same time, a street in this area. Yi Feng has returned from the treasure mine secret realm and is walking towards Lungting Academy. At this moment, I was walking slowly on this street. The street is relatively remote and has little traffic, so there are not many people around at this time. Yi Feng suddenly stopped, felt something in his heart, and slowly turned around. I saw a person standing behind me with a cruel grin on his face. Chapter 58. He is one of my students. This person has narrow eyes and thin lips. A dark blue dagger flipped back and forth between several fingers, as nimble as a fish in water. Yi Feng, this year's freshman at Longting Academy, was promoted to a senior student in just 10 days. Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. This is the first time I've encountered a genius of your level. It will definitely be a lot of fun to kill you later. Just thinking about it makes me excited. As he spoke, the speed of the dagger in his hand gradually increased. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows. This person actually read out his identity accurately. You clearly don't know him, but he looks familiar? After thinking about it for a while, Yi Feng suddenly realized. Bounty wanted list. The last time I killed the evil pharmacist, I browsed the wanted list online, especially the members of the Bloodhand sect, and I paid a lot of attention to them. Among them is this one, Crazy Wei. This person is a psychopath who enjoys torturing and killing students. Yi Feng immediately thought that Zhao Ming's tragic death a few days ago was probably caused by this person. He's coming to me now, probably with the same purpose. You're quite calm, but unfortunately, without an expert following you, no one can save you. Just as Su Chani guessed, their sting operation had been noticed by Wei Fengzi, so he had not shown up yet, making their efforts in vain. However, Crazy Wei had an unexpected gain and discovered Yi Feng, who was acting alone. After checking the file, I was even more delighted. Wow, he is actually the most talented one among this year's freshmen. Even looking at all the previous generations, he is definitely the number one genius. This is how the current situation came about. Next, enjoy the pain of being tortured and slaughtered. I will first cut out your tongue, then blind your eyes, and then rip open your belly. No matter how you struggle, it will be useless. Crazy Wei showed a perverted smile, flipping the dark blue dagger in his hand, and approached Yi Feng. Then, enjoy it. Wei Fengzi's face became ferocious, and he aimed the dark blue dagger at Yi Feng's mouth. Just as he said, he had to cut off Yi Feng's tongue first. Ha, since you choose to die this way, then I will grant your wish. Call. 4th level martial arts, instant shadow sky sword.
The long knife in Yifeng's hand was incredibly fast, leaving a shadow and cutting Wei Fengzi's wrist. The dagger was still held in the hand, but the severed hand had fallen to the ground. Ah! Crazy Wei howled in pain and looked at Yifeng with horror on his face. Why is it so strong? He was shocked. How could a freshman who had just entered the school be so strong? What is even more puzzling is that the aura released by the opponent at this moment is only at the peak level of a military general, but judging from the power of the martial arts he displayed, it should be the 4th level of perfection. He is already a martial king, but he has only cultivated the 4th level martial arts to a small degree of success. Faced with Yifeng's attack, he was unable to withstand it and one of his hands was crippled in an instant. What he didn't know was that Yifeng was only using the strength of a Qi and blood warrior, and the stronger soul master had not yet been used. However, to deal with someone like Crazy Wei, just using the strength of a warrior is enough. Although his current realm is only considered the peak of a military general, he is only 2,000 blood away from the early stage of a martial king, which is infinitely close. In addition, his martial arts skills were at the 4th level, making it even more complete, and he also had the blessing of 30% of the sword intent, wind whisperer, and martial arts holy body. Killing an early stage martial king across levels is like a piece of cake. No, no. Don't kill me. I was just joking. How could I possibly dare to attack you? Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to attack you, even if you're as powerful as you are. Crazy Wei covered his broken arm, endured the pain, and talked incessantly, begging for mercy frantically. Noisy! Yifeng raised his knife and swung it towards Wei Fengzi's mouth, cutting off his tongue. Crazy Wei couldn't even speak normally. Then, Yifeng attacked his eyes. Just give him the set meal that Crazy Wei just mentioned. According to Yifeng's own habit, he would definitely kill him with a knife. After all, Yifeng is a mentally normal person and has no tendency to kill people. But since this person is so obsessed with this way of killing, let him experience it himself. After one meal, Crazy Wei died. Yifeng picked up the dagger he dropped. This weapon is quite good, it is grade 4 and can be sold for 3 million on the black market. Yifeng left here. While walking, I opened the wanted website and submitted the information just like last time, and then waited to receive the reward. It's 50 million, don't miss it. A few minutes after Crazy Wei died, a passerby passing by the street saw Crazy Wei's tragic death and screamed in shock. Someone's dead. Someone's dead here. Suchani's team just arrived at the nearby area. They heard faint screams and their hearts skipped a beat. Oh no! Could something have happened? The 2 female warriors immediately approached the source of the sound. When they arrived, the scene they saw made them gasp. Crazy Wei, he's dead. And his death was so tragic. Which team did this? Suchani and the other person looked around but didn't find any other teams. There was only one person at the scene, a passerby who was so scared that he collapsed on the ground, his face pale and his legs weak. Were you the one who screamed just now? Suchani asked the man. The passerby nodded blankly, and after a long while, he recovered a little. I just passed by here and found that someone had died tragically here. He was just a martial artist at the martial arts apprentice level and had not experienced any decent training, so it was normal for him to be frightened by the tragic scene before him. I notified the others and they came here soon. The female warrior queen of the security bureau turned off the communication and spoke out. After a while, other teams arrived one after another. We communicated with each other and clarified the situation. Crazy Wei was killed. It is not clear who did it. Just looking at the method, I almost thought it was done by another Crazy Wei. This man is extremely powerful. Crazy Wei is completely powerless in front of him. Those with such strength, looking across the provincial government, are probably only a handful. Let's check the surrounding surveillance first. The Security Bureau has the authority to check surveillance in public areas at any time. Unfortunately, there are no surveillance cameras installed at the crime scene and several surrounding streets. Therefore, if you want to check the surveillance, you can only look farther away to see if you can find any clues. They checked many surveillance cameras at the same time, and the images appeared on the screen. There are so many people. The more they looked at it, the more they frowned. In places with surveillance, there is a large flow of people, and the streets are crisscrossed, making it difficult to determine which street the people passing by come from. Ha! Yifeng? Suchani suddenly let out a light exclamation. She saw Yifeng's figure in the picture. Who is it? The guard asked. Oh, he is one of my students. Su Chanyi replied. It seems that this student was not included in the previous operation, the guard wondered. No, but he left school a few days ago and might have just come back now, Su Chanyi said. The guard nodded without any suspicion and continued to check the surveillance footage. Coincidence? Su Chanyi seemed to be lost in thought. Chapter 59, How did the armor that was promised become a bondage? Yi Feng returned to Longting Academy and went to the dormitory area. I haven't had a good rest for a few days, so I need to have a good sleep. First I took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and prepared to rest. Has it reached the second stage limit? That's pretty fast. Yi Feng took out the bottle marked with the number 2. The quick-acting nutrient inside had been completely absorbed by the mulberry vine. At that time, 4 bottles were obtained, representing 4 stages. The first stage was absorbed by the Yunsang vine as early as the first day. Yi Feng immediately arranged for it to enter the second stage of the bottle. Now it has absorbed all the energy again and reached the growth limit of the second stage. How long can you reach now? Yi Feng released Yunsang Tang. The second stage of the Yunsang vine, which had a total of 2 vines, immediately began to grow larger, reaching a full 6 meters, and coiled several times in the middle of the room. I heard that Yunsang vines can wrap around the body to form defensive armor. I'll give it a try. Yi Feng gave the order. Yunsang Tung understood the meaning and immediately wrapped around Yi Feng. I originally thought that after wrapping, it would just look like a thick rope tied and wrapped around the surface of the body. Actually, it's not. The mulberry vine has the ability to grow bigger or smaller, that is, it has the function of changing its body shape. After wrapping, you can adjust it to the most suitable shape according to the body structure. The whole person looked like he was covered with a layer of green armor. The coverage is perfect all over the body, even the face, with holes left for the eyes in other places. It is difficult to tell from the appearance that it is covered with mulberry vines. Only those who are familiar with demonized plants can see it. Otherwise, people would probably mistakenly think that he was wearing a set of blue armor with a large coverage area. At this time, Su Chanyi has returned to school. Hello, Teacher Su. The students greeted each other loudly. Su Chanyi nodded and asked, Have you seen Yi Feng come back? Yes. I saw it just now. It seemed to be heading towards the dormitory. The classmate replied. Upon hearing the news, Su Chanyi went straight to Yi Feng's dormitory. On the way back, she was thinking, Yi Feng's figure appeared in the surveillance footage, could it be that Yi Feng killed Crazy Wei? She did not doubt that Yi Feng had this ability. After all, the evil pharmacist was killed instantly by Yi Feng in one blow, so killing another Crazy Wei should be completely possible. But from the scene, it doesn't seem like it. When Yi Feng killed the evil pharmacist that day, he used the ability of a soul master, but the way things he died was that he was hacked to death by a warrior with a knife. Judging from the brutal means, it doesn't seem like they were done by Yi Feng. Since Yi Feng is back, I'll go and ask him in person. When he arrived at Yi Feng's villa, he was probably too engrossed in his thoughts and just barged in. She saw Yi Feng wearing green armor. What are you wearing? Su Chanyi looked at Yi Feng in surprise. Can't you knock on the door? Yi Feng complained. How could anyone just climb over the wall and break in? For King Wu, the height of a courtyard wall was really nothing, and he could jump over it with just a light leap. I'm just here to ask you something urgent. Su Chanyi stuck out her tongue, knowing that she was a little in the wrong. Then she saw the vines fall off Yi Feng's body. It's actually a demonized plant? Su Chanyi asked in surprise. Demonized plants may not be uncommon, but they are all in the wild. Demonized plants that can be cultivated as pets are rare and need to be cultivated from seedlings or seeds. She didn't expect that Yi Feng had such a good thing. During the last trip to the Misty Forest, I learned about Yi Feng's identity as a soul master, and now I accidentally learned that Yi Feng possesses demonized plants. The more I get to know Yi Feng, the more unfathomable he seems. What does it feel like to wear armor made of demonic plants? There was a strong curiosity in Su Chanyi's bright big eyes. She had killed demonized plants before, but she had never experienced what it felt like to have demonized plants covering her body. My attention was completely attracted by the demonized plants, and I forgot the main purpose of this trip. Then let you try it? Yi Feng suggested. Really? Su Chanyi was happy. Well, don't move. I'll let the Yunsang vines come over and cover your body. Yi Feng said this and began to command Yunsang Tongue.
The Yunsang bind was also very obedient. It moved its two vines like octopus tentacles, moving towards Su Channy and began to wrap around her in circles.
After a while, Su Channy's expression was strange. Weren't you covered all over just now? Why did it only bind my hands and feet, and even tighten it in certain places? And Su Channy blushed a little. She pulled so hard that it made me feel a little awkward. Maybe you are not its owner, so it is a little resistant to you and can't treat you like it treats me. Yi Feng explained. Really? Su Channy looked at Yi Feng suspiciously. And why did it start picking at my clothes? There's nothing I can do. Yi Feng stared at Su Channy intently and swallowed his saliva. It's a little disobedient now. I'll try my best to make it stop. Yi Feng slowly commanded the Yunsang bind to leave Su Channy's body. The result, not only did it not happen, but it was tied even tighter. Hurry up, or I'll use force if you don't let go. With Yun Songting's current strength, if Su Channy really lost her temper, she would probably be torn into pieces. That won't work. If you break the mulberry vine, you have to find another one to compensate me. Yi Feng shook his head. This is a demonized plant. It's hard to buy even if you have money. Where can I find it to compensate you? Su Channy said aggrievedly. With her face and figure, it makes people very horny. Then don't move. If you don't break it, you don't have to pay for it. Yi Feng said with a smile. Su Channy gritted her teeth and really wanted to punch Yi Feng. She looked angry, but she didn't struggle much. She just gave in and let him do whatever he wanted. The atmosphere in the room became charming. It was almost dark when Su Channy left Yi Feng's residence. This bastard. He's full of evil. Compared to when she went in, her hair was a little messy and she looked a little tired. By the way, what am I doing here? Oh, I want to ask you about Crazy Wei. Su Channy slapped her forehead. It's really unacceptable to ask a question for half a day and still not get the answer. But it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter whether Crazy Wei is dead or not. He will no longer affect the normal operation of the school. Look, Teacher Su is coming out of Yi Feng's residence. The students on the road were whispering. She still favors Yi Feng so much that she even came to his house to help him with his cultivation. Seeing how tired she is, she must have been giving him very serious guidance. That's for sure, otherwise how could Yi Feng improve so quickly? I can only say that I'm lucky. Instructor Su took a fancy to me very early on. He already planned to accept me when I was still a junior student. He spared no effort in teaching me, and even turned a blind eye to my mistakes. Oh, there's no comparison, absolutely no comparison. As the discussion progressed, the topic turned to the major events that happened today. That madman Wei was the real king of martial arts, but he was killed. I don't know which hero did this, but it's so satisfying. We don't have to worry anymore. A brave man who takes action is at least a martial king. Oh, King Wu. It's so far away, I don't know when I can reach it. Although they are already military generals, they still have a long way to go before they can become martial kings. Chapter 62 New Clues. Urgent meeting. 2 days passed peacefully. Yi Feng suddenly received a notification of a bank account arrival. A total of 50 million yuan came from the bounty list headquarters. Obviously, it was the bounty obtained from killing Crazy Wei. After Wei Fengzi's death, the Security Bureau was very curious about who did it, but they couldn't find any useful information through surveillance footage. Later, they received news that the Bounty Wanted List Department had received an application submitted by a bounty hunter, and the person he was hunting was none other than Crazy Wei. However, the information is encrypted. For example, the submitted payment account is automatically encrypted by the program. When paying the bounty, it can only be done within this program rather than manually entering the account number. This encryption method is one way, and the data is irreversible after encryption. Even if the person who wrote this program comes, he cannot restore the encrypted account, nor can he use the account to check who the owner is. But one thing is certain, the person who killed Crazy Wei also killed the evil pharmacist not long ago. In the end, they had no choice but to assume that this was a powerful bounty hunter who had recently targeted members of the Bloodhand sect. Yi Feng took a look at his current assets, which totaled more than 270 million. Such a sum of money can allow an ordinary family to live a very comfortable life. Yi Feng couldn't help but think of the past when his family was poor and lived in an old community in Linhai City, in an old house of dozens of square meters.
My parents used to have a wish, which was to save some money to renovate the old house. They didn't even dare to hope that they would be able to buy a new floor. If it weren't for the beast tide that took my parents' lives, now that I have this ability, I can also let them live the good life they have always dreamed of. Unfortunately, there is no if. Thinking of this, Yi Feng sighed, with sadness mixed with regret. Yi Feng's experience is just a microcosm of the experiences of millions of people. Yi Feng is still lucky and can have a chance to turn things around. However, many more people will be forever lost in the dust of history. If he has the chance in the future and returns to Linhai City, Yi Feng plans to hire someone to renovate the old house. Although he couldn't live there, Yi Feng simply wanted to do it because his two elders had once planned to do so. Time flies, and another 10 days passed in peace. Not bad, not bad. You have finally grown to the limit of the 4th stage. Yi Feng looked at Yun Sang-tang and felt very relieved. As early as 7 days ago, it had grown to the limit of the 3rd stage, with 3 vines, each 10 meters long. Now we have reached the 4th stage, with a total of 4 vines, each 20 meters long. Doubled in length. The quick-acting nutrient that came out of the treasure chest had an amazing effect, which allowed Yun Sang-tang to improve so much in such a short period of time. Unfortunately, there is no 5th stage, so the progress has to be put on hold for the time being. Now that he is in the 4th stage, it is already helpful to him. Even if Yun Sang-tang is allowed to deal with King Wu alone, it will be more than enough. I don't know when the treasure chest clue will appear again. Yi Feng was looking forward to it. No new clues have emerged in the past 10 days. Currently, there is only one red treasure chest that has not been opened. It is in the Jiang family mansion, which is the Jiang family's base camp. With Wu Zun and Wu Zong in charge, it is impossible to start. Yi Feng could only pin his hopes on the new treasure chest, hoping that if he could improve his strength a little more, he would be able to sneak into the Jiang family. Coincidentally, just as Yi Feng thought of this, the treasure chest prompt popped up, and there were 2 of them right away. Treasure chest clue: a blue fine treasure chest appears in the south of Linhai City. Please go and open it. Treasure chest clue: a purple treasure chest appears in the south of Linhai City. Please go and open it. Yi Feng was delighted. The blue treasure chest was already very good at the moment, but he didn't expect that a purple one would appear. That is a 5th level treasure chest, higher than the blue one, and the treasures it contains must be very good. Hey! South of Linhai City? Yi Feng noticed that both treasure chests were located to the south of Linhai City. Yi Feng was familiar with this place. Long before the college entrance examination, the sea area south of Linhai City was shaken, and a large number of sea beasts came ashore, causing many casualties. At that time, Yi Feng was just a high school student at the martial arts level. He was arranged by the school to go to the rear to gain experience, which was also considered a contribution. It was also at that time that he was injured by a sea beast, which damaged his martial arts foundation, and later he was expelled from school. All of these things actually didn't happen too long ago, but when I think back on them now, they feel so far away. It was because I improved too quickly and now had the ability to kill the king of martial arts in seconds. I was completely different from before, like a completely different person, which gave me the illusion that a long time had passed. I was just thinking about hiring someone to renovate the old house if I had the chance to go to Linhai City. Now that I'm going to open the treasure chest, I can just ask someone to do it at the same time. Yi Feng thought to himself. Just as I was about to pack up and get ready to go out, the loud broadcast sounded throughout the entire Longting Academy. Attention all teachers and students in the school. An emergency has occurred. All instructors and senior students in school, please gather at the central playground immediately. Repeat that. There's an emergency. What happened? Yi Feng walked towards the school playground with doubts. Along the way, the students we met asked each other what had happened. But they all looked confused and said they were not sure at the moment. The instructors and senior students all headed towards the assembly point. As for the junior students, they were not mentioned in the broadcast, but out of curiosity, many people followed. When we got there, more and more people gathered. So many people. It turns out there are so many senior students in the academy. At a glance, there are already tens of thousands of people gathered, and the number is still increasing. This is just the number of people who are on campus. If we count those who are not on campus at the moment, the number will be even greater. In front of the student group, there are hundreds of tutors. Su Chanyi looked around and accidentally saw Yi Feng. What happened? Yi Feng asked with his lips. However, what he got was Su Chani glaring at him and waving her fist. Anyway, she didn't answer, so she probably didn't know either. At this moment, a powerful pressure approached rapidly. Everyone's eyes blurred, and a figure appeared at the top of the crowd. He looked to be in his 50s, with a straight body and a gaze like lightning. He did not deliberately release his aura, but gave people a strong sense of oppression. His energy and blood were like the sea, and he was intimidating without even being angry. Principal! The principal is here! Everyone exclaimed. Normally, there is basically no chance to see the principal at school. Now that the principal appears, it only means that the situation is indeed urgent. The principal of Longting Academy. He's truly powerful. Yi Feng couldn't judge the specific strength of this person, he just felt that he was very strong. In the near future, I will also be able to reach this level of intensity. Not only that, it has to be even stronger. Chapter 61 Return to Linhai City. Teachers and students, I've called you here to gather because I just received news that there's been another earthquake in the southern seas of Linhai City, and a large number of sea beasts have come ashore. This time, it's even more serious than last time. Preliminary estimates put the number of sea beasts that have come ashore at over 1 million. Hearing the words of the principal Panchi, many teachers and students gasped. How spectacular and terrifying it would be if millions of sea beasts gathered together. If there are more than 100,000 beasts, it reaches the scale of a beast tide. For example, the scale of the last sea beast battle was only a few 100,000. Only 2 months had passed, and yet another beast tide had occurred, and its scale was several times greater than the last one. What happened in the sea over there? Warriors from all walks of life have already headed over there to help resist the beast tide. As the top martial arts university in Lingnan province, our Longting Academy cannot sit idly by. Once Linhai City is captured, the surrounding cities will be next. This is a showdown between humans and alien beasts. Get ready now, and then set off immediately to support Linhai City and drive those beasts back into the sea. Punch's loud and powerful voice reached everyone's ears. Yes. Many teachers and students responded in unison. Damn those sea beasts. This time, I'm going to make sure they never dare come ashore again. It's been a while since I had a big fight. This time I'm going to have a good fight. Let's compete to see who can kill more. The students were sharpening their swords and full of fighting spirit. We have half an hour to prepare now, and we will set off in half an hour. Yi Feng didn't need to make any preparations. He had originally planned to go out to Linhai City and had already prepared his equipment. Just when I was about to go out, I was urgently summoned here. What a coincidence, sea monsters actually came ashore again in Linhai City. Yi Feng's purpose of going there this time was simple. Opening the treasure chest was his main task, and he would also kill more sea beasts by the way. Since his parents died in a beast tide, every time a beast tide occurs, Yi Feng always feels hatred. What's more, that was the place where Yi Feng had lived for 18 years, full of memories, and Yi Feng didn't want Linhai City to disappear. Half an hour later, everyone was ready. The principal takes the lead. As there were too many students, they were divided into teams, each led by a tutor. Yi Feng. Just as he was about to set off, a female voice called out to Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked over and found that it was He Xiling. When you arrive in Linhai City, can you help me look after my dad? She looked worried. Her father ran a grocery store in Linhai City, and Yi Feng used to work there part-time. Now that she heard that a large number of sea beasts had come ashore in Linhai City, she was very worried about her father's safety. If she had the ability, she would also like to go, but unfortunately she is only at the middle stage of martial artist, so even if she wanted to go, the school would not agree. This rate of improvement is already very good compared with students of the same period, but it is still not enough. Okay. Even if you don't tell me, I have a plan. Don't worry, uncle, he will be fine. Yi Feng comforted with a smile. Thank you. He Xiling nodded, finally feeling a little better. The team set off in a mighty manner. Walk out of the school gate and head towards Linhai City. Yi Feng followed Su Chani's team, looking at the scenery along the way, feeling a little emotional. The last time I came here, I was here to enroll in school, and my ability was not that great. This time when I go back, I will be able to stand on my own. Yi Feng, who was thinking about something, suddenly noticed someone approaching. When I turned my head, I found that it was Su Chani approaching. You are so lucky, boy. Just now, He Xiling called Yi Feng and was seen by Su Chani. She had some impression of He Xiling and knew that she and Yi Feng were both from Linhai City.
We are just ordinary friends, Yi Feng said.
I don't believe it.
Su Chanyi shook her head. Are you jealous?
Yi Feng laughed. TSK. Would I be jealous of you?
Who you are with is none of my business. Su Chanyi acted with disgust and spoke in a rude tone.
You speak so unladylike.
Yi Feng shook his head.
Humph.
I'm mad at you.
Su Chanyi gritted her teeth. There was no word being spoken here.
The students behind didn't hear clearly what the two said and started talking.
Look, even when he's on his way, he needs Yi Feng's guidance.
Why does it feel like Teacher Su seems a little angry? That must be something Yi Feng hasn't learned. Teacher Su is getting angry.
Yes.
That must be it.
After a long journey, the huge team arrived at Linhai City.
At the city gate, warriors wearing uniform armor stood guard there with solemn expressions and a murderous aura.
The situation is urgent now, and many masters in the city have headed south to resist the attack of sea beasts. I'm afraid that some strange beasts will take advantage of the power shortage in the city and attack from other directions.
Therefore, warriors must be sent to guard these important entrances to the city.
There were more than 1,000 of them, all of them were city defenders.
City guards are a department that exists in every city.
Their responsibility is to ensure the security of the city's borders. Seeing the arrival of a team of tens of thousands of people, the city defenders became excited.
It's from Longting Academy.
Each team member has a school badge on him. It was distributed before departure. The pattern is 2 dragons flying in the clouds, which makes it easy to recognize that the team is from Longting Academy.
This resistance against sea monsters involves various forces and reporters, and it is a good opportunity for publicity.
Even though Longting Academy is well known and is already a top university, necessary publicity is still needed.
You must be the principal of Longting Academy.
Thank you all so much for coming all the way here to support us. A city defender who looked like a captain immediately stepped forward and spoke in a very respectful tone. In the past, I only had the chance to see Pang Chi on video, but I never expected that I would be able to meet him in real life. And those teachers and students are worthy of being from Longting Academy. Even though they are just young students, their blood and energy are extremely strong and it is obvious that they are quite powerful. When a sea beast comes ashore, it affects thousands of families.
This is what we should do.
After a brief exchange, the team entered Linhai City.
So many experts. What forces are they from? Didn't you see their school emblem? It's from Longting Academy. No wonder there are so many experts.
It turns out to be Longting Academy.
Just now, Yonghui University arrived, and now Longting Academy has arrived.
This is great. With so many experts supporting us, our Linhai City doesn't have to worry about being conquered by sea beasts. As they walked along, the people of Linhai City were talking about it and seemed very excited.
The Yonghui University they mentioned is also a top institution of higher learning.
Although it is not as good as Longting Academy and is always suppressed, it is only slightly inferior and is a very top-notch existence. Just as they said, not far ahead, there was also a large group of people walking towards the south. From the school badges they wore, it could be seen that they were from Yonghui University. Seeing the Longting Academy behind them, they stopped and waited.
Chapter 62. Is he crazy? He wants to go to the front line.
The president of Yonghui University was also a middle-aged man with great vigor and vitality. When he saw the people from Longting Academy, a sharp light flashed in his eyes.
I didn't expect you to come too.
Principal Yonghui said with a forced smile.
If you all come, we will definitely come even more. Pang Chi replied lightly.
The simple conversation can make people feel a strong sense of tension. The students of Yonghui University also had a look of hostility in their eyes, as if they were sharpening their knives. They had failed to get into Longting Academy before, so they had to settle for Yonghui University. But they feel that a college entrance examination does not mean anything.
For example, the martial arts examination stage is a practical experience with too many influencing factors.
If they are targeted, they may fail the exam and their ranking will drop significantly. Secondly, in the path of martial arts, in addition to talent, there is something more important, which is opportunity. Some people were originally ordinary, but they were very lucky to get opportunities and then soar to success. They felt from the bottom of their hearts that they were no worse than the people from Longting Academy.
This resistance against sea monsters is an excellent opportunity for publicity.
Facing numerous media outlets and martial artists, if the teachers and students of Yonhui University can perform well, they will be able to overshadow Longting Academy. Then it is only a matter of time before Yonhui University replaces Longting University as the leader. The two teams continued on their way, keeping a certain distance between them.
You all know what to do, right? Principal Yonhui said. I know. We will behave well.
I will let them know that our Yonhui University is the #1 martial arts university in Lingnan. The person who spoke was a cold and arrogant young man. He was the type who failed the college entrance examination but later got opportunities. His ability is among the best among the students in the school, and he is confident that he is no worse than any other student. When the two teams arrived at the south of Linhai City,
looking around, there are warriors everywhere.
There were city defenders wearing military armor, local warriors from Linhai City, and teachers and students from other schools. Yifeng also saw a group of high school students at the back of the front line. More than 2 months ago, Yifeng also played a similar role. However, these are freshmen in the 3rd year of high school, and their strength is weaker than Yifeng at that time. Now they are only responsible for logistical work, such as transporting the wounded.
Longting Academy. I'm so envious.
I wish I could get into Longting Academy in the future. We should learn from Senior Yifeng and get good grades in the future.
Hey! Isn't that Senior Yifeng? Where is it?
Well, inside the Longting Academy team.
It's true. I saw his picture on the honorary stele. It really is him.
The high school students exclaimed, and then kept shouting Senior Yifeng. Yifeng held his forehead with his hand.
Why did he act like an idol star? Yifeng?
When people from nearby Yonhui University heard the name, they all looked over in surprise. They often follow the developments of Longting Academy, so they also know that among the new students of Longting this year, there is a student named Yifeng who has a strong talent in martial arts. He was promoted to senior student in just 10 days. However, what they didn't expect was that they dared to call such a student over. No matter how talented you are, you still need time to grow.
I guess you are only at the early stage of military command now, right?
When fighting against sea beasts on such a large scale, the slightest carelessness could result in loss of life.
If someone died here, it would be a huge loss.
As the team approached the front line, the scene became increasingly chaotic.
On the battlefield, human warriors and sea beasts fought extremely fiercely. Evil beast. Die.
A general, holding a heavy sword, chopped a sea monster with 4 large claws in half with one blow.
There are many similar battles around. In some cases, sea beasts are killed by warriors, while in others, warriors are accidentally killed by sea beasts.
You can't go any further, just fight here.
Punch said to the students.
The closer you are to the front line, the higher the danger level, and the more and stronger the sea beasts you face will be.
The students' strength is still limited, so it is more appropriate for them to stay in the middle position. If they continue to move forward, it will be very dangerous.
Junior instructors, stay here and command the students.
Senior instructors, follow me to the front lines. Punch gave orders and led many senior instructors to continue heading towards the front line.
The senior instructor has the strength of a martial king, so he will be more confident in going to the front line. As for the junior instructor, he is only at the peak of military rank, so it is just right for him to stay here and command so many students.
The same arrangement is made at Yonhui University.
The students there, under the guidance of a junior instructor, began to hunt sea beasts. The Longting Academy was not willing to be outdone and drew their weapons, preparing for battle.
Yifeng, follow me closely and don't stay too far away from me. Deng Qingfeng instructed Yifeng.
He was Yifeng's junior instructor before, but Yifeng was promoted to a senior student too quickly, otherwise he would still be his student now. However, in his opinion, Yifeng's current strength should be the weakest in the team, so he specifically said this. Yifeng scratched his head. Actually, I don't need to. Be careful over there. Deng Qingfeng discovered the danger nearby, shouted loudly, and rushed over with his weapon in hand. Other students around also went over to help and fought against hundreds of general-level sea beasts. At this time, a shrill cry came from near Yifeng. A huge sea beast that looked like a crab, with its claws alone being 2 meters long, clamped down towards Yifeng. Yifeng's eyes turned cold, and with a casual cut of his sword, the 2 huge crab claws were cut off. He added another cut to split it in two.
Let's go find the treasure chest first. Yifeng did not forget the main purpose of his visit. Whether it is a blue arrow or a purple arrow, they all point in the same direction. Front. Teacher, let me go over there and take a look. Yifeng said this and rushed towards the front line. Wait. Yifeng, what are you doing? That's the front line over there. It's very dangerous for you to go there. Deng Qingfeng shouted loudly. But now he was entangled by the sea beast, and he could only shout for Yifeng to come back quickly. Yifeng acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued running quickly. Deng Qingfeng was anxious and his classmates were surprised. I never expected that Yifeng would suddenly do this. He's crazy. Who does he think he is? The king of war? He's actually charging towards the front lines. Ha, isn't it just a quick promotion to a senior student? You're so arrogant, you don't even know your own weight. When the people from Yonghui University saw the scene, they were stunned and started discussing it heatedly, shaking their heads. I think Yifeng's behavior is tantamount to committing suicide. Look. He's finished. Yifeng. Be careful. Everyone saw a huge sea beast, which looked like a sea lion and as big as a mountain. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Yifeng. Yifeng seemed not to see it and didn't even turn his head. The knife in his hand moved, drawing a sharp arc and hitting the sea lion's neck. The sea lion didn't even have time to howl before Yifeng chopped off its entire huge head. Sheath the knife and continue forward. Boom! The sea lion's body, like a mountain of flesh, slowly fell down. Chapter 63, Nether Giant Octopus. Treasure chest in the skull. One strike, 1 second? Everyone who saw the scene was stunned with shock. If I'm not mistaken, the sea beast just now has definitely reached the peak of the general level. Moreover, he is the type that is big and strong, has high defense and is difficult to kill. But despite this, he was still killed instantly by Yifeng with one sword. Then Yifeng's strength must be stronger than that sea beast? It's only been a short time. He's already grown to this point. Deng Qingfeng felt unbelievable. Think about it, not long ago, Yifeng was still his student. The teacher-student relationship lasted for about 10 days, and then Yifeng was promoted to a senior student. After some time passed, she became stronger than him? He thought about it and realized that if he were facing the sea beast, he would definitely not be able to kill it instantly with one blow. Even if you can win, it will take many rounds of fierce fighting. With such a comparison, you can tell at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. Everyone at Longting Academy was shocked, and those at Yonghui University were even more astonished. Thinking that he was just making fun of Yifeng, he was asking for death, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. How could this be considered suicide? It was clear that he had the ability. I suddenly felt that wanting to steal the limelight from Longting Academy was simply wishful thinking. Yifeng didn't care what they thought, he just wanted to open the treasure chest as soon as possible. Follow the arrow, whoever stands in your way will die. Who is this? So brave. Judging from his age, he's still just a student, right? He's wearing the Longting Academy badge. Turns out he's from Longting Academy. So impressive. Killing people along the way, many warriors who were fighting fiercely nearby saw this young but ridiculously strong man. Almost all the sea beasts encountered were killed instantly with one strike. There are many reefs near the coastline. Yifeng stood in a crevice of the reef, observing the situation ahead. The endless sea surface was surging with huge waves that were tens of meters high, as if the earth was a furnace, boiling a pot of seawater, which was surging violently. Sea beasts of varying sizes covered the sky and were densely packed, constantly surging ashore with the waves. They have different appearances, some are covered in hard armor, some have giant claws, and some are covered with tentacles. Countless powerful warriors are on the front line, fighting against many powerful sea beasts. My treasure chest. Yifeng followed the arrow and looked all the way. Soon I was dumbfounded. The treasure chests are actually in the sea, both of them. How am I supposed to drive in the sea? Yifeng was speechless. Among those that have come ashore, there are many king-level sea beasts. If you go into the sea alone, you will probably be killed. Hey! Wait, something's happening. Yifeng discovered that the blue treasure chest arrow was actually moving. This situation has happened twice. When a treasure chest is inside a mob, it moves with the mob. Boom! At this time, the waves were surging more and more violently,
forming a small hill, and the seawater was pouring down. A giant octopus, hundreds of meters tall, crawled onto the shore with its tentacles curled up.
Giant nether octopus.
What a huge one, it must have reached the peak of king level at least.
Many martial kings nearby exclaimed in surprise.
If there was a powerful martial arts master here at this time, it would be easy to kill him. But the problem is that there are relatively few strong people above the level of Wuzong, and there are more important tasks at this time, which are not on the coast.
Go! Let's kill it!
Several martial kings from Yonghui University joined forces to kill the netherworld giant octopus.
Bang 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 bang!
The netherworld giant octopus swung its long tentacles and attacked, but the kings of war dodged.
Let's go too! Not willing to be outdone, several martial kings from Longtang Academy also attacked the giant netherworld octopus.
King Wu cannot fly, but his powerful explosive power allows him to jump dozens of meters high, making up for the difference in size.
But things didn't go smoothly.
As the battle progressed, they were unable to capture the nether giant octopus. They are often forced back by tentacles and have to be more careful about its ink spray. If you are sprayed with ink, it will have a strong corrosive effect. Even if the king of martial arts has a very strong physique, he will not be able to withstand it.
More importantly, it's too high. You have to attack its brain to kill it quickly.
But it was too huge, hundreds of meters long, and King Wu could only jump a few dozen meters at most.
Doing so is also very dangerous. You will not be able to gain leverage in the air, and if you are attacked, it will be almost impossible to dodge.
The situation has reached a stalemate. Yi Feng, who was observing from a distance, stared at the netherworld giant octopus intently.
To be more precise, stare at its head. A faint blue light emanated from its head. The blue treasure chest is inside. I have to take action and kill this guy quickly. If the king of war over there could kill it quickly, Yi Feng would be happy to take advantage of it.
But he couldn't get it for a long time, and Yi Feng was afraid that something unexpected would happen.
If it is allowed to return to the sea, it will be even more difficult to kill it.
Thinking of this, Yi Feng looked around. This place was located in the crevice of the reef and no one paid attention to it.
Yunsang Tang, cover me.
Following Yi Feng's instructions, the four-vine mulberry vine quickly wrapped around Yi Feng's body, covering every part of him. Yi Feng's entire body, including his face, was wrapped tightly, leaving only necessary holes for observing the outside world. It looks like he is wearing a set of armor with extremely high coverage, and even people who are familiar with him would find it difficult to recognize his identity. Apart from Su Chani, she knew that Yi Feng owned Yunsang Tang. Yi Feng suddenly stepped on the ground, and his body rushed towards the netherworld giant octopus like a cannonball. Several martial kings who were in a fierce battle suddenly discovered that there was a man wearing green armor approaching. Because his blood and chi were surging at this time and his aura could not be restrained and hidden, people could see that Yi Feng's realm as a blood and chi warrior was only at the peak of a military general.
You're a military commander, what are you doing here? Get back!
Who among those who dare to come here to fight is not a king of martial arts? It would be fine if a small general just ran to the front line, but he actually came over here. There is a powerful giant netherworld octopus here. If any tentacle hit him, he would probably be beaten to pieces.
Is it useful to wear a full set of armor?
In the face of absolute crushing strength, no armor is useful. This is also true for high-level armor. Because, even if the armor is not broken, the shock will still kill you.
Only Su Chani was slightly stunned when she saw Yi Feng.
However, she was not too surprised that Yi Feng came here.
She was clear about Yi Feng's strength.
Swish! At this time, a long tentacle quickly pulled towards Yi Feng.
Careful!
The martial kings exclaimed.
They knew this would be the outcome. It was too late to rescue him. The attack speed of the nether giant octopus was extremely fast. It arrived in front of Yi Feng in almost the blink of an eye.
Everyone thought that Yi Feng would be knocked away directly. But Yi Feng moved and dodged the attack. He swung his long sword and the blade flashed, directly cutting off a part of the tentacle. The netherworld octopus howled angrily and stretched out more tentacles.
Humph! It's time to end it.
Chapter 64, Deep Sea Spirit SSS. Yi Feng snorted coldly, and increased his body speed to the limit to deal with the netherworld giant octopus. Finally, he seized an opportunity and mobilized his soul power.
Demon Breaking Spear. Concentrate.
The purple-black demon breaking spear, as soon as it appeared, immediately turned blood red due to the use of soul skills. The spear, with the power to pierce everything, shot towards the head of the nether giant octopus. In desperation, it pulled back some of its tentacles to resist. However, the demon-destroying spear seemed to have anticipated this and suddenly made an arc turn, barely bypassing the tentacle's resistance and accurately hitting its head, piercing through it directly. Puff! Under stress, its ink sac was released and a large amount of ink splashed out. Wherever it passed, the martial kings were terrified and dodged. The nearby beaches and reefs were all corroded and melted by the ink splashing. Boom! The netherworld giant octopus was finally killed, and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. So strong. It turns out that he is also a soul master. Soul master, I've only seen a handful of soul masters in my life. As expected of a soul master, his combat power is so strong. Whether they were from Yonghui University, Longting Academy, or other martial kings, they were all amazed. I was scolding him before, asking why a military general was running here. Who knew that he was not only a chi and blood warrior, but also a more powerful soul master? In just a few rounds, they quickly killed the netherworld giant octopus that had been deadlocked with them for a long time. Looking back, I feel like I was the clown. That was the same trick I used to kill the evil pharmacist that day. Su Chani's bright eyes stared at Yifeng. That day, she needed to concentrate fully on dealing with the evil pharmacist. Yifeng suddenly attacked from behind and she was unable to react. So much so that when I think back on it later, I'm not quite sure what methods Yifeng used. Now I can finally see the whole process, and it turns out this is how it was done. Soul masters, who control soul weapons, can attack from a distance and change directions mid-flight, taking the enemy by surprise and being extremely powerful. After a careful count, I found that they were much stronger than warriors. No wonder soul masters can beat warriors at the same level. Su Chani was a little envious that Yifeng had a dual system. Under the gaze of everyone, Yifeng approached the netherworld giant octopus. Just now, when the nether giant octopus's head was opened and it fell to the ground, the blue treasure chest fell out of its mind. Fortunately, only I can see and touch the treasure chest, otherwise it would be inexplicable. Yifeng pretended to confirm whether the nether giant octopus was dead, but actually touched the treasure chest with his foot. Snap! You opened a blue fine treasure chest. Congratulations! You received 10,000 calories of Chi and Health, Deep Sea Spirit SSS-410. Fusion. If there are people nearby, you can still integrate. As long as you gather your Chi and blood first, when they merge, they will only surge in your body and will not be noticed by outsiders, as your Chi and blood will surge rapidly. When the fusion of Chi and blood was complete, Yifeng's total Chi and blood volume reached an astonishing 36,000 calories. Before, when I was in the secret realm of the treasure mine, I increased my Chi and blood to 25,000 calories. During this period of time, Yifeng gained another 1,000 through his own practice, which means that he had 26,000 before the fusion. Now at 10,000, which makes 36,000. Yifeng's realm as a Chi and blood warrior crossed a big realm, and then crossed a small realm. The current realm is the middle stage of Martial King. He surpassed the realm of Soul Masters, and now Soul Masters are only at the early King level. As for the second item that came out of the treasure chest, the 3 S's alone tell people that this thing is not simple. The Spirit of the Deep Sea is an SSS level talent. Those who possess this talent will have an incomparable affinity for the water element. Especially when entering water, such as the sea, it is like a fish in water. There are 2 more formidable advantages. For example, when diving into the deep sea, you can be completely unfazed by the water pressure. Even in the deep sea 10,000 meters deep, where the water pressure is extremely terrifying, you can dive there without the help of any equipment protection. The second benefit is that it can absorb oxygen from water through the skin. For King Wu, he could hold his breath for an hour. But if the battle takes place underwater, the oxygen will be consumed quickly, making it impossible to sustain it for that long. It's different with the Spirit of the Deep Sea. You can absorb oxygen from the water and stay underwater for a long time. However, what we have now is not the complete version of the Deep Sea Spirit. The suffix 410 means that only about 40% of the efficacy is achieved. Yifeng was not surprised, it was just a blue treasure chest that could only produce incomplete versions. You may be able to open more advanced treasure chests in the future and upgrade to the complete version. Even though it is an incomplete version now and its effect has been compromised, it still has many advantages over others. The nearby king of martial arts could never have imagined that in such a short period of time, Yifeng had improved his strength in various ways and became even stronger than when he just arrived.
Everyone wanted to come over and say hello.
He was a powerful soul master who was very worth making friends with. But now is not the time to chat, as the nearby sea beasts are swarming over again. Kill! The martial kings started fighting again.
Su Chani used fighting to get closer to Yifeng intentionally or unintentionally. Why are you here?
Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, and only Yifeng could hear it.
Let's see if you will be taken away by a sea beast. Yifeng joked. You were taken away by the sea beast. Su Chani said angrily. Careful.
Yifeng's eyes focused, and the demon-breaking spear brushed past Su Chani's ear and pierced the head of a sea beast.
You said no, but you almost got bitten. That's because you distracted me. Su Chani has always been good at passing the buck. Where are the principal and the others?
Yifeng scanned the coastline and did not find Principal Pang Chi, nor did he find any other strong people of the same level.
They went to sea. Su Chani explained.
In a short period of time, there were 2 consecutive sea tremors and large numbers of sea beasts came ashore.
There must be a reason.
They dived to the seabed to find the cause.
Otherwise, even if they can deal with it this time, we can't rest assured. There may be a next time. Yifeng nodded, thinking it made sense.
Looking towards the sea, the purple arrow extends all the way into the sea.
The purple treasure chest is always at the bottom of the sea. If you want to open it, you can only dive down.
If you're so eager, just dive down and take a look.
Seeing Yifeng looking at the sea with an eager look, Su Chani deliberately joked.
Okay, I'll go check it out. After Yifeng finished speaking, he headed towards the sea.
Hey! I was just talking nonsense. Su Chani was confused. She was just talking nonsense. I don't really want Yifeng to go down. The seabed is so dangerous, how can we go down there?
No, this guy must be trying to scare me on purpose.
Su Chani thought so again.
Based on her understanding of Yifeng, this man sometimes has a bad taste, and it is very possible that he deliberately wanted to scare her.
Humph. I won't be fooled. I'll just leave you alone and watch you come back in disgrace. Su Chani put one hand on her waist and looked at Yifeng, who was walking away.
Then, Yifeng casually killed a few approaching sea beasts, jumped up, and dived into the sea.
Su Chani? Chapter 65 Undersea Canyon. Secret Passage.
As Yifeng entered the sea, he immediately felt the benefits of his talent, Spirit of the Deep Sea. When his skin comes into contact with seawater, he can absorb oxygen from it, so he doesn't feel suffocated at all. Swimming in the water, I actually feel comfortable, just like a fish that can stay in the water for a long time.
Yifeng just moved his body and dived quickly like a barracuda.
At this time, in the surrounding waters, several sea beasts noticed Yifeng.
A human being dares to sneak into their territory.
He must be tired of living. Suddenly, the sea beasts approached Yifeng, opened their bloody mouths, and were about to bite Yifeng.
Court death.
Yifeng thought to himself, and attacked with his long sword in the water. Originally, fighting underwater would be weakened to a certain extent by the resistance of the water, which would weaken the power of the attack and the sensitivity of the movement. But possessing the spirit of the deep sea and being extremely compatible with the water element, Yifeng's movements were as light as if he were walking on the shore. King Wu's aura burst out, and his long sword carried infinite power, cutting the vital points of these sea beasts. The bright red blood dyed the surrounding waters red. All of them were killed instantly by Yifeng with one blow. The sea beasts farther away were attracted by the movement and the smell of blood and swarmed over quickly. There are a lot of them, hundreds of them, and those farther away are still approaching here. If this goes on endlessly, Yifeng did not forget that he came down to find the purple treasure chest, not to kill sea beasts, so he couldn't keep getting entangled with them here. Yifeng suddenly stepped on the water with his feet, and his body swung.
With an extremely smooth movement, his body bounced off and shot towards the depths.
The speed was already fast enough, but Yifeng seemed to think it was not fast enough, so he directly condensed the demon-breaking spear. The soul power drove the demon-breaking spear and stabbed it forward. Yifeng held the demon-breaking spear tightly with his hands, and his whole body was driven by it, and his speed became faster and faster. With this shape, it looks like a swordfish swimming quickly. The surrounding sea beasts were all dumbfounded.
What is this operation? A human, coming to their territory, can swim faster than them? After a while, he left them all behind and couldn't catch up with them. I couldn't even see his figure, so what else could I do? Of course I gave up the chase.
While Yifeng was swimming, a new sea beast appeared in front of him. When the sea beasts saw Yifeng, they thought that their food had arrived and blocked Yifeng's way. Swish! Yifeng did not slow down, grabbed the demon-breaking spear and stabbed it directly. The powerful piercing power allowed Yifeng and the spear to penetrate the center of the sea beast's body. Want to block it? Can you block it? Yifeng followed the purple arrow, moving forward and downward at the same time. After diving thousands of meters deep, we finally reached the bottom. From afar, a large number of sea beasts, all of which were huge in size, were hovering above a trench, as if guarding something and refusing to leave no matter what. Some of these sea beasts can glow, providing light that allows Yifeng to see the situation over there clearly. Otherwise, at this depth, there is almost no light source and it is pitch black everywhere. Yifeng also saw several figures near the sea beast. It's actually a human. Each of these humans is a powerful martial master, including Pang Qi, the principal of Longting Academy, the principal of Yonghui University, and martial masters from other forces. So they went down to the sea just to come here. Yifeng didn't get close, just watched from a distance. The Wuzons over there exchanged glances and used gestures to express what they wanted to say. The reason sea beasts gather here is because of this trench. If you want to find out, you have to go down and find out. But there are so many sea beasts guarding this place, we can't get close at all. They communicated. Before coming down, they initially thought that some secret underwater passage was vibrating, causing a large number of sea beasts to run out. But after coming down, I found that it was not the case. Following the path all the way, we arrived at this trench, which was like a canyon, bottomless. No one knows what happened, why so many sea beasts were attracted to guard the trench, and many of them ran to the shore and attacked humans everywhere. Everything is still a mystery. They have tried several times to rush towards the trench. But there are so many sea beasts over there, and each one is very powerful, some are king level. If they were on the shore, they could definitely kill the king level sea beasts with their martial arts skills. But now, they were thousands of meters underwater, and the surrounding water pressure was terrifying. They needed to mobilize a large amount of qi and blood to resist the water pressure, coupled with the resistance of the water and the inability to breathe. Due to the influence of many aspects, their full strength cannot be brought into play, which has been greatly reduced. Our side has fewer people and the other side has more beasts, so the situation is temporarily deadlocked. Try again. Okay. Kill them. Several powerful martial artists attacked the group of sea beasts. The group of sea beasts over there fought desperately again. Some were killed by the powerful martial arts masters, and more king beasts came. The Wuzons had no way of getting close to the trench, let alone going in to explore. Yifeng observed for a while and discovered this situation. Without further delay, Yifeng checked the arrow on the treasure chest again. Nearby, the arrowhead disappeared at the bottom somewhere, where there was a large rock. What's going on? Could it be that the treasure chest is buried under a rock? With doubts in his heart, Yifeng lifted the stone. Hey! There's a hole! After Yifeng lifted the stone, he found that there was a hole with a diameter of about 1 meter, which went vertically downwards. He didn't know where it led to in the end. It was blocked by a big rock just now, so I didn't know there was a cave entrance here. Then we can only go down and take a look. Yifeng entered the cave and before diving, he picked up a large rock and held it above his head. Then he dived down and covered the cave with the rock again. In the passage, Yifeng's body continued to sink. It is roughly vertical, with only some parts having an inclined angle. It felt like he had sunk for a long distance, at least more than 3,000 meters. The passage gradually became flatter and wider, allowing Yifeng to stand up finally. A purple light source appeared in front, flickering, sometimes suddenly becoming very strong, and sometimes suddenly becoming dim. Strange, why do I feel a little numb? Yifeng frowned and approached the light source carefully. He held the long sword tightly in his hand, and the demon-breaking spear was ready at any time. As long as there was danger, he would immediately launch an attack. It was not until he was near the exit that Yifeng finally saw clearly. This passage actually leads directly to the bottom of the trench. There was a flat area below, like the bottom of a canyon. Sizzle, sizzle. There was a crackling sound of electricity and purple electric light flashing continuously. No wonder there's a purple glow, no wonder it feels numb. Yifeng's eyes widened a little and his muscles tensed up. Chapter 66, Purple Lightning Ray. Lark Shuttle. Then I saw a huge figure sticking to the ground. It has a flat body and a pair of wings, and the overall shape looks like an oval leaf. Below its head, on the inside of its pectoral fin, there was a crackling sound, and purple electric light burst out. The electric arc, with great power, surrounded the body and radiated in all directions. It can electrocute people from a distance, and if they are closer and weaker, they will be electrocuted to death. Purple Thunder Ray. Deep in the trench, there is a purple thunder ray. Judging from its size and the power of electricity it releases, it is actually a Lord-level sea beast. The Lord is as strong as a human martial master. Now it is in its home turf, and water is a favorable environment for it. The lightning it releases can be transmitted in the water and radiate far away, which is equivalent to forming an electric field that makes it difficult for people to get close. So even if Wuzong came, it would be difficult to deal with it. Yifeng even restrained all movements completely. Normally, Yifeng would not want to provoke this Lord-level sea beast and would leave immediately. But the problem is, the purple treasure chest is right in the belly of the purple thunder ray. At first, I thought that the purple light in its body was caused by the purple lightning. Now looking carefully, I found that it was not all purple electric light. There was a place where the purple light formed a ball, and it did not flash as fast as lightning. There was obviously a difference. In addition, the arrow of the purple treasure chest points to the body of the electric ray, so it can be directly confirmed that the treasure chest is inside the body of the purple thunder ray. Yifeng was speechless. It was inside his body again. How could he open it? The previous nether giant octopus was still easy to deal with, as it was within the range that he could handle. But now the purple thunder ray is a Lord-level sea beast with great strength. Can it be killed? Yifeng felt very embarrassed. Or, wait for the Wuzong above to clear out all the sea beasts above the trench, and then come down to deal with this electric ray. I will wait for them to kill the electric ray, and then find a way to open the treasure chest? It seems that this is the only solution left. Ha! At this time, Yifeng noticed that there was something wrong with this purple thunder ray. It stayed in that position the whole time, without moving much, and the electric light on its body kept flashing, and it seemed that the brightness was weaker than before. Yifeng continued observing and soon made a new discovery. The ball of light representing the treasure chest was actually moving and soon slid out of its reproductive opening. Holy crap! A treasure chest? If Yifeng hadn't been unable to speak, he would have almost screamed out. No, not all of them are treasure chests, but small electric rays? Electric rays are ovoviviparous, with eggs developing into a fetus and then regenerating within the mother's body. The newborn electric rays were motionless and had no breath. Yifeng understood everything. This electric ray was giving birth, but after so long, the fetus was stillborn. The purple treasure chest is inside the body of the dead baby electric ray, so we just saw the purple thunder ray giving birth to the treasure chest. Where are you putting this nesting doll? After giving birth to the baby, the purple lightning ray discovered that it was a stillbirth. She became a little emotionally unstable and the purple lightning flashed more and more fiercely. However, because it gave birth, and it was a difficult birth, it consumed too much energy and was very weak at this time, and its body was running low on electricity. If it doesn't leave, Yifeng won't be able to go over and open the treasure chest. In that case, let us kill it while it's still sick. She had just given birth and was in a weak state, with her strength greatly reduced. This was a good time to take action. If we wait any longer until it recovers to some extent, it will be even more difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Yifeng took action immediately. Boom! A powerful momentum burst out, and the demon-destroying spear suddenly shot forward. The purple thunder ray was surprisingly alert. After sensing the danger, it immediately glided sideways to avoid the attack. The demon-breaking spear stabbed straight into the ground, and as luck would have it, it pierced the breathless little electric ray on the ground. Yifeng immediately took back the demon-destroying gun, and the body of the small electric ray was also brought back. Seeing this, the purple thunder ray became angry and would not allow anyone to take the little thunder ray away, even if it was just a corpse. Regardless of his physical weakness, lightning flashed on his body as he quickly chased after the returning demon-breaking spear. However, the demon-breaking spear was very fast and it crossed the distance in an instant and penetrated into the cave. Obtaining the corpse of the small electric ray means obtaining the treasure chest as well. Tear open the body of the small electric ray and touch the treasure chest inside. Snap! You opened a purple treasure chest. Congratulations! You obtained level 5 soul weapon by Ling Shuttle. It has been a long time since I last obtained the demon-breaking gun.
The demon breaking gun is only level 3, which is not enough to use. Finally, I got a soul soldier again, and it is a level 5 one, which can be used for a long time. This soul weapon is purple in color, like the lightning of an electric ray. It is pointed in front and wide in the back, shaped like a shuttle and a flying knife. If you look closely, you will find that there are multiple components. That is a total of 100 shuttle blades, assembled into the bailing shuttle. Sizzle. Crackle. Outside the cave entrance, purple lightning flashed. Boom boom boom. The purple thunder ray is too big and the entrance to this cave is too small to accommodate it. So the entrance of the cave suffered a disaster. It was blown down a lot by the purple lightning, and many electric arcs shot through the entrance. Yi Feng retreated repeatedly to avoid being attacked by the purple lightning. Let me try the power of the bailing shuttle. The soul power was released, wrapped around the bailing shuttle, and rushed towards the purple thunder ray. Boom! A purple lightning bolt struck the shuttle. However, before it hit the target, the shuttle suddenly disintegrated and split into hundreds of shuttle blades. Hundreds of cold lights scattered like meteors and instantly hit the purple lightning ray. Stab it from every part. The lightning ray felt pain and flapped its wings like crazy, bombarding everywhere with electric arcs. The stone walls of the trench collapsed, stirring up countless mud and sand, and making everything misty. Yi Feng did not stop. He controlled the bailing shuttle and rushed around in the body of the purple thunder ray, especially its vital parts, which were riddled with holes. The noise gradually subsided, and the purple thunder ray lay there motionless. The electric light was very weak, and its breath gradually stopped. Such a Lord-level sea beast died in Yi Feng's hands. If it had not been weakened due to its difficulty in giving birth, it would be very difficult to kill. The movement below has attracted the attention of the sea beasts above. They gather above to protect the purple lightning ray while it gives birth. When they discovered something was happening, they didn't care about anything else and all rushed towards the trench. Yi Feng noticed this situation and prepared to leave immediately. What is this? Yi Feng discovered that there was a glowing object in the middle of the purple thunder ray's body. Without time to think too much, he controlled the shuttle, cut open its body, and a crystal core flashing with lightning fell out. Yi Feng took away the crystal core, retreated back to the original cave entrance, and evacuated the trench. After a while, a large number of king beasts swarmed down and filled the trench. Angry roars spread from the trench, and the sea water boiled, sweeping in all directions. Chapter 67, Who is the Mysterious Soul Master? After a large group of sea beasts came down, they found that their leader had been killed and roared in anger. But soon, they, who possessed a certain level of intelligence, realized that if the lord could be killed, the murderer must be extremely powerful, and a king beast like them would not be a match. With a whoosh, it went back to the top of the trench. Above the trench, a group of martial masters were curious about why the king beast suddenly went to the bottom of the trench, and were thinking of following them to take a look. As soon as he started, he was caught in the act. A large number of sea beasts swarmed up again. Everyone was performing their moves and about to start a new round of fighting, but they were shocked to find that the sea beasts were not rushing towards them this time. It actually avoided them and dispersed in all directions, swimming farther and farther, and disappeared in the vast ocean. Run away? The Wuzons looked at each other in confusion, wondering what had happened. They exchanged glances with each other and then went down into the depths of the trench. When they reached the bottom, they suddenly saw the figure of the purple thunder ray. Everyone tensed up, ready to attack. No! Dead! After a closer look, it was discovered that the purple thunder ray was actually dead. They approached and examined the body of the purple thunder ray, and found that there were countless holes all over its body, and the inside of its body was riddled with holes cut by sharp blades. With their knowledge, they can judge a lot of information just by looking at the wound. Soul Master. Judging from the wound, it was most likely the work of a soul master. There was horror in their eyes as they looked at each other. It's not that there aren't any soul masters, they are just rare. And soul masters who can kill lord-level sea beasts are even rarer. When humans go to the sea and fight on the sea beast's home turf, their strength is greatly reduced, and they themselves are well aware of this. Therefore, the mysterious soul master who killed the purple thunder ray must be very powerful, at least stronger than all of them. They believed that in such an environment, if they fought alone, they would not be a match for the lord-level purple lightning ray. But a new question arises. They were the first to reach the top of the trench. There were many sea beasts guarding it, and they did not see anyone approaching the trench and breaking down. Where did that soul master come from and where did he retreat from? Is there a second entrance? Thinking of this, they looked around and soon found a passage entrance. One of them tried to go in and found the body of the small electric ray torn in two. They understood a lot in an instant. As the Lord, the purple thunder ray is the strongest in the surrounding area. He can summon sea beasts in a certain area of the surrounding sea and order them to do things. When the purple thunder ray was about to give birth, it began to summon sea beasts to guard this sea area so that it could give birth in peace. Over time, more and more sea beasts gathered, but the resources were limited, not even enough for food, and some even began to attack each other. Eventually they came ashore and began to attack and devour humans, and this was the incident of sea beasts coming ashore. More than 2 months ago, a sea beast came ashore. At that time, it was detected that a secret underwater passage was expanding, and it was thought that this was the reason. Now it seems that it is probably related to the purple lightning ray's expected birth. The reason why it took so long was because the delivery date was delayed. The baby could have been born 2 months ago, but it was always difficult to give birth. It was born today, but it was a stillbirth, which made the purple thunder ray weak. However, the Wuzongs were not clear about this. Thinking it was just a normal birthing process, a powerful soul master came down from the secret passage and killed the purple lightning ray and its child together. The Wuzongs did not stay there any longer, and together they pulled the body of the purple thunder ray towards the sea. Wherever it passed, all the sea beasts on the seabed kept their distance. Their lords are dead, how dare they act rashly? When the corpse was dragged up, broke through the water and placed on the beach, the sea beasts that had already come ashore were also frightened. The lords are all dead, what is the point of them playing? Everyone retreated into the sea, rolling as far as they could. As a large number of sea beasts gradually dispersed, the beast tide crisis was resolved. The warriors on the coast all cheered excitedly to celebrate this victory. The crowd looked at several powerful martial artists with admiration in their eyes. It was they who, regardless of their own danger, dived into the deep sea alone and killed the Lord Sea Beast below. The sea beasts were leaderless and dispersed. If it weren't for these powerful martial arts masters, it would be hard to say whether we could win. Each and every martial arts master felt embarrassed when being looked at with such admiration. How could they kill this purple lightning ray? If only they had that ability. Unfortunately, they were blocked outside the trench for a long time and didn't even get to see the battle below. Ahem. Punch coughed lightly. Everyone, you have seen that it was only because the Lord was killed that the beast tide was averted. But in fact, this purple lightning ray was not killed by us. At their level, they still value their reputation very much and it is impossible for them to claim it falsely. Besides, if the mysterious soul master was nearby at this moment and exposed the truth on the spot, he would be too embarrassed to face anyone. What? You didn't kill him. You're so strong, if it wasn't you who killed him, who else could it be? Yes, you are the strongest among the people here. Who else could it be if not you? Everyone around was stunned. Who else could it be besides these powerful martial arts masters? Actually, we don't know either. We were right above the Lord's lair at the time, but by the time we got down, it had already been killed by a mysterious and powerful being. That strong man is probably a spirit master. His strength is so strong that we are ashamed of ourselves. Punch and others explained. Naturally, the crowd exclaimed again. Soul master. Many of them had never seen a soul master. Such a powerful soul master is a big shot wherever he goes. However, he had done good things but didn't show up. This made them puzzled, but also made them deeply admire him. If it were them, they would definitely come out to make their presence felt, act pretentiously, and receive all kinds of admiration. Soul master? Could it be that Yifeng guy again? In the crowd in the distance, Su Chani was surprised. But then I felt something was wrong, because that was a lord, not a king-level sea beast. A lord triggered such a large-scale beast tide. Just think about it and you will know that it is not an easy task. Even the principal admits that he is inferior to him. How could it be Yifeng? But somehow, the scene of Yifeng diving into the sea kept appearing in her mind. Apart from the principal and other powerful martial artists, the only one who dived into the sea was Yifeng. It wasn't the principal and his men who did it, and since the person involved was a soul master, all the blame was directed at Yifeng. Hello? Where are you? Su Chani found a secluded corner and made a video call to Yifeng. The call is connected and the screen appears. Yifeng's muscles were clearly defined, and he was holding wet clothes in his hands, twisting them like a twist. Can't you put on your clothes before answering the call? Su Chani's face turned red. Bang! She immediately cut off the call. Chapter 68. I give you 3 seconds, get out now. In Linhai City. In the old house where he used to live, Yifeng shook the twisted clothes hard to smooth them out. Now that they were almost dry, he put them on again. He then took out the crystal core that he had dug out from the body of the purple thunder ray from his tactical backpack. This purple thunder crystal core is rich in thunder energy. If I gain thunder talent or physique in the future, I can use it to absorb it. Yifeng said to himself, then put the things away again, deciding to keep them for now since they were not needed. Then he called Su Chani back. Why did you want to find me just now? Purple thunder ray, did you kill it? Su Chani lowered her voice and asked directly. Yes. Yifeng also answered straightforwardly. Anyway, Su Chani knew that he was a soul master, so there was no need to hide it. Su Chani was stunned for a long time, with an expression that said, as expected. That was a lord, and he was underwater. The principal and the others said they had no ability to kill him, yet you actually did it. She still found it a little hard to believe. It was especially noticeable that no matter whether they were martial arts masters, martial kings, or even those with even lower strength, they all had the same expression of awe, curious about who had made the move. She felt that this situation was a bit absurd. If they knew that the person who made the move was Yifeng, a freshman at Longting Academy, I wonder how they would feel. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng went out. Go to Qingshe Road, Huimen grocery store. Before coming here, Yifeng promised He Xiling that he would help her look after his father He Wang. Walking on this road again, Yifeng felt a lot of emotion. The last time I came here was just over 2 months ago, but the mood was completely different. In the past, everything was just beginning, and I didn't know what the future would be like. Now, I have even killed a Lord Sea Beast. Although the situation is rather special, it is a fact that I successfully killed it. Is this going to be demolished and rebuilt? Walking on the Bluestone Road, Yifeng discovered that workers were demolishing some buildings and shops on the roadside. Outside the city, sea beasts were everywhere and the battle was in full swing, but for ordinary people in the city, they could only do what they had to do and could not make any difference. Yifeng continued walking and finally arrived at Huimen grocery store. What can I buy? A young man inside greeted Yifeng. He Wang, who was packing his things, also looked up. Yifeng, why are you here? An unexpected smile appeared on his face. Seeing that it was a guy He Wang knew, who had just mistaken Yifeng for a guest, tactfully stepped aside and looked at Yifeng curiously. He was a guy hired by He Wang to help, filling the vacancy left by Yifeng's part-time job. Uncle He, I just happened to come here for something and came to see you by the way. How are you feeling recently? Yifeng greeted with a smile. Okay, everything is fine. He said okay, but actually he looked a little worried. Did Ziling come with us? He Wang's eyes were filled with anticipation. Yifeng shook his head, she needs to stay in school and can't come. The expectation in He Wang's eyes turned into disappointment. But he quickly adjusted himself and said with a smile, further study is important. It's the same if you come back later when you have time. By the way, Uncle He, I saw some shops outside being demolished. Are they planning to tear them down and rebuild them? Yifeng asked curiously. Speaking of this, He Wang's smile gradually faded. Just as I was about to say something, I suddenly heard noisy footsteps outside. Several tall, burly men with broad backs, fleshy faces and tattoos on their arms strode in from outside the store. Old man, the time limit for you to consider has expired. Make a decision quickly. I can still give you some good advice now, but if you continue to be so shameless, hee. Having said that, the leader leaned forward slightly and looked down at He Wang. He placed his hand on the glass surface of the counter, and without him applying any force, the glass cracked into several pieces. The young clerk was so frightened by the scene before him that his face turned a little ugly. He unconsciously took a few steps back, his Adam's apple rolling. You guys. He Wang suppressed his anger and said, if you, the Jinhuang Chamber of Commerce, want to build a mall here, you should show due sincerity. You're only offering 1/10 of the normal purchase price. How can I sell my shop? Forced buying and selling has always happened, but He Wang never expected that it would happen to him today. The Jinhuang Chamber of Commerce is a well-known and reputable company in Linhai City. They took a fancy to Qingshe Road and planned to demolish the buildings and rebuild it into a chain commercial street. But they offered very low prices, almost forcing the sale, and bought stores from many merchants.
He Wang naturally refused. Not to mention that the price was against the rules. Even if the price was right, He Wang had no intention of selling it. This humble little shop carries so many memories. Whenever he is busy here, it feels as if his deceased wife is still around.
Old man.
Don't think that just because you have a daughter who was admitted to Longting Academy, we won't dare to do anything to you.
Let me tell you.
Our Jinhuang Chamber of Commerce not only has martial arts masters, but also powerful generals. The son of our Chamber of Commerce boss was admitted to Yonghui University a long time ago. He is already a powerful general and is now in Linhai City.
Your daughter is at best an early-stage martial artist. Don't harbor too many illusions. I'm giving you 1/10 now, you should be content. If you keep making trouble, you won't get a penny.
The tattooed man looked fierce and threatening. Yi Feng, who was nearby, finally understood what was happening.
No wonder I felt that uncle he was a little worried just now. Hurry up and sign this resale contract.
The burly man threw out a contract with an extremely impatient tone.
Swish.
Yi Feng suddenly reached out and snatched the contract without even looking at it.
He tore it into pieces and slapped it on the burly man's face. I give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight.
When you get back, tell your boss not to try to take over this shop again. Also, bring a generous gift and come here in person to apologize. Otherwise, let alone the generals, even if the king of martial arts comes, they will all lie down. Yi Feng's voice was calm, but contained an unquestionable tone. His sharp eyes were like a sharp blade, piercing the strong men. Xiaofeng, don't get into conflict with them. They have a lot of warriors in the Jinhuang Chamber of Commerce.
He Wang was anxious. The Jinhuang Chamber of Commerce was a wealthy and powerful company that employed many warriors.
Even the strong men in front of him had the strength of martial artists and were not ordinary people.
The guy next to him was even more shocked. Even a small figure like him knew about the giant Jinhuang Chamber of Commerce.
The other party also said that there were even powerful military generals. But despite this young man who was younger than them actually dared to speak to them like that.
Don't you want to live? Chapter 69. Don't mess with this person. Where did you come from, you brat? How dare you talk to me like that and even tear up the contract? I think you're tired of living.
The tattooed strong man spoke in a fierce tone and slapped him. But as his eyes blurred, his hand stopped in mid-air, because at some point, Yi Feng had also raised his hand and grabbed his hand. No matter how he struggled, he didn't move at all, as if he was trapped there. Yi Feng exerted a little force, and accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the tattooed man screamed in pain, and his entire face was distorted. With a kick, he flew backwards and landed on the road outside. His right hand hung limply, obviously disabled. The pain made him curl up like a shrimp, wailing incessantly.
Bang bang bang.
Yi Feng kicked a few more times, and the remaining few people in the store also flew backwards.
The change happened so quickly in just a blink of an eye.
The strong men who were shouting the previous moment were all lying outside wailing the next moment. He had to hold back his strength, otherwise he could be kicked to death. Both Yi Wang and the young clerk were so shocked that they were speechless and could not recover for a long time.
The screams of several people outside attracted passers-by nearby. Aren't these the thugs from the Jinhuang Chamber of Commerce? Yes, it's them. Why are they lying here? He got beaten up. He flew out of Lao He's shop. Well done.
They forced their way into buying the shop my family bought 20 years ago, and the price they offered isn't even as high as I paid for it. Although I feel relieved, old he is in trouble.
The Jinhuang Chamber of Commerce cannot be offended. These are just low-level thugs.
They have stronger thugs, all of whom are warriors. The audience nearby was talking about it, some were cheering, while others were worried about Yi Wang.
What's going on?
Suddenly a voice was heard nearby. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of people walking towards them with the gait of dragons and tigers. The leader was a middle-aged man with a beer belly. Judging from his clothes, he seemed to be from an important background. Next to this person, there was a young man who looked somewhat similar to him, with pride and confidence between his brows. In addition, there are a dozen or so fighters who are strong, full of energy and have good strength. It's the boss of the Jinhuang Chamber of Commerce.
The crowd exclaimed and dispersed.
It would have been impossible for me to arrive so quickly, it was just a coincidence that I came here. Because of the incident of sea monsters coming ashore, his son came from Yonghui University, so he took him for a walk and took a look at the ongoing projects here.
Unexpectedly, when I arrived here, I happened to see my men being beaten. Boss. Several thugs wailed and shouted. Who hit you? Boss Jin's face was gloomy. Inside this shop, there's a young man. The people who were beaten said. Humph. I want to see who is so bold as to hit someone from our Jinhuang Chamber of Commerce. Boss Jin snorted coldly and rushed into Huimen grocery store with everyone. It's over, Lao, he is finished. Ah. They said we can't go against the Jinhuang Chamber of Commerce. Selling the shop at a loss is better than getting scolded and then being forced to sell it. The crowd sighed and felt worried about Yi Wang. After Boss Jin came in, his eyes immediately locked on Yi Feng. Although there were two young men in the store, one could tell from the panicked look on the clerk's face that he was not the type to resort to violence. Were you the one who hit someone? Boss Jin said coldly. Yeah. Yi Feng nodded calmly, and then said, You came here to apologize so quickly, it seems your attitude is quite sincere. So what are you going to offer as apology? Apologize? I'm not giving a shit. Boss Jin was amused by Yi Feng's words. They were the ones who were beaten, so why do I need to go to their house and apologize in person? What a bullshit. Hurry up and sell this store to me for $1, and I'll consider not arguing with you. Otherwise, this matter won't be resolved so easily. Boss Jin had a condescending attitude. He was used to getting things for free. Okay, I'll sell it to you, as long as you don't hurt Xiao Feng. Yi Wang gritted his teeth and agreed to the condition. No matter how powerful Yi Feng performed just now, in his opinion, no matter how powerful he was, he could not be more powerful than the Jinhuang Chamber of Commerce. Now that the other party has put forward this condition, in order to protect Yi Feng from being hurt, he can only grit his teeth and agree. After all, Yi Feng's confrontation with them was also the result of his help. Everything was caused by himself, and Yi Wang didn't hope that Yi Feng would be hurt because of it. Did I not explain myself clearly enough? Hurry up and apologize. My patience is limited. Yi Feng's tone also became cold. It's over. Yi Wang's heart sank. It was the first time that Boss Jin was challenged like this, and he laughed out of anger. Teach him a lesson. Boss Jin waved his hand and ordered his thugs to come forward. With his son, a military general, right by his side, he felt more confident than ever. This guy can only fight a few martial artists, how strong can he be? No matter how strong he is, he will never be a match for the generals. Etc. At this moment, his son Jin Guangshuan suddenly stopped the thugs. Ah Shun, with an opponent of this level, there's no need for you to do it yourself. Just let them do it. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? No, Dad. I think we should talk to them first. Jin Guangshuan's tone was weak, and there was fear in his eyes when he looked at Yi Feng. Talk? What's there to talk about? I gave them a chance, but they didn't cherish it. Boss Jin waved his hand again. But Jin Guangshuan pressed him down and said, Dad, let's come over here and talk for a while. The two walked to the side and whispered. What's wrong with you today? Boss Jin was puzzled. This was not like his son's character. Dad, this guy must not be provoked. Jin Guangshuan said with a bitter face. When he first walked in, he felt that Yi Feng looked familiar. After a while, he realized that this was the Yi Feng from Longting University. It was also because the situation was chaotic at that time, and he only glanced at Yi Feng's face, so it took him a while to recognize him. At that time, he still vividly remembered the scene of Yi Feng fighting against a sea beast outside the city and killing a top-level sea beast with one sword. Then he went towards the front line very fiercely. He had no idea what happened at the front line. Anyway, he was able to come back now, which meant that everything was fine. How could the Jin family be able to deal with such a fierce man? Jin Guangshuan told his father the whole story. When Boss Jin heard this, his face instantly fell. What should I do? He panicked and his face lost all color. This was the first time that he, a veteran in the business world, was so panicked. I thought I just encountered a small thorn, but it turned out to be an Optimus Prime. Wow, to be able to kill a top-level general-level sea beast with one sword, he must be the king of martial arts, right? How can I fight against such a strong man? Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat again. Fortunately, this was inside the city and everyone was relatively restrained. If this happened outside the city, in such a lawless place, with the way he just did, his body might be cold by now. Chapter 70, Making him pay compensation is like cutting off his own flesh. Boss Jean returned to Yi Feng and forced an awkward smile. Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi Feng, I apologize for any offense I caused you earlier. I will apologize to you and everyone else right now. Boss Jean put on a fawning smile and nodded and bowed. He was as humble now as he was arrogant just now. Everyone was stunned. The boss of the Jinhuang Chamber of Commerce was so humble. The sudden change of expression was so unexpected that it was almost impossible to react. Is this still the always aggressive Boss Jean? From now on, even if I have 10 times the courage, I will not dare to covet this shop. Not only do I not dare, I will also be responsible for protecting this place. If anyone dares to think about this place, I will be angry with them. To show my sincerity, I decided to give out 1 million as compensation to the owner of Huang store. Take out another 10 million and compensate you, young Master Yi Feng. When Boss Jean said this, everyone gasped. He actually took out 11 million as compensation. Boss Jean is notoriously stingy. Who is that young man who made him bleed so much money? Judging from the compensation ratio, it is clear that Boss Jean suddenly changed his attitude all for Yi Feng's sake. As a businessman who runs a chamber of commerce, is this all your sincerity? Yi Feng said lightly. Boss Jean gritted his teeth and said painfully, then double it. Yi Feng didn't say anything, just looked at Boss Jean coldly. Boss Jean was stared at so hard that cold sweats broke out. It was so terrifying, as if he was being stared at by a king beast. How about? Young man, could you please name a price? Boss Jean said cautiously. 10 times. Yi Feng said directly. Boss Jean felt dizzy. He was just a Chamber of Commerce owner, not a money printer. The initial bid multiplied tenfold would amount to over 100 million, which was not a small amount for him. Okay, I'll compensate you according to the price you mentioned. When Boss Jean said this, the corners of his eyes couldn't stop twitching. For a profit-driven businessman, asking him to spend money is like cutting his flesh. Although it was painful, fortunately the matter was finally settled and Boss Jean breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that bullying an honest man would have the support of King Wu? Boss Jean asked about the two people's bank accounts and then contacted the finance department. Not long after, Yi Feng received a transfer of 100 million yuan. He Wanza received 10 million. The moment he received the money, He Wang couldn't believe it. He runs this grocery store and works hard. After deducting the cost expenses, his net profit for the whole year is only about 50,000 yuan. And now, his assets have suddenly skyrocketed to 10 million, which is equivalent to his income for 200 years. Before the calculation, I had no idea what was going on. But once I started to calculate, it was He Wang's turn to feel dizzy. 200 years. He couldn't live that long in 2 lifetimes. If He Wang were asked to describe his mood today, he would only think of one word: roller coaster. I thought I was finished, but unexpectedly I flew from hell to heaven in an instant. The store was saved and a lot of money was made. As for the other spectators around, their eyes were full of envy. They envied He Wang for suddenly becoming a multi-millionaire, and they envied He Wang even more for knowing a powerful person. Everyone focused their attention on Yi Feng, their eyes full of awe. It was because of Yi Feng that the Jinhuang Chamber of Commerce was forced to be so humble and pay a huge sum of money to apologize. Then young Master Yi Feng, look at us. Boss Jean hesitated, feeling very uncomfortable. Go away. Yi Feng waved his hand. I didn't want to deal too much with these people in the first place, but I just happened to run into them, which led to some twists and turns. With Yi Feng's words, Boss Jean and others felt relieved and left as if they were escaping. The matter has come to an end and everyone should disperse. Yi Feng also said goodbye to He Wang. Before leaving, He Wang was ready to give the compensation to Yi Feng, thinking that it was all thanks to Yi Feng. But Yi Feng refused. Instead, he gave Yi Wang the key and asked him to help find a decoration team to renovate his old house. It takes time to complete the whole process, and Yi Feng doesn't have time to stay here all the time. He Wang was naturally happy to agree, as he could finally do something for Yi Feng as a way of repaying him. Yi Feng was walking casually on the road and saw many workers hanging up lights and decorations on the roadside. Upon learning that the Sea Beast crisis had been resolved, the people of Linhai City were extremely happy and spontaneously held celebrations to express their gratitude to the warriors fighting on the front lines. If it weren't for these warriors who fought bravely, it would have been difficult for Linhai City to survive this crisis.
It is because they are on the front line that we have peace at this moment. Yi Feng, this way. A large crowd of people gathered in the square ahead, and a clear female voice was heard from there. Yi Feng looked in the direction of the sound. What a coincidence, I ran into Su Chani who was shopping there, and she was waving at me. What are you looking at? Yi Feng said as he moved closer and looked into the crowd. There was a clear space in the middle of the crowd, and an acrobat was holding a long stick soaked in oil, with the tip of the stick on fire. He waved his arms, and flames flew, drawing gorgeous trajectories in the air. There was oily liquid in his mouth, which he blew suddenly towards the torch. A ball of flame spewed out of his mouth and shot straight into the sky. Good. There was thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. Practicing all the time is so boring. Having the opportunity to watch these folk performances makes me feel relaxed. Su Chani had a smile on her face, and she looked very happy. Yi Feng nodded, that's the truth. I'll try it too. Su Chani suddenly became very interested and squeezed into the crowd. What are you doing here? Yi Feng held his forehead with his hand, thinking that he really did what he wanted. As she was speaking, Su Chani had already reached the middle and was negotiating with the acrobat. What a beautiful girl. The crowd's eyes lit up. Girl, please stop kidding me. It looks easy, but it's actually very difficult to do. I've practiced for over 20 years to become so skilled. And you come right up and say you want to play with it. If it gets burned, I can't afford to pay for it. The acrobat waved his hands repeatedly, looking helpless. Just by looking at Su Chani's appearance and temperament, you can tell that she comes from a wealthy family. How could she afford such hard work? It is obviously impossible for her to have learned acrobatics. Hey! Wait! The acrobat said anxiously. Su Chani ignored what he said and directly took a new bottle of fuel that he had placed nearby. He took a sip and motioned the acrobat to hand over the torch. No, no! The acrobat did not do so. Then he saw that Su Chani's skills were working, and the fire element in her body, which possessed the spirit of a fire lotus, was pulsing. Call! He spurted upwards, and with the help of the fire element in his body, a fire dragon spurted out more than 10 meters high. Everyone present was stunned, their mouths almost dislocated. After the silence, thunderous applause broke out like a landslide and tsunami. The acrobat was even more dumbfounded. Even if he practiced for 100 years, he still couldn't spray so high. He stared blankly at Su Chani as she retreated, unable to utter a word. How about it, did I play well? Su Chani said proudly to Yi Feng. Amazing, awesome. Yi Feng just found it funny. Who would use the fire element to perform acrobatics? The two of them wandered around again. The celebration lasted until the next day, and the foreign warriors were ready to leave Linhai City. Xu Jing, Yangwen, haven't we contacted these people yet? When organizing the team, we found that several people could not be contacted for a long time, as if they had disappeared. At this moment, a clue to a treasure chest popped up in front of Yi Feng. Chapter 71. Just give it a try and find out who is your father. Treasure chest clue. In the old town of Linhai City, a purple treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. Old town? Yi Feng saw the treasure chest prompt and muttered to himself. As a native of Linhai City, Yi Feng naturally knew where the old city was located. It was in the west of the city, a large area where the buildings were quite old. It used to be prosperous there, but then an infectious disease broke out and many people died. Those who were still alive, if they had the means, moved to other places, and the country gradually became depressed. As population density dropped sharply, the area became sparsely populated, and infectious diseases gradually disappeared. Although the disease disappeared, the area fell into depression and never developed again. Many years have passed, and the place is still very backward, and the people living there are a mixed bunch. Because the buildings are relatively old, people call that area the Old Town. Take account of how many people are missing. Principal Punch's voice rang out nearby, and he spoke to all the tutors. Before departure, the team was arranged, and each student was led by a tutor. But yesterday was a city-wide celebration, and we had just finished a bloody battle with sea monsters, so it was a rare opportunity to relax. Those who can come here this time are all advanced students or above, and they basically have the strength of a military general. With such strength, nothing will happen when they are active in Linhai City, so we just let everyone move freely. But when it was time to go back, several people could not be contacted. After investigation, it was discovered that 20 students were missing. At this time, people from Yonggui University came over. The relationship between the two families was not that good to begin with, and there was always a sense of confrontation between them. However, the situation is special now, and it is not the time to worry about these things.
Have any of your students gone missing?
Why, you guys are missing too?
Yes. 23 students are missing.
There are 20 of us.
After the two families talked, they immediately realized that something was wrong.
If only a few people lost contact, it could be said that it was due to some incident, but now, more than 40 people in their two universities alone could not be contacted. As students from a top university, their discipline would not be too bad, and it would be impossible for so many people to lose contact at the same time.
What happened?
A strong man with a square face and a strong spirit came over and asked. He is the director of the Linhai City Security Bureau and a powerful martial artist.
He was among the people who went to see yesterday.
All the masters have come thousands of miles to help, and now they are ready to leave, so he naturally needs to see them off. But now I saw that they seem to be delayed by something, so I took the initiative to ask. Over 40 students from our two schools have gone missing,
Punch said to the chief of security.
When the director heard this, he was stunned at first, then frowned slightly. Don't worry for now, I'll have someone investigate immediately. In his territory, if something happened to students here, especially these students who came here to help fight against sea monsters, the impact would be too great. The chief did not dare to delay and immediately notified his police officers to launch a rapid investigation. Those who need to visit should visit, and those who need to check the surveillance should check the surveillance. Then, reports of disappearances from other groups came in one after another, and the security chief was under increasing pressure.
The number of missing persons has exceeded 200.
Because of this, everyone continued to stay in Linhai City. Those who had nothing to do formed teams and spontaneously searched for the missing students to see if they could find them.
Yifeng also took this opportunity to escape temporarily.
Let us go to the old town first and open the treasure chest. As you go further west into the city, the prosperity gradually decreases. In other places, there are tall buildings, prosperous businesses, and dense populations. In the west of the city, the buildings are quite old and the population density is getting lower and lower.
This phenomenon becomes more serious especially when arriving in the old city. Some old buildings are uninhabited.
The glass windows are either broken or missing entirely. The exterior walls are peeling in many places, covered with moss, or covered with black spots. Purple morning glories climbed all the way to the top of the nearby electric poles, entwined themselves around the peeling wires, and extended for a long distance. Yifeng glanced at the purple arrow on the ground, followed it, and walked into the old city area.
Ta-da-day.
It was broad daylight and the surroundings were quiet. There was no one in sight.
It was like walking in a ghost town.
The only sound was Yifeng's footsteps. On the top of an abandoned building nearby, two men stood there, staring at Yifeng below.
Can you tell what kind of strength it is?
There were two men, one fat and one thin, and the fat man was the one speaking. The thin man shook his head.
I can't tell for now.
The opponent did not use his chi and blood, and since we were some distance away, it was impossible to judge his strength.
Let me try.
There were some scattered bricks on the rooftop. The fat man picked up one and weighed it in his hand. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his already small eyes became even smaller than a slit. Swish! He threw it with sudden force, and the stone brick turned into a stream of light, crossing a long distance and reaching the back of Yifeng's head almost instantly. Just when the brick was about to hit him, Yifeng seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He tilted his head quickly, and the brick just grazed his scalp. Yifeng turned around and looked at the rooftop. At this moment, the fat and thin men felt that they were not facing a human being, but more like a terrifying king beast. Its cold and murderous eyes were like a sharp sword piercing straight at them. Horrible. So terrible. I thought it was just a passerby, so I tried it casually, but I didn't expect it to turn out to be a father.
Run!
The two men were quite strong, but they did not dare to hesitate. They suddenly jumped up and were about to jump from the rooftop on this side to the rooftop on the other side.
Boom! A strong wave of energy and blood came from afar.
The next moment, a figure jumped from the ground over there like a cannonball, leaving a trail of afterimages. He instantly appeared in the air and intercepted the two people who were halfway through their jump. Yifeng grabbed a man with one hand, swung him suddenly, and smashed him into a nearby abandoned building. A big hole was smashed in the wall, and smoke and dust billowed and flew everywhere. Before he descended, he condensed a soul soldier, stepped on the soul soldier and entered the building, and then put the soul soldier away again. The fat and thin men were lying on the floor, spitting blood from their mouths, and were seriously injured. Yi Feng intentionally held back on his strength, otherwise, with both of them being in the late stage of martial arts, they would have been killed by the fall. In the old city, where the population is sparse and the environment is dilapidated, it is not surprising that there are martial artists and martial arts masters, but the appearance of a military general is bound to arouse suspicion. In Linhai City, military generals can become high school principals, so how come they appear here, and there are two of them at once?
Could it be that he is an outsider warrior this time?
Yi Feng didn't recognize the two people and had no impression of them at all.
Mercy, mercy.
The two men's faces were covered in blood. They looked at Yi Feng with horror and begged for mercy in a weak voice.
Chapter 72. This treasure chest opened so smoothly. Who are you? And why did you attack me?
Yi Feng looked down at the two of them with a cold voice.
We are the residents here. We didn't throw the bricks intentionally. We just threw them casually, thinking there was no one down there. We didn't expect you to be there. The fat man lied while enduring the pain all over his body.
Ah! As soon as he finished speaking, he howled again. Yi Feng's foot stepped on the fat man's palm, crushing it to pieces. If you don't tell the truth, I will make you live a life worse than death.
Yi Feng's tone was full of murderous intent.
When they said they were residents of this place, I knew they were lying. I say, the attack just now was just to test your strength, said the fat man.
Why are you testing my strength?
Yi Feng pressed on, adding, you'd better tell me everything at once.
Don't keep waiting for me to ask. My patience is limited.
Yes.
The fat man swallowed.
We saw that you came to this old town alone, making you a very suitable candidate for capture. We wanted to test your strength and, if suitable, we would go down and capture you. As for why we arrested you, we have no idea. Anyway, we are only responsible for arresting people and handing them over to the designated location.
The rest is not our responsibility.
When he heard about arresting people, Yi Feng raised his brows. Before coming here, he heard the principal and others say that many students were missing, and people from other groups and organizations were also missing. The Security Bureau has intervened in the investigation, but I don't know if there are any results yet. I didn't expect to hear such news when I came to the old town to look for a treasure chest.
Have you arrested a lot of people since yesterday?
Yi Feng had reason to suspect that the missing people were also captured by these two people. From yesterday till now, I've caught 7, all of them are early-stage generals. I caught 10 of them, some were generals and some were martial artists.
The two answered honestly and didn't seem to be lying.
So the two of them only caught 17 people, but the number of missing people since they left there was more than 200.
So you have accomplices?
Yi Feng said in a firm tone.
Yes, we don't know how many people they arrested.
Anyway, we are responsible for arresting them and sending them to the deep courtyard.
Where is the deep courtyard?
Xinyuan is located deep in the old city.
It's a large courtyard. After we send the people away, it will have nothing to do with us. We have already confessed everything. Please be magnanimous and forgive us this time. We promise to turn over a new leaf and never do evil again.
The two men begged for mercy, they were really afraid of dying here. No one would know if he was killed in this remote old town, and even if they were discovered, it would probably be a long time later.
He.
Yi Feng smiled lightly. I don't care if you're bad or not.
There are so many bad people in this world, how can I control them all?
After hearing what Yi Feng said, both of them were delighted.
Is the boss so easy to talk to?
However, Yi Feng's next words directly extinguished their rising hopes, and they felt cold from the top of their heads to the soles of their feet. What I'm concerned about is that you guys just showed hostility towards me, and I'm someone who will always seek revenge.
Boom!
A huge and powerful energy and blood burst out from Yi Feng's body, and powerful force was injected into his arms. The long sword in his hand drew a cold sharp edge and slashed across the necks of the two men. The two men covered their necks, and the blood could not stop flowing out, and they soon died.
Deep courtyard? Yi Feng looked towards the depths of the old city. Look at the purple arrow on the ground again.
Yi Feng set off and continued to follow the purple arrow.
The other side. After investigation, there has been some progress.
Look, from the surveillance footage sent over from the technical department, this student Yang Wen was last seen on Beishun Street.
Judging from the direction he was heading, it was right at the North City Gate. And this student is also heading towards the North City Gate.
The chief of security, Marquis Fongping, spoke to Pang Qi and the others. He showed several surveillance images at once, and the meaning expressed was basically the same, which was that he suspected that these missing people had all left the city. Not all of them are necessarily the North Gate, some are other city gates, but the meaning is the same. As for the many people who have not found the surveillance footage, the reason is that the technical department has not found the relevant surveillance footage yet. So, they went out of town and maybe met with something unexpected, which is why they lost contact.
Punch frowned slightly. Based on the current information, that should be the case. Fong Pingho did not dare to be too confident.
But I've already issued an order in advance not to leave the area of Linhai City.
They shouldn't disobey.
Also, some of them were last seen quite a distance from the nearest city gate.
Some areas along the way are also quite busy. Could it be that there's no footage there?
Punch wondered, feeling that this matter was a little strange. I've also consulted the technical department about this issue, and they said that the surveillance cameras in many places are broken.
Is it broken and not fixed?
I used to repair it, but it broke down so frequently that I gradually stopped caring about it. Having said that, Marquis Fongping received another message. There's news from the city defenders that they've seen some of the people on the missing list, and they've indeed left the city.
Punch nodded. Since he was sure, he must have gone out of the city. Maybe it was his first time in Linhai City, and he felt it was new and wanted to go out of the city to have a look?
Others listened and accepted this statement. Just at this moment, Suchani came to Pang Qi with a man covered in blood.
Principal, I've discovered something new. This guy was sneaking around and following a lone student. I happened to see him. He was about to attack the student, but I stopped him. I think he's connected to this missing person.
In this situation, everyone's first reaction was not to look at the man covered in blood, but to cast suspicious glances at Fong Pingho.
The expression on Fong Pingho's face froze. Old Town. Yifeng followed the purple arrow all the way.
Because of the attack just now, Yifeng realized that there was a mysterious force entrenched in the old city, and perhaps there were people hiding and stalking in certain places. Therefore, Yifeng chose to take the more remote streets as his route, and at the same time pay attention to whether there were any cameras nearby. No matter which way he goes, the purple arrow always starts from Yifeng's feet and guides the direction. As long as you keep facing the direction specified by the arrow, you will eventually find the treasure chest.
In this abandoned building.
According to Yifeng's experience, there will always be obstacles wherever a treasure chest appears.
But the abandoned building in front of me doesn't look very dangerous.
Yifeng observed for a while and found nothing special, so he entered the building carefully.
Come to the third floor of the building. A purple treasure chest lay there quietly. Ha! Is it that easy this time? Yifeng was a little surprised.
However, before opening it, Yifeng still didn't dare to be careless. Be alert to your surroundings, move closer, and touch the treasure chest with your foot.
Snap!
You opened a purple treasure chest.
Congratulations!
You have obtained complete enlightenment of the 5th level stealth technique Shadow Trace.
It's really going so smoothly. At the same time,
treasure chest clue: in the deep courtyard of Linhai City's old town, a purple fine treasure chest appears.
Please go and open it. Chapter 73, The Crematorium. Guard it with all your might. Yifeng was surprised that the treasure chest opened so smoothly.
What is even more surprising is that the new treasure chest clues are seamlessly connected. It is still Linhai City, the old city area, but the location has changed to a deep courtyard.
The new purple treasure chest is of high quality, and you can get 2 things from it. Deep courtyard. It is the place mentioned by the fat and thin people we met before.
Yifeng didn't think about this for the time being, but focused on the present.
The things that came out of this purple treasure chest are very useful. Shadow Trace is a stealth technique.
When performing it, one can restrain the breath to the greatest extent, and a layer of light and shadow will form around the body. This light and shadow will always imitate the nearby scenery, allowing the caster to blend into the environment and be difficult to detect. Simply put, it is like a chameleon, with the ability to disguise and hide. But it is more than just a simple visual deception. The light and shadows formed will affect perception and judgment. The 5th level stealth technique can even fool the martial sect master.
Only a powerful martial arts master could recognize the flaw. For Yifeng at the moment, it is enough. Yi Feng tried to use it. As he activated Shadow Mystery, a layer of light and shadow immediately appeared on his body surface, completely wrapping up Yifeng's figure. In other words, no matter what you are wearing or even what weapons you hold in your hands, it will not affect you at all and will cover everything. Otherwise, I would have to take off all my clothes every time I used Shadow Phantom. Isn't that nonsense and useless? The 5th level stealth technique is obviously not so bad. Yifeng tried to walk, and the light and shadow changed all the time according to the surrounding environment. If you look at it from an outsider's perspective, you will find that no matter which angle you are at or what direction you look in, Yifeng is integrated with the surrounding environment and is extremely hidden. Keep on the road and look for treasure chests. Every time Yifeng looked for a treasure chest, he was extremely excited to see what good things would come out of it. This time it is a fine treasure chest, with 2 unknown things waiting for Yifeng. Along the way, Yifeng used the Shadow Phantom to move forward quickly on the main road, without having to choose a secluded path like he did just now. Even if there were spies around, or some normal residents, they would not notice Yifeng's presence. Arrived deep in the old city. A vast courtyard appeared in front of Yifeng. Is this the deep courtyard? The purple arrow extends all the way into the building in front of you. Remembering what the fat and thin men had said before, they would bring the people they caught here to report back. Deep courtyard, what secrets are there? Looking at this old-fashioned compound, one feels as if seeing a man-eating beast with its bloody mouth wide open. Go in and take a look. Now with Shadow Track, sneaking is very convenient. Unless there is a powerful martial arts master inside, and he happens to encounter me while I am stealthing, it is absolutely impossible for him to discover my existence. Before going in, Yifeng let the Yunsang vine wrap around himself to form a layer of defensive armor. In addition to providing a certain degree of protection, more importantly, it can fully cover the face and hide the facial features. Even if there really is a martial honor realm cultivator inside and he is discovered, Yifeng is not afraid of exposing his appearance and causing unnecessary trouble. As for safety, you can step on the soul soldiers and evacuate quickly. Be careful, and you'll be fine. Yifeng walked around the outside of the yard for most of the way and finally came to the backyard. What's that strange smell? Yifeng frowned slightly. Looking over the courtyard wall, I could see smoke rising from inside. I wondered what was burning. There is also a tall stone pillar nearby, like a telephone pole, with several cameras installed on it, monitoring all directions. It is conceivable that someone is always staring at the screen, monitoring every move around. If Yifeng had not used the shadow mirage to hide his body, it would have been much more difficult for him to enter quietly. Now, it's simple. Yifeng exerted force on his feet and easily climbed over the wall and entered the backyard. At this time, somewhere in the deep courtyard, there were light screens showing many images from surveillance cameras in various places. Many people sat inside, staring at the screen intently. The man in charge of the backyard saw that the scene was empty as before and there was nothing special. He yawned and continued to keep an eye on it. The daily work is simple. I am responsible for monitoring a few places and reporting any situation in a timely manner. Little did he know that someone had already slipped into the backyard right under his nose and was moving around openly under surveillance. Yifeng entered the backyard and looked around. The backyard was quite large, with stone bricks paved on the ground and several large stoves built on it. Each one was pitch black and had traces of burning. At this moment, one of them was burning something, and the flames were raging. The heat wave rushed over. No wonder I could smell a strange smell outside the courtyard wall just now. It turned out that something was burning in the incinerator inside. One furnace is almost not enough. I guess I'll have to light another one later. As the footsteps approached, a male voice sounded. Yifeng looked in the direction of the sound and saw 2 people, each dragging a corpse in their hands. The corpse was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood or any sign of life. It was obvious that it had already died as it was dragged away by them. Yonghui University. Yifeng saw that one of the corpses was wearing the school emblem of Yonghui University. He had taken a quick glance at this person when he was hunting sea beasts yesterday and had some impression of him. He was indeed a student of Yonghui University. This person was one of the missing persons. He was captured and sent to the deep courtyard. No one knew what he had been through, but now he had become a cold corpse. As for the other body, Yifeng had no impression of it. There was no school badge on it. Perhaps it was a missing person from another group. The 2 men dragged the corpse to the crematorium and threw it directly in. Immediately, sparks flew and crackling sounds were heard.
His movements were extremely skillful, and it was obvious that he did this kind of thing a lot. After finishing their work, they left again, and they didn't notice that Ji Feng was watching them nearby. What on earth is this deep courtyard used for? Yi Feng's face looked a little cold. Without further delay, we continued on our way. From time to time, patrol personnel would come in groups of 2, patrolling along the established routes. Surveillance, patrols, security has been taken to the extreme. Even without advance notice from the fat and thin men, just from these phenomena, plus the burning of the corpse, one can tell that there is a big problem. Yi Feng ignored these patrol officers and decided not to alert the enemy for the time being. Follow the purple arrows and continue forward. Yi Feng had a hunch that the location of the purple treasure chest must be related to the missing person, and then everything would become clear. Gradually, we arrived at the central area of the deep courtyard. As we get closer to this side, the security becomes tighter, the patrol personnel increase in number, and they move back and forth more frequently. The surveillance cameras above are all round and have no blind spots, filming every corner. It's right here. Chapter 74, Holy Blood Pill? Treasure chest in the suitcase. There is a huge building in front, like a prison cell. At this time, the door was closed and the windows were sealed tightly. Purple arrow, extending into this building. How do I get in? Whether you push the door open or break the window, you will be discovered by the nearby patrol guards. Yi Feng didn't intend to expose himself too early before things became completely clear. The enemy is in the open and I am in the dark, so I have a greater advantage. Whether to fight or retreat, the initiative is in your hands. At this moment, the tightly closed door was suddenly pushed open and a man walked out. This person was dragging a corpse in his hand, just like the 2 people he met in the backyard before. Just as this person walked out and turned around to push the door back, Yi Feng took the opportunity and slipped in. Ha! The man scratched his head, his face full of confusion. He turned his head and looked around, but did not find anything unusual. At that moment, he always felt as if someone was passing by him. Did I charge too much last night? Not really. Only 7 times. He shook his head, not thinking anymore, closed the door, and dragged the corpse towards the backyard. It's not that his perception is that sensitive, it's mainly because Yi Feng was too close to him just now. His intuition told him that something was wrong nearby, but unfortunately his strength did not allow him to discover anything. Yi Feng entered and walked on a wide aisle. There are studios on both sides of the aisle. In the studios we passed ahead, there were several workers using porcelain bottles to put red pills into them, sealing them and placing them on nearby shelves. Yi Feng took a glance and saw a label with the words Holy Blood Pill in the middle of the porcelain bottle. Even Yi Feng, who didn't pay much attention to elixirs, knew about this kind of elixir. It was very famous. The holy blood pills on the market come in various specifications, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades. Even the lowest grade is several times more expensive than other pills of the same level. It's expensive, but it sells very well and is often sold out, which is quite strange. I heard that this is a kind of elixir that helps with cultivation, secretly developed by Ruweiqing Pharmaceutical Group. After warriors take it, it has few side effects, a high absorption rate, and is much more effective than similar elixirs. That's why we dare to sell it at such a high price. They have a unique secret recipe that only they have and cannot be bought anywhere else. The effect is really good and there is no false advertising. After word of mouth spread, the business is getting better and better and the supply is in short supply. But what puzzled Yi Feng was that in the mysterious courtyard of the old city, there were workers sealing the holy blood pill. Ruweiqing Pharmaceutical Group should not arrange the workshop here. As he got to know more, Yi Feng felt that things were becoming more and more strange and weird. I had a vague premonition in my heart and came up with some guesses. It depends on whether what happens next is what you expected. Yi Feng continued to move forward. The work content in the workshop you see at this time is different. There are many auxiliary herbs with a strong medicinal smell, and there are machines running rumblingly. According to a certain ratio, herbal ingredients and a pre-processed red liquid are put into the machine one after another. After complicated operations, red pills finally rolled out from the opening at the bottom. They were actually refining elixirs. Judging from the appearance of the red pill, it is definitely the holy blood pill. It's just that the red liquid. Just at this moment, a worker brought another bucket of blood. It's human blood. This time, Yi Feng was absolutely sure that this was human blood, which had just been drawn out and was still warm. The red liquid just now was probably human blood that had been processed in some way. Yi Feng couldn't identify it at first, but it was human blood. They're actually using human blood to make pills. Making holy blood pills. All the questions are connected in a chain, and every doubt has an answer. This deep courtyard is refining the holy blood pill for the Ruweiqing group, and the so-called holy blood pill actually uses human blood as the core raw material. The source of human blood is those missing people. No wonder the effect is so good. The blood of human warriors contains a large amount of qi in blood. After purification, various conflict problems are avoided. As a raw material for alchemy, it is extremely suitable for humans and the absorption efficiency is high. Take other elixirs for example. They also use blood to make elixirs, but they use animal blood. No matter how it is purified, there is still some barrier between it and humans, which leads to a reduction in the absorption rate. Yi Feng could already imagine that there was a place inside responsible for drawing blood. Sure enough, as we continued forward, we saw the blood drawing room. Someone was lying on the bed, unconscious, probably because he had been drugged. There are also bracelets and anklets locked on her body, both made of special materials, so even if she suddenly wakes up, she won't be able to break free. A man in a white coat was drawing blood with a syringe, one large tube at a time. It wasn't that all the blood was drawn out at once, but rather the appropriate amount was drawn out before the next person was replaced. Let them live first so that they can continue to produce blood for them to draw. But this does not mean that it can be sustainable. No matter how powerful a warrior is, if he keeps on being beaten repeatedly, he will eventually die. Most people don't even have time to die suddenly, but die due to problems accidentally discovered during a blood draw. They had no choice but to drain all the blood from his body and squeeze out every last bit of value. This was the case with the bodies that were dragged out, such as the student from Yonghui University. I thought he was an early-stage general and could draw more rounds, but I didn't expect him to die directly. Such accidents happen from time to time, and they have long been accustomed to them. In their eyes, life is no different from dead things. Yi Feng continued to go deeper and finally came to an inner room. As soon as I got closer, I heard scolding coming from inside. That's ridiculous. Why arrest anyone else? Why arrest the group that came to resist the sea monsters? Many of them are students. You can't be so naive as to think that they will just let it go if some people go missing, right? The voice was filled with anger. Then another voice sounded. The voice was a little trembling, obviously a little scared. Boss Tang, I'm just trying to rush the work. So I was confused for a moment and thought these people were full of energy and blood, which is very good. Capturing some of them won't have much impact. After all, some people died accidentally during this resistance against the sea beast. Maybe there was no time to count the number of people, so they mistakenly thought they were eaten by the sea beast. Who knows? Who knew you were so stupid? Humph. It didn't have much of an impact? I've tried everything to cover it up, fabricate lies, and mislead them. Unfortunately, your captors are just as foolish as you. They acted at this critical moment and were caught red-handed. All my lies were exposed on the spot. What should we do? Could they have already come here? At this point, we can only stay out of the spotlight. Bring me all the important information. I want to take it away now. There was a sound of rummaging through drawers in the room. Yi Feng also moved closer to see what was going on inside. There are two people in the room. One of them was standing. He was a long-faced man with a sinister look. The most eye-catching thing was his hands, which were very white and slender, and better maintained than those of a woman. He should be Mr. Tang. The other person had just taken out a large suitcase. It looked quite heavy and must have contained a lot of things. The moment the box appeared, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Purple light emanated from this suitcase. The purple treasure chest is inside. Chapter 75. Why is Yi Feng everywhere? Mr. Tang, the important information is locked inside. This is a bald man with a fierce look on his face. He is also at the level of Martial King and is considered the highest person in charge of the deep courtyard. But in front of Tang Kuan, he seemed servile, treated him with caution, and had a fawning smile on his face. He handed the suitcase made of special materials to Tang Kuan with both hands. Mr. Tang, what should I do now? The bald man asked nervously. You know too much to be caught by them. Tang Kuan's gaze shifted from the suitcase to the bald man, with an ambiguous look flashing in his eyes. Please take me with you, the bald man requested. Well, then I'll give you a ride. Tang Kuan's voice was cold. The bald man was about to say thank you, but suddenly felt that this sounded weird. Boom! Tang Kuan Wuzong's late-stage energy and blood suddenly burst out, and he pinched the bald man's neck with one claw. The 5 fingers, as strong as cast iron and steel, exerted force suddenly and broke the bald man's neck. Tang! There was disbelief and deep fear of death in the bald man's eyes. He didn't expect that Tang Kuan would turn his back on him and suddenly kill him. After killing the bald man, Tang Kuan threw the body aside with a flick of his hand, just like throwing away garbage. Only dead people would shut up. And you idiot, you caused such a big disaster and you still want to survive? You are simply wishful thinking. Tang Kuan snorted coldly. Just then, there was an extremely noisy sound coming from outside. Quick! This building looks suspicious. Let's rush in and take a look. Faintly, you can still hear sounds similar to these. That's really fast. Tang Kuan said in his heart, pressed a button in the room, and the wall inside moved, opening a door. This is the back door of the building. You can leave the building from here without going to the front door and encountering people rushing in from outside. Tang Kuan walked out quickly from the back door. Yi Feng followed him out immediately. No! We have to take action. Tang Kuan is very strong and very fast. He moves at his maximum speed and Yi Feng really can't keep up with him. Now we have to take them by surprise and have a chance to snatch the suitcase. Only by taking the suitcase can you get the purple treasure chest inside. If we don't take action now and Tang Kuan runs away, we don't know where he will put the suitcase later, which adds a lot of variables. Bailing shuttle. Congeal. The energy of the bailing shuttle shot out from his mind, condensing into the shape of the bailing shuttle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The bailing shuttle quickly disintegrated and turned into hundreds of sharp shuttle blades, appearing behind Tang Kuan. It is roughly divided into 3 parts. First, shoot Tang Kuan in the vital parts. Second, attack Tang Kuan's right wrist which was holding the suitcase. Third, approach the suitcase. Not good. The moment Yi Feng made his move, alarm bells rang in Tang Kuan's heart. He could clearly sense that the crisis of death was rapidly approaching. He didn't know what was happening yet, but he knew very well that if he didn't react, he would be killed. In a hurry, he took a step and tried to dodge sideways. But he was surprised to find that the suitcase seemed to be stuck by something and could not be pulled away by him. There was also an invisible force pulling the suitcase in the opposite direction. There were also several thin spears as thin as cicada wings, about to cut off his wrists. Without giving it any more thought, he reflexively let go and gave up the suitcase. Ding ding ding. His right hand was not able to be pulled away completely, and the shuttle knife cut on his fingers, making a sound of metal clashing. The hands that look delicate and tender are just an appearance. He majors in finger techniques, and the hardest part of his body is these fingers, which can be used as weapons. But other parts of the body were not as strong, and they were cut in several places. Fortunately, the movement avoided the vital parts. At this moment, Tang Kuan jumped dozens of meters away, feeling extremely scared. If I hadn't reacted in time, I would have been injured more than just injured. The enemy behind him really wants him dead. Ignoring the pain in his body, Tang Kuan suddenly turned around. Over there, he saw his suitcase being carried by many spears and flying towards a person. The man was wearing green armor and was wrapped tightly, so his face could not be seen clearly. Soul Master. And, is this a demonized plant? Tang Kuan still had some good eyesight and could tell at a glance that what covered Yi Feng's body was a demonized plant. But this is not important. The main thing is that this person is actually a Soul Master. No wonder he can perform long-range attacks. He had a vague guess as to how he appeared. He thought that he had used a stealth technique, and it was of a very high level, which he had practiced to perfection. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to suddenly appear without him noticing at all. He had reason to believe that this person had been nearby since a while ago. They had to resort to force and show up. Tang Kuan's thoughts were almost the same as the facts. It was not that Yi Feng revealed his identity intentionally, but stealth required complete restraint of breath. Once force was used, it would conflict with stealth. You can only choose one of the two, either maintain stealth or use force, but at the same time the stealth will be broken. It is impossible to sneak and use force at the same time. After getting the suitcase, Yi Feng wanted to open it immediately. But it's locked. And this box is outrageous enough, it is actually made of Xianhan iron. When controlling the shuttle knife to chop it, it can only make a shallow mark. It will take some time to break it open, and it cannot be done in a short time.
Here, here. Surround them, don't let any enemy escape.
Following the sound, Pang Chi, 2 other martial masters, and some other martial kings surrounded the building from both ends.
Tang Kuan wanted to escape, but was stopped.
Principal Yang Hui and another Wu Zong attacked him. In a 2-on-1 situation, Tang Kuan was injured by Yi Feng in advance, so he was naturally defeated and was quickly captured. At the same time, because he didn't know whether he was an enemy or a friend, the remaining Pang Chi and his men were about to approach Yi Feng.
Swish!
Yi Feng put the bailing shuttle together, stepped on it, and flew into the sky.
Soul Master!
There's a Soul Master among the enemies, and he escaped.
That shouldn't be an enemy. We've seen this Soul Master before when we were fighting against sea beasts. We even fought side by side, right, Instructor Su?
Su Chani, who was nearby, reacted and nodded with a strange expression. Yes, when we were dealing with the nether giant octopus, it was not easy to defeat it. It was the Soul Master who killed it.
At the same time, he was secretly muttering in his heart, why is Yi Feng everywhere?
Come to think of it, I also suspect that it was this Soul Master who killed the purple thunder ray.
Pang Chi said.
This is not a random guess, but the soul weapon used by the opponent is composed of multiple shuttle swords combined into one. The cause of death of the purple thunder ray was that there were many holes on its body, which looked very much like it was injured by those shuttle knives.
If the guess is correct, then this person's strength is probably no less than theirs.
Otherwise, how could he kill the purple lightning ray and injure a martial sect member? Pang Chi looked at the wound on Tang Kuan's body, which was also caused by a shuttle knife.
Chapter 76, The Long-Lost Soul Power, The Strength Surges. I advise you to let me go now.
I can pretend that nothing happened.
Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Tang Kuan looked a little embarrassed, but the words he spoke were extremely arrogant. Regret? Tell me, what will we regret?
Principal Yang Hui said coldly. Starting from the capture of a catcher, a lot of information was obtained through interrogation, and the target was directly pointed to the deep courtyard in the old city. There are various contradictions in what Security Bureau Director Fong Pingho said, and there is suspicion that he is trying to cover up the facts. But the explanation he gave was that his subordinates might have been bribed, especially those in the technical department, who distorted the facts.
It's not so easy to understand these things. In an emergency, they had to rescue people first.
Unexpectedly, a big fish was caught, and it turned out to be at the martial sect level. But now, this martial sect master, although he had been captured, still had such an arrogant attitude.
Where does he get the confidence from?
You're all well-known figures, so you know there are some things you shouldn't do.
Have you ever thought about how you're going to end up when the time comes?
Tang Kuan had a sinister smile on his face, which made people feel very uncomfortable.
So, there are quite a few people behind you. We must investigate thoroughly. In broad daylight, under clear sky, how can we allow you to act lawlessly?
The people present were not frightened and decided to investigate thoroughly, otherwise they would be sorry for the dead. Yi Feng left the deep courtyard, flew a long distance, and finally entered an abandoned building.
Without the password, we can only break it by force. Yi Feng put the suitcase on the ground. Mobilizing soul power, controlling the bailing shuttle blade. Bang 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 bang.
One after another, the shuttle knives turned into streams of light, like a gust of wind and rain, accurately hitting the suitcases. The sound of metal clashing was endless, and sparks flew everywhere. The scars on the suitcase gradually increased and deepened. This thing was quite thick, and Yi Feng took a long time to finally break it.
There are many documents in it.
A quick glance reveals a lot of information involving many people. It even includes experimental data on human bodies, which is solid evidence of guilt. Yi Feng ignored these documents for the time being and focused his attention on the purple treasure chest inside.
Reach in and touch the treasure chest. Snap.
You opened a purple fine treasure chest.
Congratulations. You received 30,000 soul power.
Yun Sangting quick growing nutritional supplement 5th stage.
Finally, the soul power has been released. Yi Feng was delighted.
Ever since I opened Su Chani's treasure chest in the Misty Forest last time, my soul power has increased to 27,000 points.
Since then, I haven't found any soul power in 5 consecutive treasure chests.
Among these 5, Chi and Blood were opened twice, but there was no soul power. As a result, the Chi and Blood, which were originally lagging behind, surpassed the soul power.
Now I finally got the soul power again.
It is worthy of being a purple treasure chest. The value it opens is very high. After the fusion, Yifeng's soul power reached an astonishing 57,000 points. It has been said before that as long as it exceeds 54,000, it will reach the peak of the king level. In other words, Yifeng's current Soul Master realm has jumped several levels from the early king level to the peak of the king level. There is still 24,000 points short of the 81,000 points required for the initial stage of the sec level. As for the current state of the Qi and Blood Warrior, it is 36,000 calories of Qi and Blood, which is the middle stage of the Martial King. If he had the strength he has now when he attacked Tang Kuan just now, with the powerful cross-level compatibility of the Soul Master and the sneak attack, he could really have killed Tang Kuan. As for the other item, it was a bottle with a 5 logo on it and filled with liquid. It can allow the mulberry vine to absorb it and quickly grow to the 5th stage. But now the Yunsang vine is attached to my body, and I will let it absorb it when I have time. Well, these documents. Yifeng took out a stack of documents from the box. Before flipping through the pages, turn on the recording function of the tactical watch and start reviewing. A lot of information is recorded here, such as the information of the subordinates, who they have arrested, what kind of experiments they have conducted, how much holy blood pill they have produced, who they have contacted, how they have supplied the goods, and so on. This information is definitely evidence of a crime. For Yifeng, the information is of no use unless he wants to get involved in this mess. Now that Punch and the others are handling this matter, we might as well hand the information over to them. After turning off the video recording, Yifeng stuffed the documents back into the heavy suitcase, held the suitcase, stepped on the Soul Soldier, and flew towards the deep courtyard again. Deep courtyard. Everyone who came here has already swept the entire courtyard. All the staff here were arrested and gathered together. Among those missing people, there are still many survivors, although some are not in good condition, but fortunately they were rescued. At this time, Pang Qi and others had cold expressions on their faces. What a holy blood pill! It's actually made from the blood of warriors. They couldn't imagine that someone would do such a cruel thing. Principal, the information we found is not very important and has no value. They just found some information, but after looking through it, they were just ordinary documents and not very valuable. That shouldn't be the case. There must be some important information. Pang Qi frowned and quickly cast his sharp gaze at Tang Kuan, who was being controlled nearby. Did you hide the important information? Pang Qi said firmly. After running an organization for a long time, it is impossible that no important information is left behind, even if it is a shipping order or a personnel information sheet. But no, not at all. Although they have been caught in the act, they can still be convicted even without this information. But if there is information, it is possible to obtain more information and catch the person behind it. For example, just as I thought of this, the Security Bureau Chief Fong Pingho arrived with many police officers. When investigating the missing persons, Fong Pingho concluded that the missing persons had left the city. But in fact, he was arrested and taken to the deep courtyard. After this incident, everyone began to doubt the director. This time we came here before the Security Bureau because we were afraid that some of them would deliberately cover up something or let some people escape. I know you are very suspicious of me and think I am in cahoots with them, but I, Fong Pingho, swear that I was also fooled by my men at that time. The technical department's monitoring commander was most likely bribed, and some of the city's lower-level defenders were also bribed, so they fabricated lies. I've already detained all the suspects. Next, I'll combine this with ours and interrogate them one by one to give you justice. Marquis Fong Ping said to everyone present. Then he looked at the criminals and said, "How about this, take them back first and then interrogate them." But Punch raised his hand to interrupt. Wait a minute. I suspect some important information has been transferred. When Pang Qi said this, he kept staring at Fong Pingho. I want to see some strange expression on the other person's face. Unfortunately, it didn't happen in the end, and Fong Pingho's expression didn't change much. There's no important information here. Tang Kuan sneered, looking like he was not worried about his situation at all. At the same time, he thought to himself, that guy actually helped me a lot by taking the file box. He didn't know who the other party was, but if it fell into the hands of one person, he would have a better chance of getting it back than if it fell into the hands of a group of people. As long as we find that person and kill him afterwards, everything will be over. Wait. I suddenly remembered that a Soul Master flew away from here just now. At first I thought he was here to deal with the deep courtyard, but now that I think about it, I seem to see that person was carrying a box when he left. Punch suddenly spoke up. Yes, I remember now.
That's exactly what happened just now. It turns out they are accomplices of the enemy. Someone on the side echoed. Only Su Channy knew that it was Yi Feng, so she didn't think that he was an accomplice of the enemy. At this moment, everyone felt something and looked up at the sky. A heavy square object fell rapidly, and with a bang, it hit the ground heavily, and several documents were scattered. Chapter 77 Rooftop Sword Shadow. It's that Soul Master. Everyone was looking up at the sky when they saw a green figure above them. The figure was stepping on a soul soldier and turned into a stream of light as it flew away. There is a strong sense of envy in the eyes of many people. As warriors, they cannot possess the ability to fly unless they reach the Martial Emperor realm or above. But that is the Martial Emperor realm. How many of these people present dare to guarantee that they can definitely reach it? It's not just a matter of hard work, what's more important is talent, which determines the upper limit. Soul Masters are different. They can use their soul power to control the flight of soul soldiers and then take themselves flying as well. But Soul Masters are rare. Among so many people present, there is not a single Soul Master. They can only envy them. Yes, this is the box I'm talking about. Punch said excitedly. Unexpectedly, the Soul Master actually sent the box back. Although the box was broken, there were many documents inside, all intact. Could they be confidential documents? Tang Kuan's heart sank, and he was also very angry. Why did that guy send the documents back? If you didn't want these files, why did you snatch them just now? Tang Kuan was confused. When Fang Pingho saw the document, he bent down to pick it up. Wait. Let me take a look first. Punch got there first and snatched the box away. Until now, he still seriously suspected that there was something wrong with Fang Pingho. Even though the other party was the chief of security and should have been the one leading the investigation, the matter was of great importance and he had to cross the line to obstruct it. It's okay, then you take a look first. Marquis Fangping spread his hands indifferently, showing no intention of fighting for it at all. The innocent will be cleared, and the truth will soon come to light. Punch took out the document and began to look through it. Several other people nearby also came over. As he flipped through the pages, his expression grew uglier. Each and every one of them was so bloody. When we first arrived here, we were shocked to see the holy blood pills on the scene. After reading these documents, I realized that this is just the tip of the iceberg. They have done a lot of things like this over the years. They are organized, premeditated, and have connections. First, there are grassroots catchers who capture lone warriors everywhere. Catchers are also divided into different levels of strength. For example, those with weak strength can be responsible for catching martial artists or martial masters. Those who are strong can capture generals. As for the Martial King realm, no relevant records have been found in the files yet. The quality of the holy blood pills refined will be different depending on the warrior's realm and blood level. That is why there are first, second, and third grades sold to warriors of different levels. Shenzhen Institute is responsible for production, and Ruicheng Group is responsible for sales. The reason why people go missing all year round is that some people from the Security Bureau and the City Defense Army are responsible for providing false information to cover up their tracks. For example, in the case of the missing students, the surveillance footage provided by the technical department only captured fragments that were favorable to them. Combined with the perjury of the city defenders, they created the illusion that the missing persons had left the city and were killed outside. In today's era, it is not safe outside the city. A large number of warriors die outside every day, which has become a very common occurrence. Among the people who have been missing for years, many of their families have not even reported the case, assuming that something happened outside and that even if they report it, nothing will be found. Only a few people reported the case, and when they finally got this kind of news, they didn't become suspicious. Using these methods, they can act lawless and arrest people at will in the city. It wasn't until this student incident that the truth was finally revealed. After reading to the end, I found that many people were involved, but Fang Pingho was definitely not one of them. Putting aside the extremely small probability, Fang Pingho should be innocent. Pang Qi then handed the document to Fang Pingho and asked him to read it. With the information capturing ability of a Wuzong strongman, even if it is a whole page of densely packed words, he can go through it all with just a few quick glances. It didn't take too much time for Fang Pingho to finish reading the document. What a bunch of scoundrels! I've actively nurtured some of them, but I never imagined they'd do something like this in secret. Fang Pingho gritted his teeth, his face filled with anger.
In particular, the chief surveillance commander was promoted by him from the grassroots level.
What an ungrateful bastard. What a fucking ungrateful bastard.
Fortunately, he had basically sent people to control these people on the list in advance. It's not that they can predict everything, but they are almost one size fits all. As long as there is something suspicious, they will be controlled first and then investigated one by one afterwards.
He will not let any criminal go, nor will he wrongly accuse any good person. Tang Kuan? President of Ruiqing Pharmaceutical Group? Fong Pingho looked at Tang Kuan.
This identity information was obtained from the documents.
Ruiqing Group is a local industry in Linhai City and is quite famous.
But the president who appeared in the media before was not Tang Kuan. Now it seems that Tang Kuan is the actual person in power, and the one in the open is just a puppet put forward to fool the outside world.
Take them all back.
Preserve the evidence here, and you stay and seal off the scene.
Fong Pingho commanded the personnel and the operation proceeded in an orderly manner.
In the end, except for those who stayed to seal off the scene, everyone else evacuated. At the same time, another large number of police officers went to Ruiqing Group to arrest their senior executives. Unfortunately, the people who actually held power have long since left, and those who remain are either puppets who are usually pushed out in the open, or some people who are completely unaware of the situation. If he hadn't gone to the deep courtyard in time, people like Tang Kuan would have escaped. In the guard station, the prisoners were separated for interrogation.
Tang Kuan will be personally interrogated by Fong Pingho to see if he can uncover more unknown important figures.
But he is very stubborn and hard to pry open, so I guess I have to use some tricks.
It will take some time to sort out the case.
When encountering such incidents, the groups involved did not leave Linhai City, but stayed there temporarily, perhaps needing to cooperate in doing something. The place we chose was also near the security bureau, where we stayed in some large hotels and booked the entire hotel. Yifeng had already returned and appeared in front of everyone as a student. The incident of making pills out of human blood involves a lot of things. If people knew that the Soul Master was me, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. In order to have some peace and quiet, Yifeng was very careful not to reveal his identity as a Soul Master.
Time passed and night came.
The moon hung high in the sky, sometimes covered by clouds, sometimes shining silver light, sometimes pitch black.
Yifeng stood on the rooftop, enjoying the moonlight and evening breeze, looking down at the night view below.
It was late at night, the lights were turned off in many places, and there were not many pedestrians on the streets. At this time, footsteps were heard behind him.
Yifeng didn't turn around, but he knew who it was. "What are you doing up here so late?" Su Chani's voice sounded from behind. Facing the wind and admiring the moon.
Yifeng smiled carefreely, tilted his head slightly, and asked, "What about you?
Why are you here too?"
"I couldn't sleep, so I came up to get some fresh air."
Su Chani came to Yifeng and stood side by side.
A faint fragrance came with the wind and lingered around Yifeng's nose. She was tactful enough not to mention what she had seen Yifeng do during the day, just knowing it in her heart was enough. If someone heard this, it would cause trouble for Yifeng for no reason. Women's minds are more delicate.
Neither of them spoke, enjoying the quiet night.
Whoosh! The evening breeze blew, and the clouds moved, covering the bright moon tightly, and the entire rooftop was plunged into darkness.
Suddenly,
a flash of swordlight, carrying a strong murderous intent, quickly attacked from behind.
Chapter 78 Confrontation. Masked Killer. Careful!
Yifeng shouted loudly. The soul power was mobilized, and the bailing shuttle appeared, appearing behind Su Chani. Hundreds of spears, as flexible as fish, are combined into a shield.
Clang!
The sharp sound of metal clashing was heard, and the sword tip that carried full of murderous intent and vowed to break everything was steadily intercepted by the shield formed by bailing shuttle.
The
man in black robe holding a sharp sword had a look of surprise under his mask. He was in the early stage of the Wuzong era, and it was 100% possible for him to assassinate a Wu king. But now, it was intercepted by someone, and the sword could not advance even an inch.
There's actually a Soul Master.
He was surprised to find that there was a Soul Master besides Su Chani, who was stronger than him.
Wait. Are you the? He immediately realized that this person might be the mysterious Soul Master involved in this incident. Yifeng is so strong.
Although Su Chani already knew that Yifeng was much stronger now than before, she was still shocked when she saw it with her own eyes.
She couldn't even react to the sword strike just now.
The enemy was much stronger than her.
If Yifeng had not taken action, she would have been either dead or injured. Who is the other party? Why did he come to assassinate her? All the blame was directed towards the human blood pill incident. Was the choice to assassinate her random, or was it a clear target? Many thoughts flashed quickly through Su Chani's mind. A new round of confrontation is also beginning. The masked man in black robe failed in his attack and quickly retreated a few steps, then attacked again. This time, the tip of the sword pointed directly at Yifeng. Get rid of Yifeng first, then kill Su Chani. However, he still underestimated Yifeng's strength. Although Yifeng's Soul Master realm is only at the peak of the king level, he is at the early stage of the martial arts master level. But the Soul Master's ability to cross levels is truly unique. With the 5th level soul weapon, the Bailing Flying Shuttle, it is even more powerful and invincible. 100 shuttle swords can be formed into any shape under the control of Yifeng's soul power. You can attack. You can defend. You can attack from different directions. Facing the oncoming sharp sword, Yifeng controlled some of the shuttle swords and combined them into a shield to resist. The remaining dozens of shuttle swords were broken up into small pieces and attacked the black-robed masked man from all directions like locusts. Not good. The masked man in black robe was shocked. The speed of the shuttles was too fast and there were too many of them, making it difficult for him to defend against them. Just about to withdraw. However, several shuttle knives on the sides of his arms, waiting for an opportunity, immediately increased their speed to the fastest. Ah! With a scream, the sword instantly slashed through the black-robed man's right arm, cutting off his arm directly. The long sword in his hand also fell along with the broken arm. The man in black robe covered his broken arm, and blood still gushed out like a fountain. With such a delay, there is no way out. The shuttle knives were evenly distributed around him, like poisonous snakes, staring at him intently. I ask, you answer, do you hear clearly? Yifeng's voice was colder than the evening breeze. He. The masked man in black robe laughed, and his laughter was a little sad, just like the silent night. I'm not so naive as to think that I can survive by just cooperating honestly. So, don't even think about getting any useful information from me. Besides, I came here to carry out the assassination mission, already determined to die. His voice grew weaker. After saying this, he fell straight down. Black and smelly blood continued to seep out from under his mask. He committed suicide by taking poison. Yifeng judged. Professional killers like this are no different from death squads. They treat every action as their last and always hold a specially made poisonous capsule in their mouths beforehand. Once the situation is not right and they cannot escape, they will bite the highly poisonous capsule, swallow the venom, and soon die of poisoning. The movement is here. There was a noise coming from the corridor. I guess a lot of people came up. They sensed the noise from the fight just now. What should I do? Su Chani was anxious. After this assassination attempt, she felt more and more that the forces behind the human blood pill incident were very complicated, and the people involved might be more than just those listed in the file. How could it be so easy to just send Wu Zon's assassins at random? If they can assassinate once, they can assassinate a second and third time. Yifeng's current identity as a soul master has not been exposed yet. Once exposed, you will definitely be hated. After all, Yifeng was the first to arrive at the deep courtyard. It was Yifeng who held Tang Kuan back and injured him, and he also threw the confidential documents to everyone in the security bureau. With the means those people have, it's impossible for them not to know this. If Yifeng's identity is exposed, the other party will definitely send experts to assassinate Yifeng. Although the people who came up now are theoretically all their own people, there are too many people and too many eyes. If they knew that Yifeng was the Soul Master, there was no guarantee that the news would be leaked at any time. A Wu Zong died here, committing suicide by taking poison. Who had the ability to force him to commit suicide by taking poison? Since Su Chani doesn't have this ability, it can only be Yifeng. How should she explain it? Yun Sang Tong. Yifeng stretched out his right arm, and a green vine emerged from his sleeve, rapidly expanding and lengthening. In almost the blink of an eye, it wrapped Yifeng tightly. The bailing shuttles combined into a shield. Yifeng stepped on it, and quickly rose into the air. At the same time, a large group of people came up from the corridor and just happened to see Yifeng leaving. It's that Soul Master. Why is he here? Everyone now respects and is curious about this mysterious Soul Master. It was the information provided by the Soul Master that made things go smoothly, so they respected him. They were very curious about who the other party was. "My soul master friend, why don't you come down and have a gathering?" Punch bowed and shouted to the figure in the sky in a very friendly tone. He really wanted to make friends with this person. However, the person above simply ignored his meaning, flew farther and farther away, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Punch sighed and thought it was a pity. A body. Someone died there. "And Teacher Sue, are you on this too?" The calls from the people around him helped Pang Chi regain his composure, and he also discovered the situation on the rooftop. This person was a martial arts master in his lifetime. Pang Chi was surprised that the person had died not long ago, but there was still breath left. He could tell at a glance that this person was at the martial sec level. A martial arts master actually died here, just from the fight just now? They did not forget that it was because they sensed a fight that they came up to check the situation. Everyone turned their eyes to Su Channy. It was obvious that Su Channy was at the scene of the fight just now, and she must know what happened. Su Channy took a deep breath and told everyone what she had prepared in advance. "This was an assassin who came to kill me, but by coincidence, that mysterious soul master passed by and saved me. The soul master was very powerful and forced the assassin to retreat, so he took poison and committed suicide." Killer? Could it be? Everyone thought of the same thing, which was the power behind the blood pill incident. As for why he assassinated Su Channy. At the beginning, Su Channy captured a capturer, which led to a breakthrough in the case and revealed clues about the deep courtyard through interrogation. This may be the reason why the other party holds a grudge against him and sends killers to take revenge. "You really don't know that soul master?" Pang Chi suddenly looked directly at Su Channy and asked with a serious expression. Before Su Channy could answer, there was a sudden noise coming from the direction of the security bureau below. Chapter 79 Flame Dragon Army. The temporary location where everyone is staying is near the security bureau. At this time, there was movement in the security bureau, and Pang Chi and others here were able to notice it. What happened? Everyone was very confused. It was late at night and everyone was asleep, so why did it suddenly seem so noisy? Oh no! Someone's dead. There were more shouts from below. Everyone hurried down and finally reached the third floor, where they saw a man lying in a pool of blood in room 404. The vital part was the neck, where a deep wound was cut, and he had just died. There was no trace of the murderer at the scene. Li Liang. The president of Yonghui University came over upon hearing the news and cried out in grief. The man in the pool of blood was called Li Liang, a senior instructor at Yonghui University, who possessed the strength of a martial king. "I was resting in this room, but someone broke into and assassinated me without even making a sound. It was the noise on the rooftop just now, as well as the noise coming from the direction of the security bureau, that woke up many people. When he passed by Li Liang's room, he smelled blood and broke into the room, only to see this scene. Just now, a killer appeared on the rooftop." Pang Chi told Principal Yonghui what had just happened. "Do you know where the killer came from?" asked Principal Yonghui. "The killer has the strength of a martial master. As for his identity." Punch was halfway through his words when he suddenly saw something. "Look, there's an envelope." There was an envelope placed on Li Liang's body. He went in, picked up the envelope, opened it and looked at it. "This is just a warning, a lesson for you. Forget everything and go back to where you came from." The red font looks very ferocious. There is no doubt that the envelope was left behind deliberately by the murderer, and the identity of the other party could not be anyone else but the force behind the human blood pill. Punch sent someone to the rooftop again and found the same envelope on the killer up there. He planned to kill Su Channy and leave the envelope behind. He had calculated everything, but he couldn't have anticipated that there would be a variable like Yifeng. A murder occurred here, and Pang Chi immediately contacted Fong Pingho. Unexpectedly, Fong Pingho's weak voice came from the other end of the line. "We've had trouble here too." Recalling the noisy commotion coming from the security bureau not long ago, everyone set off for the bureau. As soon as they entered, everyone's pupils shrank and the strong smell of blood hit their noses. What happened? Why did so many people die? Looking around, there were corpses lying in the middle of the venue, at least 100 of them. All of them were killed with one strike, showing the professionalism of the assassin. Some of them were wearing police uniforms, while others were wearing prison uniforms. These people in prison uniforms were all captured and interrogated during the day, and they were basically key figures. Except Tang Koan, he is not included in this list. Killers sneaked in, all wearing night clothes and masks. They killed all the important detainees.
They also killed the police officers on duty. Fang Pingho's voice was hoarse, his face was ugly, and he was very angry.
What about Tang Kuan? Tang Kuan is the most important person.
He was not seen among the pile of corpses, nor was he mentioned by Fang Pingho.
They rescued him.
When I noticed the movement, I came out to stop it, but was stopped by a killer.
But I am no match for this man.
If I am not mistaken, this killer is a powerful martial arts master. He also warned me that it would be best not to continue the investigation, otherwise I would bear the consequences.
When Fang Pingho said this, everyone in the room was shocked.
The martial sect is already powerful enough, but there is also the martial honor realm.
It makes people feel more mysterious and fearful about the enemy forces.
Not only is he powerful, he is also so arrogant that he dares to kill people in the security bureau and rescue Tang Kuan.
They are totally lawless and unruly.
Fang Pingho has already reported it and contacted the provincial bureau.
It will take time for them to send someone over.
The night was long and they had no mood to sleep, so they just kept waiting at the security bureau.
The other side.
Yi Feng looked at the night view from high in the sky, and then returned to his residence.
He put away his soul master identity and walked back with a swagger.
There were many students in the corridor, talking about what had just happened. A rooftop assassin was counter-killed by a mysterious spirit master.
Li Liang from Yonghui University was assassinated. The principal and several instructors went to the security bureau.
Yi Feng entered the room and fell asleep immediately. Even though Yi Feng fell asleep, as a soul master, his soul power was full and he had a strong sense of his surroundings. Whenever there is a hint of danger approaching, Yi Feng will suddenly wake up.
Nothing else happened that night. The next day came in a flash.
The morning light shines softly. Many people had not slept all night and had tired looks on their faces. For a warrior, not sleeping all night is not a big deal, but because of the assassination that happened last night, their nerves were highly tense, which made them so tired.
Yi Feng was standing on the balcony, facing the security bureau.
Yi Feng suddenly saw a black spot in the sky far away that was rapidly growing larger.
When you get closer, you can see clearly that it is a human figure.
He stepped on a soul weapon and flew quickly towards the security bureau.
It's a soul master.
Look, there's a soul master flying in the sky.
I heard exclamations from my classmates around me.
Yi Feng could naturally see clearly that it was indeed a soul master. Even though the distance was far, Yi Feng felt a strong sense of oppression.
This person must be no ordinary person.
This was the first time Yi Feng met other soul masters besides himself.
The soul master came to the sky above the security bureau and landed. Deputy Director Liu. You're here in person.
Marquis Fang Ping led the crowd and immediately stepped forward to greet him with great respect. I have heard for a long time that the deputy director of the provincial government, Lu Xianhua, is a respected soul master with extremely powerful strength. What I saw today proved that the rumors were true. Facing Lu Xianhua, they felt extremely pressured, as if they were being crushed by a mountain. With you here, Deputy Director Liu, I believe the enemy will never dare to act rashly again.
Fang Pingho said half flatteringly.
The stuffiness that had been pent up in my chest could finally be released.
No.
Lu Xianhua shook his head and said, I came here this time to tell you not to interfere in this matter anymore.
What?
Everyone thought they had heard wrongly. You don't know that this kind of thing hasn't only happened in Linhai City. Similar things have happened in other cities. It's not just about making pills out of human blood, it might also involve other unscrupulous things.
Behind each crime, there seems to be an invisible hand controlling everything. Do you understand? You don't have the ability to investigate.
If you continue, more people will die. Lu Xianhua's words sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. If someone else said this, it would be fine, but coming from Lu Xianhua, one can imagine how much value he has in it. They had anticipated that the enemy was not simple, but they did not expect that he would be so complex.
Are we just going to let them get away with it?
Marquis Fangping felt very aggrieved. He was bullied to such an extent, but he had to pretend that nothing had happened.
Of course that's impossible.
Similar things have always been handled by the Flame Dragon Army, and this time is no exception.
Hiss. Flame Dragon Army.
Everyone was surprised because it was a special military branch, and people's impression of it was that it was powerful, mysterious, rare, and was specifically responsible for handling major incidents.
Chapter 80, The Jiang family had his 60th birthday. Lu Xianhua explained some more things and then left.
Foreign warriors such as Pang Qi also returned to their residence.
Yi Feng learned about Lu Xianhua from Su Chani.
Yi Feng didn't expect that this matter would end so abruptly in this way.
However, since it is necessary to alarm the Flame Dragon army, it proves that the enemy is indeed very powerful. If the local forces here intervene forcibly, it will be very dangerous.
Yi Feng couldn't help but think that there were still many strong people in this world, and his strength was still not enough. At the same time, I also feel sad that some people risk their lives to defend their country, while others try every means to persecute others. This time, I met both types of people, which gave me a strong sense of disconnection.
Reorganize the team and head back.
Regarding the students who have been in accidents, the school will contact their families after they return, and the state will also provide compensation.
At this time,
in a remote building somewhere, two people were standing, one in front and one behind.
The person at the back was Tang Kuan.
He looked extremely respectful and bowed slightly to the person in front. The person in front of him had his back to him, and a jade ring on his thumb was spinning at a constant speed as his index finger twisted it. Suddenly, his fingers stopped moving, and he said, "You mentioned earlier that you were ambushed by a spirit master at first, which caused you to be unable to escape in time and was stopped.
Do you have any clues about this person?" "I don't have any useful clues yet. I only know that he was covered in demonic plants.
They must have been Yunsang vines, and the soul weapons they used."
Tang Kuan gave a detailed description based on his memory at the time. "Okay, I understand."
The person wearing the jade ring nodded slightly. At the same time, he secretly said, "They just need to capture some soul masters over there, let's see if we can find this person." The next day, the team rushed back to school.
Yi Feng asked Yunsang Tang to absorb the 5th stage quick-acting nutrient supplement well. "My identity as a soul master is now bound to the Yunsang vine, the Bailing shuttle, and these things.
So, once I use these things, I must appear as a soul master and cannot let anyone know that I, Yi Feng, am that soul master. Now that the enemy is powerful, the Flame Dragon army needs to intervene, so it is necessary to hide our identities. Unless one day, we are no longer afraid of this force, then we can confront it head-on."
Time passes. Half a month passed in a flash.
In the room, the Yunsang vine has grown to the 5th stage. At this time, it has a total of 5 vines. Each vine, if released to its maximum length, can reach 40 meters in length. However, Yi Feng did not let it do so. The house was not big and it might be filled up soon.
Yi Feng looked at the ground and saw a red arrow extending all the way to the east.
This was the clue to the treasure chest that suddenly appeared on the way back from the misty forest.
It is a red treasure chest, one level higher than the purple treasure chest.
It is located in the Jiang family mansion.
The specific location of the Jiang family mansion is not yet known.
After learning this clue, Yi Feng also conducted research on the Jiang family and even took time to observe them on the spot.
Unfortunately, the Jiang family mansion is the Jiang family's headquarters and is not easy to enter.
The important point is that there are many masters inside, including martial arts masters and even martial arts masters. It would be very dangerous if you were discovered while sneaking in.
But that was before. Yi Feng is now stronger than before.
He is not afraid of ordinary martial sect members, the only one he fears is martial honored one. In the huge Jiang family, there is only one person who can be confirmed to be at the martial honor realm, and that is their current patriarch.
As for the uncertainties,
it is said that the old head of the previous generation was also a powerful martial artist, but no one knew what happened and he disappeared. Some people speculated that the old patriarch was dead, while others speculated that he was not dead yet, but was just indifferent to worldly affairs and hiding behind the scenes. The Jiang family has never discussed the specific situation in front of outsiders, so outsiders can only make wild guesses. Especially those forces that are in competition with the Jiang family and have conflicts of interest, they really want to get to the bottom of this issue.
Is Patriarch Jiang still alive? In a family, having one or two martial masters is two completely different concepts.
If the old head of the Jiang family is dead, the threat posed by the Jiang family will be reduced to a level. Next time when there is a conflict with the Jiang family, I will be more confident and not give them too much face. The sworn enemies understood the key points, and the Jiang family itself was also aware of them.
This is also why the Jiang family hides the fact and doesn't let people know whether the old patriarch is alive or dead. I want to tell you, you can guess it yourself. As long as there is no answer, the fear of the Jiang family will always exist. Yi Feng just pretended that the old patriarch was still alive.
In that case, in the entire Jiang family, the only ones who posed a threat to Yifeng were the new and old patriarchs, both of whom were at the martial honor realm. As long as you don't run into these two martial honor realm masters, there won't be any major problems. The main thing is that now we have the stealth technique of shadows, which makes stealth work like a fish in water. This gave Yifeng the information that he could go to the Jiang family and give it a try. If everything goes well and we can open the red treasure chest and even steal the god-eating moss, that would be perfect. Of course, we will only know the answer after taking action. Yifeng made some preparations and immediately set off towards the Jiang family. The Jiang family mansion is located to the east of the Lingnan provincial government. This is a very large manor with an ancient architectural style. The tall garden walls surround many pavilions and towers, giving it a feel of a city within a city. For a warrior with a certain level of strength, climbing over a wall of such height is completely possible. But inside, the security is extremely tight, with not only surveillance but also warriors standing guard in patrol teams. Without certain means, it is almost impossible to sneak in quietly. So lively. Yifeng observed from afar and found that the Jiang family mansion was crowded with guests today. They each brought gifts and presented invitations. Master Jiang is celebrating his 60th birthday today. My Wang family has brought a 100-year-old ice lotus as a token of congratulations. Everyone from the Wang family, please come in quickly. A group of people went inside. 60th birthday? They spoke quite loudly just now, and Yifeng had sharp hearing, so he was able to hear their conversation from a distance. Chapter 81 Sneak into the Jiang family. The sky gradually darkened. The Jiang family's manor was brightly lit and filled with joy. The flat and spacious lawn is furnished with dining tables, filled with a variety of delicious dishes, juices and fine wines. The guests sat around the table, chatting in groups of 3 or 4, and the scene was extremely lively. Those who received the invitation and are invited are all well-known figures. Such occasions are a good chance to make friends and build connections. Perhaps while drinking and chatting, the two sides can finalize a business deal, bringing huge profits to the family and power. At this time, several people came over. The guests who were talking all fell silent and looked over. Surrounded by a crowd of people is a middle-aged man. He is physically strong, energetic, and full of vigor and vitality. Judging from his appearance alone, one would think he was only in his 40s. It would be impossible to tell that he was already in his 60s. He is the current head of the Jiang family, Jiang Yin, a powerful martial arts master. The people who came with Jiang Yin were all high-ranking members of the Jiang family, possessing the strength of a martial master. Wuzong master is a big shot in normal times, but when he stands next to Jiang Yin, he seems to have no presence at all. Everyone's focus was on Jiang Yin. Master Jiang. Congratulations to Patriarch Jiang on his 60th birthday. May you be blessed as vast as the East Sea and live as long as the southern mountains. The guests stood up one after another, bowed, greeted and congratulated. Jiang Yin came to the first seat, a smile on his face, and looked around at everyone. Everyone, I appreciate your kindness in coming to my Jiang family tonight to celebrate my birthday. I don't have much to offer you, so I've only prepared some fine wine and delicious food for you all to enjoy. Have a great time tonight. Thank you, Master Jiang, for your hospitality. Master Jiang, I offer you a toast. In the midst of the hustle and bustle, no one thought that a stealthy figure would climb over the wall and enter the Jiang family. Electronic eyes are everywhere, monitoring everywhere without any blind spots. The guards and patrol officers are no worse than usual. There are a lot of outsiders entering the Jiang family tonight, and it is easy for someone to take advantage of the situation and sneak in with ulterior motives. When it comes to security, we dare not relax at all. But these are nothing to Yifeng. Yes, the person who sneaked in was Yifeng. He used Shadow Phantom, and as long as the enemy was not above the martial sect level, they would not be able to detect him. Under the concealment of the mysterious shadows, Yifeng took action in the Jiang family mansion. The direction to go is naturally to follow the red arrow. After a while, Yifeng stopped beside a big tree. The Jiang family's house is very big and the landscaping is well done. Flowers and plants are planted in many places. Too many flowers and plants will inevitably attract mosquitoes. For example, at this moment, there are mosquitoes wandering around aimlessly. Although they looked ordinary, Yifeng stared at one of them intently. If you look at it from the outside, there's nothing special about this one. It's not much different from other mosquitoes. However, Yifeng had studied the knowledge of raising poisonous insects for some time, and he realized that this mosquito was not an ordinary mosquito, but a wind mosquito. The Jiang family is very good at raising various insects. For example, the sniffer insects in the past were quite difficult to deal with. The current wind mosquito is also a kind of reconnaissance insect. It has a strong sense of wind element, and any abnormalities in the surrounding airflow will be quickly detected by it. The function of the wind mosquito is specially developed to detect possible enemies. After all, possessing secret skills such as stealth can not only hide one's body, but also restrain one's breath completely. Even a sniffing bug would have difficulty detecting the scent. Conventional means are even more powerless. Wind mosquitoes are just used to deal with such situations. Your body is hidden and your breath is restrained, but you have to move. Once you move, it will cause airflow, making it easy for it to detect any abnormality. If you know of its existence in advance and deal with it carefully, you can still get away with it. The problem is that many people don't understand poisonous insects at all. Most people won't even bother to pay attention to an ordinary mosquito around them. Therefore, it is very easy to fall into the trap and expose your whereabouts without knowing it. Yi Feng discovered it in time and stopped immediately. The wind mosquito was hovering nearby, looking a little confused. It had just clearly noticed that the airflow nearby was obviously abnormal, but now after carefully sensing it, it found nothing abnormal. This doubt was also conveyed to the owner of this wind mosquito, the Gu master who cultivated it. But he didn't think much about it. Sometimes it was possible that perception was wrong due to some coincidence. No, there really is something going on. The Gu master was suddenly startled. Because information came again from Fangwing, sensing that there was indeed abnormal airflow nearby. From experience, it looked very much like someone was moving, but since I couldn't see their figure, they could only be using stealth. Fangwing has already followed him, and at the same time, the Gu master also reported this person's whereabouts to the Jiang family masters in real time. Yi Feng sighed. Hey! I'm not the only one who sneaked into the Jiang family. Yi Feng discovered that Fangwing suddenly became abnormal and followed in a certain direction. Yi Feng has the talent of a wind whisperer and is naturally sensitive to the wind element. So if you feel carefully, you can indeed detect that the airflow in the direction being tracked by the wind mosquito is a bit abnormal. If it weren't for the wind mosquitoes, it might not have been so easy to find. After all, the surrounding space is so large that Yi Feng couldn't explore everywhere carefully. With the wind mosquito pointing out the direction and fixed point perception, it becomes much easier. The opponent's stealth skills must be very advanced, and his own strength is probably very strong. If it were not for the weak airflow generated when moving, exposing his whereabouts, ordinary people would not be able to detect his existence. Yi Feng followed this person from a distance. The main reason is that the arrow of the red treasure chest happens to be pointing in this direction. However, this person should have been discovered by the Jiang family's Gu master, so it is only a matter of time before he attracts the Jiang family. Yi Feng couldn't help but increase the distance a little. Let us take a look at how the Jiang family will respond to the invaders. Yi Feng's actions at this time would not be noticed by Fangwing. Because of his wind whisperer talent, he was better at using the wind element. As long as he was careful, he could reduce the airflow to a level that was negligible. In this way, Yi Feng hung far away all the way. The person in front seemed to have a clear goal and was heading all the way to the Jiang family's backyard. Coincidentally, the arrow on the red treasure chest also points to the backyard. The Jiang family's backyard is extremely large, with a great environment and even a large rockery. At a glance, there are mountains, water, flowers, and grass. This person took great risks to sneak into the Jiang family. He definitely didn't come just to appreciate the scenery in the Jiang family's backyard. Could it be that there is some secret in the backyard? Chapter 82 Drag him to feed the bugs. Yi Feng couldn't see the exact location of the red treasure chest for the time being. He only saw a red arrow extending all the way towards the rockery. Others definitely wouldn't know about the treasure chest, so if they sneaked in, there must be other reasons. This made Yi Feng even more curious. What was in the Jiang family's backyard? Even though the person in front had stealth skills, he still habitually used obstacles such as trees to move towards the rockery. The more the Jiang family dares not publicly prove that Patriarch Jiang is still alive, the more it shows that there is something wrong. According to the latest intelligence, this old patriarch might actually be alive, but due to some shady issues, he cannot appear in public. The stealthy person thought to himself while looking towards the direction of the rockery. According to informants, the Jiang family's backyard is an absolute forbidden area, and no one is allowed to approach the backyard without the owner's permission. In the entire Jiang family, only a few senior members are qualified to enter the backyard.
Isn't that enough to illustrate the problem?
If the Jiang family has any secrets, then there is a greater chance of finding the answer by looking in this backyard.
Strange, why is there no one guarding it?
The sneaker felt very confused. He had already entered the backyard and gone a long distance deep, but he still didn't see any people around.
Where is the forbidden area? Which forbidden area doesn't even have a single guard? Wait. That's not right.
At this moment, several powerful auras came from all directions.
It turns out there are so many people hiding around.
He was startled at first, then quickly confused.
Wasn't I using the secret technique of stealth? How did I get discovered? Or maybe they actually weren't discovered, but they just happened to show up for some reason?
He still held on to a last glimmer of hope. It was not until everyone surrounded him and attacked him, and he was forced to fight back and use force, that his stealth technique disappeared and his figure was exposed to everyone, that he realized how naive his idea was.
How did you find me?
This was a man with a hooked nose, and his originally serious face was now filled with astonishment. The Jiang family members around him seemed to be able to see him and were ready to surround and kill him.
Ha, it's not easy to find you. With your tricks, you think you can sneak into my Jiang family? Tell me, which family sent you here? The Zhang family? The Yang family? Or the Sun family?
As he was speaking, two people suddenly took action. One person controlled the man with the hooked nose, and the other pinched his jaw. Another knee strike hit the hook-nosed man's abdomen hard, and with a puff sound, the things in his mouth were spit out.
It was a capsule-shaped object with a faint imprint on it. If you are a step slower, you will be bitten. You don't have to guess that the liquid inside is definitely highly poisonous. Since you're here, you still want to commit suicide? I can't let you die without asking enough valuable information. The Jiang family and others sneered. As expected of a member of a large family, he was experienced and could have predicted in advance that this person had suicidal intentions. The hook-nosed man looked extremely ugly. Once he fell into the hands of the enemy, he couldn't even decide his own death. If you don't tell me, I'll let you have a taste of it.
My Jiang family has cultivated the latest blood-sucking insects.
They'll crawl all over your body and suck all your blood away bit by bit. If you think this isn't fun enough, don't worry.
My Jiang family has many varieties of goo worms.
We can try them slowly. There's always something you like. Devil.
The hook-nosed man's face turned pale instantly, and he felt that everyone in front of him was a devil.
I said, I was sent by the Sun family.
The hook-nosed man said weakly.
What are you being sent here for? Asked the Jiang family. I'm here to investigate the situation regarding Patriarch Jiang and see if there are any other secrets.
The hook-nosed man confessed the truth.
Next, there was another round of questioning. He also answered them one by one.
They were really scared, so the Jiang family captured him and fed him to insects.
Now I no longer ask to live, I just want to die quickly. After asking about the situation, the hook-nosed man said anxiously, I've confessed everything. Please give me a quick death. Well, good performance.
The Jiang family said with a smile.
Swish.
Several people had a tacit understanding and attacked at the same time without any warning.
Ah!
The hook-nosed man howled miserably. The tendons in his hands and feet were all severed, and even though he was at the level of a martial master, he became a cripple.
Drag it away and feed it to the bugs.
You Jiang family members will not die a good death.
Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Amidst angry curses, the hook-nosed man was dragged out of the backyard.
Yi Feng witnessed the whole process. There are 10 members of the Jiang family hiding in the backyard, and each of them is at the martial sect level. The Jiang family has really many martial masters. They were roughly located near the rockery. If they were just at the martial sect level, Yi Feng would not be afraid, as Shadow Mystery could completely fool them. As Yi Feng has the talent of a wind whisperer, he will not be noticed by the wind mosquito as long as he pays attention. It is entirely possible to approach the rockery quietly.
But what happened here might have attracted the head of the Jiang family.
Yi Feng decided to wait and see what happens. Considering the strength of the head of the Jiang family, who is a martial arts master and can see through the shadows, Yi Feng did not dare to stand there openly. Instead, he found a bush in the corner and hid his body in it. In this way, even if the head of the family comes over, he will basically not be discovered. Unless he knew in advance that I was hiding here and then used his senses to scan this area specifically, it would be impossible for him to discover it. It was almost the same as Yi Feng expected. After something happened here, someone notified Jiang Yin, who was still celebrating his birthday over there. After saying goodbye to the guests, he hurried to the backyard. Master! The martial masters in the backyard saluted Jiang Yin respectfully. Well, did you get any information? I've basically finished questioning them. They were sent by the Sun family, and the intruders have been dragged off to be fed to the bugs. Humph! The Sun family, it's this mortal enemy again. Just wait, one day, I will make the Sun family collapse. Jiang Yin snorted coldly, then said to everyone, there are many guests tonight. Those sworn enemies may send people to take advantage of the situation. Everyone, be alert and don't make any mistakes. Yes, Patriarch. Jiang Yin looked at the rockery in front of him, with an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. I saw him approach and turn a protruding stone on the rockery. Rumble. It was in the middle of the rockery. The stone wall cracked in the middle, moved left and right, and an entrance appeared. The entrance was not big, only enough for one person to enter. There was a long passage with a faint light coming from it. Jiang Yin walked into it, and the rocks moved and closed again, returning to their original appearance. Wu Zong, who was nearby, was already used to it and was quietly guarding the surroundings. Chapter 83: The Terrified Boy. Ha! After a while, a beast-like sound came from the direction of the rockery. The source of the sound seemed to come from the passage that Jiang Yin had just entered. It may be because the entrance is closed tightly, which causes the sound to not be transmitted well. In short, the sound had become a little weak when it reached Yi Feng, who was far away. The expressions of several Wuzong guarding near the rockery remained unchanged. There was only one sound, and it soon fell silent. After a while, the entrance to the rockery opened and Jiang Yin came out. He was no different from when he went in. Everyone is on guard. If you see anyone suspicious, arrest them and notify me. Jiang Yin gave stern instructions. Yes. Several Wuzong responded in unison, their voices resounding and powerful. Jiang Yin left and returned to the birthday party to reunite with the guests. The several martial masters in the backyard followed Jiang Yin's instructions and were extremely alert, paying attention to every corner of their surroundings. Yi Feng did not take any action for the time being. Now we are hiding in the bushes. Even though the distance is a bit far, as long as we move, the bushes will inevitably move. Wu Zong over there was on high alert at this moment, fearing that he would be discovered by them. Until the night gradually deepened. The birthday party was over, outsiders left one after another, and Jiang Yin went back to rest. No one noticed anyone sneaking into the Jiang family. Wu Zong, who was guarding the backyard, gradually let down his guard. There are several hiding spots around the rockery. They returned to their respective hiding spots, half guarding and half resting. They are also human beings. Even if they have reached the level of martial master, they cannot work without rest all the time. Only then did Yi Feng cautiously emerge from the bushes. The little commotion did not attract their attention. Yi Feng used the shadow mirage to its fullest potential, and under the cover of night, it was even more difficult to detect. Yi Feng approached the rockery, kept getting closer, and finally came to the front of the entrance. Even if you look closely, you can't see anything fishy. If you hadn't seen it beforehand, you wouldn't have known that there was a hidden entrance here. Just turn this stone and the entrance will open. Yi Feng looked at a protruding stone nearby. Unfortunately, this cannot be done. Once it turns and the entrance opens, the surrounding Wuzong will be the first to notice it. Even if he couldn't find me, he would call Jiang Yin immediately. Yi Feng did not have the ability to kill all of these martial masters instantly before they spread the news and called Jiang Yin. In the end, if Jiang Yin arrives, he might be discovered. Even if they don't notice, it will make them more vigilant. And, what was that beast-like sound just now? Yi Feng did not forget the voice he heard from afar just now. What is hidden in the passage of the rockery is still unknown. This made Yi Feng very curious. Yi Feng still chose to retreat. In the backyard, I found a relatively remote and well-hidden corner and hid there temporarily. Let us wait and see if there will be any opportunity next time. It would be best if these martial masters temporarily left the backyard for some reason. Then you can try to open the entrance and see. Time passes. The next day came in a flash. Nothing has changed, the situation is no different from last night. Yi Feng continued to wait patiently.
5 days passed while we waited. For the past 5 days, these Wuzongs have shown no intention of leaving the backyard. They are like nails, firmly stuck there. When you need to eat, someone will naturally bring it to you. Yi Feng couldn't bear it any longer. Warriors have big appetites, and the need to constantly use Shadow Trace made the consumption even more urgent. Helplessly, I left a few times during this period to go out for a good meal and drink, and to stop the Shadow Phantom and recover. When he came back, everything was exactly the same as when he left, and he hadn't missed anything. Just when Yi Feng was wondering how long he should wait and whether he should think of a trick to lure these people away. That night, things changed a little. Zhang Yin, the head of the Zhang family, was holding a young man in his hand. Wu Wu. The boy looked young, about 15 or 16 years old. His hands and feet were tied with chains, his mouth was blocked, and he kept making terrified whimpering sounds. But no matter how he struggled, he was destined to be unable to escape once he fell into Zhang Yin's hands. Zhang Yin came to the front of the rockery, turned the stone switch, the rocks moved, and the entrance to the passage reappeared. Zhang Yin walked in and the entrance to the passage closed again. The boy's whimpering was so quiet that it could not be heard. Ha! After a while, a strange sound came from inside again. But it is different from last time. The sound last time sounded like he was venting his emotions, but this time, it sounded more like an excited roar. Rumble, rumble. The passage reopened and Zhang Yin walked out. In his hands, the young man who was alive just now was now limp and lifeless. A look of fear was frozen on the childish face, and the whole face was lifeless. Take it and dispose of it. Zhang Yin threw the corpse casually, just like throwing away a piece of garbage, directly to the ground, then turned and left. The closest Wuzong took the initiative to step forward, picked up the corpse, and went to the goo breeding area. It is very appropriate to let some poisonous insects that like to eat flesh and blood to decompose the corpse. Within a day, the corpse will be eaten cleanly, including the flesh and bones, and will not leave any trace in this world. Yi Feng, who was hiding in the dark, witnessed what happened just now and frowned slightly. What is the origin of the young man just now? After being captured, Zhang Yin sent him into the rockery. What happened inside? Things are becoming more and more bizarre, and the problems with the rockery in the Zhang family's backyard are becoming bigger and bigger. However, what happened just now did not allow Yi Feng to find a suitable time to enter. Do I have to continue waiting? Yi Feng didn't know how long he had to wait. Judging from the current situation, the rockery has many secrets. The Zhang family probably won't leave this place unguarded. They will definitely assign several martial masters to guard it continuously. If this is true, there will basically be no opportunities. If you force your way in, it would not be wise unless you have the strength to compete with Wu Zun. Suddenly at this moment, a new treasure chest clue popped up in front of Yi Feng. Chapter 84 Zhang Family Account Office, Account Book with Personal Names. Treasure chest clue, in the Zhang family's account office, a purple fine treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. There was still no clue here, but unexpectedly a new treasure chest appeared. The Zhang family's accounting office is still within the Zhang family. Let's go and take a look now. If everything goes well, open this purple treasure chest first. Yi Feng left the Zhang family's backyard. Follow the purple arrow all the way to the Zhang family's accounting office. Come to the accounting office. The lights were on inside, and from time to time the sound of flipping papers could be heard. The door was only half closed, leaving a gap. Yi Feng turned sideways and was able to enter. Inside the accounting office, there are rows of bookshelves, on which are placed many account books and books. In the middle, there is a rectangular desk where a man is working. There was a black mole at the corner of his mouth, with 3 long curved whiskers growing on it. He would touch the mole with his right thumb from time to time, which had become his habitual action. Sometimes he would turn a page and stare intently at the account book in his hand. By the way, one person was used tonight, and I need to do the accounting. The man with the black mole pulled out the drawer under the desk, took out an account book, opened a page, and saw names on it. Wang Zheqian, male, 16 years old, spiritual green body. Li Shang, male, 15 years old, with the body of a long tree. Zhang Miaomiao, female, 15 years old. At this time, Yi Feng was already behind the man with the black mole and could clearly see the information recorded on it. The format is similar, all of them are names, gender, age, and the physical condition is also noted at the end. They have 2 things in common. First, they are not too old, they are boys and girls. Secondly, they all have physiques, and all of them are wood-type physiques.
Some of these rows of personnel information have been crossed out.
What does it specifically represent?
Yifeng couldn't help but think of the young man who was taken to the backyard just now.
He actually already had some guesses in his mind.
The man with the mole picked up a pen and crossed out a line that was originally uncrossed, which showed the name of a young man named Shinbin.
Yifeng lowered his gaze and looked at the treasure chest.
It was located right where the man with the black mole was sitting. The treasure chest is actually not that big, otherwise it would not have existed inside the human body before. So, at this moment, the man with the black mole was sitting, and the treasure chest was embedded in his body. Yifeng tried several times, but there was no chance to touch the treasure chest. As the person in charge of the Zhang family's accounts, he even involves those young boys and girls. Although Yifeng is not clear about the ins and outs of this for the time being, it can be seen that this person is quite trusted in the Zhang family. We can't touch him now, otherwise it will soon attract the attention of the Zhang family's top management.
Just then, footsteps were heard outside the door. The man with the mole quickly opened the drawer and put the account book in his handbag.
A beautiful woman walked in and closed the door behind her.
Why are you here so late at night? If the fourth elder finds out.
The man with the black mole was halfway through saying his words when the beautiful woman covered his mouth with her hand.
Don't mention that damn guy.
I don't know where he went to spend his time drinking and partying again.
She said with a charming smile, he can have his own fun, and we can have ours.
The man with the mole swallowed hard and pounced on the beautiful woman.
Look at how impatient you are. Go to the inner room.
The two of them were flirting with each other and walked towards Li Zhen.
You have to help me pay off the money I spent earlier.
Of course, I would help you even if you didn't tell me.
Amidst the raging war, these conversations could still be faintly heard.
On the seat in front of him, there was no man with a black mole blocking his view, and the purple treasure chest could be touched with just a stretch of his hand.
Yifeng touched it. Snap.
You opened a purple fine treasure chest.
Congratulations.
You received 30,000 calories of chi and health. You have fully realized the 5th level body movement technique, flowing cloud step.
Both items are very good. Fusion.
As Yifeng gave the order, the chi and blood in Yifeng's body soared rapidly in a short period of time. From the original 36,000 calories, it has increased to 66,000 calories. After the Soul Master realm broke through to the king level peak, the Chi and Blood Warriors realm also rose several small realms and broke through to the peak of the Martial King. It is not far from the early stage of Wuzong, only 15,000 calories of Chi and blood are missing. The Lu Yun step is a 5th level body movement technique.
After the integration, Yifeng directly mastered the Lu Yun step to perfection. With just a slight movement, he was much faster than before when he did not use the body movement technique. Of course, I can't test it fully inside the house for the time being.
Yifeng walked around the room and his eyes were drawn to the drawer he had just opened. He gently pulled out the drawer and took out the account book about boys and girls. There are about 10 pages in total, recording many names, but most of them have been crossed out.
There are about 20 names left that have not been crossed out. Cross out one every 10 days?
The dates that were crossed out were also marked. The dates are very regular, with one being crossed out every 10 days.
Yifeng fell into deep thought.
Soon, he looked at the nearby desk where there was a copy machine. He made a copy of the account book. At the same time, he took other account books from a nearby bookshelf and copied a few pages. After doing this, everything in the house returned to its original state. Yifeng wanted to take advantage of the two people fighting in the inner room to secretly open the door and leave, because the door was just closed by the beautiful woman. Unexpectedly, the noise in the house had gradually subsided.
What a fast shooting!
The two men straightened their clothes and walked out.
Don't forget to settle the bill for me.
The beautiful woman gave some instructions, opened the door, and was about to leave.
Don't worry, my sweetheart.
The man with the black mole was extremely greasy and said in a mean tone. Satisfied, he sat back down and opened the account book again, not noticing that some things in the house had been moved. Yifeng didn't stay long and followed the beautiful woman out of the accounting office. Coming outside, Yifeng thought about what to do next. Judging from observations over the past few days, it would be difficult to withdraw the guards from the Zhang family's backyard. Unless something big happens, there is a shortage of manpower, or someone is targeting them and some secrets need to be transferred.
In Yifeng's opinion, there must be a huge secret in the backyard.
When Yifeng was copying the account book just now, he was thinking about whether he could expose this incident through some channels and let the security bureau intervene, or even the Flame Dragon army.
Anyway, only you can see the treasure chest and no one else can get it. No matter how big the situation is, you don't have to worry about others snatching the treasure chest away. If things get out of hand, the Jiang family will be under great pressure, and then they will have an opportunity to take advantage of it, instead of just waiting day after day without any changes. Well, let's do it. Yifeng made up his mind to use other forces to put pressure on the Jiang family and disrupt their formation. And just at this moment, a new treasure chest clue popped up again. Another treasure chest? I just opened one, and the process went extremely smoothly. Unexpectedly, I got another clue to a treasure chest. Yifeng quickly checked the treasure chest clue information. Treasure chest clue: in Wuzi Hall, a purple fine treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. Chapter 85 Wuzi Hall. Martial Arts Hall? Yifeng muttered to himself, not quite sure where he was. Fortunately, there are arrows to guide you, so just follow them. Since there is another treasure chest now, Yifeng simply follows the arrow on the treasure chest and goes over to open it. The things given in the purple treasure chest are all very good things for Yifeng at the moment. The improvements brought about are huge. As long as you are strong enough, you will have fewer worries when opening the red treasure chest. Yifeng followed the purple arrow until he reached the wall of Zhang's manor, and the arrow climbed over it. So it's not in the Zhang family? Yifeng originally thought that, just like the treasure chest in the accounting office, the Wuzi Hall was also in a building inside the Zhang family mansion. It turns out that it wasn't. It seemed like it was outside the Zhang family. Without much hesitation, Yifeng exerted force on his feet, jumped lightly, and climbed over the tall wall and came to the street outside. At this time, the night was dark and windy. There were not many pedestrians on the street outside. Yifeng used all his strength to perform the flowing cloud step. Even if it caused his stealth skill to disappear, it didn't matter. He had already come outside and there was no need to worry too much. Swish! With the full support of Lu Yun's step, the already fast movement speed became even faster. His figure was like lightning, appearing at the other end of the street in almost the blink of an eye. This speed is comparable to Wu Zong's. Such extreme movement has exceeded 2,500 meters per second, which is more than 7 times the speed of sound. It is definitely the speed of Wu Zong. If he didn't use the flowing cloud step and only relied on the peak strength of the king of martial arts, his maximum speed would be just over 1,000 meters per second. It can be seen that a good body technique can bring a huge increase in speed. Wuzi Hall is about 100 kilometers away from the Zhang family mansion. If it moves at maximum speed, it will only take 40 seconds to arrive there. But after all, we are on the ground, so we can't just rush around all the time. We need to be careful, otherwise if we hit a pedestrian, the other person will probably become a pool of blood. After slowing down a bit, it only took 2 minutes to reach Wuzi Hall, which was 100 kilometers away. Yifeng used the shadow trace technique to hide his figure. Looking at the building in front of you, it is a magnificent lobby that occupies a large area and has an ancient style. Right above the gate hangs a long plaque with 3 large gold-plated characters Wuzi Tang inscribed on it. Every stroke is quite imposing, and there is a sense of martial arts coming towards you. This is not an area that Yifeng is familiar with, and he has no idea what the so-called Wuzi Tang is for. There is a way, which should be able to be found. Yifeng used his tactical watch to surf the internet, located this place, and searched for keywords online. The information came out quickly, and after a quick look, I immediately understood. The so-called Wuzi Hall is a place that provides people with martial arts practice strategies. The process is roughly like this. For example, people who have just entered the martial arts world are not very clear about what kind of training plan will help them the most and quickly improve their strength. You can find Wuzi Tang and tell the people there about your situation. The warriors there will give you a reasonable martial arts plan based on the consultant's specific situation. This includes what martial arts to major in, what type of auxiliary medicine to take, and so on. The meticulous tailoring is much more detailed than the uniform teaching by school teachers. Those who are not short of money may come to Wustang to inquire about relevant plans. At this time, Wustang has closed down and its doors are locked. It seemed that Yifeng knew it was impossible to break in through the main gate, and the arrow on the treasure chest was not pointing towards the main gate, but towards the back of the building. Yifeng followed the arrow, entered from the side alley, walked for a distance, and finally arrived at the back of the lobby. Hurry up! Drive the car in. There is a back door at the back of Wuzi Hall, which is open. There was a car with windows as black as ink, with no light transmittance at all, making it impossible to see what was inside.
The vehicle drove at a constant speed and drove into the yard amid the urging voices. Yifeng used Shadow Trace at this time, but the members here were not very strong and were completely unable to detect Yifeng's presence. Before they closed the back door again, Yifeng also slipped in. The vehicle has been parked in the yard. Two people got out of the car, opened the trunk, and dragged out two long sacks filled with goods, which were quite heavy. The two men were warriors. They grabbed the goods and carried them on their shoulders. The weight of nearly 100 kilograms was not heavy for them. He carried the sacks into the room with ease, opened them, and found an unconscious person inside each sack. A man and a woman, both of them were young, probably in their teens. Let me see which two they are. Another person came in from outside the door. He is a middle-aged man with a serious face and a cruel look between his brows. He glanced at the two unconscious people and felt that they were familiar. There were too many people who consulted him every day and it was impossible to remember them all, especially since it had been a while. He only had a general impression of them. I had to use facial recognition to find the information I had entered previously. Soon, information about the two people emerged. The man's name is Shi Hao and the woman's name is Ding Shui. They are both only 15 years old and have a wood-attributed constitution. Regarding their identities, we had already asked them and recorded them when they came to Wuzi Hall as clients accompanied by their parents to consult about their training plans. Wuzi Tang has a large number of customers every day, and of course not every one of them has a wood attribute physique. However, as long as one has a wood attributed physique, they will be targeted by Wuzi Tang. They won't do it openly, but will mark the information specially. After a while, we will send people to the area where they are active, kidnap them, and bring them to Wuzi Hall. There are many rooms in the back hall, and no strangers are allowed to enter. This was prepared when it was first built. The rooms are made of special materials and are very sturdy. Even martial artists can be imprisoned here, let alone some young people who have just started to learn martial arts. Even if they wake up now, they cannot escape. It is no different from a prison. At its peak, there were more than 40 people detained, but recently fewer have been captured. One is secretly sent to the Jiang family mansion every 10 days, and the number has been decreasing. Now there are only about 20 left. In their eyes, the people they captured were no different from goods. Since they were goods, they should be properly accounted for. There is a record here, and there is also a record on the Jiang family's side. Originally, with the addition of two new people, we should have contacted the Jiang family immediately and informed them of this matter. But they didn't do that. They didn't want to use communication, which would easily leave evidence. Instead, they waited until the next time they sent someone over and then informed them. Master, why does the Jiang family always need young people with the wood attribute? Over the years, they have captured many and sent many over. What happened to all those people? The man who was carrying the sack just now asked in confusion. But as soon as I finished speaking, I felt a chill. Chapter 86 Mysterious Senior. The hall master's cold gaze was like a sharp knife, making him tremble. Don't ask so many questions about things you shouldn't know, said the hall master coldly. Although he was curious, being too curious could sometimes be fatal. No matter what the Jiang family tells them to do, they just do it and they will get a lot of rewards. Yes, the man responded quickly. Everyone exits and locks the room. Look carefully. The hall master gave a low growl and left the back hall. Although the room was made of special materials and was extremely sturdy, it still needed to be guarded by 5 people. Yifeng came to the outside of a room. Through the crack in the door, one could see several people imprisoned inside, all of them already asleep. Perhaps when you were first caught, you felt panic and struggled, and even had thoughts of escaping. You couldn't eat or sleep well. But after a long time, I couldn't keep tossing and turning like that, and gradually I calmed down and fell asleep. Treasure chest. Through the crack in the door, Yifeng could see that the treasure chest was inside, placed in the middle of the room. Yifeng turned around with a cold gaze and glanced at the guards gathered together. The door to the room where the treasure chest is located is locked. If you want to enter, you have to open it, and you will inevitably be noticed by the guards. Then, we can only send these guards. Hiss. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? Look, the hairs on my arms are standing on end. You know what? I suddenly have a very bad feeling, but I can't explain what happened. The guards all felt inexplicably nervous the moment Yifeng stared at them. Suddenly at this moment. Who? Several guards shouted in unison. Under the cover of night, a team of mysterious warriors, dressed in night clothes, appeared quietly like ghosts under the cover of darkness, and climbed over the wall directly.
They looked nervous yet determined, their eyes revealing eagerness and anxiety.
There must be something seriously wrong with Wu Sitang. Our missing child must have been abducted by them.
Kill them and rescue our children.
Several people in this group are parents of the missing members. They did not know each other originally, but got to know each other in the process of searching for their children because their children disappeared. When talking about the details before the disappearance, everyone found something surprisingly consistent, that is, their children all had what attributed physiques and had come to Wu Sitang to consult about cultivation strategies.
Coincidence? It certainly can't be such a coincidence.
After discussing it, they decided to come here together to find out what was going on, which led to the current situation.
Humph. Breaking into my Wutsa hall at night is courting death.
The 5 guards all drew their weapons and engaged in a melee with the people who rushed over.
In an instant, the flashes of swords, the interplay of figures, the sounds of shouting and weapons clashing intertwined in the back hall. Laugh.
In a moment of carelessness, one of the guards was hacked and retreated several steps with a look of horror.
So strong.
They were unexpectedly defeated and quickly fell into a disadvantageous position, being forced into a disadvantage by their rescuers. The situation was very bleak. It's true that the rescuer's child embarked on the path of martial arts when he was a teenager. He has a wood-attributed physique and obviously has good genes. As his parents, they are also very powerful.
Originally, they thought Wu Sitang was more professional, so they paid them to give advice and formulate training plans.
Who knew it was actually a trap, whose purpose was just to allow them to screen out those with wood attribute talents from the vast crowd?
Who is so presumptuous in my Wutsa hall?
The fierce fighting here finally alarmed the hall master.
Boom!
As the hall master roared, the incomparably powerful aura that belonged only to the king of martial arts surged forward like a mountain pressing down on one's head. Along with him came a group of powerful military commanders and thugs. The strongest among the rescue team was only a general in the late stage. When facing the hall master and others, their faces changed drastically and they thought to themselves that something was wrong. It's not that they didn't expect that the head of Wu Hall was not someone they could deal with. But he was so eager to save his son that he didn't care about anything else. He wanted to end the battle quickly. Taking advantage of the night, he quickly knocked down the guards, rescued his children, and left immediately. But this hall master came so quickly. Breaking into my Wutsa hall at night, I think you are tired of living. The hall master's eyes were cold and murderous, and he came forward with a sword in hand.
So strong. It's over.
This momentum alone was beyond their ability to resist, and it was almost foreseeable that they were in trouble. Once you learn the secret of Wutsa Hall and fall into their hands, you will never be able to leave.
Just when everyone thought they were doomed. At the critical moment. Swish.
Driven by soul power, several shuttle knives as thin as cicada wings and flashing with cold light flew out rapidly from behind a thick pillar, turning a corner. The shuttle seemed to have life, darting back and forth between the enemies, bringing out sharp rays of light. It was so fast that even the hall master at the martial king level could not react in time and was completely unable to resist.
Ah!
Blood splattered everywhere and screams were heard. They had no power to resist at all, and their bodies were covered with wounds. The hall master, in particular, was the one who was given special care. He was directly disabled and fell to the ground wailing, losing all his fighting power. The incident happened so suddenly that the rescue team was stunned for a moment. I thought we were doomed, but unexpectedly all the enemies were defeated.
Which master senior rescued him?
Everyone was shocked and looked around, and finally all focused on the pillar behind them. If they remembered correctly, the attack just now came from behind them.
However, when I went to check, there was no one there. Senior should still be around, but he just doesn't want to show up. There are some senior experts who don't like to show up in public. Thank you for your help, senior.
Although they were unable to see their predecessors in person, it did not prevent them from expressing their gratitude. If their predecessors were still present, they would receive their thanks.
Ha! This is...
There were 2 documents on the ground behind the pillar, and they picked them up and looked at them. One of them contained many names and identity information. They may even find their own children's names among them.
Some of the names have been crossed out, while others have not.
Parents who saw their children's names crossed out had a bad feeling in their hearts. The other document contained some detailed expenses, with the Jiang family seal.
Jiang family?
The Jiang family is very famous and is a well-known family in Lingnan province.
Why did the Jiang family's account book appear in Wusa Hall?
They carefully studied 2 documents, most of which were typed and a small part was handwritten.
Look at the handwriting. It's exactly the same.
In the small part that needed to be handwritten, the handwriting of the 2 documents was exactly the same, and it must have been written by the same person. The person captured by Wu Setang had his information recorded in a notebook with the same handwriting as the Jiang family's account book.
Behind the incident is the Jiang family.
Chapter 87. Both of them have increased dramatically and their strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. It turned out to be the Jiang family's doing. These 2 documents should have been left by the senior who just came to our rescue. He didn't kill the hall master and his men in order to keep them alive. He also left these evidences behind so that we can expose them.
They want to understand the key.
But that's the Jiang family. There was a tall and thin man who was frightened by the Jiang family's reputation. Such a huge monster made him not even have the courage to face it.
Why, are you scared? Have you ever thought that your child might be in great danger?
People around him criticized him mercilessly. I just noticed that the name of the tall and thin man's child has been crossed out. No matter how much you say, it is better to verify it with your own eyes. They broke open the door and released all the children locked inside. The children were saved and all burst into tears.
Dad, I didn't expect you to come and save me.
It's okay, don't cry.
After the children calmed down and asked some questions, they finally got the answer.
It is said that among the people who were detained together, one of them would be taken away from time to time and never come back.
Indeed, it's very dangerous.
The tall and thin man who was feeling timid had red eyes at this moment. No matter whether they are from the Jiang family or not, he will expose the matter to the public and make these bastards get the punishment they deserve.
They immediately reported the case overnight.
Now there is witnesses and evidence, pointing the finger directly at the Jiang family. However, before that, another preparation was made, which was to contact several well-known media outlets to expose the matter.
Let us stir up the heat first.
When there is more attention, they will be more confident. After all, the other party is the huge Jiang family. In front of the Jiang family, they are just small figures. If they want to bring down the Jiang family, they need to build momentum for themselves. While they were doing these things, Yifeng was secretly using Shadow Phantom to witness it all. It was indeed Yifeng who used his soul power to control the shuttle knife and injure the hallmaster and others. He was behind the stone pillar at the time. He showed up when he attacked, and used Shadow Trace again when he finished. He left 2 documents and left that place. The whole process was very short. By the time everyone reacted and went behind the stone pillar, Yifeng was no longer visible. The purpose of copying the documents from the accounting office was to expose the Jiang family and let many forces put pressure on the Jiang family. By doing this now, I can use the rescuers and others to expose the matter, so that I don't have to find another way myself.
Yifeng moved and walked into the room.
In the middle of the room, there was a purple treasure chest.
Move closer and touch it. Snap.
You opened a purple fine treasure chest.
Congratulations. You received 30,000 soul power. 30,000 health. Not bad, not bad. I have both soul power and blood.
This purple treasure chest is quite powerful. It can reveal soul power and blood, each of which is worth a full 30,000. Looking at the 2 balls of energy, Yifeng issued an order, merge.
Boom.
The soul power and blood in the body rapidly increased in a short period of time. Let us talk about soul power first. It soared from 57,000 points to 87,000 points. The Soul Master broke through to a major realm, from the peak of the king level to the early stage of the sect level. The amount of chi and blood soared from 66,000 calories to 96,000 calories. The realm of the chi and blood warrior also broke through a major realm, from the peak of the martial king to the early stage of the martial sect.
The 4 minor realms of the sect-level warriors and spirit masters correspond to the promotion value lines.
81,000 early, 108,000 middle, 135,000 late, 162,000 peak. A treasure chest brought Yifeng a huge breakthrough in both realm and strength. Feeling the infinite power in his body, Yifeng became more confident. At this moment, the media people who heard the news had arrived at Wusa Hall. If such a thing happened, if it were true, it would be big news and would come out very quickly. They immediately interviewed several people present, asking about the whole story, and took a lot of photos of the Wusa Hall.
After collecting enough information, I went back and published the headlines overnight. Many people also came from the Security Bureau after receiving the report. Since the case involved a big family like the Zhang family, they took it very seriously. If it is not handled properly, it will have a huge impact, especially now that several well-known media have learned about this matter. Once it is reported, it will attract attention from all walks of life. Mysterious senior? In the process of investigating the case, there is always a mysterious person. This person is suspected to be a soul master, who attacked from the dark. Everyone in Wuza Hall was injured by this mysterious person. And they left behind key evidence, 2 documents with the same handwriting, pointing the finger at the Zhang family. But now, it is almost impossible to find this person. Because no one present had ever seen this person before, and no one knew where he was. They even checked the surveillance footage near Wuza Hall and inspected a large area, but still didn't see any suspicious individuals. What they didn't know was that when Yifeng was still quite some distance away from Wuza Hall, he slowed down his pace, then cast Shadow Trace to get closer to Wuza Hall. With the cover of stealth, of course they couldn't see Yifeng. Let the things here ferment naturally, and Yifeng hurried back to the Zhang family. He came to the Zhang family's backyard again, hid in the dark, and paid attention to changes in the situation. Time came to the next day. The front pages of major news outlets published a shocking piece of news. Shocked. Wu Sitang, who gave you advice, actually did something like this behind your back, and even implicated the Zhang family. The title, enlarged, bolded and marked in red, appears brightly in people's sight. After clicking in and browsing the content, it caused an uproar online. This is so shady. They're using a cover to gather information and then kidnap children. Why did they kidnap so many children? How could a big and well-known family like the Zhang family be involved in something like this? It turns out that my child is missing and was kidnapped by Wu Sitang. The news mentioned a mysterious and powerful spirit master. It was because of him that the incident was exposed. Otherwise, those who went to rescue the child would probably be dead by now. Thanks to the senior soul master, otherwise, Wu Sitang would have no idea how many more people would have been harmed. Wu Sitang must be severely punished. The Zhang family must be severely punished. The case is still under review, and we have to wait for the official announcement to know the details. While hotly discussed on the internet. Zhang family. The atmosphere in the reception hall was somewhat tense. Zhang Yin and several elders sat on one side. On the other side, there were several people in police uniforms sitting. If Yifeng were here, he would also see an acquaintance. Chapter 88, Military Power is Weak, it's a good time to unbox. Yifeng had met this acquaintance once before, and it was Lu Xianhua. Previously in Linhai City, after the incident at the Security Bureau, Lu Xianhua arrived there and told everyone not to investigate the human blood pill incident and to let the Flame Dragon Army intervene. Now that this kind of thing has happened at the provincial government, the impact is equally bad. As the deputy director of the provincial bureau, he had to step in to deter such a terrible incident that occurred in his territory and involved a giant like the Zhang family. Director Lu, I think this matter must have been framed by someone. Some force that has a grudge against our Zhang family has long wanted to destroy us. They probably sent people to sneak into our account office, stole the account book, and then imitated the handwriting to forge a list of names, making people mistakenly believe that our Zhang family is behind this. You must be discerning and give our Zhang family justice. Zhang Yin's tone was sincere, and he pretended to be innocent. There was no way to tell how angry he was at that moment. Everything has been fine all these years, how come something like this suddenly happened? His Zhang family also has an intelligence department, and they learned the news quite early. However, at that time, Lu Xianhua and his men had already come to his door, leaving him no time to react. In front of Lu Xianhua, he was still quite honest. Although Zhang Yin is quite powerful and has reached the martial honor realm, the person in front of him is an honor-level soul master. Although they were at the same realm, the soul master's combat power was much stronger than his, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Whether it's an injustice or not, the result will be known soon. Lu Xianhua said lightly. This time he brought a lot of people with him. From the moment he entered the Zhang family, he asked the people to disperse, controlled every place, and prevented the Zhang family from moving around freely. The Zhang family's account office is the primary target of the search. Director Lu. 2 policemen rushed in from outside, carrying a document and the man with the mole on his face, who was holding the accountant. Director Lu, look, this list of names is the same as the one found in Wuza Hall.
And this person is in charge of the Jiang family's account books, and the handwriting is from him. Lu Xianhua glanced at the man with the mole and took the documents handed to him by the police officer. When I opened it and checked, I found that it was exactly the same list of people found at Wu Sutang.
Master Jiang, please explain why something like this would appear in your Jiang family?
Lu Xianhua pointed at the list of people in his hand and said to Jiang Yin. This. Jiang Yin was speechless for a moment, his eyes moving rapidly.
That's easy to understand, right?
Just like I said, someone broke into the Jiang family's accounting office, took some account books, and then imitated the handwriting to forge this list of names.
One copy was placed in the Jiang family's accounting office, and one copy was kept in Wu Sutang. Their purpose was to frame the Jiang family and its connection with Wu Sutang.
Jiang Yin said this and changed the subject.
Also, didn't they say that a mysterious spirit master appeared at the Wusa Hall?
I seriously suspect that this person was responsible. You should find this person and interrogate him strictly, and you will naturally get the answer. Of course we will find a way to find that person, but before that, you can't escape suspicion. Speaking of this, Lu Xianhua suddenly received a call.
A report came from the other end of the phone. Director Lu, everyone in Wusa Hall has confessed.
They said that all those they arrested were sent to the Jiang family.
Yeah, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xianhua stood up and looked at Jiang Yin.
His eyes were as fast as lightning, and his soul power was also subtly mobilized, ready to go. If Jiang Yin makes any rash moves, he will use force to subdue him. Jiang Yin, notify all the senior members of the Jiang family to follow me to the police station for investigation.
Lu Xianhua's tone was unquestionable.
The qi and blood in Jiang Yin's body were also subtly mobilized, and his muscles were tensed, as if he was about to explode suddenly. But under Lu Xianhua's gaze, reason overcame impulse, and he did not dare to act rashly. He, Jiang Yin, would not be Lu Xianhua's opponent. Although Wu Sitang has confessed, he had anticipated this day long before, so every time he received someone, he was very careful and did not leave any obvious evidence. If there is no solid evidence in the end to prove that the person arrested by Wu Sitang was sent to the Jiang family, then there is still room for maneuver based on the handwriting of the bill alone. But, all the top leaders, including those martial masters in the backyard. He didn't want to leave his backyard unguarded, but it would look very suspicious if he didn't.
If Lu Xianhua noticed and focused his search on the backyard, that would be bad.
In a short period of time, thoughts flashed rapidly in Jiang Yin's mind. Helplessly, he had to do as he was told and contact all the senior executives to come over.
Master, let's go over there. When he received the notice, Wu Zong in the backyard was a little hesitant.
Stop talking nonsense and come here immediately. Jiang Yin's tone became heavier, but he didn't say much, so as not to arouse Lu Xianhua's suspicion. Wu Zong in the backyard had no choice but to do as he was told and left the backyard and went to the reception room. At this time, Yi Feng, who was hiding in the dark, saw Jiang family Wu Zong leave, but did not take any action. He still used the shadow mirage and stayed in a hidden corner. The Jiang family is probably going to be summoned to the police station for interrogation and investigation, otherwise, the Wu Zong here will not leave. Then let us wait a little longer until they leave the Jiang family. After a while, another group of people came to the backyard. They were wearing police uniforms and were ordered to search to see if they could find some important evidence. Perhaps because they had a preconceived notion that the backyard was not a very important place, they just gave it a quick exploration, didn't find much, and left quickly. They focused on the more important buildings of the Jiang family. In the end, not many valuable clues were found. It can only be said that the Jiang family has mastered the art of destroying corpses and not leaving too many traces. Under the escort of Lu Xianhua, many senior members of the Jiang family, headed by Jiang Yin, were taken out of the Jiang family. Many media reporters gathered outside, having been waiting for this moment in filming. Although they really wanted to go forward for an interview, the case had not yet been finalized at that time, so it was impossible for them to accept the interview. They could only take some pictures outside the cordon and make first-hand reports. As the police car quickly drove away, the media also dispersed. Backyard. Yi Feng came down from the courtyard wall. He had just seen from afar a long line of police cars driving away on the avenue. He knew that all the senior members of the Jiang family had been taken away by the police. Red treasure chest. Yi Feng looked at the rockery over there, and a red arrow pointed him all the way there. Now that the Jiang family is short of experts, it is a good time to open the treasure chest. Yi Feng took a deep breath, and the soul power in his mind and the blood in his body were always ready to deal with the crisis at any time. I want to see what secrets are hidden in it. Yi Feng reached out, pressed on the protruding stone, and turned it with force. The mechanism was triggered, and an entrance appeared in the middle of the rockery with a rumbling sound. A long passage appeared in front of Yi Feng, like a man-eating beast with its bloody mouth opened.
Chapter 89, The Man in the Coffin. Flowing Shuttle Brocade.
Yi Feng took a step and walked inside. Not only did he perform Shadow Phantom, but he was also tightly wrapped in mulberry vines to provide maximum protection. The passage was 2 meters high and wide, neither too big nor too small. Yi Feng walked neither fast nor slow, and every step he took was silent.
Until finally, we came to a spacious cave. It is square and there are not many decorations. There is a jade box placed on a square stone in the corner.
From the warm color of the jade box, you can tell that it is of great value.
The box is made of beautiful jade, and the items placed inside are definitely not ordinary.
Yi Feng walked over, picked up the jade box, and then opened it.
Could this be God-eating moss? Yi Feng's breath stopped and his eyes became bright. When I first got Mu Bufan's research diary, I saw this information in it. The God-eating moss seedlings were taken away by the Jiang family.
Yi Feng had 2 purposes for sneaking into the Jiang family this time. One was to open the red treasure chest, and the other was to get the God-eating moss seedling. I thought I would have to spend time looking for it later, but unexpectedly, the God-eating moss was placed inside the rockery, killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yi Feng looked at the God-eating moss seedling carefully.
It was in a very dry state at this moment, and it didn't seem to have much moisture. It was dry, black in color, and lifeless, just like dried moss, placed in the jade box.
Dead?
Or the God-eating moss has been in the hands of the Jiang family for 20 years, and it is now in this state.
This can only mean that the Jiang family has not been able to research a plan to cultivate it.
Yi Feng was not sure whether he was dead or not, so he took him away first and studied him slowly.
Yi Feng looked forward.
Inside the cave, there is an entrance leading to a deeper cave.
The red arrow of the treasure chest extends all the way inside. Looking from this angle, you can see that there is a green wooden object inside.
As he got closer and entered, the outline of the thing completely appeared in front of Yi Feng.
A coffin made of eternal green wood. There is a rare tree called eternal green.
It is extremely green and full of vitality, and contains rich wood energy. Even if it is cut down, it can remain alive and green for thousands of years. Of course, no one has verified whether it can really last for 10,000 years, and it is not known whether it is an exaggeration.
Coffin? Yi Feng couldn't help but frown.
Whenever Yi Feng looked at this coffin, he always felt uncomfortable. But the arrow of the red treasure chest points to this coffin, which means that the red treasure chest is inside the coffin.
If you want to open the treasure chest, Yi Feng himself must touch it personally.
Other means, such as using objects to touch it, are not possible.
I have to go.
Yi Feng took a deep breath, concentrated his mental strength, and approached the coffin step by step.
The coffin has a lid, which needs to be opened.
Yi Feng commanded the Yunsang vine to split into several vines, which stretched towards the coffin lid and moved it away little by little. A pale face that looked very similar to Jiang Yin, but much older, slowly appeared in front of Yi Feng. He lay flat in the coffin with his eyes closed. At first glance, he looked like a corpse, but somehow he gave people a sense of crisis. The treasure chest emitting red light is located on the chest of the corpse. Fortunately, it was not embedded in the corpse, but located above the corpse. The sense of crisis became stronger and stronger. Yi Feng did not dare to hesitate. He stretched out his right hand like lightning and touched the treasure chest.
Snap!
You opened a red treasure chest.
Congratulations!
You have obtained the 6th rank soul skill flowing shuttle brocade has been fully realized.
At the same time, base. The corpse in the coffin suddenly opened its eyes.
The sense of crisis came like a needle prick.
Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!
Without thinking too much, Yi Feng quickly pulled his hand back and his body retreated rapidly. But the opponent's attack was so fast that at close range, the dry hand instantly grabbed Yi Feng's neck.
Yunsang tongue.
Yi Feng's eyes widened angrily, and the mulberry vines grew wildly, intertwining and tangling in front of him, forming a defensive net.
Boom!
The old hand, as dry as a branch, grabbed the defense net with terrifying power, which exceeded the endurance limit of the Yunsang vine, and it was torn to pieces in an instant.
However, it also bought a little time. When masters fight each other, even a moment can affect the outcome of the battle.
Yi Feng's body turned into a shadow, and he retreated violently from the cave and came out. During this process, Yifeng said in a low voice, "Fusion. Integrate the flowing shuttle brocade you just obtained." The insights about shuttle weaving quickly filled Yifeng's mind, and he had a clear understanding of it. Boom! The sense of crisis is approaching again. A skinny figure quickly rushed out from the rockery passage. Yifeng's eyes turned cold. The soul power was mobilized, and the bailing shuttle appeared. Flowing shuttle brocade. The soul skills that had just been obtained were also used immediately. 100 spirit shuttles became agile and seemed to have life. They turned into streams of light, dragging a silver-white thread at their tails, which was condensed from soul power. The spirit shuttles intertwined and entangled, weaving a silver-white silk net in the void. Each silver thread carried unfathomable power and had extremely strong cutting ability. It could attack when advancing and defend when retreating. The skinny old man did not show much fear and grabbed the silver wire mesh with one claw. Laugh. The two were in a stalemate, and terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from the point of contact between the hand and the net. The overflowing power alone could cause the surrounding trees to explode, wood chips to fly everywhere. The rockery behind him also suddenly collapsed under the influence of the energy, with rubble rolling down. Everything within the reach of the power was destroyed. So strong. Such a hard palm. Yifeng was shocked. He is already a sect-level soul master, and now he has the blessing of 6th-level soul skills. It is no problem for him to deal with ordinary martial arts masters. But this old man, who looked haggard, frail, and gloomy, was so powerful. It feels not like an ordinary martial honor realm. No wonder, just now in the rockery, even though I had already activated the shadow trace, I was still seen through by the other party at a glance. Yifeng couldn't help but think of the rumors about the old patriarch Zhang when he was investigating the Zhang family. In recent years, the life or death of the old master Zhang has been unknown. The person in front of him looked quite similar to Zhang Yin. The answer is obvious: this person is the old master Zhang. Just when the stalemate was about to begin, Patriarch Zhang suddenly withdrew and retreated. During this process, he withdrew some of his attention and focused on a certain direction. Yifeng did the same and turned to look at the sky. In the sky, a man was stepping on a 9-section whip, a soul weapon, and was coming towards this side rapidly. Chapter 90, Equally Matched. Road Blocker. The person who came was Lu Xianhua. Looking at the scene below, he looked surprised. Soul Master? This soul skill should be level 6, right? Judging from the fluctuations of soul power, the person below is clearly a sect-level soul master and should have used a 5th-level soul skill. But the one he used was of the 6th level, and he looked very skilled. He couldn't help but think that in this incident, there was a key figure in Wu Sutang, the mysterious soul master. Now, another soul master appears here. Are they the same person? In a flash of thought, Yifeng had already retracted the bailing shuttle, formed it into a shield, flew into the air, and left quickly. Lu Xianhua wanted to catch up with Yifeng and ask him clearly, but unfortunately the conditions did not allow it. Because there are more important people to deal with. Humph! Where are you escaping to? Patriarch Zhang took the opportunity to escape, as he knew he was no match for Lu Xianhua. Prisoner! Lu Xianhua mobilized his soul power from high altitude and disintegrated the 9-section whip. It split into 9 cylindrical weapons. He stepped on one of them, and the remaining 8 shot rapidly towards the old master Zhang, growing rapidly in size during flight. Boom boom boom. 7 of them turned into thick pillars and were nailed around the body of the old master Zhang. The pillars were connected by soul power to form a ball cage. The remaining pillar was inserted directly on his head. Drink! Patriarch Zhang roared, turned around and slapped upwards. Boom! The 2 phases collided, and the terrifying energy formed ripples, which advanced towards the surroundings like waves. Wherever it passed, sand and rocks flew everywhere, and even the distant wall was blown to pieces. The entire Jiang family mansion was shaken, the building creaked, and all the Jiang family members looked towards the backyard with horror on their faces. Director Lu is so strong. I just don't know who his opponent is. The head of the Jiang family has clearly been captured. What other experts are there in the Jiang family? Several police officers in uniform looked at each other in surprise. Before leaving, Lu Xianhua deliberately left several police officers at the Jiang family to keep an eye on the Jiang family's movements. Afterwards, the fight between Yi Feng and the old master of the Jiang family also caused quite a commotion, attracting the attention of the police officers on duty.
They immediately contacted Lu Xianhua and informed him of the abnormality in the Jiang family.
Lu Xianhua, who was still on his way to the police station, immediately rushed back after receiving the news. In order to speed up, he flew here alone, which led to the following events. The police officers here, although confused, did not dare to approach the backyard. If they were to go into this battle between such powerful men, it would be difficult for them to survive if they were caught in any of them.
Backyard. Boom.
The old master Jiang was ultimately defeated and was suppressed by Lu Xianhua's attack, and was eventually captured.
What a pity.
Lu Xianhua looked in the direction where Yi Feng had just left, but he could no longer find any trace of him.
He wondered who that was.
His body was wrapped in demonic plants, which seemed to be mulberry vines, and his face could not be seen clearly.
There are not many people in Lingnan province who can fight against the old master Jiang and comprehend the 6th level soul skills.
He recalled those soul masters who had been famous for a long time, but none of them matched the situation just now.
But this trip was not without gain. Jiang Shichong,
the old patriarch of the Jiang family. The person who had disappeared without a trace 4 years ago suddenly appeared in this appearance. This person has a very old look about him and should be dying, but why does he seem to be in his prime, with strong energy and strength? Thinking about the missing people with what attribute talents, the answer gradually became clear.
Xinghe district is a prosperous area.
A team of police cars drove towards the police station at a constant speed.
There is a veteran police officer of the Wuzong realm in charge of every police car.
Under normal circumstances, such a luxurious lineup would give people a full sense of security, and not many suspects would be able to resist such a team. But today is different. They are escorting a group of high-level members of the Jiang family, including many at the martial sect level. What is even more amazing is that there is a martial arts master like Zhang Yin. Originally, with Deputy Director Lu Xianhua in charge, everyone could feel more at ease.
But now, Deputy Director Lu received urgent information and left temporarily.
The police officers seemed to have lost their backbone and became a little nervous. Zhang Yin was inside the leading police car.
The remaining 3 seats were each occupied by a Wuzong police officer. They pretended to be relaxed on the surface, but were actually a little nervous.
They kept muttering in their hearts that they hoped Director Lu would come back soon.
But on second thought, although their strength is not as good as Zhang Yin, they now represent an official force like the Security Bureau.
If Zhang Yin dares to act rashly, he will be hunted endlessly and all that awaits him is constant escape. Unless it is a matter of life and death, Zhang Yin will not try to escape by force.
Director Lu, what are you doing?
Zhang Yin tried his best to make his tone sound casual and normal, as if he was just asking casually.
I don't know. Maybe something happened nearby. I'll be back soon.
The police officer next to him also answered as if nothing had happened.
Zhang Yin stopped talking and glanced in the direction of the Jiang family intentionally or unintentionally.
The direction Lu Xianhua was heading just now was his Jiang family mansion.
Could something have happened over there?
What he was most worried about was what happened in the backyard. If what happened in the backyard was exposed, he would have no room for maneuver. Everything he did was condemned by both God and man. After the Security Bureau has thoroughly investigated the matter, they will definitely not let him go. Therefore, the key issue now is that if Lu Xianhua really discovered what happened in the backyard, then he cannot just sit there and wait for death.
If he follows them to the police station, he will be committing suicide. He couldn't even deal with Deputy Director Lu, let alone the director, he would be no match for him.
But now, he still holds on to hope. If the things in the backyard are not exposed, he will cooperate honestly, deal with it, and settle the matter. He will have a peaceful life in the future and can still be the head of his Jiang family.
Just when Zhang Yin couldn't make up his mind.
Swish! The harsh sound of tires rubbing against each other rang out sharply. The leading vehicle slammed on the brakes in a hurry, and the following vehicles almost rear-ended it and also slammed on the brakes.
The people in the car were pushed forward by inertia.
Fortunately, they were all warriors with considerable strength. They quickly released the force and stopped. When the lead vehicle came to a complete stop, the police officer could see a person standing in front through the windshield.
It was clearly not there just now.
It was as if it suddenly appeared, or rather, it rushed over from nearby at an extremely fast speed and quickly appeared right in front of the vehicle. This person stood quietly with his back to the vehicle. What caught people's attention was that he had a jade ring on the thumb of his right hand behind his back, and his index finger was twisting it, and the jade ring was rotating at a constant speed.
100 kilometers away from the Zhang family.
This area is relatively desolate and quiet.
Yifeng stopped.
After carefully looking around, there were no suspicious people chasing after me. Fortunately, there was the old Master Zhang to attract hatred, otherwise he would definitely be caught by Lu Xianhua. Although the security bureau will not make things difficult for me, once my identity as a soul master is exposed, the people and forces I have offended in these incidents will come after me, which will be troublesome.
Was that a venerable level spirit master just now?
Thinking of Lu Xianhua's attack, Yifeng could understand the gap between him, and he had to continue to become stronger. Yifeng took out the jade box and took a look at the dry eating moss inside.
When I get back, I will study how to cultivate it. Shouldn't it be that he hasn't been recognized by his master yet? Chapter 91 Find the Soul Master. Xinghe District.
When Lu Xianhua brought Zhang Shichong here, the scene he saw made his pupils shrink to the point of needles, and anger bloomed on his face. The convoy that was in good condition before he left was now just a pile of discarded scrap metal, as if it had been subjected to some kind of heavy bombardment. The Wuzong police officers present at the scene either died directly in the vehicle or fell to the ground in a pool of blood. There were only a few people left nearby, all of them were extremely terrified and ran away.
As for Jiang Yin and other members of the Zhang family, none of them were seen. Jiang Yin.
What a Zhang family!
You think that as long as you can escape, you will be fine, right? Humph.
You can avoid the first day, but you can't avoid the 15th.
Lu Xianhua was extremely angry.
At the same time, he felt very guilty because his negligence led to the deaths of many colleagues.
However, he did not expect that Jiang Yin would be so bold as to openly confront the security bureau before the matter became clear.
Normally, even if one wants to escape, one would not go on a killing spree like this, because doing so would be a provocation to the entire law enforcement agency. At this moment, a man with strong energy and blood rushed over from the air.
Qi and blood can actually leave the body and form an energy barrier, allowing it to fly in the air without borrowing anything.
All the people who saw this person cried out in surprise.
Emperor Wu.
Only the martial emperor can release his qi and blood and fly in the air.
With overwhelming momentum, the man landed next to Lu Xianhua.
He has short hair, each strand is as thin as a steel needle, his square face has a serious expression, and he looks intimidating without even being angry.
Director Duan. The person who came was none other than the director of the Lingnan Provincial Bureau, Duan Yang. There was an emergency here and someone reported it early. The situation was so serious that Duan Yang came to check it out in person. It's my fault. I shouldn't have left halfway.
Lu Xianhua blamed himself. Now is not the time to blame yourself, but to catch the murderer as soon as possible. Duan Yang had checked the nearby surveillance cameras, but without exception, they had all been destroyed in advance.
The next step is to look for witnesses and see if we can find any useful clues. Director Duan, this is Zhang Shichong, the former patriarch of the Zhang family.
Lu Xianhua briefly explained the whole story.
In the Zhang family's backyard, there is a coffin made of evergreen wood. Lying in it can provide Zhang Shichong with a certain amount of wood attribute energy.
Those who have disappeared recently all have wood attributed constitutions. I have reason to suspect that Zhang Shichong was originally a dying man, but because he used some kind of evil skill that can absorb the vitality of those with wood attributed constitutions, he has been able to survive until now. Hearing this, Duan Yang's eyes flashed coldly and he looked at Zhang Shichong. Zhang Shichong looked a little dazed at this moment, not as alert as he was before in the Zhang family's backyard.
Looks a bit like an old man with dementia. It's not that Lu Xianhua used any means on him.
The real reason was that the evil skills he practiced had not yet been fully perfected.
Most of the time, one needs to sleep in a coffin and replenish the wood life essence in time.
The fierce fight just now was very exhausting, which is why we are in this state now.
Take it back first.
The other side. To the north of the provincial capital, there is a relatively backward area. In one of the large courtyards, Jiang Yin and others were inside, looking at the person in front of them with a somewhat nervous look. The man in front of me was a bit portly, always had a smile on his face, and looked harmless. But only those who know him well know that these are just appearances. He habitually turned the jade ring on his hand and looked at Jiang Yin with a smile.
Don't harbor any illusions.
I've received intelligence that your old father has been captured by Lu Xianhua. It's only a matter of time before they discover he's using rejuvenation techniques. You Jiang family members now have only one path to follow, and that is to serve the organization wholeheartedly. When he mentioned the word organization, his expression was unusually serious, showing his great respect. The person who appeared in front of the police car just now was him, and he was also the person who had the last conversation with Tang Kuan when Tang Kuan was rescued from the security bureau in Linhai City that day. The human blood pill incident is related to their so-called organization. The fact that he can stand here now means that even after the Flame Dragon army intervened, they still couldn't do anything to them. 4 years ago, you took the initiative to find me and told me unconditionally about the rejuvenation technique. Didn't you know that there would be such a day? Your goal is to make my Jiang family desperate and work for you. Jiang Yin gritted his teeth. He really had no other way to go, otherwise he would not have escaped just now. Moreover, they went on a killing spree and had no way to retreat. Humph. The current situation is only because of your incompetence and the exposure of the matter. It is not my fault at all. Besides, I didn't force you back then. It was entirely your own free will. Otherwise, how could your old father survive until now? The wealthy man Louis, his smile faded, his eyes turned cold, and he criticized without mercy. Jiang Yin was silent. This was the fact. I can work for you, but I have one request. Help me find that soul master. I want him to die a miserable death. Jiang Yin's tone was filled with hatred. Sure, I'm looking for that soul master too. Judging from the existing intelligence, that soul master is very likely the one they were looking for in the human blood pill incident. I've been going against them all this time, do I really think they're easy to bully? There's one more thing. There was originally a clump of god-eating moss seedlings in my Jiang family's backyard. I hid them inside a rockery, but now I think someone has taken them. Jiang Yin intended to tell this information. For 20 years, he has not been able to find an effective solution to recognize the master. Even though he now has the god-eating moss in his hand, its value to him is actually not too high, and he will probably keep it there forever. And now that something has happened, let's make the news public. Given the attraction of the god-eating moss, Louis and the organization behind him will definitely put a lot of effort into finding and snatching it. No matter who takes it, they will be made to pay the price. As expected, when Louis heard the news, his breath was taken away. Are you serious? Louis emphasized seriously. That's absolutely true. Jiang Yin replied affirmatively. Great. Your Jiang family actually has such good stuff. With Louis's knowledge, he naturally knew how precious the god-eating moss was. It is rated as the king of demonized plants. When it grows to its limit, it can even devour the god of war. As long as you get it and cultivate it, you will be invincible in the world. No organization, no country, and even the whole world will be taken seriously. Such attraction is extremely huge for Louis. He was originally extremely loyal to the organization, but now he became greedy and wanted to take the god-eating moss for himself. Chapter 92, The Birth of a Secret Realm. The God-Eating Moss's Master Recognition Plan. From now on, you will listen to my orders and follow my instructions. You will definitely benefit from it. Also, no information about the God-Eating Moss is allowed to be spread. Louis said coldly. Yes. Jiang Yin and others answered in unison. Louis raised his head slightly, with greed in his deep eyes. He wanted to take the God-Eating Moss for himself, but before that, he needed someone to help him find it. As for who took the God-Eating Moss, the two people with the greatest suspicion are Lu Xianhua and the mysterious Soul Master. He had received intelligence that when Lu Xianhua returned to the Jiang family's backyard, there was already a fight going on. Lu Xianhua's arrival made both sides of the battle want to retreat. One of them was Jiang Shichong, the head of the Jiang family, who was eventually captured. The second one was a Soul Master, his whole body covered with mulberry vines, who left from the Jiang family's backyard. Unfortunately, he only learned this information afterwards, otherwise he might have gone there at that time to intercept the Soul Master. Just then, a wave of energy came from a certain direction, causing them all to turn their heads and look. Perhaps because of the long distance, the sound was already extremely weak when it reached here, but with their strength, they could still sense it. At the same time, Yi Feng, who was near Longtang Academy, also felt this weak energy and looked over with confusion. Throughout the Lingnan province, and even in more distant places, anyone with strong strength could sense this fluctuation. For a time, many forces or individuals began to get restless. They didn't know what exactly happened, but every abnormality was a change, or perhaps an opportunity. Treasure chest clue: in the newly created Water and Fire secret realm, a red treasure chest appears. Please go there and open it after 30 days. Suddenly, a hint popped up in front of Yifeng. It was a clue to the red treasure chest. A secret realm is being born? Yifeng muttered. There is no reminder earlier or later, but it pops up just when there is energy fluctuation. It is almost certain that the energy fluctuation just now was caused by the collapse of space and the energy explosion when the secret passage was born. These existing secret realms were born one after another, so it is not surprising that new secret realms will be born at this moment. The secret realm of water and fire? Yifeng was curious about what kind of secret realm this would be. Judging from the name, it seemed quite contradictory. As the saying goes, water and fire cannot coexist. What would happen if these two conflicting energies were put together? The new secret realm represents unknown opportunities, but also unknown dangers. But it will definitely not be stopped. Many masters will go there to take risks, and it will be extremely lively at that time. It will take another month for the channel to be completely formed. There is a red treasure chest inside, and Yifeng will definitely go there when the time comes. Don't think about these for now. Yifeng arrived at Longting Academy and walked in. Yifeng, it seems like you haven't been in school for many days? A classmate who recognized Yifeng greeted him. Normally, few people would leave school every few days like Yifeng. The key is that even when I was in school, I hardly attended classes. But the other person's strength is not bad, and Teacher Su was very partial to him. This is the most annoying thing. Well, it's been a few days. Yifeng nodded, said a few perfunctory words, and went to his residence. For Yifeng, it doesn't matter whether he goes to school or not. The biggest reason I came to school was because there were treasure chests to be opened here. After enrolling, I didn't drop out on purpose. Now I stay here just for the sake of having a place to stay, and it is also convenient for me to look up information. Some more confidential information cannot be found on the internet, but can be found in the school collection pavilion. At this time, several tutors were walking hurriedly towards the outside of the school, as if they were going to do something urgent. Among them was Su Chani, who happened to meet Yifeng, who had just returned. Where have you been fooling around again? Su Chani said with her eyes wide open. After he finished speaking, he realized that it was inappropriate to say this in public. He coughed lightly and changed the subject. Just now, I heard energy fluctuations in the distance. Did you sense it? Yifeng was about to answer, but another instructor who was traveling with Su Chani spoke first. We are so far away that we can only sense the faint energy fluctuations. How could he, a student, possibly sense them? Yes, don't delay, let's set off quickly and go over there to see what's going on. Another instructor echoed. Su Chani smiled dryly and thought to herself that even if all of you were added together, you wouldn't be enough to beat Yifeng. Yifeng didn't argue in vain. He just smiled faintly and said nothing. A few people went away. They were sent by the principal to investigate the situation. Not only them, but other forces, big and small, and even individual masters, as long as they noticed something was happening, would send people to check it out. When these people come back from their exploration and discover that a secret realm is being born, the news will spread and it will definitely be big news. If it is really a secret realm, Yifeng's guess is confirmed. Yifeng returned to the dormitory. Start studying the god-eating moss immediately. The god-eating moss is a very powerful demonized plant. Once cultivated, it will become an extremely terrifying fighting force and will be of great help to oneself. No matter what the cost, Yifeng will find a way to cultivate it. Hope it goes well. Yifeng was not too sure either. Find Mu Bufan's research diary and start reading it. At the beginning, I hadn't obtained the god-eating moss yet, and I felt that it was a long way off, so I just took a quick look at the introduction. Now, I can finally study the plan mentioned in it carefully. Diary contents. At first, I thought it was just like any other demonized plant. I just needed to use my own blood and let it absorb it, and it would successfully recognize its master. After I did this, I found that blood was just nourishment to it. I used my heart essence and blood again, allowing it to absorb. This time, it had some effect, establishing a preliminary bond. However, as time went on, the bond grew weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared, leaving it ownerless once again. Do I have to keep feeding it my heart's blood essence? No. I don't think that's possible. Every drop of my heart's blood essence is extremely precious.
If I do that, I'll die in no time. What follows is a series of experiments and failures. In my last experiment, I tried adding the blood essence of king beasts that had been killed and the essence of king-level demonized plants. After combining them, I didn't expect the effect to be much better. I think I've found a way. Recognizing the master still requires using the essence of the heart, but it also requires supplementary ingredients, the essence of animal blood and the essence of plants and trees. The level of both should be Imperial level. Chapter 93, Urgent Need for Money. New clues. After reading the content, Yifeng fell into deep thought. It turns out that if one wants to recognize the master, not only the essence of the heart and blood is needed, but also auxiliary materials. The blood essence of the royal beast and the essence of the royal level demonized plants. The two auxiliary ingredients are equivalent to nutrients. It is worthy of being called the god-eating moss. The requirements for recognizing the master alone are so high. No matter whether it is a strange beast or a demonized plant, once it reaches the emperor level or above, it is an extremely powerful existence. Just think about the martial emperors among humans. Which one of them is not a big shot? In this huge Lingnan province, it can walk sideways. It was precisely because of this condition that Mu Bufan was unable to make the god-eating moss recognize him as its master. Of course, there are other reasons. At the beginning, they didn't know about this plan. After they knew about it, they were just in trouble with the Zheng family and the god-eating moss was taken away. Otherwise, if Mu Bufan is given some time, he can find a way to make money and then use the money to buy what he needs. Yes, as long as you have money, you can buy the essence of royal beasts and the essence of royal plants, but it requires certain channels and the price is surprisingly high. Mu Bufan mentioned in his diary that the price of these two things would be about 25 billion. Although those were the prices 20 years ago, they shouldn't be much different now. With an idea of price, Yifeng also has a goal for saving money. Up to now, I have only saved a little over 300 million yuan and 25 billion. Yifeng suddenly felt overwhelmed. The money he had on hand was not even enough to cover the small change. Save slowly? That will take a long time. Wait until you become stronger, then go hunting and get it yourself? This is one solution, but it also requires waiting. I didn't have to rush, but I thought that the god-eating moss recognizing its master was only the first step, and I still needed to cultivate its growth, which would take a lot of time. After all this time, I don't know how long it will take before he has the strength to help me fight. Just at this moment, a phone call came in. There is a note on it, black gloves. Yifeng remembered that he had gone to the secret treasure mine and plundered the Zheng family's mine. Half of the minerals were left for the stone beasts to absorb, and the other half were sold to the black gloves. They are called black gloves, and they specialize in this kind of business, collecting smuggled goods door to door. The phone call came suddenly, and Yifeng vaguely guessed the purpose. Yifeng answered the call and a rough voice came from the other end. The voice was very recognizable, and I knew it was the same order taker from last time. Hey, there's been a lot of unrest over there in the treasure mine secret realm lately. Are you aware of this? He said in a tentative tone. What do you mean? Yifeng raised his eyebrows and did not comment. All the mineral veins there have been plundered. No matter which family owns the business, even the big ones, there has been no harvest at all recently. This has caused public outrage. When the order taker said this, his tone was somewhat gloating. In his opinion, those big families were able to occupy those mineral veins by using force and plunder. Now that he was being bullied, he didn't feel there was anything pitiful about it. After all, in this world, all you have to do is fight with your fists. If you don't accept it, just fight back. Hearing this, Yifeng had an idea. In the dark, there is a bond that connects to the secret treasure mine in the distance. The last time I went there, I tamed a stone ape king beast and commanded them to plunder the Zheng family's mines. Could it be that these things happening now were done by these guys? According to the current intelligence, it said that it was done by a stone beast inside. But considering the intelligence of those stone beasts, it seems unlikely, right? I was originally wondering if it was you who did it. After all, you even dared to offend the Zheng family. But looking at your reaction now, it doesn't seem to be you. The order taker called this time just to find out the situation. If Yifeng did it, with so many minerals, he must have found a channel to sell them, and they just happened to take over this batch of goods. When I have goods to ship, I will naturally come to you. Yifeng said. Then I ended the call with him. A secret treasure mine?
Yifeng muttered softly, looking in the direction of the secret treasure mine. In the secret realm of treasure mines, the passage is open for 10 days every month. Counting the days, now is the time to open the channel, but tomorrow is the last day. Yifeng has been busy with Jiang family affairs recently and has not had a good rest, so he is not in a hurry to leave. Anyway, there is still time, so we can set off tomorrow and go to the secret treasure mine to see the situation. If it was really done by the stone ape beasts, then the entire batch of minerals would be worth a lot of money if sold, and maybe we would have enough money to buy what we need. Time passed and it was the next day in a blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Yifeng got up, packed his travel equipment, left the academy, and headed towards the secret treasure mine. Halfway through, a prompt suddenly popped up. Treasure chest clue: in the secret treasure mine, a red treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, then a look of joy appeared on his face. It's a new treasure chest clue, and it's also red. This was quite a surprise. I was originally planning to go to the secret realm of the treasure mine, but unexpectedly, a red treasure chest appeared, and the location was also inside the secret realm of the treasure mine. I'll just stop by and drive there later. Anyway, it was on the way, so Yifeng felt like he had picked up a treasure chest for free. After leaving the provincial government and coming to the wilderness, Yifeng increased his speed to the limit. His figure turned into a stream of light and soon disappeared into the distance. With Yifeng's current speed, it didn't take too long for him to reach the vicinity of the treasure mine secret realm, which was much faster than last time. After arriving nearby, gradually slowed down. So many people. Besides, these people are quite strong. Yifeng restrained his breath and watched from afar. The last time I came here, I also saw quite a few people, but the strength of those I saw at that time was not very strong. At best, they were at the level of military generals, and most of them were only at the level of military masters. But today, there are quite a few people present, including Wuzong. They didn't seem to be in a hurry to enter the secret realm, and only stayed nearby. They were divided into factions, and secretly formed alliances, keeping a close eye on all changes in the secret passage. At this time, energy surged in the secret passage, and a group of people were teleported out. "Which force are you from?" the people stationed outside shouted. "What kind of power are we? What's it to you?" The bearded man at the head of the team also had a bad temper and spoke in a very harsh tone. However, swish, swish, swish. The surrounding garrison forces all looked at them with unfriendly eyes, their blood boiling, with no intention of hiding, and they were about to surround them. What's going on? The bearded man and others were almost scared to death. Chapter 94, Amazing Growth. Promoted to Lord? We are from the Tian High Chamber of Commerce. We have a mine in the secret realm, but the minerals we have accumulated for a long time have been looted. So the higher-ups sent us here to investigate. Everyone, harmony brings wealth, so let's talk things over nicely. The bearded man instantly became intimidated and said with a smile. Actually, we're all like this. Our mines have been looted, and now we're banding together to block this passage. With so many minerals, the enemy must not have transported them out yet. Let's see if we can hold them back. Since you are also victims, then join us. The garrison personnel said. This is the only solution they can think of for now. Unite all the affected forces, there is strength in numbers, some people guard the entrance, and some enter the secret realm to investigate. Yifeng watched from a distance for a while. It was found that no matter whether they were entering or leaving, they would be stopped and questioned. With so many martial arts masters present, no one dared to resist. Idle forces or individuals can only be investigated honestly, and if no problems are found, they will not be troubled. Fellow victims will choose to join, making the alliance stronger and stronger. Just as Yifeng was about to take action. Yifeng looked in a certain direction. Over there, a group of people were walking slowly, their auras were very restrained. Yifeng had a vague feeling that they should be very strong. The team is small, with only 5 people in total. The leader was a man who looked young, probably around 30 years old. He was wearing golden armor and looked very noble. The remaining 4 people accompanying him also looked no ordinary people. I didn't expect to find this when I came to the south. Are you sure that the earth elemental energy in there has become abnormal? The young man in golden armor tilted his head slightly and looked at the man on the right. Young master, this is absolutely true. I originally went in to see if there were any rare minerals in the southern part of the country. I didn't find anything I was satisfied with, but when I made this discovery, I immediately informed you. The horse-faced man accompanying him replied respectfully.
If it's what I think. The man in golden armor didn't continue.
He remembered a rumor that the powerful man standing at the top of the world, known as the God of Fire, had obtained the origin of fire when the elements in a certain fire-related secret realm were in turmoil. He didn't know whether the rumor was true or not, but he would rather believe it was true. If this Earth-related secret realm also has abnormal elements and becomes turbulent, does he have a chance to obtain the origin of Earth? It just so happens that he now has an Earth-type constitution. While talking, they approached the secret passage. The personnel stationed at the passage stepped forward.
Excuse me, everyone.
They could also see that this team was no ordinary one. But due to my duty, I had no choice but to go forward and ask. His tone is much gentler and not as harsh as when he treats others. But the young man in golden armor didn't give any face at all. He swept a cold look over them, and everyone present felt as if their necks were being strangled, and they were immediately speechless. When he came to his senses, the man in golden armor and his companions were nowhere to be seen. They had already entered the secret realm.
Wu Zun. There is no doubt about it. The overwhelming aura of those people just now were definitely martial lords.
However, every martial arts master is famous and well known. With their knowledge, it is impossible for them not to recognize him. But why do they all look so strange? Especially the young man in golden armor who is leading the group.
He looks to be around 30 years old, right? A martial honor realm at the age of 30? Looking across the entire Lingnan province, there seems to be no such evil person. Who are they? Just as they were daydreaming, they didn't notice at all that there was energy fluctuation again in the passage above. It was the energy manifestation of someone being teleported in. I cast Shadow Mirage, restraining my aura and hiding my body. As soon as I approached the secret passage, I was immediately sensed and teleported in.
Yi Feng, who had already entered the secret realm of the treasure mine, murmured softly. After entering the secret realm, I was in the same space as the Stone Ape King Beast and could clearly sense that the Stone Ape King Beast was located inside the Stone Beast Mountain. The location he was randomly teleported to was not far from Stone Beast Mountain. Yi Feng set off and disappeared on the spot. Soon, they appeared in front of Stone Beast Mountain.
Rumble, rumble, rumble.
As soon as Yi Feng arrived, a rumbling sound came from inside the Stone Beast Mountain, as if thousands of troops were marching towards him. It was obvious that Yi Feng had entered the secret realm. The Stone Ape King Beast also sensed it and led many Stone Ape Beasts out to greet him. Soon, the figures of many stone beasts appeared in Yi Feng's sight.
Why are there other kinds of stone beasts?
Yi Feng was confused. The last time I left, there were only Stone Ape Beasts in this Stone Beast Mountain. Stone beasts of other forms cannot be integrated into them either. But now, among the Stone Beast group, there are other species of stone beasts, with different appearances, both big and small. When his eyes fixed on the Stone Ape King, Yi Feng was slightly startled again. He's grown so fast. Has he become a lord? Before, it was just a king beast, but now it has become a lord, which is equivalent to the human martial arts realm. The territory of the beast lord is generally not too small. Within his territory, beasts weaker than him must obey the lord's orders. Perhaps it is for this reason that other types of stone beasts have to obey the orders of the Stone Ape Lord and appear here now. Crack, crack. The Stone Ape leader opened and closed his mouth, and Yi Feng, as his master, could hear what he wanted to express. It's probably to express their excitement and report on their recent achievements. Don't be fooled by its seemingly dull appearance. In fact, it is getting smarter and smarter. The last time it was the King Beast, Yi Feng had this vague feeling that this stone beast was different from other stone beasts and was smarter. Yi Feng had subdued the Stone Ape King Beast at that time, and he had originally thought of looking for other groups of stone beasts and subduing their leaders as well. Later, I actually found some time to try it, but those leaders, apart from their strong fighting ability, were still stupid and could not be subdued at all. Yi Feng had no choice but to give up. Now that it has become a lord, its seemingly dull eyes are actually sparkling with brilliance, and you can tell that it is smarter than when it was the King Beast. It is almost certain that it is a special individual, unique from the others. After listening to the report from the Stone Ape Lord, Yi Feng finally realized that all the mines in various places had been looted recently, and it was all their fault. After they ate some of it, the overall strength was greatly improved. The remaining ones were piled up in several secret places, and stone beasts were sent to guard them. Where are they stored? Take me to see.
Yifeng said. Chapter 95, Abnormal Earth Element.
Under the guidance of the Stone Ape Beast, Yifeng went to several places, and the location of each place was extremely secretive.
From this we can see that the Stone Ape leader's IQ is not inferior to that of humans.
He knows to choose a well-hidden place as a storage point for minerals. At a glance, any storage point is filled with various minerals, some of which are very valuable and can be sold at high prices.
Whichever mineral you eat can improve your strength the fastest? Keep some for storage. I will sell the rest.
Yifeng said to the Stone Ape leader.
Crack, crack.
The Stone Ape leader opened and closed his mouth, indicating that they had saved all the minerals they needed, which was enough for them to eat for a long time.
In that case, there's no use keeping these, so I might as well sell them for money.
Yifeng immediately contacted Black Gloves.
I have a batch of goods to sell to you.
Yifeng said straight to the point.
Oh? What kind of goods are there and how many are there? Asked the order taker.
I just contacted him yesterday, but Yifeng had no intention of shipping the goods.
How come the goods are available just one day later?
He felt that it shouldn't be a big deal. It's minerals, an order worth tens of billions, I'm afraid you can't handle it.
Yifeng said. What? Hundreds of billions?
The order takers were startled, and their originally lazy voices became serious.
Could it be those in the secret treasure mine? Then what happened yesterday? He wanted to say, didn't you say yesterday that it wasn't you who did it?
But then I thought about it, the other party didn't seem to have made it clear yesterday that he didn't do it. Yifeng sent him a few photos. The minerals piled up like mountains, stretching as far as the eye could see, almost frightened him to the point of jumping out of his seat.
It really is.
This was the first time he had seen so many minerals.
If this order is completed, he can get a lot of commission. When do you say the transaction will be completed?
The order taker's tone became respectful.
As soon as possible, it would be best if the transaction is completed today. Yifeng paused and continued, the stuff is in the secret realm of the treasure mine, and outside the secret realm, there are multiple forces stationed to check people entering and leaving. Can you solve this problem? We know all this. It's okay.
We have other identities we can use, such as being a member of a certain chamber of commerce. Also, we have people stationed in the treasure mine secret realm all year round, so it's more convenient when we need to trade.
Give us an address and we'll send someone over right away. Once the goods are verified, the transaction can proceed. What to do with the minerals afterwards is our responsibility.
The man who took the order said that he was very skilled in this area and knew exactly what to say.
Okay. Then this is the location.
Yifeng sent him the address.
Next comes the waiting. Yifeng asked the stone beasts to go back.
Yifeng himself was also hiding in a secret place near the location, and he also used the shadow trace technique. In less than half an hour, the Black Gloves team arrived at the location.
The process is similar to last time.
These people come to inspect the minerals and then give a price. But this time there were too many items, and the inspection alone took quite a while.
After the acceptance here was completed, Yifeng sent them the next address.
They headed over there and Yifeng followed.
After inspecting the goods one by one, the Black Gloves gave a price, a total of 19.6 billion. After much bargaining, we finally only managed to get an integer of 20 billion. There is still a gap of several billion from the amount Yifeng needs.
We can get these billions from other places later.
It's a pleasure working with you.
I hope we can continue to cooperate if there are any goods in the future. Our Black Glove organization does business all over the country, and our headquarters is located in the central region.
We are very powerful and can handle any kind of goods.
The person who was talking to Yifeng at this time was no longer the order taker, but the highest person in charge of the branch in Lingnan province. A big client like Yifeng definitely needs him to come forward for a talk.
Yes, there is a chance for cooperation.
At this point, Yifeng suddenly smiled softly. You don't have to worry, since I've sold this batch of goods to you, I won't touch it anymore.
Ha ha.
The other side smiled awkwardly. What he said just now seemed to be introducing the organization and soliciting business, but his actual purpose was to prevent Yifeng from having bad intentions towards the goods after the transaction. My original intention was to let Yifeng understand it, but I didn't expect that Yifeng would actually say it directly.
The two ended the call. Yifeng glanced at the red arrow on the ground.
It's time to find the treasure chest. A lot of time was wasted due to the mineral trading. It was already late and there were only a few hours left before the secret passage was closed. A few hours should be enough to open this treasure chest. Yifeng's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Halfway through the journey, Yifeng slowed down and his expression became confused. Why do I feel like the earth element here seems a little abnormal? There are various elements in the world. The most common ones are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, and so on. It is not necessary to have some kind of talent to be able to perceive the existence of these elements, but as long as you have a certain level of cultivation, you can sense them. The difference is that those with corresponding innate physiques will have a stronger ability to perceive the elements of that attribute. Yifeng does not have a natural physique for the earth element, and his perception of the earth element is indeed not as good as those who possess it. But my cultivation is not bad now, so I can still achieve perception. Especially the treasure mine secret realm, which belongs to the earth type secret realm, not those balance types. The earth element here is extremely rich, making it easier for people to perceive it. I was busy with the transaction just now, and perhaps I was negligent. Now if I carefully perceive it, I will find that the earth element energy around me seems to be more agitated and not as stable and calm as before. Especially as we get closer to the red treasure chest, this feeling becomes more obvious. I want to see what we will find in the end. Yifeng became interested and sped up again, rushing towards the treasure chest. When you arrive at your destination, there are continuous stone forests and clusters of strange rocks here, which is very consistent with the characteristics of a secret treasure mine. There are already quite a few people in this area. They all discovered that the earth element was abnormal, so they began to look for the source intentionally, and finally came here, the place where the earth element was most abnormal. They walked aimlessly, observing their surroundings. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. I want to see what is different here. Unfortunately, after checking, I didn't find anything. Yifeng didn't walk around, but looked at the ground under his feet. The red arrow extends to this point and then disappears. But there was no treasure chest on the ground. The treasure chest is underground? Chapter 96. It's coming out. The arrow had clearly broken, and it seemed to have reached the end, but there was no treasure chest to be seen. There is only one explanation: the treasure chest is underground. The arrow did not reach the end, but extended underground. Yifeng looked around. There was no one nearby, and people farther away were more focused on the surrounding environment. No one paid attention to Yifeng. Yifeng twisted the ground with his feet, and soon a pit appeared. As expected. Judging from the pit, the arrow is pointing downwards. What should we do? Keep digging? Although the ground is hard, with Yifeng's strength, he can dig it down. However, how deep do we need to dig to find the treasure chest? This is uncertain. Just as Yifeng was planning his next move. I was shocked to find that the direction indicated by the red arrow had shifted. What does it mean? The red treasure chest below the description has moved. If it is on the ground, it can also be said that it may be because the treasure chest is located in the body of a stone beast. The treasure chest is clearly underground now. How could it move? Could it be that there is a kind of stone beast living underground? Yifeng was shocked and made a bold guess. It seems that this is the only possibility that could lead to the current situation. Yifeng looked at the crowd around him. When the treasure chest moved just now, there was a commotion among the crowd. The reason is simple. When the treasure chest moved, the earth element energy around it also vibrated noticeably. Coincide? This possibility cannot be ruled out. But Yifeng would rather believe that it was not a coincidence, but a connection. Yifeng continued to observe. Just a few minutes later, the treasure chest moved again, even more dramatically than before. The surrounding earth element energy began to vibrate significantly again, and the intensity was even stronger. If it happens once, it can be said to be a coincidence, but if it happens twice, it can be basically confirmed that there is a connection. Although Yifeng is not sure what the connection is. I originally thought it was just underground, and as long as I spent some time digging, I would eventually find the treasure chest. But now, Yifeng was a little troubled. If the treasure chest is not in a static state, there is no way to dig it out. The speed at which you dig will definitely not be able to keep up with the speed at which it changes position. Time passes. Yifeng did not take any action for the time being, but just quietly observed the movements of the red treasure chest. It was found that the frequency of its movement was becoming more and more frequent, and the amplitude of its movement was becoming larger and larger. The more this happened, the more helpless Yi Feng became, and he could only watch. The vibration of the surrounding earth elements is getting stronger and stronger, and the range is getting wider and wider. As a result, more and more people discovered the abnormality here, and more people gathered in the stone forest. This way, is the stone forest.
Really? That's strange. What could be the cause? I don't know.
Everyone is looking for the reason, but there is no result yet. As the sound of conversation spread, a large group of people approached. Similar situations continue to occur, and whenever I get the news, I will rush over to find out what's going on. Even before coming here, we already knew it, but no one could discover anything for the time being.
But everyone has this mentality, maybe they are the lucky one who discovered the secret here?
Yi Feng even saw some familiar faces that he had seen when he came in just now. Originally, they were guarding the passage outside, waiting for the enemy to appear and plunder the mine. But now, those forces have learned the news here and they are short of manpower, so they have mobilized people from over there.
Otherwise, even if there really is an opportunity, there will be too few people coming and no one can take advantage of it.
The mineral veins can be checked some other day, but once an opportunity is missed, it is missed forever. In an inconspicuous corner of the stone forest, 5 martial masters restrained their auras, reduced their presence, and observed the movements around them with burning eyes.
The most likely place for the origin of Earth to appear should be here.
The young man in golden armor said in a low voice.
Young master is absolutely right.
We just need to stay here and guard it. If the origin of Earth really exists, we must obtain it.
Of course.
Even if there are competitors, at most they are just like us, at the same level as the martial honored realm.
That's right, we've never been afraid of anyone at the same level.
The people accompanying him spoke one by one, appearing extremely confident. They were so sure that others were at most at the martial honor realm because the stability of the secret realm passages varied. The more stable the channel is, the stronger the people it can send in, and vice versa. Given the stability of the passage to the secret realm of the treasure mine, it can only withstand the highest level of martial arts honor. Therefore, the martial emperor and those stronger than him cannot come in, and it is impossible for them to appear in this secret realm.
Time passes by every second.
Even though it's still bright in here, it's actually dark in the main world outside. If the time reaches midnight, the secret passage will be closed, and if you want to get out, you can only wait for a month. This is the situation before us. Either leave the secret realm before the passage closes, or continue to guard it. If you fail to leave in time, you will have to stay in the secret realm for a month and wait for the passage to open again. It was getting closer and closer to zero. Some have given up, gritted their teeth and left, feeling that waiting is no solution.
Who knows if there will ever be a chance?
Even if there is, it may not be theirs. Some people have decided to wait, most of them are powerful people. The food rations for the next month will be considered carefully. If there are enough food reserves in the mines under our control, there is no need to panic. Otherwise, we need to contact someone to send in a batch of supplies before the channel is closed. Yi Feng was also thinking about this problem. There is no need to worry about a month's food rations. During this period of time, the stone beasts have been looting the mines and also plundering a lot of people's food. The stone beast tried to eat it, but found it extremely unpalatable and completely devoid of nutrition, so it piled the food there and let it eat ashes. With so much food reserves, we can survive for not only a month but also a year. Yi Feng was thinking about the water and fire secret realm that was being generated, which also contained a red treasure chest, and he would go there when the time came. When the treasure chest clue was given yesterday, it said that 30 days would pass. If this is the time it takes for the secret realm to be generated, then there are still 29 days left.
If I spend a full month in here, it will be a little delayed. Just keep waiting.
Yi Feng made the decision. You may not necessarily have the chance to visit the secret realm of water and fire, so it's okay to delay for a day or two. On the contrary, the secret realm of the treasure mine is full of anomalies and the probability of opportunities appearing is higher. When the time comes to zero.
The red arrow suddenly changed drastically.
The earth element trembled like waves, and the earth was shaking.
It's coming out. Chapter 97, Giant Stone Beast. Immortal. Rumble.
The earth element energy around them surged like a raging storm. The entire ground was shaking, the stone forest was swaying, and all kinds of gravel and dust were rustling. When the shaking was really severe, some stone pillars collapsed and hit the hard ground, stirring up a cloud of dust.
What a big noise. What on earth will happen next? Everyone present held their breath, their bodies tensed, ready to go. While paying attention to the surrounding situation, you should also be alert to the people around you. Don't look at what happened just now. Everyone tacitly agreed not to interfere with each other. That's because there is nothing to confront. As long as any opportunity arises, there will be a scramble and a bloody fight to the death. Even if two people were chatting and laughing happily the moment before, they might start fighting the next moment. Everyone cheer up, the young man in golden armor shouted. Yes. Young master. The four people beside him answered in unison. While everyone around him was extremely alert, Yifeng focused his attention on the ground. Yifeng will pay attention to the direction the arrow points to. In a short period of time, things are changing rapidly. Light. Red light. A faint red light can be seen on the ground. This light will only appear if the treasure chest is located shallowly underground and close to the ground. Now. Rumble. With a violent tremor, the ground suddenly rose up rapidly, like a mountain rising from the ground. The people who were on the raised position were thrown to the ground by this sudden change. Some people stumbled and lost their balance, falling directly from a great height with the rolling rocks. Some of them managed to keep their footing, but as the mountain rose, their position became higher and higher, and they were not sure what was going to happen. They were extremely nervous. This is a stone beast? A giant stone beast? It seems not right. Everyone looked in amazement and saw that the ground over there, which was as high as a mountain, had combined into a huge humanoid monster. Its entire body was at least hundreds of meters tall and was made entirely of sand and stones. It's like a large piece of material was taken out from the ground and assembled into its body, so you can see towering stone pillars on its head, shoulders, and other places. They were originally on the ground and were brought up there by the uplift. Boom! It suddenly raised its foot and stepped down. Run! The crowd on the ground fled in panic. The huge stone monster is incredibly heavy. If you step on it, you will be turned into meat paste. In the panic, no one noticed that the vines on Yifeng's body, which was near the stone pillar on the ground, quickly extended and covered his entire body. The treasure chest is in the chest. Yifeng looked and saw a faint light emanating from the stone man's chest, and a red arrow was also pointing to that position. Just as Yifeng was about to make a move, his eyes froze. Die! A loud shout came from the distance. Several auras of the martial honor realm exploded over there. 5 figures suddenly leaped upwards, each leaping hundreds of meters high. It's the team of men in golden armor. The 5 of them attacked together, their sharp edges carrying artistic conception, slashing forward and accurately hitting the stone man's head. Bang! The hill-like head shattered under their blows, and debris flew everywhere. So strong. The rest of the people on the ground looked at what was happening above them in astonishment. However, the stone man with the exploded head seemed to have no effect. The huge, sky-reaching arm suddenly slapped towards the 5 people. The 5 people who were still in mid-air had nowhere to gain leverage, so they had to attack with slashing moves. Boom! The stone arm was also chopped into pieces. The 5 people finally landed on the ground. At the same time, the stone man was sinking rapidly. The ground at this time was like the surface of water, which sank to the bottom and soon disappeared. Yifeng just watched and didn't rush to take action. He let others fight first and figure out the situation first. Run away? Everyone was confused. Yifeng stared at the ground, knowing that it had not run away, and was still in a shallow position, ready to reappear at any time. Rumble! Sure enough, the ground surged again and it reappeared. However, unlike before, this time it was not in human form, but like a crab, with many legs, standing steadily, like a giant pillar supporting the sky. It also has a pair of huge pincers that look quite aggressive. The whole body is also extremely huge. Go! Kill it! Several young men in golden armor attacked again. Go! Let's go too! There are other martial honor realm people nearby, from several forces, and there are exactly 5 of them in total. They were originally competitors, but now, they have come together tacitly and are ready to join forces. The reason is very simple. On the side of the man in golden armor, there are 5 martial masters, who are obviously accomplices. If he didn't join forces now, no matter what benefits he could get next, it would have nothing to do with them and would definitely be snatched away by the team of men in golden armor. They are now temporarily joining forces to compete with the team of men in golden armor, so that they have a chance to grab the benefits. As for how to divide the benefits if they come, we can consider it later. For a moment, there was the flash of swords and the shadow of sabers. The two teams, totaling 10 people, were all at the martial honor realm. While dealing with the giant stone beast, they were also vaguely wary of each other. They attacked the giant stone beast with a purpose. This giant stone beast is very special. It can form different shapes at will and has a strong earth element fluctuation on its body. Killing it might be beneficial. A battle went on. Yi Feng, who was observing secretly, discovered a pattern. This giant stone beast always guards the location of the treasure chest. The location is not fixed, sometimes it is on the chest, sometimes on the head, or somewhere else. As long as the treasure chest location is not attacked, it doesn't matter to it. Even if they were beaten to pieces, as long as they sank into the ground, they would be full of blood when they came out again, and they could also change their body shape. This thing, is it invincible? This gave everyone the illusion that he was invincible. After all, whether it was the head, chest, or other locations, I tried them all. It's useless, absolutely useless. This guy seems to have no vital parts. They didn't give up so easily, and a new round of fighting began. Yi Feng is looking for an opportunity and may take action at any time. To kill it in one blow, you have to attack the treasure chest location. But the location of the treasure chest can be moved at any time, so you have to take it by surprise. At some point, the opportunity finally arrived. Perhaps it was a coincidence that 10 people attacked at the same time, and each person attacked a different position. There was only one place that was not attacked. That's the abdomen. A faint red light emanated from it. Chapter 98, The Origin of Earth. Earth Veins and Rocks. Yi Feng mobilized his soul power. Congeal. The bailing shuttle was released, and under the influence of soul power, it quickly rushed towards the huge stone beast. Although the speed was very fast, there was not much time for the stone beast to react. But to be on the safe side, Yi Feng did not attack directly at the stone beast's belly, but at its chest. Soul Master? The 10 martial masters who were fighting noticed Yi Feng's attack, but they did not stop attacking and continued to attack the stone beast. Suddenly they saw that when the bailing shuttles were about to hit the stone beast's chest, they suddenly turned around and the attack shifted downward. Flowing shuttle brocade. The flying shuttle turned into hundreds of shuttle blades, intertwining and entwining with each other. The shuttle blades were connected by soul power threads, weaving a huge silk net that instantly covered the belly of the stone beast. The incident happened so suddenly that the stone beast had no time to react. It was too late for the contents of the stomach to change direction. Laugh. The silk screen cut through the stone body, and it became as fragile as tofu. Cutting in from the front and out from the back, the abdomen was cut into countless pieces. Only one thing was caught by the wire mesh. It was a ball of ochre-colored energy, extremely pure and condensed, emitting an extremely rich earthy scent. It seems to have life, agile and jumping, but also very panicked, wanting to escape, but unable to escape the cover of the flowing brocade. The origin of Earth. It's the origin of Earth. The moment he saw the energy ball, the young man in golden armor began to breathe faster. He guessed correctly, the origin of Earth was really born. The huge stone beast just now was indeed not a stone beast in the conventional sense, but a form condensed from the origin of Earth by controlling the surrounding sand and stones. No wonder it can transform into various forms, and no wonder it seems to be immortal. At this time, the origin of the soil was separated, and the sand and stones seemed to have lost their lives, and collapsed with a loud bang. It turns out to be the origin of Earth. Seeing this, the eyes of the others also turned red. Especially some people, who have Earth-type constitution, have greedy eyes. They were not able to guess the existence of the origin of Earth in advance like the young man in golden armor. But with their knowledge, they can recognize the origin of Earth when they see it. The same is true for Yi Feng. I was originally just staring at the red treasure chest, but I thought that since the treasure chest was moving around, there must be something fishy going on, so I attacked it with the shuttle weaving technique. However, he didn't expect that the origin of Earth in his body was all netted out, which was an unexpected gain. Under the net of the flowing shuttle brocade, the origin of Earth was quickly collected, and the red treasure chest inside the origin of Earth was also caught in the net. In the end, both fell into Yi Feng's hands. It's a long story, but the whole process is actually very quick. The main feature is the surprise attack, coupled with the Soul Master's attack, which is also extremely fast. From Yi Feng's attack, to the appearance of the origin of Earth, and finally falling into his hands, it was all done in just one breath.
The thoughts of others also flashed through their minds quickly. When he reacted, the origin of Earth was already in Yi Feng's hands.
Boy! Bring me the origin of Earth.
The young man in golden armor said sternly, his tone unquestionable. The origin of Earth is too important and too attractive to him.
He wants it, he must get it. Did you hear that? My young master asked you to bring the origin of Earth.
If you don't send it over, don't blame us for being rude. The followers around him spoke one after another, their tone full of threats.
As for other forces, they are all eyeing us covetously and are ready to surround us. What if I say no?
Yi Feng's voice was cold.
Then you won't be able to leave here alive today.
The young man in golden armor said with murderous intent. He said this, but didn't do anything obvious. It's not that he wanted to talk nonsense, but he didn't dare to fight for it rashly, for fear that Yi Feng would suddenly swallow the origin of Earth. Even though it takes time to absorb, he is not sure whether he can extract the origin of Earth after being swallowed and then killing Yi Feng. There is no relevant record of this kind of thing, and no one has ever conducted such an experiment. The best way is to first make the other party understand the situation and know that if they want to survive, they can only be obedient and hand over the origin of the Earth. Hand over the origin of Earth to me quickly, and I'll make sure you can leave here.
Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude.
The Martial Honor Realm member of the other team, not wanting to be outdone, spoke out.
He. Yi Feng smiled lightly and looked around at everyone.
He scanned each face, as if he wanted to memorize their appearance. He suddenly jumped, stepped onto the bailing shuttle, rose rapidly into the air, and flew towards the distance.
Boy! Where are you running to?
The young man in golden armor was the first to react. He suddenly jumped hundreds of meters and rushed towards Yi Feng, who was running away with a sword. The others followed closely behind, with ferocious looks on their faces, and attacked one after another.
Yi Feng's body was extremely flexible.
He dodged their attacks with a few casual swings in the air. Then it rose higher and higher, beyond the height of their jump, and flew away.
Wu Zun. Unable to fly, they could only stare blankly.
As for chasing on the ground, they had tried it and found that Yi Feng was very fast and deliberately went towards complex terrain. They can travel freely along the branch line in the air, but they cannot do the same on the ground due to the complex terrain. Soon, they were left further and further behind.
Humph. Just wait for me. 1 month, let's have some fun.
Yi Feng, who was high in the sky, looked back and said in a cold voice. Yi Feng is not afraid of facing a martial honor realm master alone, but if he faces 10 of them at the same time, Yi Feng can only escape first. He looked again at the origin of Earth in his hand. In its original form, it had no attack power and could only be held by him. It will take some time to absorb it, so find a quiet place to absorb it. Even if you don't have a physique with Earth attributes, you can still absorb it, but the effect may be less.
Oh right, there's also a red treasure chest. Let's open it and see what's inside.
Yi Feng stretched out his hand, pierced into the body of the origin of Earth, and touched the red treasure chest inside.
Snap!
You opened a red treasure chest.
Congratulations! You got Earth Vein Rock SSS-610. Whatever you think will come true.
The Earth Vein Rock body is the top-level Earth attribute physique, but because it was opened from the red treasure chest, it is only 60% incomplete.
There were continuous mountains below. Yi Feng landed, found a cave and entered it. First, fused the earth veins and rock bodies to obtain this physique. It began to absorb the essence of Earth again.
As it is absorbed, the perception of the Earth's properties becomes more and more familiar.
Hey! The Earth Vein Rock is actually upgrading. From an incomplete version, it's about to become complete?
And the benefits don't stop there.
Chapter 99, Hard Ground, like a pool of water.
The khaki energy wrapped around Yi Feng's body.
It expanded and contracted with his breathing.
Yi Feng is absorbing the essence of Earth, and the energy is extremely pure. As it absorbed, I was surprised to find that the ground rock was upgrading, gradually becoming complete from its original incomplete version. People with this physique are very friendly to the Earth element and can even feel every beat of the Earth's veins. And under the influence of the origin of Earth, this affinity force becomes even stronger. Yi Feng absorbed and digested the essence of Earth, and time passed little by little.
5 days later.
At this time, Yi Feng was sitting cross-legged there, motionless, in the same posture as 5 days ago. The body is covered with a thick layer of dust, making it look like a clay figure. Only Yifeng knew that at this moment, his body's qi and blood contained tiny bits of ochre color, which flowed throughout his body as his qi and blood circulated. His perception and use of the earth element are also incredibly powerful.
Stare. Yifeng's eyes suddenly opened, and 2 yellow rays of light burst out. Rumble, rumble.
The surrounding sand and rocks began to vibrate violently and suddenly flew towards Yifeng. Yifeng's body was like a powerful magnet, attracting the surrounding sand and stones, gathering them on his surface and turning them into a thick layer of rock armor.
A punch was thrown.
The stone wall in front collapsed with a loud bang, and rocks fell, but they could not hurt Yifeng at all. Because when those stones touched Yifeng's body, they became as soft as cotton. It's not that the stone is special, but that Yifeng mobilized the yellowish-brown light spots in his body, which is the energy transformed by absorbing the essence of the earth. When you encounter things with earth attributes, you can manipulate them at will.
For example,
Yifeng's mind moved, and his whole body began to sink, directly into the ground. The key point is that there was no pit on the ground. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you would not be able to tell that Yifeng had entered the underground. After a while, Yifeng resurfaced. The origin of earth is truly powerful. To me, the earth element is like something in my palm, I can manipulate it at will. The hard surface, like a pool, is accessible at will. However, using this ability is also quite exhausting. I can't travel underground for a long time.
I need to rest and recover during this period. But it's enough.
If used when necessary, it can bring great help. In fact, using any ability will consume energy. For example, if you use the power of qi and blood for too long, it will also be depleted. The same is true for soul power.
There is nothing much to say about this.
Any ability is like this and it cannot be endless. However, the length of time can be negotiated. For example, if you increase your qi and blood, you can consume it for a longer time. Similarly, if you can find more earth origin, absorb and integrate it, you will be able to travel underground for a longer time.
Gulu. Yifeng's stomach growled.
For 5 days, Yifeng remained motionless, absorbing the essence of earth and entering a state of ecstasy.
Now that I'm out of my focused state, I finally feel extremely hungry. Let's go eat something first.
Yifeng identified the direction and headed towards Stone Beast Mountain.
Did you find anything?
No.
What about you?
No. At a pre-designated location, 5 figures met and consulted each other. They are the 5 young men in golden armor.
Damn it! Where on earth is he hiding?
The young man in golden armor cursed angrily and had been searching for Yifeng everywhere for the past 5 days. In order to improve efficiency, the 5 people even searched separately.
But in the end, nothing was found, not even a clue. Young master, eat something first. This is what I robbed from a mine.
The horse-faced man next to him handed over some dried animal meat. The young man in golden armor took it and started to chew it, with disgust in his eyes. This kind of food is made from dried meat of exotic animals. It is not as good as fresh meat, but it is not really that bad. However, given the golden-armored young man's background, his daily diet consists of delicacies from land and sea, and he really doesn't like food like this. Now we are trapped in this place, which is full of rocks and has no food at all.
You have to eat even if you don't want to. You can't go hungry. After eating and drinking. Search separately again, humph.
I don't believe that kid can disappear.
Remember to call immediately if there is any situation.
The 5 people separated again. There are other powerful groups in similar situations. They searched all over the mountains and plains for Yifeng. Even though he knew in his heart that the origin of earth might have been absorbed by Yifeng, he just couldn't swallow this anger.
I was hoping it might not be absorbed yet, or maybe it wasn't absorbed successfully for some reason? In short, I want to find Yifeng and get to the bottom of it.
Yifeng came to Stone Beast Mountain.
As before, the Stone Ape leader greeted them excitedly.
Yifeng was very hungry and had no time to pay attention to them, so he went straight to the food room. All the food that had been looted was stored inside a cave. They thought these things were not tasty, so they didn't care about them anymore and just kept them like this. There was a lot of dried meat and bottled drinking water in it. Yifeng took some and started eating the dried meat with the water. The Stone Ape leader also followed and was surprised to see Yifeng eating these things. How could the owner swallow something so disgusting? It directly took out several of its favorite minerals and handed them to Yifeng.
Crack, crack.
Master, this thing is delicious, let us eat this. Yi Feng waved his hand and said, you guys can eat it yourself. I'll just eat this. The stone ape leader was moved. He thought the owner was such a good person, leaving all the good things to them. After eating and drinking, Yi Feng was full of energy, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. It's time to have some fun with you. Yi Feng whispered coldly. He did not forget the scene a few days ago when he snatched the origin of Earth and was threatened by those martial honor realm masters. If I didn't have the identity of a soul master and could not fly with the help of soul soldiers, I would have had no choice but to leave the things behind. If I didn't leave them, I would really be killed by them. Inside the secret realm, it is a lawless place. No matter how you fight and kill, no one will care. Crack, crack. Master, do you need help? Asked the stone beast leader. It saw that Yi Feng was about to deal with someone. No need. The enemy this time is much stronger than you guys. You won't be able to help even if you go. Yi Feng refused. Then he flashed and left Stone Beast Mountain. Yi Feng was standing on the ground, and a layer of light ochre energy emerged from the soles of his feet and came into contact with the earth. Yi Feng could sense any movement within a radius of 100 miles. This is the benefit of integrating the essence of Earth. Even the Earth can become your helper. Over there. Yi Feng sensed that there was a person walking forward dozens of miles to the right front. Chapter 100 Revenge, Successive Assassinations. The man observed some traces around him, wanting to see if there was anything suspicious. If not, you'll just have to look somewhere else. Can this kid still be invisible? The man looked puzzled. For several days, he ran to many places but found nothing. As the head of the Li family, his overall strength is comparable to that of the Jiang family, and he has been safe and sound for many years. This time the mine was looted, which made him furious, and he went to the scene to investigate the matter in person. Unexpectedly, I would encounter the appearance of the origin of Earth. This was too attractive to him. As long as he could obtain the origin of Earth, he would become stronger and surpass other families in strength. His old rivals would no longer be a threat. Unfortunately, the origin of Earth was taken away by someone else, and as time goes by, his chances of getting it become lower and lower. But no matter how slim the hope is, he has to try. Anyway, the passage to the secret realm is closed now, and he can only stay inside the secret realm. There are no clues here, so we can only look elsewhere. Just as the head of the Li family was about to leave. Not good. A strong sense of crisis spread throughout his body. As a person with the cultivation level of martial honor, he knew clearly that this sense of crisis would not appear for no reason. That is the body's various senses working together to give warning signals faster than the brain when danger is sensed. Once the signal appears, it means there is definitely danger. Danger comes from underground. Without time to think, he instantly called out the surging energy and blood in his body, applied it to his legs, and suddenly jumped up. Boom! At the same time, the ground suddenly exploded, and a figure jumped out from it, with a yellow sword in his hand, slashing towards the head of the Li family who was about to jump up. The head of the Li family had a ferocious look on his face and could only draw his sword to block, but his response was too hasty and he only blocked part of the power. Puff! With the blessing of the origin of Earth, the force of this knife was extremely heavy and terrifying, blasting the head of the Li family upward rapidly, with blood spurting out of his mouth. The head of the Li family was thrown upwards and saw that the person who attacked him was a man wrapped in mulberry vines. It's you! The person who suddenly appeared that day and snatched the origin of Earth was dressed like this. In addition, now, this person suddenly emerged from the ground, just like the huge stone beast composed of the origin of the Earth at that time, able to move freely underground. The origin of Earth was absorbed by this person. The origin of Earth. My origin of Earth. Patriarch Li's eyes were red as he was still thinking about the origin of Earth. Boy! How dare you sneak attack me? And even absorbed the essence of Earth. I want you dead. Patriarch Li descended from a high altitude, and using the momentum, he also displayed the strongest sword technique he had practiced, the falling goose slash, swooping down like a wild goose, carrying infinite sword power. Faced with this move, Yi Feng, who was lying on the ground below, raised the corner of his mouth. The soul power was mobilized, and one shuttle sword after another appeared. Intertwined and entangled, strands of soul power intertwined and rushed towards the head of the Li family. Break it for me! Patriarch Li suddenly slashed down with his sword, cutting part of the silk net. The situation suddenly came to a standstill, and these strands of soul power began to emit a hazy yellow light. Obviously, they were also attached with the original energy of the earth, making them even more tough and difficult to break. Not good. There were more than 100 halberds, and Patriarchly was only able to block some of them. He was unable to block the rest, which attacked him from the side. He was in the air and had no way to dodge. He was hit by many attacks, his skin was torn and he fell powerlessly from the air. Fortunately, he was at the martial honor realm, and years of nourishment of chi and blood had made his physique strong. Otherwise, his body would have been chopped into pieces at this moment. The head of the Li family fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Before Yi Feng could make another move, he died. Yi Feng searched his body and took away anything valuable. Next, Yi Feng once again used the energy brought by the origin of Earth to sense the movements in a large area around him through the earth and to detect any enemies nearby. This time, there were no suspicious targets around. Yi Feng continued to move forward and then continued to explore. Soon, a new target was found. Approach the target, and when you are at a certain distance, dive underground, approach silently, and then launch a fatal attack. This person was not as vigilant as the head of the Li family, and was killed instantly by Yi Feng's sudden attack. Before he died, his face was full of shock and confusion. He didn't understand why an attack suddenly appeared from underground, with such powerful force that it directly killed him, a martial arts master. After killing this man and taking the spoils, Yi Feng continued to look for the target. One after another, they fell in Yi Feng's assassination. There are people from those families, as well as members of the Golden Armored Youth Team. When we attack them, they are basically alone. But this time, when Yi Feng found the target, there were 3 of them. That is the young man in golden armor and the other 2 team members. The 3 of them stayed together, their expressions solemn. Hasn't contacted them yet? The young man in golden armor frowned. Young master, we haven't been able to contact either of them. There's no news at all. The horse-faced man next to him answered. The 5 of them were originally separated, so that the search would be more efficient. With their strength at the martial honor realm, they are very confident. Even if they fight alone, they are not afraid of anyone in the secret realm. But just now, when they wanted to contact each other and inquire about the situation, 2 of them could not be contacted. At first, I thought I had encountered some emergency, but as time went on, I felt more and more that something was wrong. The 3 of them agreed to meet at a place and discuss the matter. What else could happen? The young man in golden armor asked in a puzzled tone. In this secret realm, with their strength, they are not afraid of anyone at all. What else could happen? Suddenly, the young man in golden armor fixed his eyes. The young man in golden armor, who had an earth-related physique, was also quite sensitive to the earth element. He suddenly noticed that there were abnormal movements coming from underground. Although the movement was very slight, he still noticed it in advance. Watch out! Get out of the way! The young man in golden armor roared and was the first to dodge. The other 2 also reacted extremely quickly, mainly because they had blind trust in the young man in golden armor, so when they heard his words, they subconsciously obeyed and dodged as well. Bang! Just as they dodged, a powerful attack came out from under the ground where they were originally standing. The 3 people's hearts were beating like drums, and they were terrified. If they had been a step slower, they would have been seriously injured if not dead. It's you! When he saw the attacker clearly, the young man in golden armor's face darkened. Chapter 101, Move around freely and control it easily. You can travel freely underground. Have you absorbed the essence of the earth? The golden-armored young man, Zhou Qi, said with a cold face. It seemed like he was asking, but his tone was actually very firm. He was looking for Yi Feng everywhere just for the origin of Earth. Now Yi Feng appeared on his own initiative, but the origin of Earth he wanted had already been absorbed by Yi Feng. How could he not feel angry? Young master, I'll capture him right now. After I get back, perhaps I can find a way to extract the essence of Earth from him. The horse-faced man beside him said. Zhou Qi's eyes lit up. With the background of his Zhou family, perhaps it was really possible to do it. Go! Destroy this guy and take him back. Zhou Qi gave an order and quickly approached Yi Feng with the other 2. They used their own moves and attacked Yi Feng. When he was about to reach Yi Feng sneered, and the origin of Earth in his body was mobilized. His whole body was like a fish diving into the water, sinking directly into the ground and disappearing without a trace. The attacks of Zhou Qi and the other 2 were all in vain. Come out!
Zhou Qi shouted. The three of them focused all their attention on the ground beneath their feet. Those who saw Yifeng sinking into the ground with their own eyes, when he comes up again, he will naturally come out from underground. Don't even think about launching a surprise attack, you won't stand a chance. The three of them paid attention to every movement on the ground beneath their feet, and would notice any changes immediately. However, what they didn't expect was that after Yifeng sank into the ground, he did not move around in the shallow layer, but sank a lot deeper. Once it sinks to a certain depth and moves sideways, it will be difficult for people on the ground to detect the movement. That's what Yifeng did. At this moment, he was deep underground, moving horizontally for a distance before floating up again. There was a distance between the three people here and over there, and Yifeng's movements were very light, so they didn't notice. Until he floated to the ground, Yifeng entered a big rock. The stones are several meters in diameter and are placed randomly on the ground. There are many similar stones around. Because the thing that is most abundant in the secret treasure mine is stones. Who would have thought that there was a person hidden inside such a big rock? A pair of eyes appeared on one side of the stone, and saw the three people over there, staring intently at the ground, not paying any attention to this side. Moreover, none of them was facing this side directly. It would be unreasonable not to take advantage of such a great opportunity. The soul power was mobilized, and the bailing shuttle appeared in the void. The flowing Suobrocade soul skill was used to strangle the three people over there. Be careful. Behind. Sensing the crisis, the three of them were suddenly shocked. Unfortunately, they had focused too much attention on the ground just now, and now Yifeng attacked from behind, and the attack was extremely fast. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Sure it. Ah. The person closest to Yifeng was accurately cut by the soul power thread, and a grid-like wound appeared on his body. Blood spurted out continuously, and he fell down with a scream. The other two were a little further away and had more time to react, so they managed to avoid the attack. Mean. Zhou Qi roared angrily and slashed with a knife. The big rock where Yifeng was standing was cut into two halves by him with one stroke of his sword. But at this time, there was no trace of Yifeng inside the big rock. He had already escaped underground and moved to another place as soon as the attack was launched. After the attack, the soul soldiers also pierced into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Qi, who was still alive, and the horse-faced man, both had their chests heaving, and were more alert than ever before. Not only should you pay attention to the ground, but you should also pay attention to the stones. Come out. Zhou Qi roared again, and slashed with his sword, and another big rock shattered. Boom boom boom. The two men vented their anger by hacking and slashing at the surrounding rocks. The idea is simple. As long as the stones are broken, Yifeng will not be able to hide in them. The only place they need to guard against is the ground. After a while, hundreds of large rocks around were chopped into pieces by them. Humph. Now let's see how you can hide. Zhou Qi panted heavily, feeling somewhat proud and relieved. However, the next moment, the rubble all over the ground suddenly shook. The amplitude of the tremors grew larger and larger, and soon they suddenly gathered together to form a huge stone man. Yifeng hid under the feet of the stone giant, rose all the way up, and came into its body. The gravel can combine to form a giant, which is achieved by Yifeng using the origin of earth to control these gravel. This can actually be done like this. Zhou Qi and the other man looked at the stone giant with horror in their eyes. Isn't this the same scene as when the origin of earth first appeared? It turns out that after the essence of earth is absorbed by people, it can also do this and control the surrounding sand and rocks. The more he understood, the more he discovered the origin of earth, and the many benefits it brought. The more Zhou Qi wanted to obtain the origin of earth. He had already begun to imagine that if he were to obtain the origin of earth. Boom! The stone giant stepped down suddenly with a heavy foot. Zhou Qi suddenly woke up, dodged repeatedly, and broke out in a cold sweat. Boom boom boom! Yifeng controlled the stone giant, kicking the two of them again and again, having a lot of fun. The two men dodged in a panic, covered in dust and dirt, and fought back from time to time, but even if they chopped the stone giant's body into pieces, it would cause no harm to Yifeng. He just had to put it back together. Just like what happened to the origin of the warring states, no matter how they attacked, they could not cause any substantial damage. In the end, it was thanks to Yifeng who delivered a fatal blow and hit the origin of earth that the problem was solved. Similarly, if they want to defeat the stone giant now, the only way is to defeat Yifeng who was inside the stone giant. But Yifeng could change his position at will and was not afraid of their attacks at all.
Even if they happened to hit him by chance and hit the part where he was hiding, Yifeng could change his position in advance to avoid it. That's the only trick I can use. Zhou Qi gritted his teeth and took out a bead from his body. It looked crystal clear and flashed with electric light. This is a life-saving method left to him by a powerful elder. As long as the beads are crushed, the thunder energy contained in them will be released, comparable to the full-strength attack of an emperor-level strongman. It was originally intended for him to use to save his life when he encountered a crisis. But now, in order to deal with Yifeng, he decided to use this thunder bead. The moment the thunder bead appeared, Yifeng's pupils suddenly shrank. Danger! Danger! A tingling sense of crisis spread throughout Yifeng's body. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately followed the body of the stone giant and dived all the way to the ground. Chapter 102 Black Card. Open in advance. At the same time, Zhou Qi squeezed the thunderball in his hand hard. Crackle! Violent thunder energy was released from the thunderball. So strong. Even Zhou Qi himself was frightened by this huge energy, and then he was unexpectedly ecstatic. With such a terrifyingly powerful attack, I don't believe the other party can remain unharmed. As the thought flashed through his mind, he didn't hesitate at all and sent this terrifying lightning energy towards the stone giant. Boom! It instantly hit the stone giant, and with a loud bang, the entire stone giant was shattered and turned into dust that flew in all directions. Yifeng, who had already dived underground, sensed the movement coming from the ground above and was secretly surprised. If I had run slower and was still inside the stone man, I would definitely not be able to withstand such an attack. Yifeng had a new guess about Zhou Qi's background. Being able to carry such a powerful life-saving method with him, his background must be extraordinary. While Yifeng was thinking about this, he was somewhere far away in the central region. He actually used the thunder bead. Did he encounter some kind of danger? It actually forced Achi to use the thunder bead to save his life? A silver-haired old man who was meditating suddenly opened his eyes, and lightning flashed in his eyes. The thunder pearl was given by him, and he would be the first to know when it was used. Secret treasure mine. The stone man was blown into powder, and Zhou Qi stood there with a smug and grim smile on his face. Hide. Try hiding from me again. Zhou Qi said happily, finally letting out the anger that had been pent up for a long time. Go find that person's body and see if he's still alive. The two began to search for Yifeng's body in the rubble. At this time, they thought that Yifeng was either dead or seriously injured and could not pose a threat to them, so their vigilance was at its lowest. They were completely unaware that Yifeng had quietly appeared in the shallow ground behind them. The bailing shuttle suddenly broke out of the ground with a fierce attack. The crisis of death comes in an instant. As soon as the thought of crisis flashed through their minds, the vital parts of both of their bodies were simultaneously attacked fatally. The thin shuttle blades, as thin as cicada wings, pierced into their bodies, stirred them up, and made them full of holes. Several swords hit Zhou Qi's golden armor, and just as Yifeng expected, dazzling sparks were produced. The texture of his golden armor is indeed extraordinary and can block most attacks, but unfortunately it cannot protect every part of the body. Those areas that could not be protected became Yifeng's main attack points, and he would hit wherever he pointed. The two of them stared with eyes wide open, full of disbelief, and slowly turned around. Not far away, Yifeng stood there quietly, slowly retracting the soul soldiers who had attacked. You. Both of them fell down unwillingly. I searched the two of them and took away valuable items from them, such as the golden armor, which was quite good. This is. Yifeng also found a black card on Zhou Qi. It's a bearer card. Yifeng knew that there was a type of bank card that did not record identity information and did not even have a password. No matter who had this bank card, they could deposit and withdraw money from it. This anonymous card makes transactions more convenient, and it is not easy for people to follow the flow of money and find the person with the corresponding identity. Many people who often engage in shady business or have large expenses like to carry an anonymous card with them and deposit their money into it. Yifeng logged into an online bank, scanned the barcode on the anonymous card, and the balance was displayed. Minus the decimals, it's exactly 10 billion. It just so happened that Yifeng wanted to buy the essence of royal beasts and the essence of royal plants. He was originally short of several billion, but with these tens of billions, he would be very rich. At this point, all the people who threatened Yifeng that day were killed by Yifeng. Next, wait for the entrance to the secret realm to open. During this period, you can become more familiar with the use of the origin of Earth, so that you will be more adept at using it in future battles. Time flies, and another half a month has passed. Including the first 5 days, only 20 days had passed. According to the original rules, it will take another 10 days for the secret realm to open again. But this time, something strange happened. On the 20th day, the entrance to the secret realm was actually opened. Could it be that the birth of the origin of Earth caused the opening and closing times of the treasure mine secret realm to change? Yi Feng made a guess. This is the only possibility for such a thing to happen. Otherwise, it has been very regular for so long, closing for 30 days and opening for 10 days, in a continuous cycle. But now, it suddenly becomes closed for 20 days. As for how long it will be open next time, it is not clear. We will know only later. But these are not important. It is better to get out early now, and you can get back outside before the secret realm of water and fire is formed. Go back. I'll come visit you guys when I have time. From now on, try to improve your strength as much as possible. Yi Feng said to the stone beasts. Crack, crack. The stone beasts were reluctant to say goodbye. Yi Feng returned to the point where he was teleported in before. A suction force acted on Yi Feng and sucked him out. Return to the outside main world. When I came in before, there were quite a few people stationed outside, but now there are none, it's empty. Some of those originally stationed here were later called in because of the matter of the origin of Earth. The other part was still stationed outside, but when the passage was closed, they left. Anyway, the passage has been closed and the people inside can't come out. It's useless to wait here. Even if we need to continue to stay there, we will have to wait until the next passage opens before coming back. They never expected that the channel would be opened ahead of time. Yi Feng left here and returned to the provincial government. Now that I have money, I can ask how I can buy those two things and make the god-eating moss recognize me as its master as soon as possible. These are all royal level items, not something that ordinary people can sell. Oh right. Ask Black Gloves if there's any way to get it. The previous branch manager of Black Gloves said that Black Gloves had a great background and was very impressive. If we really follow what he said and get something of royal grade, it shouldn't be a problem. Unless he's bluffing. Yi Feng immediately made a phone call. Because I traded a large order last time, I can now contact the branch manager directly. Brother, do you have any more goods to sell? The person in charge, Jin Shishing, smiled brightly. This time I'm not selling, I'm buying. I just don't know if you can get this thing. Chapter 103 Deal. Oh. Buying something. What is it that you want? After asking, Jin Shishing didn't forget to brag, as long as it's not too outrageous, there's nothing I can't get with Black Gloves. You might as well speak up and let me hear it. Their Black Glove organization is indeed mainly engaged in collecting things, but if a customer wants to entrust them to find a certain product, they will also accept the order. As for business, it doesn't matter whether you buy or sell, as long as you make money, it's fine. I want the blood essence of an imperial beast, purified to eliminate its active properties, and the essence of an imperial-level demonized plant. Yi Feng talked about the two needs. They are all emperor level. Jin Shishing took a deep breath, his tone a little surprised, and almost blurted out, "What do you want these two imperial-level things for?" Fortunately, they quickly shut up. They were only responsible for doing business and were not allowed to ask about the purpose of things. The imperial level is not easy to achieve. Jin Shishing hesitated. Just tell me directly whether it works or not. If not, I'll find someone else. Yi Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and said directly. Don't be anxious. Jin Shishing laughed and continued, whether I can get it or not, I need to ask headquarters. I can't give you an answer right now, but one thing is certain, the price will be extremely high, probably around 20 to 30 billion. He mentioned the price in advance, fearing that Yi Feng would have no idea and ultimately not be able to afford it, or not want to buy it, thus making his efforts in vain. Money is not a problem, as long as the price is fair. Then ask, and if it is in stock, contact me immediately. Sure, no problem. After hanging up the phone, Jin Shishing immediately contacted the headquarters. When the headquarters heard the news, they were a little surprised. After all, in the Lingnan province where Jin Shishing is located, there are only a handful of emperor-level strongmen. How could there be a customer with such a demand? But since someone wants it, they don't care about it anymore and just do it. Longting Academy. When Yi Feng returned to the school dormitory, someone called him. He thought it was from the Black Gloves. They were so efficient and finished it in a short time. I only realized it was Su Channy when I saw the name.
Yi Feng answered the call.
It was a video call, and a light screen popped up, showing the picture. It can be seen that Su Channy is wearing a light armor that outlines her beautiful curves. She stood in a vast wilderness, with strong winds blowing all around her. The heavy sand and stones were blown up like cotton wool by the strong winds. If an ordinary person were there, he would definitely not be able to even stand still. Only a warrior can stand still in such a hurricane. Yi Feng, do you remember that 20 days ago, I and several other instructors were preparing to go out to gather intelligence, and I met you at that time? Su Channy almost shouted as she spoke, otherwise her voice would be drowned out by the strong wind.
I remember. Yi Feng nodded. Although he could vaguely guess where Su Channy was at the moment, he still asked, "Where are you now?" "That's where we came." Su Channy said this with a playful smile and suddenly turned in another direction.
Tier. From the picture, it can be seen that the void in the distance is collapsing on a large scale, tearing out winding cracks that stretch for miles. Wherever it passes, no matter what it is, it will be torn apart. When the space is torn to a certain extent, it will be repaired again under the laws of nature. Tear, repair, tear again, and the process continues.
See? Isn't it shocking? This is a new secret passageway that is forming. Once it is fully formed and stabilized, it will become a new secret realm. How about it? Are you interested in coming over then? Su Channy asked. A new secret realm might bring new opportunities, and she would definitely go in when the time comes. The news about the secret realm has spread a long time ago, and various forces have sent people to garrison there to keep an eye on the situation at all times. Su Channy was there at the moment, representing the Longting Academy and the personnel stationed there. It's really shocking. Let's wait until it is formed, and then I will go and take a look. Yi Feng said.
Based on the situation, it feels like it will take another 10 days or so.
You should be prepared, said Su Channy. After ending the call, Yi Feng looked at the clue of the red treasure chest. The destination is a secret realm that is being born, the secret realm of water and fire. It seems that this is it. 2 days later, Jin Shixing called and said that both items had arrived and could be traded at any time.
The price of the royal beast's blood is 10 billion. The herbal essence of the imperial-level demonized plants is even more expensive, costing 14 billion. The two items together total 24 billion.
You place an order on the platform first, then specify a transaction location. Once the goods have been verified, you can confirm receipt.
Jin Shixing said that it is equivalent to letting the platform act as an intermediary. Yi Feng did as he was told, placed the order, and at the same time told Jin Shixing the transaction location. It was in an alley, very remote, and usually no one went there. Yi Feng came here and put a big box on the ground. The box contained things that were searched from the people killed in the secret treasure mine, such as weapons and equipment. The things on a Wu Zuanjing person's body are of high value and can be sold for a lot of money. Yi Feng used the power of the origin of earth and merged into the nearby walls. Not long after, a round-faced man appeared in the alley with a group of people. This round-faced man is Jin Shixing.
Such an important transaction must be presided over by him personally. He looked around and there was no one else here. All I saw was a large box on the ground.
Yi Feng had naturally told him in advance that he would also have to sell him some things during the transaction. It seems that Yi Feng arrived before him.
Where is that person?
He didn't think that Yi Feng would just leave after putting down the things, he must still be nearby. But if they were nearby, that would be a bit weird, because he carefully searched the surroundings but couldn't detect any hiding places around him. At this time, he received a text message.
Don't bother looking for me.
The things I want to sell are right there.
Just check them out.
Jin Shixing was shocked. The fact that he could say this further proved that Yi Feng was nearby. But he really couldn't figure out where Yi Feng was hiding. There weren't many obstacles around, and there were only a few places to hide. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out where the person was hiding. Although he was surprised, he immediately went to the box, opened it and checked what was inside. Wow, these are all things used by the martial honor realm. Some of them look familiar, as if I have seen them on some important figures.
Chapter 10 For the God-eating moss recognizes its master. After inspection, the estimated value was 2 billion.
He called Yi Feng, but the call was not connected, so he could only send him a text message to tell him the price.
Yi Feng replied okay. 20 billion is not a small amount.
The most expensive item is the golden armor on Zhou Qi, otherwise it would not be sold at such a high price. When Zhou Qi took out the thunder bead, Yi Feng knew that this person was not simple, so it would be best not to use the things on this person. Although the golden armor is a good defensive armor, if I wear it, it will clearly mean that I have killed Zhou Qi. It's better to sell it directly. It's always better to be cautious. Anyway, with the Yunsang Vine, the defensive effect is not bad. Jin Qixing put the box he brought on the ground again. What is contained inside is the item to be traded. He led his men out of the alley. I was very curious about who this mysterious client was. I really want to send someone to stake out nearby to see if I can uncover his true identity. But when he thought about the fact that he hadn't even noticed the other party's trace just now and that his concealment method was extremely sophisticated, he felt that he couldn't do that. If the other party finds out, it will be more trouble than gain. Boss Jean, do you think that person is hiding far away and can only see our situation from afar, which is why we haven't been able to find him? An assistant nearby proposed a hypothesis. Jin Qixing's eyes lit up. That's really possible. He began to scan the distance, looking for suspicious vantage points. When he accidentally turned his gaze back to the alley, he was shocked to find that the thing he had just put down was gone. At the same time, he also received a reminder that the order had been confirmed received. What does it mean? This means that just now, this mysterious customer appeared in the alley and took away all the things. During the whole process, there were about 10 of them, not far away from the other side, but no one noticed. Let's go. Let's go back. Jin Qixing wiped the sweat from his forehead and led his men away quickly. After they left, Yi Feng slowly walked out from the wall inside the alley. Carrying 2 things, Yi Feng left the provincial government and came to the wild. From Mu Bufan's diary, we can only see some of his experiments and conjectures on the god-eating moss and the step of recognizing its master. In other words, what is about to be done has not been actually verified by anyone. Yi Feng was not sure whether any accidents would happen. To be on the safe side, it would be better to come to this uninhabited wilderness. Yi Feng took out all the things. First is the jade box. After opening it, there is a god-eating moss seedling inside. It was no different from before, black and dry like dried moss, making it unsure whether it was dead or alive. There are 2 other items that were purchased. The blood essence of the royal beast has lost its vitality, leaving only pure and rich energy, each drop of which is golden. But as a nutritional supply, there is no need to worry about it being recognized as the master of this royal beast, because the active ones have already been killed. The other is the royal grade plant essence, which is emerald green and contains extremely strong plant vitality. Mix these 2 things together, and then add my blood and essence. The essence and blood are located in the heart, and there is not much of it, so every drop is extremely precious. Only 1 drop is needed to recognize the master. Yi Feng mobilized the qi and blood in his body, and forced out a drop of blood from his heart. The blood was also golden in color and flowed along the blood vessels. The magical thing is that essence blood and ordinary blood will not merge together. Until it was forced out at the fingertips and fell into the container. After stirring, the liquid needed for recognition is prepared. Whether it can be successful or not depends on this step. Yi Feng put the dried god-eating moss seedlings directly in. Just like a sponge meeting water, the god-eating moss absorbs it like crazy. It was originally dry and black, but as it absorbed the energy, it became more and more lustrous, green and full of vitality. Its aura is constantly growing stronger, and it is also growing wildly, covering an increasingly larger area. Cover and wrap the entire container, and then continue to extend outwards. There was some vegetation on the ground, but after being covered by the moss, it was completely invisible. When it expanded to cover a large area around it, all the liquid had been absorbed. Yi Feng also successfully established a bond with it, which was very stable, just like how he had made Yun Sangtang recognize its master before. It's done! Yi Feng was delighted. According to Mu Bufan's guess, he finally succeeded in making the god-eating moss recognize its master. At this time, the god-eating moss was emerald green with a hint of gold, which looked very extraordinary. It covered there like a lawn. Yi Feng stepped on it and felt it was very soft and comfortable. The god-eating moss was very affectionate, and some moss surged up to wrap around Yi Feng's ankles, which was also very comfortable. You should be able to become small again, right? After hearing Yi Feng's words, the god-eating moss really began to shrink, and finally shrank to the size of a palm, so that it could be put back into the jade box. But after it shrank, Yi Feng's pupils also shrank. Dead silence. The originally lush green vegetation in the area it had just covered had now all turned black and rotted, as had some insects and the like. The whole place became a dead silence. What terrible destructive power! Yifeng couldn't help but look at his feet, which were just wrapped by the god-eating moss. Still fine, no problem at all. Fortunately, he successfully recognized his master and was not harmed. That's right. The stronger the better. Next, I'll find a way to train you well. As soon as he said this, the god-eating moss sent an idea to Yifeng. Some simple communication can be carried out between the master and the servant. Want to go over there? Yifeng could understand the meaning. Okay. Then go ahead. Under the guidance of the god-eating moss, Yifeng came to a dense forest, where the roar of beasts could be heard from time to time. There are strange beasts lurking in the wild, as well as poisonous creatures and weeds. It can be felt that the god-eating moss becomes happy after coming to this place. It slid out of the jade box, fell to the ground, and then quickly expanded to a diameter of at least 10 meters. Roar! Suddenly, a strange beast jumped out in front of them. It had the strength of a general, looked like a rhinoceros, and had thick skin and flesh, as if it was wearing armor. Rumble, rumble. It stepped with heavy steps, like a tank, rushing towards Yifeng. Seeing this, the god-eating moss excitedly moved over along the ground. The rhinoceros beast didn't know what these things were, so it lowered its head, and its pointed horns were like swords, ready to attack the god-eating moss. But the next moment, the whole thing was wrapped by the god-eating moss, and screams were heard immediately. When the god-eating moss faded away again, the rhinoceros was seen to have turned black all over, as if all the water had been sucked out, and it had become a dried corpse. Chapter 105, Panic. The secret realm is formed. Seeing the strange beast being sucked into a dried corpse, Yifeng felt horrified. This method of killing is really scary. However, the current god-eating moss is not strong enough. It can probably kill a general in seconds and can fight against a king. It grew from a seedling with no attack power to this size in an instant, thanks to the 2 royal-level things that provided sufficient nutrition. After letting it absorb it, its strength soared rapidly. This is because, for the time being, not all of it has been transformed into strength. Some of the energy is temporarily stored in the body and has not yet been fully converted. In the next period of time, the god-eating moss will continue to grow stronger rapidly. After devouring the rhinoceros monster, the god-eating moss was still not satisfied and continued to move forward. Whether it encounters strange beasts or poisonous creatures, they all become its food. After it had explored the entire forest, it was finally satisfied. It returned to Yifeng's side, its size shrunk to the size of a palm, and it clung to Yifeng's arm under his sleeve. From the outside, you can't tell that there is such a dangerous thing hidden inside the arm. Whenever you want to release it in the future, you can release it almost instantly. Yifeng left the forest with the god-eating moss. Shortly after Yifeng left, a group of warriors came to the forest, ready to look for some poisonous creatures. But when they stepped into the forest, the scene they saw was exactly like a scene from hell. Everything was dead silent. No matter whether it was animals or plants, they were completely lifeless, dry and black, as if they had been devoured by something horrible. At first glance, it's all like this, which makes people feel creepy. How did this happen? They swallowed hard, their mouths dry and their backs chilled. It's hard to imagine what happened to cause this place to become such a tragic state. If they encountered such a thing, just thinking about it would make them feel extremely terrified. Go, go, go. Get out of here. Several people were extremely panicked and stumbled out of the dead jungle. The news about the strange things happening here also spread through their mouths. Some brave people came here in groups of 3 or 5 to watch it in person. Even as brave as they were scared and their faces turned pale. They didn't dare to stay any longer. Those who are timid learned about the scene here through videos taken by some people. For a time, the news about the dead forest aroused discussion among many people. Some people worry that the culprit who caused all this will pose a threat to human cities? If so, the first place to be affected would be the Lingnan provincial capital because it is the closest. The provincial government's security bureau and the city's defense forces attached great importance to this matter and sent a team of experts to conduct an on-site investigation there. I feel like it's probably caused by the god-eating moss. In the team, an old man who was quite knowledgeable about demonized plants said in a serious tone. What? God-eating moss. The others were shocked. They all understood what the god-eating moss was. This demonized plant, which has only been heard of in legends, was actually encountered in reality. It is rumored that when the god-eating moss grows big enough, it can even devour the god of war. It will sweep across the sky and earth, and wherever it passes, it will become a dead zone. If such a terrifying demonized plant really starts to cause trouble, it would be easy for it to destroy a city. Don't spread the conclusions about the god-eating moss for now, to avoid causing panic among the public. Right. What we need to do now is to find out where the god-eating moss has gone. It would be best to destroy it before it grows bigger, otherwise there will be endless troubles. They immediately launched an investigation. In a courtyard within the provincial government, Janine came hurriedly, found the wealthy man Louis, and showed him a video. I previously researched a lot of information about god-eating moss in order to get it to recognize its master. Although I ultimately failed to find a method, I still have some idea of the damage it can cause. As he spoke, Janine stared at the video and said in a complicated tone, "The condition of this forest looks very much like it was caused by the god-eating moss." Hearing this, Louis' habitual movement of turning the jade ring on his thumb suddenly stopped, and his harmless eyes suddenly became sharp. "Are you saying that the stolen god-eating moss has been cultivated by someone?" After learning about the god-eating moss, they began to try to find a way to obtain it. There are two possibilities, one of which is that it was taken away by Lu Xianhua, Deputy Director of Security. The second is the mysterious Soul Master who frequently opposes his organization. After many days of open and secret investigations, such as some informants planted in the Security Bureau, some intelligence was obtained, and the probability of Lu Xianhua taking it away was relatively low. Then it must have been taken away by that mysterious Soul Master. Over the past few days, they have been investigating the whereabouts of this Soul Master, but unfortunately they have not been able to find any clues. Now we finally have some clues, and it's directly about the god-eating moss. If this is really caused by the god-eating moss, does that mean that the god-eating moss has already recognized its master? Louis frowned and said. He knew very well that the demonized plant would only recognize its master once. If it had already recognized its master, then even if he got it, he would not be able to change its owner and take it for himself. Well, I'm not sure. Janine stammered, saying that he couldn't even find a way to recognize his master, and he couldn't answer the questions Louis asked. Find this soul master for me, and everything will be clear, Louis said coldly. His tone slowed down as he spoke of another matter. The newly formed secret realm should be complete in no more than 10 days. You all should get ready and come with me. Yes. Janine replied. Time goes by day. In the blink of an eye, the day arrived when the secret realm of water and fire was completely formed. This is a vast wilderness, which used to be a wasteland. However, ever since the secret passage appeared here, it has attracted people from all over the world. The closer the channel gets to being fully formed, the more people gather nearby. At this time, the void that was constantly being torn and repaired has become much more stable. A mirror-like entrance to a secret realm is located in the void ahead. There are many people around, from various forces, with varying strengths. Most of them are locals from Lingnan province, and a small number are from other places. They learned that a new secret passage was being formed here and rushed here specially. When the passage was completely stabilized, a suction force suddenly appeared, sucking all the people in a large area below the passage into it. Chapter 106, Water and Fire Secret Realm. Crystal Beads. Su Chani was here at this time. When the suction appeared, she looked around, looking for Yifeng. Until he was sucked into the secret realm, he did not see Yifeng. The passage has been stabilized. More and more people rushed from the periphery to the center, fearing that if they were a step slower, any benefits inside would be snatched away by others. Waves of suction descended, sucking group after group of people into the secret realm. Caught up. Yifeng came in a hurry. When coming here, there was originally plenty of time, but when passing by a place full of strange beasts, the god-eating moss wanted to have a good meal again. The meal 8 days ago was quite helpful for the growth of the god-eating moss. Now that he was greedy again, Yifeng agreed and therefore delayed for a while. It's not too late to arrive now, it's just right. Yifeng followed the crowd and moved closer. A suction force came down and wrapped around his whole body, and he was quickly sucked in. When the vision becomes clear again, the environment Yifeng is in has completely changed. Water everywhere. This is actually a water world. Up and down, left and right, everything was filled with water. What's outrageous is that there is fire in the water. Balls of flames would occasionally streak across the water, like shooting stars.
The saying goes that water and fire are incompatible. They are obviously two conflicting and repelling elements, so why can they coexist so harmoniously? Yifeng felt a little puzzled. No wonder the treasure chest clues mentioned that the secret realm was called the Water and Fire Secret Realm. So that's the case. Call. A ball of fire quickly rushed into the water, leaving a long tail of flame. Swish. Yifeng slashed with his sword, splitting it into pieces. This kind of flame carries a certain amount of power, and if you allow it to attack you, you will be injured. Go open the treasure chest first. Yifeng didn't care about the situation in the secret realm. He came here just for the red treasure chest inside. He just wanted to open the treasure chest successfully in the end. He glanced at the direction indicated by the arrow, pushed off his feet, and quickly flew away in the water like an arrow. With the talent of deep sea spirit, Yifeng is like a fish in water, moving freely and flexibly like a fish. Whether it is an activity or a battle, it is of great help. For example, those who do not have water-related talents or physiques will encounter a certain degree of resistance when moving in water, which will reduce their combat effectiveness. Halfway through the swim, Yifeng slowed down. In front of us, there is a large group of fish creatures, some big and some small, with different appearances. Some have mouths full of sharp teeth, and some are covered with hard scales. There is one thing that is surprisingly consistent: the color of their bodies is all aqua blue. Just now, we discovered some fish creatures along the way. There are basically two colors, aqua blue and fiery red. Call out. The fish attacked each other, spitting out water arrows from their mouths, which were no weaker than metal arrows. Once they were hit, even the hard scales would be pierced. Yifeng watched from afar. He discovered a whirlpool in the middle of the school of fish. At first, Yifeng thought it was formed by the fish fighting and stirring up the water after swimming. But upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the vortex seemed to be naturally formed, and in the center of the vortex, there was a crystal clear bead. The moment he saw the crystal bead, Yifeng had the urge to take it for himself and absorb it immediately. The fact that this impulse arises naturally shows that this thing is beneficial to Yifeng. Those schools of fish are fighting here to snatch the crystal beads, which must be of great benefit to them. Yifeng looked around and didn't see anyone else, so he let the fish fight first. After a while, more than half of the fish were dead or injured. Suddenly, a slender fish swam extremely fast, like a shot arrow. Call out. With a whoosh, he broke through the encirclement and quickly approached the crystal bead. Seeing this, the other fish also stopped fighting. The crystal beads were about to be taken away by other fish, so there was no point in fighting. However, this fish has a slender body and is a strong swimmer. It is so fast that they cannot catch up with it at all. The water arrows condensed from the mouth were shot out, but were also dodged by the slender fish. The crystal beads were about to be taken away by the slender fish. Swish! Suddenly, energy fluctuations were heard nearby. One after another, the shuttle knives, as thin as cicada wings, passed through the water almost silently and came to the side of the slender fish. Before it could react, it was instantly chopped into pieces. The shuttle continued to move forward, covering the crystal bead and then taking it away directly. The vortex over there also dissipated and collapsed after the crystal beads were taken away. The school of fish was angry, baring their teeth, and shooting water arrows at the retreating shuttle. But the speed of the water arrow is obviously inferior and it poses no threat at all. I watched helplessly as the crystal bead fell into Yifeng's hands in the distance. Such a rich water energy. Yifeng absorbed it immediately. An extremely pure water energy was absorbed into Yifeng's body, continuously nourishing his body and gradually strengthening Yifeng's perception of water energy. My deep-sea spirit talent seems to be gradually becoming more perfect? Previously in Linhai City, a spirit of the deep-sea talent was opened from a blue treasure chest. It is SSS grade, but it is a defective version, only 410. Now that I have absorbed this crystal bead, I feel like I have been promoted to 510. In other words, as long as you find a few more of these crystal beads, you can upgrade the water-based talent, Spirit of the Deep Sea, to the complete version. This kind of crystal bead should be a unique water-based treasure in this secret realm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After just a short delay, the school of fish over there came rushing over. Yifeng was too lazy to waste time with this group of blue guys. There was no benefit in killing them. He kicked his feet lightly and turned into a sharp arrow, flying away quickly. The blue fish were stunned. At such a fast speed, who was the fish? Anyway, they couldn't catch up with Yifeng and could only stare there. Yi Feng was still heading towards the treasure chest. However, ever since I learned about the good things like crystal beads, I have become more careful and pay attention to whether there are any such things along the way. Where there are crystal beads, there will be two features, whirlpools and schools of fish. The vortex is caused by the crystal beads, and the fish come to compete for the crystal beads. What's more, after a while, Yi Feng discovered another one. It was still successful. After absorbing it, the deep-sea spirit was promoted to a higher level. Completeness and perfection are just around the corner. Next, one after another. Until the sixth one, which happens to be the location of the red treasure chest. Chapter 107, Strength Surges. New clues. There were only a few fish fighting for the sixth crystal bead nearby, and Yi Feng chopped it down with a few swords. As long as I absorb this one, my deep-sea spirit talent will be advanced to perfection. Yi Feng said in his heart. At this time, there were fluctuations nearby. Turning around, I saw three people swimming towards me quickly. They looked very unfamiliar and Yi Feng didn't recognize them. One of them pointed at the crystal beads in Yi Feng's hand from a distance, and used body movements and lip movements to let Yi Feng clearly know what they wanted to express. What this means is that they were the first to discover this crystal bead. Yi Feng wanted to laugh when he saw it. It was simply that they happened to pass by and saw that he had obtained the crystal bead. They could tell that this item was extraordinary, so they relied on their numbers to fight for it. Roll. Yi Feng looked at them sarcastically and simply lip-synced, not wanting to waste time talking to them. Then immediately absorb the crystal beads in your hand. With the infusion of this energy, the deep-sea spirit talent finally advanced to its complete state. Seeing that Yi Feng actually absorbed the crystal beads directly, the three of them looked fierce and angry. Superior. The three of them made a gesture and rushed towards Yi Feng. The things were gone, but they couldn't swallow the anger, and they had to make Yi Feng pay the price. The three men came in front of Yi Feng and were about to chop him with knives. Their attacks were far less smooth than on land. In Yi Feng's eyes, it was like pressing the slow play button on a video. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with it? Humph. You're looking for death. At this moment, Yi Feng actually snorted coldly in the water and blurted out these words subconsciously. Yi Feng himself did not realize it, but he shocked the three people opposite him and made them stunned for a moment. Can you talk in the water? Phew. The next moment, a blood mark appeared on the necks of the three people, and blood spurted out, dyeing the surrounding water red. They were no match for Yi Feng to begin with, and they were even dazed in front of Yi Feng. Wouldn't it be easy to kill them? After killing three people, Yi Feng finally came to his senses. I can talk in water. Yi Feng said in astonishment. When he was speaking, he was not choked by the water at all, and he spoke as freely as if he was on land. It's the function of the deep-sea spirit. It wasn't possible to do this before, but just now, the deep-sea spirit has been upgraded to perfection, and now it is possible. That must be the function of the deep-sea spirit. Yi Feng figured out the key. In fact, it is not just the deep-sea spirits. As long as one has a water-related physique and talent, and the grade reaches SSS level, one can have the ability to speak in water. Open the treasure chest. Yi Feng looked at a red treasure chest floating in the water, which was the real purpose of his trip. The crystal beads can only be considered an unexpected gain. Go closer and touch the treasure chest. Snap. You opened a red treasure chest. Congratulations! You received 90,000 soul power. By releasing the soul power, the soul master's realm will soar again. Fusion. A large amount of soul power merged into Yi Feng's body. From the original 87,000 points, after integrating 90,000 points, it reached an astonishing 177,000 points of soul power. Yi Feng only felt that the strength of his soul was stronger than ever before. If he used his soul power to fight, he would be much stronger than before. As long as the soul power exceeds the threshold of 162,000 points, you will be a peak sec level soul master. Yi Feng's soul level is now over 170,000, which is obviously higher than the previous level. His soul master level is at the peak of the sect level. Just as Yi Feng was thinking about what to do next, a new treasure chest clue suddenly popped up. Treasure chest clue: a red fine treasure chest appears near the volcano in the water and fire secret realm. Please go and open it. Volcano? Yi Feng muttered something. Anyway, it is still in the secret place and is still a fine product. That's perfect, we can open them all at once.
Yifeng looked at his feet and saw a new red arrow pointing in a certain direction.
Let's go.
Keep looking for the treasure chest. Yifeng set off again.
Somewhere in a secret place. There is a huge volcano here, and hot magma keeps flowing out of the crater.
It encounters the surrounding water without causing any conflict, and they coexist harmoniously. A curvaceous figure wearing fiery red soft armor was staring at the volcano nearby. I sensed from afar that there's something amiss with this volcano. It has an extremely rich fire energy that attracted me from afar.
The fiery red figure is Su Chani.
With a fire-type physique, she is very sensitive to fire energy and can sense it from a long distance. There was just one thing that made her feel a little confused. The fire energy of a volcano is usually extremely violent, and this violent energy is of no use to her. If you forcibly absorb this energy, it will not only be of no benefit, but will be harmful.
Then why does the energy here attract her? What is it that attracts me?
Su Chani said in her heart. She closed her eyes and felt carefully. After a while, his eyes suddenly opened.
Pure energy.
In this frenzy, I can vaguely sense the presence of incomparably pure energy.
Su Chani was shocked.
It was that vague pure energy that attracted her.
Oh no! The volcano is about to erupt.
The volcano's already violent energy became even more violent at this moment, a precursor to an eruption.
Su Chani did not dare to hesitate and retreated quickly.
Even though she has an SS-level fire-type physique and a Fire Lotus spirit body, her strength has recently broken through and reached the late stage of Martial King. But she did not dare to be careless at all.
Facing the violent volcanic eruption, she decided to temporarily avoid its edge. Boom!
There was a shocking earthquake, and magma gushed out from the crater, reaching hundreds of meters high, and then turned into balls of flames, scattering and splashing in all directions.
Su Chani dodged the flames. That is...
Su Chani suddenly discovered that among the falling flames, there were two very special ones.
One is blue and the other is red.
The two flames looked very spiritual, circling each other and accompanying each other, as if they were born to be a pair. From these two flames, one can feel extremely pure fire energy.
Especially the blue flame, which had an unprecedented attraction to Su Chani. Xianyin spiritual fire. Xianyang spiritual fire.
It was a pity that we were in the water and couldn't speak, otherwise Su Chani would have screamed out. However, from the expression on her face at this moment, it can be seen how ecstatic she is. These two kinds of spiritual fire, one yin and one yang, are extremely rare and precious, and the conditions for their birth are very harsh. Xianyin spirit fire is suitable for women to absorb, especially those like her who have a fire constitution. As for the Xianyang spirit fire, it is suitable for men to absorb. Su Chani is already planning to give it to Yifeng when the time comes.
Chapter 108 How dare you dream of getting your hands on the spiritual fire? Without any hesitation, Su Chani quickly approached the two spiritual fires.
The two spiritual fires seemed to have intelligence and were very spiritual, about to escape Su Chani's capture. But in the end he couldn't escape and was caught by Su Chani. As soon as he got the spiritual fire, he didn't want to wait any longer and immediately absorbed the Xianyin spiritual fire.
The vast and purine fire energy filled Su Chani's body.
A layer of blue flames enveloped her body, as if she was emerging from a cocoon and being reborn.
My Fire Lotus spirit body has actually undergone a transformation.
Su Chani was shocked to find that her Fire Lotus spirit body had become more advanced, from an SS-level Fire Lotus spirit body to an SSS-level Fire Lotus holy body. Moreover, by integrating the Xianyin spirit fire, her control over fire energy has reached an unprecedented level. At this moment, there were noises coming from several places. The noise caused by the volcanic eruption just now attracted all the people in the nearby large area.
Spiritual fire. It's spiritual fire.
Everyone looked surprised and shouted wildly in their hearts.
It turns out that the volcano here erupted and gave birth to spiritual fire.
They saw that the blue flames on Su Chani's body were dissipating, and in her hand she was holding a ball of red spiritual fire. Those who are knowledgeable have already recognized that it is the Xianyang spirit fire. The Xianyang spiritual fire will not appear alone, there must be a matching Xianyin spiritual fire. Therefore, the blue flame that faded from Su Chani's body must be related to the Xianyin spiritual fire. The Xianyin spiritual fire was absorbed. If I can absorb this spiritual fire, it will be of great help to my alchemy family.
This is a man with a goatee and sparks dancing in his eyes. There are not many people who dare to call themselves aristocratic families.
Only those large families in the central region with a long history and profound foundation dare to call themselves aristocratic families.
Obviously, this person is from the central region. Spiritual fire.
At this time, a member of the Jiang family in Wuzongjing named Jiang Tai also came nearby, and he was alone.
Before, he came in with Jiang Yin and many other members of the Jiang family, following Louis. But their purpose of entering this secret realm was to seek opportunities.
Since they all huddled together, their efficiency in finding opportunities would naturally be the lowest. So separate them and contact each other if necessary.
He immediately sent a message to Jiang Yin.
Master, a spiritual fire was discovered here.
It was obtained by Su Chani from Longting Academy. However, she can't escape. She has been surrounded by many people.
There are quite a few people nearby, and there may be some martial honor realm masters.
Come quickly.
Jiang Yin was shocked when he heard the news and immediately brought people over.
There are many people like Jiang Tai.
They call on their friends and ask for support. In their view, the biggest competition at this time comes from other people nearby.
As for Su Chani, they didn't take him seriously.
He was just a martial king. Among those present, there are many who are at the martial sect level, and even some who are at the martial honor level.
What to do? Su Chani's face was solemn.
She has contacted Principal Punch. But Peng Qi was only at the martial sect level, and even if he came, he would not be able to intimidate the people present. The only thing we can expect is that Peng Qi has a wide network of contacts and should be able to contact some powerful martial arts masters to come to the rescue. But asking such a strong person for help will definitely cost a huge price, and perhaps this ball of Xianyang spirit fire will not be able to be preserved. She had originally thought of giving it to Yifeng after taking it out.
Just when Su Chani was overwhelmed with thoughts and didn't know what to do.
The goat-bearded man from a central alchemy family suddenly looked fierce, and his martial arts master-level cultivation burst out as he rushed towards Su Chani. The other two low-key martial masters, as if they had agreed, no longer concealed their auras, and suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Su Chani.
3 powerful martial masters. There are actually 3 powerful martial masters hiding nearby. The crowd exclaimed inwardly.
For those who request support, they just need to drag it out and wait for support.
The more people come, the more competitive they will be. As for the martial honor realm warriors present, they knew they couldn't delay.
The longer they delayed, the more people would come, and the smaller their advantage would be.
Now is the time when they are the strongest among the crowd present and have the greatest chance of snatching the spiritual fire.
The man with a goatee was incredibly fast and stretched out his hand, trying to grab Su Chani.
Swish! But he was stopped by a flash of knife. It was a square-faced man holding a knife.
While stopping the man with the goatee, he was also looking for an opportunity to take away Su Chani's Xianyang spirit fire. However, his action was stopped by the third-place martial arts master. In just a few seconds, the 3 of them changed their moves dozens of times. When one of them wanted to approach Su Chani, he would be stopped by the other 2. As a result, the 3 of them were in a stalemate.
Su Chani's expression was extremely solemn.
For her, it was difficult for her to even catch the movements of a martial honor realm expert in a fight. Any residual power that leaked out was a huge threat to her.
But what can she do?
It is impossible to escape, and there is no hope at all if I stay.
Even if you take the initiative to throw away the spiritual fire and let them fight for it.
But there will always be people who can't get it, and they might end up taking their anger out on her. For some reason, at this critical moment of life and death, the figure that appeared in my mind was Yifeng.
What are you thinking about?
Even if Yifeng is here, he doesn't have the strength to deal with a martial arts master.
But, if it's him, is there any way to leave here? Su Chani was a little distracted. Just then. Ha! That familiar figure actually appeared in the field of vision. Dazzled?
Su Chani rubbed her eyes hard and found that she was not dizzy.
He really came.
He was still wearing that concealing outfit, using mulberry vines to wrap his body tightly. Only because she knew in advance that this was Yifeng could she recognize him at the first moment. Yifeng came here and approached as if nothing had happened, strolling leisurely in the garden.
The treasure chest is right there.
The location where the treasure chest was floating was exactly where Su Chani was.
Why is she here?
Yifeng was also surprised.
Don't think too much about it for now, just go closer and open the treasure chest first, we can talk about it later if there is anything else. Snort!
The 3 people fighting all hummed in unison, and a string of bubbles gurgled out in the water. They saw that there was a fourth person who wanted to interrupt their three-person battle. It would be fine if they were both martial lords, but judging from the energy and aura emanating from the other party, he was only at the martial sect level. A mere martial arts master also dreams of getting his hands on spiritual fire? He really doesn't take these martial arts masters seriously. Since he wants to die, then let him do it. It just so happened that the three of them were in a stalemate and had been angry for a long time, so they took out their anger on this guy who didn't know how to live or die. Call. The three of them attacked Yifeng fiercely at the same time. Su Chani's face was full of worry. The rest of the spectators looked like they were just watching a show. Chapter 109. It turns out to be him. Facing the three people who attacked, Yifeng smiled coldly. If it were his previous self, whether he was a Qi and Blood Warrior or a Soul Master, his realm would be at the early stage of the sect level. Facing three Martial Honor Realm Warriors at the same time, Yifeng would need to deal with them well. But since the last treasure chest opened up 90,000 soul power points, it took off directly and the Soul Master realm reached the peak of the sect level. With the Soul Master's powerful cross-level compatibility, Yifeng is no match for the three of them. The soul power was suddenly mobilized, and the bailing shuttle was condensed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, the flying shuttles, under the influence of soul power and carrying infinite power, shot towards the three men with goat beards. What a fast speed! The three of them were shocked. The attacking posture at the beginning is instantly switched to a defensive posture. If they don't defend themselves, they will definitely be attacked by Yifeng before they can attack Yifeng. Ding ding ding! The successive collisions instantly unleashed a powerful force, blasting the surrounding waters like a pot of boiling water. Not good. The three were terrified and could not withstand such an attack. Puff! As large mouthfuls of blood spurted out, the three of them flew backwards, and the blood dyed the surrounding water red. They were seriously injured after just one face-to-face attack. Strong. Terribly strong. They were stunned. Why was Yifeng's attack completely unaffected by the environment and so swift and powerful? Their own attacks were obviously weakened to only 70% compared to when they were on land. Both power and speed have been weakened to the same extent. Not only did Yifeng not become weakened, he even felt that he could use the environment to maximize the power of his attack. How could they not be defeated? No! We have to run. The three of them endured the pain from their injuries and tried to escape quickly. Of course Yifeng would not give them this opportunity, so he flew away to attack them. When they were in good condition, they were no match for Yifeng. Now that they were seriously injured, they couldn't even put up a decent resistance and were killed instantly by Yifeng. So strong. Yifeng, how could he become so powerful? Su Chani widened her eyes and stared at Yifeng in disbelief. This figure seemed familiar yet unfamiliar. Once upon a time, Yifeng was just a freshman in the college entrance examination. Compared with her, the senior tutor of Longting Academy, there was a world of difference between them, and the two were not on the same level at all. At that time, if she wanted to do anything bad to Yifeng, it would be done with just a flick of her finger. And now, the positions of the two seemed to have been swapped. She, Su Chani, was still at the level of Martial King. Surrounded by a group of martial masters and even martial honored ones, she had no way out and couldn't even escape. And Yifeng can even kill those at the martial honor realm. And it was overwhelming. In just one encounter, he killed 3 martial masters. Su Chani even had some doubts as to whether the person covered by the Yunsang Vine was still Yifeng. Could it be another strong man who also happened to like to use Yunsang Vine to protect himself tightly? The other onlookers around were as emotionally shocked as Su Chani. Originally, it was thought that Yifeng was going to die, but who knew that the situation would suddenly reverse, and the 3 martial honor realm warriors couldn't even put up a decent resistance and were killed by Yifeng. It's him! It's him! Zhang Tai in the crowd was extremely shocked. The culprit who caused his Zhang family to fall to this point and become a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat was this person who was entangled in vines. Yunsang vines, shuttle-shaped soul soldiers, soul masters, all these characteristics are possessed by that mysterious soul master. The person they have been thinking about and looking for is right in front of them. However, it was much, much stronger than they had expected. As they expected, this soul master's strength was at most that of a martial sect master. But now, he even killed Wu Zun, 3 people at a time. It was so easy. No! We need to tell the patriarch not to come over. The head of the family, Zhang Yin, is only at the martial honor realm.
If he comes, wouldn't he be seeking his own death? Just as he was about to send a message to Zhang Yin, several familiar auras came from nearby. Zhang Tai's face suddenly turned pale. The people who came were Zhang Yin and several martial arts masters from the Zhang family. Zhang Yin did not tell Lu Yi about the situation here because he was a little selfish. Submitting to Lu Yi's organization did not mean that all the benefits had to be dedicated to the organization. To come here to compete for the spiritual fire, he only needs to bring a few members of the Zhang family with him. He can take the spiritual fire he gets for himself. Otherwise, it will definitely be taken away by Lu Yi. The moment Zhang Yin arrived here and saw Yi Feng, he was ecstatic. It's a pity that I can't speak, otherwise I would definitely say, after searching high and low for something, I finally find it without any effort. Then he laughed loudly a few times and rushed towards Yi Feng quickly. But he failed to do so and could not stop him, as he rushed towards Yi Feng with great momentum. He also had great hatred towards Yi Feng. The affairs of Wu Sitang were exposed, and the affairs in the Zhang family's backyard were revealed, all because of Yi Feng. If it weren't for Yi Feng, he would still be the glorious head of the Zhang family. No! The head of the family. Zhang Tai wanted to shout to stop it, but large amounts of water kept pouring into his mouth, and he could only make gurgling sounds. As for rushing over to stop it, it was too late. Zhang Yin had already led several people and rushed to Yi Feng, staring at Yi Feng with unfriendly eyes. Let us destroy him first. Then take him back and interrogate him slowly. After making up his mind, he slashed at Yi Feng with his sword. In his opinion, as a martial arts master, even if his strength was reduced due to the environment, he was still not something that ordinary people could withstand. Unfortunately, Yi Feng is not an ordinary person. Yi Feng was extremely surprised when he saw Zhang Yin coming towards him with a knife. I heard before that after Zhang Yin was captured, he was kidnapped on the way and then disappeared. I didn't expect him to appear here and even take the initiative to attack. He already had a grudge against the Zhang family. Since he wanted to die, Yi Feng would not show any mercy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The killing was in full swing with one spear after another, sweeping towards Zhang Yin. Humph! You scoundrel! How dare you fight back? Zhang Yin snorted in his heart. As soon as the thought came to mind, I immediately realized something was wrong. Those shuttles were incredibly fast and terrifyingly powerful. Boom! Even though he tried his best to resist, he still couldn't resist it. Before his body could fly backwards, Yi Feng had already calculated other shuttle knives and caught them accurately from behind, piercing his body and leaving it riddled with holes. Master! The Zhang family members around him were extremely shocked. Then he was extremely terrified, and looked at Yi Feng with eyes full of fear. Horrible! So terrible! The head of the family was killed instantly after the first encounter, so those of them who were at the martial sect level were completely no match for him. As soon as the thought came to their mind, they felt severe pain in the vital parts of their bodies. Chapter 110, Red Flame Sacred Body. Chasing souls at sky speed. Yi Feng's attack had arrived, and they were killed by Yi Feng before they could even capture the trajectory of the attack. Until their death, Zhang Yin and the others were confused. They didn't understand why the opponent was so powerful that they didn't even have a chance to resist. They were killed before they could even react. Yi Feng still felt quite emotional about killing Zhang Yin. The first time he met Zhang Yin was when he was at the Zhang family. At that time, Zhang Yin seemed so powerful to Yi Feng. Even if you use the shadow trace technique, you dare not be confronted by him head-on, otherwise you will definitely be discovered. But now, he can kill him instantly with just a wave of his hand. The difference in strength between them is huge. Finally, I can open the treasure chest. Yi Feng didn't care about it being in public, since they couldn't see it anyway. Touch the treasure chest. Snap. You opened a red fine treasure chest. Congratulations! You've obtained Red Flame Sacred Body SSS-610. You've also achieved the perfect realization of the 6th tier soul skill Skyspeed Soul Chaser. Another SSS level physique. This time it's fire-based. As for soul skills, this time it was very special. It was not an attack-type soul skill, but was actually used to increase speed. If the warrior is a Qi and Blood warrior, speed-related martial arts can be called body skills. This Skyspeed Soul Chasing can be understood as a physical skill that requires the mobilization of soul power to be used. Fusion. The two things merged into Yi Feng's body. The body has been transformed and possesses the holy body of red flame.
And the large amount of insights also allowed Yifeng to immediately master the key to using Tiansu Zuihen. Let us leave here first, to avoid any unexpected changes later. Yifeng's mind moved, and the bailing shuttle flew, sweeping over all the corpses nearby and taking away all the valuables on their bodies.
Su Chani came closer, gestured, and wanted to say something. Yifeng's gaze suddenly fixed and he looked into the distance. An extremely powerful aura came rapidly from a distance. Emperor Wu.
This is definitely a powerful martial emperor. Yifeng could jump over one major realm and kill a martial honor realm cultivator, but he had no way of jumping over two major realms to deal with a martial emperor. In particular, the martial emperor is different from the previous realms. This leap into a new realm is quite special. The quality of qi and blood is greatly improved, and one can also release qi and blood, and also possess the ability to fly. All these special features make the martial emperor realm extremely powerful. It is impossible for Yifeng to cross two realms to deal with the martial emperor. Zhang Tai, who was in the crowd, had his eyes light up. Lu Yi is here. He was originally like a turtle, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. But when he saw the approaching person and the iconic jade ring, Zhang Tai recognized him from afar. The person was Lu Yi, the backbone of the organization they joined and their immediate superior. He waved his hands violently in the crowd, as if to tell Lu Yi, Zhang Yin, and others that they were all killed by Yifeng. But what he met was Lu Yi's cold gaze. A stream of qi and blood was released, condensed into a palm print, and hid over.
No. Zhang Tai didn't even have the chance to react and was killed instantly.
You Zhang family members, you claim to be loyal, but you didn't inform me when something happened.
You've been beaten almost to death here. What use do I have for you? The rolling sound came along with Lu Yi. Everyone was shocked that this person could actually speak in the water.
Seeing this, Yifeng narrowed his eyes. He had always felt that he could not deal with the person who was 2 realms higher than him. Now that the other party could speak in the water, he must have an SSS level water talent or physique, and his strength was not affected at all when he moved in the water.
Boy! You made it so hard for me to find you. Lu Yi's target was indeed Yifeng.
He had long hated Yifeng for the previous human blood pill incident. Now that he knew that the god-eating moss was most likely taken away by Yifeng, he wanted to catch Yifeng and interrogate him to get to the bottom of the matter.
Walk!
Yifeng did not dare to hesitate and whispered to Su Chani in a voice that only Su Chani could hear.
Su Chani's eyes widened. Even Yifeng could talk in the water? Hallucination?
The next moment, she found herself being hugged by Yifeng.
Sky Speed Soul Chaser.
Yifeng mobilized his soul power and used the body movement soul skill he had just acquired to chase the soul at an incredible speed. This time, he didn't need to control the soul soldiers. The condensed soul power intertwined and entangled with each other, forming a soul power shield that enveloped Yifeng. But now that there was one more person with him, Yifeng made the screen a little bigger, covering Su Chani as well. The screen cover is pointed in front and wide in the back, forming a cone shape and has extremely strong water-breaking ability.
The screen was formed in just an instant.
Driven by soul power, it turned into a stream of light and quickly fled into the distance. Almost in the blink of an eye, Yifeng and the other person disappeared in the vast waters. At this time, Lu Yi had just reached the place where Yifeng was originally waiting.
Where are you running to?
With a loud shout, he chased in the direction where Yifeng disappeared, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight.
Everyone present was stunned.
I thought that with the arrival of a powerful martial emperor like Lu Yi, he would be able to control everything. It is said that below the martial emperor, everyone is an ant. Unless you are a martial emperor, you cannot even escape. But they didn't expect that Yifeng actually ran away at an incredibly fast speed. Before everyone could even react, Yifeng disappeared from their sight, taking another person with him.
If Yifeng was alone, they couldn't imagine how fast he would go. But Lu Yi has already chased after him. Now that he has been targeted by a martial emperor, he probably can't escape, right?
This is because they underestimated Yifeng, or in other words, they had no idea about the speed of Speed Chaser. At this time, Lu Yi had already lost track of Yifeng and was so angry that his fists were clenched. Yifeng on the other side had already escaped to a very far place. When he sensed that his soul power was a little depleted, he slowed down and stopped. It seems that this sky speed soul chasing is not a regular body movement technique, but more like a secret technique. It can provide a person with extremely fast speed, but the consumption of soul power is also huge. It cannot be continuously performed like a regular body movement technique. After using it once, Yifeng has a deeper understanding of the soul skill of sky speed soul chasing.
It is enough.
You basically don't need to use it at ordinary times. You can use it at critical moments to provide extremely high speed support. This time, thanks to it, it would have been difficult to escape the pursuit of a martial emperor otherwise. Yifeng turned his head and saw that Su Chani's face was pale.
Why, are you scared?
Yifeng laughed out loud.
Su Chani nodded mechanically.
She had never moved so fast before. The scene around her was almost blurred and she couldn't see clearly at all.
That's right, spiritual fire.
She handed the Xianyang spirit fire to Yifeng.
Chapter 111 Special Envoy Lu. Xianyang spiritual fire.
As early as when Yifeng approached Su Chani, he had already seen the ball of Xianyang spirit fire in Su Chani's hand. However, the treasure chest had not been opened at that time, and it was attacked by two groups of people one after another. Yifeng did not have much time to understand the matter. Su Chani was about to speak to Yifeng when she realized that she was still in the water and couldn't speak at all.
I am really a little envious of Yifeng's ability to speak in water.
He was about to communicate with Yifeng by sending messages.
Wow!
Yifeng suddenly waved his hand lightly, and the water area at her head actually moved to the sides, leaving a waterless space.
That's amazing. How on earth did you do that?
Su Chani was shocked by Yifeng again. Not only could she speak in the water, but now, with a simple wave of her hand, she could make the water move away, allowing her to speak as well.
It's nothing. I have a water-related talent, so I can talk in the water. Yifeng said. Then your talent should be of a very high level, right? Su Chani asked. Well, only SSS level can have this function. Yifeng replied. Su Chani looked at Yifeng deeply. Why does it feel like the person in front of her is like a bottomless pit?
Every time they meet, he brings her new shock. The more I understand, the more I realize that Yifeng is not simple, and it feels like I will never understand him clearly enough. This ball of Xianyang spiritual fire. Su Chani began to explain what had just happened. Yifeng listened quietly and soon found out what had happened before he arrived. After explaining, Su Chani continued. I originally intended to let you absorb this ball of Xianyang spirit fire. Even if you don't have a fire-type physique talent, it can still bring benefits. But now, you have a water-type talent. I'm worried that after you absorb it, there will be a conflict, and the loss will outweigh the gain.
Give it to me? Thank you.
Yifeng smiled and thanked him, then said, I can absorb it, you don't have to worry about it.
Is it really possible? Su Chani was skeptical and handed the Xianyang spirit fire to Yifeng. Yifeng took it and absorbed it immediately.
A layer of crimson energy enveloped Yifeng, and rich fire energy filled every part of Yifeng's body. The scarlet flame holy body originally obtained from the treasure chest was an incomplete version, but it was quickly upgraded to perfection at this time. After fusing with the Xianyang spirit fire and combining it with the red flame holy body, Yifeng's control over fire energy reached an unprecedented level. When the fire energy on Yifeng's body dissipated, the absorption was completely over.
What will happen? Will there be any conflict? Su Chani asked uncertainly. No, it's fine.
Yifeng smiled heartily.
Go out first. Yifeng took Su Chani and headed towards the teleportation point. It's not far and we'll arrive soon.
Normally, this is the teleportation point where Yifeng came in, and only Yifeng can go out. If Su Chani wanted to go out, she needed to go back to the place where she came in. However, as long as Yifeng holds Su Chani tightly, he will be able to take Su Chani out when the suction comes. The suction force came, and the two left the secret realm and returned to the outside. There was no one outside at this time, and Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried that Louis would show up early and block us outside, but luckily that didn't happen. Perhaps it was because Yifeng intentionally headed towards the teleportation point when he escaped just now, so he left the secret realm without much delay. However, Louis was a step slower after he reacted. Yifeng didn't stay for long and quickly left with Su Chani. Not long after Yifeng and the others left, Louis came out of the secret realm in a rage and stood guard nearby.
Unless you have already left the secret realm, I will definitely catch you. Louis said viciously.
Yifeng is about to arrive at the provincial capital. You'd better find a more secluded place and hide for a while. Yifeng suddenly said to Su Chani.
Why? Su Chani was puzzled. Once she returned to the provincial government's Longtung school, would anyone still be able to harm her?
Even if those people have this intention, the nature of the matter is different if they take action within the provincial government.
Didn't you see that martial emperor just now chasing after us with murderous intent? Although his target is me, once he sees you being taken away by me and can't find my whereabouts, he will think of you and try to find a breakthrough from you. So, you need to hide for a while and don't let anyone find you. Don't think that no one dares to take action in Longting Academy.
You have to know that people like them dared to attack police officers from the security bureau in broad daylight inside the provincial government.
Yifeng said in a serious tone. The reason for saying this is that he has already guessed a little about Lu Yi's identity. On that day, Jiang Yin and other members of the Jiang family were taken away from the Jiang family, but an accident happened later.
The news reported that after Lu Xianhua left, Jiang Yin and his men were kidnapped, and all the police officers at the scene were killed. The murderer has not been caught yet, and Jiang Yin and his men have not been captured either. Just now, Jiang Yin and others appeared in the water and fire secret realm, and from what Louis said when he arrived, it can be seen that they are in the same group.
It can be basically concluded that Lu Yi is the one who kidnapped Jiang Yin that day.
That's why Yifeng said that people like them would dare to do anything. If this person was determined to find him, Yifeng really believed that he would break into Longting Academy and kidnap Su Chani. With the strength of Longting Academy, it really does not have the ability to stop a martial emperor.
And you? Su Chani became worried about Yifeng instead.
She didn't feel that she was being implicated by Yifeng now, because in the situation just now, Yifeng took her away and saved her, but not taking her away would have been very dangerous. There was nothing she could do about this situation, so she decided to listen to Yifeng and hide for a while.
Ha, you should think about yourself and where to hide safely. You don't have to worry about me. Even if I meet that person, I can run away if I can't beat him. Yifeng laughed. I have a way to hide well, so you and I should be careful. Su Chani said goodbye solemnly and separated from Yifeng.
Looking at her receding back, Yifeng seemed to be thinking about something.
I need to understand the enemy as soon as possible so that I won't be too passive. Yifeng muttered, then took out a tactical watch.
It was taken from Jiang Yin while I was sweeping up the spoils.
Maybe you can get some useful information from it.
Yifeng clicked on the tactical watch and started flipping through it.
Special Envoy Lu?
Yifeng discovered that among the contacts, Jiang Yin had frequent contact with the person noted as Special Envoy Lu.
Chapter 112 Waiting in the Dense Forest. Special Envoy Lu.
Yifeng knew that this was definitely not a person's name, but more like the title of a position.
However, this character Lu should be this person's surname. Could it be the martial emperor from before?
Combined with what the Emperor Wu said before, it was obvious that the Jiang family had defected to him. Yifeng felt that this was very likely.
Wait. Special Envoy Lu.
Yifeng muttered softly, and the more he muttered, the more he felt that the three words Envoy Lu were very familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before.
That's right. It's those documents.
Yifeng immediately operated his tactical watch and quickly called up a video. When he watched a certain part, he clicked pause. The words Special Envoy Lu were clearly written on it. This video also talks about the incident of making pills out of human blood when we went to Linhai City and discovered it in a deep courtyard in the old city area. When Tang Kuan, the head of the Shenzhen courtyard, was about to leave with a file box, he was ambushed by Yifeng.
Because there was a treasure chest hidden in the file box.
After taking the document box and leaving, he broke open the document box in an abandoned building and successfully opened the treasure chest.
The documents inside are all confidential and involve many members.
Among them is a person with a rather special and mysterious name, or title, Special Envoy Lu. So, the people involved in the human blood pill incident are also related to the martial emperor just now.
In fact, there is more than one such envoy. The organization behind them may have even more powerful masters. Yifeng connected all the events before and after. No wonder Lu Xianhua arrived at that time and told the Linhai City Security Bureau not to interfere and let the Yanlong army take charge. There is a powerful martial emperor behind the enemy.
With the security force of Linhai City, we definitely cannot intervene.
If we force the enemy into a corner, it will be very dangerous.
However, it seems that the Flame Dragon army has not achieved much results. Just look at the fact that Special Envoy Lu can still appear here openly.
Yifeng then checked Jiang Yin's tactical watch.
This place. Inside was a short message from Special Envoy Lu, just send it here. There is a coordinate attached below this paragraph.
Where could it be? Yi Feng opened the map and found that the corresponding location was just a wilderness, nothing special. Let's go and take a look. Yi Feng set off and headed towards that place. The main purpose is to see if he can get some clues from it and understand the enemy's background clearly. Otherwise, Yi Feng doesn't want to care about these things. This place is northwest of the provincial government, not too far away. Yi Feng is also fast and arrived in no time. There are continuous dense forests here, and the roar of beasts can be heard from time to time. There are flowers, trees, sand, gravel and soil everywhere. There are many places like this in the wild, and there is nothing special about them. Unless it is necessary, few people will come to such places. After Yi Feng approached this place, he called upon the origin of earth and dived into the ground. By exploring in this way, you can conceal your body to the greatest extent possible, and it will not be too late to reappear once it is confirmed to be safe. Half an hour later. Somewhere in the dense forest. Yi Feng has appeared, but he is using the shadow mirage technique. Even if there are strange beasts passing by, they cannot detect Yi Feng's presence. It's just an ordinary wild forest. Why did Envoy Lu ask Jiang Yin to come here? Yi Feng wondered. Judging from the date of the information, it was several days ago. Even if Jiang Yin had really been here, all traces would have disappeared completely. In any case, Yi Feng couldn't find many useful clues here. Just keep waiting and see. Yi Feng made up his mind. There was nothing urgent to do anyway. 3 days later. Somewhere in a compound. Tang Kuan sat face to face with a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. The price is negotiable, but I'm a little worried about the success rate. What if it fails? The middle-aged man said in a worried tone. President Qian, the Qian Chamber of Commerce you run is one of the best in the entire province. Even when you are doing business, you cannot guarantee 100% success, right? Tang Kuan asked back. Of course. As long as the benefits outweigh the risks, it's worth taking the risk. President Qian affirmed. So you don't have to worry too much. This has a 90% success rate. Even if it fails, it will only cause certain damage, and you can recover afterwards. Tang Kuan said confidently. Okay. I'll have someone bring my son in right away. As long as you succeed, in addition to the agreed upon reward, Qian will also give you a generous gift. President Qian said as he started contacting people. His son had already been brought here and was just waiting outside. Soon, 2 warriors came in with a young man. After a brief explanation, President Qian and the 2 warriors left, leaving only the young man behind. The young man came from a wealthy family and had seen the world, but he seemed a little reserved at this moment. Can you really give me an S-level gold physique? The young man looked at Tang Kuan and asked with courage. This was what his father told him, saying that there was a way to transform his gold-type physique from the extremely trashy D level to the rare S level. However, physical fitness is innate and can only be improved by obtaining a treasure. Even then, the extent of improvement provided by a treasure is limited. For example, raising it by 1 or 2 levels is acceptable, but how is it possible to directly improve it from D level to S level? Don't worry, since your father has paid a high reward, we will definitely do it. Just wait a moment and follow my instructions. Tang Kuan temporarily left the yard and entered the room inside. In the room, Louis put his hands behind his back and turned the jade ring in his hand. Possessing this jade ring is a symbol of one's status as a special envoy, and there are only 9 special envoys in the entire organization. 3 days ago, he came out of the water in Fire's secret realm and stayed there. But after watching for most of the day, he finally realized that the person he wanted to wait for had probably left long ago. Given his status, it was not appropriate for him to show up in public too much, so he did not stay any longer and left. But he still felt a little unhappy that he failed to catch the person. The dignified Emperor Wu, who is also one of the 9 special envoys, actually let someone slip away from under his nose. It is such a shame and humiliation. Special Envoy Lu, President Qian has sent his son here, but I just remembered that the S-level gold physique they want is currently out of stock there. Tang Kuan asked in a pleading tone. Don't worry, there are still goods. You can go there now. By the way, I will have someone deliver the goods to meet you at the old place. Louis said calmly. Yes. Tang Kuan stepped out and left with President Qian's son. Louis opened the communication list and sent a command message to a subordinate. Chapter 113 Experimental Field. New treasure chest. Dense forest.
Yifeng waited for 3 full days but found nothing unusual. Just when Yifeng was thinking about looking for a breakthrough somewhere else, a new situation suddenly arose. Ta-da-day. A beast cart, pulled by an iron-hoofed beast, came to this dense forest. Yifeng had seen this kind of beast cart before. For example, when he first entered the secret realm of the treasure mine, he robbed the Jiang family's mine and sold the minerals to the Black Glove organization. The beast cart they sent to transport the goods was this kind of beast cart. For complex outdoor environments, using animal carts to transport goods is the most appropriate option. Creatures like the iron-hoofed beast are rare, relatively docile, and extremely enduring beasts that can be tamed by humans and used for their own purposes. The animal cart stopped when it arrived nearby. One person got out of the carriage, plus the driver. There were 2 people in total. They stopped there and watched, as if waiting for someone to appear. Is it transporting some kind of cargo? Yifeng wondered. Generally, animal carts are used to transport some goods. At this time, he was using the shadow trace technique, and the 2 people over there only had the strength of military generals, so it was impossible for them to discover Yifeng's existence. Just as Yifeng was thinking about getting closer to see what was being carried in the carriage, there was new movement nearby. There are also 2 people. It was a long-faced man, walking quickly with a young man. Perhaps in order to speed up, the young man in luxurious clothes was almost carried by the long-faced man. The young man was so frightened that he was almost unable to recover. It's him. I didn't expect to see old friends here. The long-faced man was Tang Kuan, and the young man was President Qian's son. At that time, in the deep courtyard of the old city of Linhai City, Yifeng faced Tang Kuan and could only rely on sneak attacks to hurt him. As for now, Yifeng can kill him instantly with just a flick of his fingers. However, Yifeng did not rush to take action, but waited and watched first. It is now known that Special Envoy Liu is also involved in the human blood pill incident, and Tang Kuan may be his subordinate. Now that Tang Kuan appears here, there must be something going on. We can wait and see for a while, maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Mr. Tang, the goods are inside the carriage. Please take a look. As the man spoke, he opened the door of the carriage and dragged out a long sack. Tang Kuan nodded, opened the sack, took a quick look, and quickly closed it again. Well, you guys go back. Yes. The 2 men drove the animal cart back. Not everyone can go to the place we are about to go. Only people who are highly trusted by the organization can go there. This dense forest is just a transit station for them, where they meet when handing over goods. Like the 2 people just now, and even the Jiang family members before, they were not highly trusted by the organization and could only come here at most. The rest will be led by Tang Kuan. What is that? The young man Xianyu looked at the sack with confusion. He felt that there was a person in the sack, but he just heard those people say that it was some kind of cargo. If it is a person, how can it be called a commodity? Come here, I'll open it for you. Tang Kuan smiled kindly. Xianyu had no suspicion and walked closer. Swish! Tang Kuan slashed Xianyu's neck with a palm knife at lightning speed. The force of this palm strike was just right, and it only knocked Xianyu unconscious. As mentioned just now, the place they are about to go to is very secretive. Even if it is the customer Qianyu, he cannot be allowed to know the specific location. He can only be knocked unconscious and then brought there. Tang Kuan carried Qianyu on one shoulder and a sack on the other. To him, the weight was nothing. He continued to walk briskly away. Just as Yifeng was about to follow, a new treasure chest clue suddenly popped up. Treasure chest clue: in the underground experimental field, a red fine treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. Underground experimental site? What is that place? Yifeng was puzzled. When he heard this name, he felt it was a bit special. No specific detailed location information is given, but fortunately there are arrows to guide you. As long as you follow the arrows, you will definitely reach your destination. Coincidentally, the direction indicated by the arrow is the direction Tang Kuan left. Yifeng didn't hesitate too much and quickly caught up, staying far behind Tang Kuan. When they arrived at a mountain range, Tang Kuan had a clear goal and went straight into it. Finally, it stopped at the foot of a cliff. At first glance, the cliff is covered with various weeping vines, full of vitality. The nearby plants are also lush and do not appear abrupt at all. Tang Kuan stopped at a certain place and lifted up the hanging vines there, and a small hole appeared. Walk in and let the hanging vines fall down again, covering the cave entrance tightly.
If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have known that there was an entrance here?
In addition, this place is sparsely populated, so it is unlikely that anyone would happen to arrive here and discover the secret of this place.
What does Tang Kuan want to do by coming here? You will never get the answer if you just guess here, you will find out if you go in there yourself.
More importantly, the red treasure chest arrow is pointing inside.
The underground experimental site is inside. Yi Feng went in immediately.
Unlike Tang Kuan, he did not lift up the hanging vines there, but instead used the essence of earth and the earth escape technique to enter the mountain.
Mr. Tang.
The mountain path inside is quite spacious, enough to accommodate several people side by side.
There are 2 people standing guard at regular intervals, on both sides of the aisle.
When they saw Tang Kuan come in, they recognized him and greeted him.
If it were an enemy, they would have taken action by now.
The entire walkway slopes downward, which means that the destination you are about to reach is located underground.
So this is how the underground experimental field came about. It's just not clear what experiments they are doing. No matter how hard they tried, they could not have imagined that there was an enemy lurking under the aisle, following Tang Kuan's steps. When Tang Kuan came to the innermost part,
there is a heavy door here. The electronic eye scanned Tang Kuan's identity information and the door rumbled open.
Tang Kuan walked in and the door closed again.
Compared with the outside, the environment inside has changed a lot. Various instruments and equipment are placed everywhere, and one person after another, wearing white coats, is working at their respective positions. Subject number 7, there's an abnormality with the separation of the wind element, and vital signs are weakening.
Stop separation. Inject biogenic fluid to rescue.
They were concentrating on carrying out the experiment at hand. The experimental subjects they mentioned were actually people. This scene shocked Yi Feng, who was hiding underground. It turns out that the subjects of the experiments in the experimental field are humans.
Chapter 114, Qi and Blood Improvement. Soul-devouring technique. Tang Kuan walked towards an old man.
The old man was also wearing a white coat and sitting there quietly, not participating in any work. I don't know what he was thinking about, he was so focused that he didn't even notice Tang Kuan approaching.
Mr. Chen. Tang Kuan shouted twice before Chen Yi looked up.
What's up? There was not much expression on Chen Yi's face, he looked a little dull, like an old man with dementia.
I've received a business request.
I need to pay this guy, the Qianshi, to transplant a gold-type physique into him.
Look.
Hearing this, Chen Yi's originally dull expression immediately lit up, filled with excitement, and revealed a hint of madness. As if he had discovered something valuable, he stared at the unconscious boy with burning eyes. If you don't know what kind of person he is, you will definitely feel uneasy when you see Chen Yi like this. Only those who know him well will know that in Chen Yi's eyes, only various transformations and experiments can arouse his interest, and he ignores everything else. Whenever he is asked to do this kind of thing, he will show great enthusiasm, so high that it seems a little fanatical. Because of this, Chen Yi is the most technically proficient person in the experimental facility here, and he is required to be in charge of any difficult transformations or experiments. This is the Qian family kid, a D-level gold talent.
And here, Tang Kuan opened the sack and poured out the unconscious person inside, who was also a teenager. This person has an S-level gold physique. I wonder how confident Mr. Chen is in transplanting this physique to the young man from the Qian family.
Despite all the confident assurances he had made in front of President Qian, Tang Kuan was actually not sure. He only knew that transplanting a gold-type physique was the type that had been experimented with the most times and was the most mature. However, most of the successful transplantation examples are of relatively low levels, and as for reaching S level, the examples are very rare. After all, there are not many people above S level, no matter their talent or physique, and there are even fewer opportunities to experiment with them.
Don't worry, I'm very confident in the gold-type physique transplant and I guarantee it can be completed, Chen Yi said confidently.
While speaking, his eyes never left the boy on the ground. In his view, this was not a person, but an object for him to experiment on. These conversations, when heard by Yi Feng who was hiding underground, were still quite surprising and shocking. For a long time, people have believed that physique or talent are innate.
If you have it, you have it, and if you don't, you don't. It is impossible to give one person's talent to another person in any way.
But now, what they have to do is exactly this, transplanting one person's physique into another person.
How to transplant this? Physical constitution is not a specific organ, so how can it be transplanted?
Yi Feng's attention was inevitably drawn to other people who were conducting some kind of experiment. For example, subject number 4 was lying in a container filled with an unknown liquid, with many pipes, instruments and cables connected to it to monitor various data. A little bit of yellow energy was actually stripped out from the body of the experimental subject.
Class A conglomerate, stripping complete.
The experimental subject also twitched in pain and then died.
If this method is used to peel off the skin, the organism will basically die.
But they don't care, as long as they get what they want. At this moment, Yi Feng, who had escaped underground, sensed a slight vibration coming from the direction outside the cave.
It looks like a group of people are coming towards this side.
Although they tried to make their footsteps as light as possible, Yi Feng, who was underground, had an earth origin and his ability to sense the earth was undoubtedly extremely strong, so he was still sensed by Yi Feng.
Is anyone coming?
Yi Feng couldn't be sure for the time being whether the matter here had been exposed and someone was coming to rescue the people. For example, the provincial government's security forces, or the Flame Dragon Army.
Or, are they still their own people? Open the treasure chest first.
Yi Feng hid underground and continued to move inside. There is also a passage here that leads to the outside. The treasure chest is probably located at the exit of the passage.
There is no guard here. Maybe it's because this exit is very hidden and is never used, so it is blocked with a big stone. If you look from the outside, you wouldn't know that there is an exit here. The treasure chest is right in front of you and can be opened easily. Yi Feng touched it. Snap! You opened a red fine treasure chest. Congratulations!
You received 90,000 calories of chi and health.
You have fully realized the 6th level secret technique, soul devouring technique. Fusion.
90,000 calories of chi and blood were madly integrated into Yi Feng's body, causing Yi Feng's chi and blood power to soar rapidly and become stronger quickly. From the original 96,000 calories, it soared to 186,000 calories of chi and blood.
The current realm is at the peak of martial arts.
At this point, both the Soul Masters and the Chi and Blood Warriors have reached the peak of the sect level. Then he integrated the soul devouring art and the complete understanding was integrated into Yi Feng's mind, allowing him to master the soul devouring art immediately.
This is also a method used by Soul Masters.
The conditions for its use are relatively harsh.
One needs to concentrate and focus a lot, and then call on soul power to directly attack the enemy's soul.
This method needs to be used with caution. If the opponent's soul strength is too high and you use the soul devouring technique on them, you may be retaliated and your soul may be damaged. This method is very effective in torturing the enemy, because few people can endure this kind of pain from the soul.
When forcing the enemy to reveal information using this method, there is no doubt that you will be able to pry open their mouth. Rumble.
At this time, there was a noisy vibration coming from the direction of the experimental field. Just then, a large group of Flame Dragon Army rushed in, killing anyone who stood in their way. There are dozens of people, all of them are masters, and the leader is a martial emperor. With such a powerful fighting force, it is impossible for the people in this experimental field to withstand it.
It's true. The Divine Creation Organization has hidden an experimental site here. Catch them all. Don't let any of them escape. One by one, the men in white coats were captured by the Flame Dragon Army.
Everything was ready, and Shen Yi, who wanted to perform a physical transplant on Xianyu, still had a fanatical look in his eyes when he was captured.
Asshole! Get out! Don't bother me while I'm working! Bang! He was slapped in the face by the Flame Dragon Army and immediately fainted. There's an exit over there. Someone must have escaped. Chase after them.
In the exit passage, Tang Kuan fled in panic, rushing towards the exit at maximum speed.
Bang!
Just as he was about to rush to the exit, he was suddenly hit hard in the abdomen by a huge force, causing him to fall to the ground in pain and curl up like a shrimp. A familiar figure appeared before my eyes.
Chapter 115, Don't Cry Until You See the Coffin. It's you! Tang Kuan's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost.
Yi Feng's outfit at this moment was just like when he was in the deep courtyard of the old city of Linhai City. His whole body was entangled with mulberry vines, and his appearance was completely invisible.
It was this outfit that left a lasting impression on him.
During the previous trip to the Water and Fire Secret Realm, Louis did not ask him to go in because he had something to do. However, when Louis came back, his face was full of anger and he brought a piece of news, saying that he met this person in the secret realm.
failed to catch it and let it run away.
I didn't expect you to suddenly appear here at this time. Caught off guard, someone popped up out of nowhere and knocked him down with one punch.
Get out of my way. Tang Kuan endured the pain and stood up, stretching out his palm into a claw.
As he had practiced claw skills, his fingers were as hard as metal, his blood and energy surged as he grabbed Yifeng. Yifeng smiled coldly, moved his feet lightly, and avoided his claw attack. Almost at the same time, he made a knife flower and used the back of the knife to chop Tang Kuan's neck. Tang Kuan's head buzzed, his vision went dark, and he fainted instantly.
Yifeng's entire set of movements was smooth and flowing, and he knocked Tang Kuan unconscious with almost no delay. Just grab it and lift it up. Who is it? Don't run away.
A deep voice was heard from the mountain path, and the martial emperor's enormous aura came crushing down like a mountain.
Yifeng didn't even take a second look at it and activated his soul power. Sky Speed Soul Chaser.
The soul power formed a cone-shaped shield, covering Yifeng and Tang Kuan. The speed suddenly increased, and it disappeared from sight in almost the blink of an eye. The martial emperor who led the Flame Dragon army was stunned for a moment, and was so stunned that he forgot what to do next.
Wow, what a fast speed.
The martial emperor murmured softly, a little bit unable to believe it. He knew his own limitations and was absolutely unable to catch up, so he just stood there in a daze.
Captain Yang, didn't you notice anyone running away here?
I heard the team members' questions from behind. In the team members' opinion, if someone really escaped from this side, with Captain Yang's strength, he would definitely not stand here stupidly, but would race against time to catch up.
I lost him. Yang Cheng's face was full of bitterness, and he found it difficult to speak. Chasing, lost?
The team members couldn't believe their ears and thought they had heard it wrong. After thinking carefully about what had just been said, they realized that they had definitely not heard it wrong. As expected of that organization, there are so many experts. Yang Cheng's face looked a little serious. I thought we could catch them all this time, but unexpectedly some of them still escaped. He wasn't even sure whether a master had come and rescued one of the people here, or whether these two people were originally here and fled after noticing that they had broken in. Yifeng brought the unconscious Tang Kuan to a secret place and stopped. Grabbing him, he slammed him into the nearby pool.
Gurgle.
Tang Kuan was immediately choked awake, his hands flailing around, slapping the water surface, his head gurgling with bubbles in the water. Yifeng picked it up and threw it on the ground.
You, what on earth do you want to do? Tang Kuan swallowed hard, looking a little terrified.
He was really scared. The last time he fought with Yifeng, he was still very confident and did not lose to Yifeng. But now, the person in front of him is the one who can escape from Lu Yi's hands. Being able to escape from the hands of a martial emperor is enough to show one's strength. Moreover, they had just had a brief fight, and he was knocked unconscious after just one encounter.
How could he not be scared? What do you want? It's very simple. Tell me the truth and tell me everything about your organization. For example, your boss, Special Envoy Lu, tell us about his situation.
Yifeng said in a cold voice, his tone was full of refutation. The reason why they spared Tang Kuan's life and took him away was to pry some information out of him.
The better you understand the enemy, the easier it will be to deal with them later. Tang Kuan's eyes flashed.
He was still quite surprised when Yifeng heard those words from Lu Teshi's mouth. After all, Envoy Lu usually stays behind the scenes, and not many people know his title. But remembering that there was once a box of confidential documents that fell into Yifeng's hands. There were some fragments about Special Envoy Lu, and perhaps it was from that document that we learned the title of Special Envoy Lu.
I don't know anything. I just do things for money. As for the identity of the employer, I don't even know. The organization you mentioned doesn't exist.
Tang Kuan was silent for a while, then tried to argue.
Humph. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin.
Yifeng said coldly. I just opened a treasure chest and found the soul devouring technique. I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Yifeng concentrated his mind highly, mobilized his soul power, and performed the soul devouring technique. The soul power seemed to condense into soul needles, which were invisible and intangible. At this moment, Tang Kuan felt that his hairs stood on end. He didn't understand what was going on, but he was sure that it was definitely not a good thing. A feeling of fear quickly emerged in his heart.
No, stop. As invisible soul needles pierced into Tang Kuan's mind and pierced into his soul.
The soul needle turned into energy again, carrying a certain corrosive force, causing Tang Kuan to suffer extreme pain and scream. This kind of pain that comes from the depths of the soul is unbearable no matter how strong a person's will is or how much pain they can endure.
Members of their Xinchuan organization all have a habit of always holding a poison pill in their mouths.
As long as they bite the capsule, the poison will be released and they will commit suicide by taking the poison. The purpose is that if this situation occurs and you fall into the hands of the enemy and are severely tortured, you can end your life. At this moment, Tang Kuan could no longer bear this pain from the soul, and he wanted to commit suicide.
Wait. Where's my poison? Tang Kuan was shocked to find that the venom capsule in his mouth had disappeared.
He stretched out his hand tremblingly and touched the things he had on him. The spare poison he had originally had was gone.
Are you looking for this?
Yi Feng smiled and took out some things, including the poison that Tang Kuan was looking for, and shook the things in front of Tang Kuan.
Give it to me. Tang Kuan's face was distorted and he suddenly pounced on Yi Feng.
Yi Feng just took a few steps and dodged. Tang Kuan rolled and crawled on the ground, stretching out his hands to get closer to Yi Feng, but the distance did not shorten at all. By the end, Tang Kuan had almost lost consciousness. Yi Feng knew that he had almost reached his limit. If he didn't stop, he would be killed. Yi Feng stopped using the soul-devouring technique.
Chapter 116 Intelligence.
This soul-devouring secret technique consumes quite a lot of energy. After performing it once, a lot of soul power is consumed and I feel a little tired. After stopping the soul-devouring technique, Tang Kuan felt as if he had been pardoned.
He gasped for breath. Although his soul still ached slightly, it was much better than before. He was tortured to the point of being almost half dead, lying on the ground like a dead dog. Can I tell you now?
Yi Feng said with a smile on his face. In Tang Kuan's eyes, this smile was no different from that of a devil.
Thinking of the pain just now, Tang Kuan shuddered violently. I said. Tang Kuan's voice was weak.
After a long pause, he began to tell the story in a halting manner. After listening for a while, Yi Feng finally understood a lot.
For example, the special envoy Lu, whose name is Lu Yi, is indeed a powerful martial emperor. There are 9 envoys of such strength, each responsible for a region.
Take Lu Yi for example, he is the highest person in charge in Lingnan. Their organization is called Xinchuan, which means that they can create many miracles like God.
The Xinchuan organization is extremely mysterious and powerful, with members spread all over the place.
Many major events that have occurred in history are related to them. This gave the country a lot of headaches and it sent many flame dragon troops to specifically investigate and deal with them.
Some results have been achieved, but it has not been eradicated.
They are like rats in the dark, they can never be completely eliminated, they are very powerful and very difficult to deal with. Some of the experiments they conducted were quite impressive, such as the transplantation of the gold-type physique, which was breathtaking. What surprised Yi Feng was that, according to Tang Kuan, these technologies were not entirely obtained through experiments. Instead, their superiors gave them a theoretical plan, and they conducted practical experiments and improvements based on the plan. They didn't know why their superiors came up with this plan. In short, no matter what, this kind of technology can bring benefits to people. For example, if you transplant a rare physique into a mediocre person, he will immediately become a genius. Although the means are not bright, most people are selfish. For example, those families and wealthy businessmen are very willing to pay a certain price to exchange a gifted physique for themselves or their families. They don't care about other people's life or death, as long as they are happy. Such a betting of evil, collusion with each other, and overt and covert support have made the Xinchuan organization more powerful and more difficult to eradicate.
I have told you everything I know. Tang Kuan looked at Yi Feng nervously.
Yi Feng, who was lost in thought, came back to his senses.
Swish!
The knife shadows were flying.
Tang Kuan instinctively wanted to run away. But before he could do much, he was killed by Yi Feng. Since all the questions that need to be asked have been asked, this person is no longer of any use to Yi Feng. I was originally thinking about sending Tang Kuan to the Yanlong army so that they could learn more information about the Xinchuan organization from Tang Kuan.
Now that he is in opposition to the Xinchuan organization, the Flame Dragon army's fight against the Xinchuan organization is equivalent to helping him. If they just send the person over like this, they still need to go back for interrogation and investigation. After a while, Louis will probably get wind of it and make arrangements in advance. To convey information, the key is speed. Moreover, Yi Feng was also quite worried about what changes might happen next that would prevent Tang Kuan from dying. This kind of thing had happened in Linhai City before. Yifeng simply killed Tang Kuan. Then used Tang Kuan's tactical watch to edit the video. Yes, the entire process of Tang Kuan speaking was recorded. Now we are editing and piecing together the parts we want to show the Flame Dragon army. After doing all this, Yifeng picked up Tang Kuan's body and hurried back to the underground experimental site. The two entrances leading to the experimental site are now guarded by the Flame Dragon army. There are a lot of things in the laboratory, all of which are physical evidence and clues. They need to deal with them properly, so they have not left yet. Bang! Suddenly, a corpse was thrown from a distance. The Flame Dragon army on guard were startled by the sudden change. Careful! Clang, clang, clang. They drew their swords and were on high alert. They thought it was someone and attacked quickly. Not moving? Looking closely, it was indeed a person, but he was not moving. Why does it feel like it's dead? If it's dead, it's a corpse. It should have been thrown by someone, but they didn't notice who threw it just now. Go and take a look. Be careful, there might be a scam. Several members of the Flame Dragon army looked at the corpse cautiously, approached slowly, their bodies tense, and prepared to strike at any moment. After getting closer, I tried to stab it with the sword, but there was no response. I stabbed it again, but still no response. When the man was turned over, his face was pale and there was no sign of life. Tang Kuan. They recognized that this person was Tang Kuan. After the human blood pill incident was exposed, they went to Linhai City. Their main targets were Tang Kuan, who was kidnapped from prison, and those who had robbed prisoners in the past. Tang Kuan had long been their main target, but they had never been able to catch him. Even this time when he came here, according to their intelligence, there was a high probability that Tang Kuan would be here. But in the end, it didn't happen. Perhaps Tang Kuan was among the people who escaped just now, which made them very upset. Unexpectedly, I would see Tang Kuan at this time, and he was already dead. Quickly notify Captain Yang. I've already notified them. Look, the tactical watch he's wearing is activated, and there's a video playing on it. One of them suddenly noticed this situation. The others all looked over and saw that there was indeed a video playing. And the content of the video is Tang Kuan himself speaking. Everyone looked solemn and listened carefully. Soon, everyone showed a look of surprise. Tang Kuan in the video actually talked about a lot of information about the Xinchuan organization. Especially the information regarding the territory of Lingnan province is explained very clearly. For example, what places are there here and what kind of things are being done there. Just like the underground experimental site here, there are even two others. The location is also clearly stated. There is also Special Envoy Luilu, and where are the places where he most frequently operates? What's going on? Yang Cheng's deep voice came from behind. The team members briefly explained the matter and Yang Cheng understood. It's him. He was one of the two people who escaped just now. And from the looks of it, he looked like he was kidnapped. Yang Cheng asked in surprise. Although I couldn't see clearly just now and the distance was quite far, I could basically determine his identity based on his body shape and clothing. That's strange. He was kidnapped and now his body is here. He also sent us a lot of information. Who was the person who kidnapped Tang Kuan? Chapter 117, Treasure Chest in the Green Water and Bamboo Forest. Captain Yang, is this information reliable? The team member was a little uncertain. The main thing is that they can't be sure who the person behind the scenes is. So they also couldn't be sure whether it was an enemy or a friend. Suppose, is there such a possibility that if it was a trap set by the enemy, the information was actually false, and Tang Kuan was forced to say this deliberately, and then killed after he said it? Assuming this is the case, it is also feasible. The purpose is to lure them to the places mentioned in the false intelligence. It is unknown what awaits them there. I prefer that the information be true. Yang Cheng pondered for a moment, gave his own answer, and then explained in an orderly manner. I believe you still remember that when I first started chasing people, I couldn't catch up at all, so I had no choice but to give up. If even I can't catch up, it means the opponent is extremely strong, probably not worse than me. If such a powerful master really wanted to harm us, he should have slowed down just now to lure me to continue chasing him. By then, I will be out of touch with you and will be struck down or even killed in the wild. If this person turns around again, he will take you down as well. Since they didn't do that, they're not our enemy at least. So the information they provided is probably true.
We will now send the information over in this way. I think it's probably because this person has conflicts with the Xinchuang organization. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and now they are on the same front with us. He captured Tang Kuan, probably hoping to get some information, and now he's sending us a copy of that information. He didn't show up directly, maybe because he didn't want to have too much interaction with us. Yang Chang spoke eloquently and clearly, explaining his analysis. He guessed wrong in one thing, that is, Yi Feng used the Skyspeed Soul Chaser, and the speed was too fast, which made him mistakenly believe that Yi Feng's strength was not inferior to his. However, judging from the results, his guess was almost the same and quite close to Yi Feng's idea. As expected of Captain Yang, he figured it all out in one go. The team members flattered him. Okay, everyone get ready, there will be a big action next. I'll contact my superiors first and request reinforcements. This time we must catch Louis by surprise. As for the various dens, we must attack them simultaneously and wipe them out completely. Yang Cheng's voice was sonorous and powerful. Yi Feng was currently standing next to a large rock. There was a bonfire with a large piece of meat roasted on it. It had been roasted to a golden color, with fat seeping out and emitting a rich meaty aroma. Sure it. I took a big bite and the aroma of meat filled the air, blooming on my taste buds. I have been hiding in the dense forest these days and haven't had a proper meal. Now that I can relax, I hunted a strange beast and roasted it for food. Just then, a new treasure chest clue popped up. Treasure chest clue, deep in the clear water bamboo forest, a red fine treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. What is this place? Yi Feng casually searched on the internet, but did not get the results he wanted, but did find a kind of bamboo called bisui bamboo. This bamboo is emerald green and looks pretty good, but it's just an ordinary bamboo, nothing special about it. Obviously, the bamboo forest is nameless and has no reputation. The name of the bamboo forest is simply the species of bamboo there. Yi Feng swallowed the last bite of the beast meat, stood up, and followed the red arrow on the ground towards the green water in bamboo forest. Provincial government. Yang Chang and another martial emperor named Tai Jingtong jointly headed towards the courtyard where Louis lived. Both of them are masters of the Flame Dragon army. If they join forces to deal with Louis, they have a better chance of success. As for the other team members, they were assigned to various places mentioned in the intelligence. If he doesn't take action, then it's fine. But if he does, he must strike with thunder and lightning to wipe out all the forces on Louis' side at the same time. In the yard, in the room. Louis sat upright, with a cup of freshly brewed hot tea placed on the table beside him, with steam slowly rising. He frowned slightly, feeling a little uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. He reached out and picked up the nearby teacup. But accidentally, the ceramic cup lid slipped off and hit the ground, breaking into several pieces. If this kind of thing happened to an ordinary person, it would just be a very casual and ordinary matter. After all, negligence is inevitable. But he, a powerful martial emperor, actually let the cup lid slip and shatter. Bang! With a loud bang, the door of the room was kicked open and instantly shattered into pieces, with debris flying everywhere. Who is it? Louis shouted loudly. Clang! The long sword he carried with him was instantly pulled out with a cold blue light. Martial Emperor. They are all martial emperors. Judging from the aura of the two people who rushed in from outside, they were both at the martial emperor level. But when he saw the two men's faces clearly, especially Yang Chang, Louis' face turned cold. The Flame Dragon army has been investigating them. As the highest person in charge here, Louis must have done enough intelligence and learned a lot of information about the Flame Dragon army members, including Yang Chang. Louis! You are here. It's so hard for us to find you. The sharp weapon in Yang Chang's hand was pointed directly at Louis. How did you know I was here? Louis frowned. His whereabouts were very secretive. Even among his subordinates, not many knew that he was here. Could it be Tang Kuan? Tang Kuan was one of the people who knew about it. He happened to be out on business, and perhaps something had happened, such as being caught by the Flame Dragon army, and the information was leaked. Don't worry about how we found out. We know a lot more. Louis, the situation is hopeless. If you surrender now, you might get a lenient treatment. Otherwise, bullshit. Let's fight. Yang Cheng's words were interrupted by Louis. He knows best what he has done. Any one of them is an unforgivable crime. He is not so naive as to think that he can survive by cooperating honestly.
Now the other party said this simply because he wanted to capture him successfully at the lowest cost.
You wish. I would rather fight back to the death and make the other party suffer.
Besides, he has a trump card. The worst that can happen is he just leaves.
Die. Lu Yi attacked decisively. Humph. You don't know what's good for you. Yang Chang and Tai Zhengtong were also well prepared and took action immediately.
Suddenly, the sound of swords and metal clashing rang out incessantly. Any slight amount of power released during the collision could break and collapse the solid walls nearby.
Boom, boom, boom.
In just a short moment, the fight went back and forth for hundreds of rounds. The whole house has become a ruin, and the two sides are facing each other from a distance.
Chapter 118. Both are at the venerable level. Huff huff. Lu Yi's chest heaved and he gasped for breath.
At some point, a wound was opened on his shoulder, and blood flowed down his arm, all the way to the dark blue long sword he was holding, and finally dripped from the tip of the sword into the ruins below. 1 against 2, he was clearly not strong enough and was suppressed the whole time, and he was already injured.
Watch out for that knife of his.
Yang Chang spoke softly to Tai Zhengtong beside him.
Yeah, I know.
Tai Zhengtong nodded. Both of them glanced at the weapons in their hands and saw that there were already some gaps on the blades. As the elite of the Flame Dragon army and powerful warriors at the Martial Emperor level, the weapons they use are all of level 7 and of very good quality.
In a battle of the same level, no one has been able to cut their weapons to the point of breaking the blades. But Lu Yi did it. If it's not that Lu Yi is stronger than them, then it must be because of the weapons. That dark blue long sword must be extraordinary.
At least, it must be extremely hard and sharp, so that it can damage their weapons in just a short exchange. Raging Sea Sword Technique. Relying on his water-based physique, Lu Yi used a water-based martial art. The sword shadows were like huge waves, overlapping layer upon layer, attacking Yang Chang and the other person. The two were not at all inferior, both had their own unique skills, and neither hid their weaknesses.
Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the battle started again.
They fought from one side to the other, and wherever they passed, houses were reduced to ruins. It hit the sky from the ground, attracting the attention of many people on the ground.
So powerful.
They can fly, they are the Martial Emperor.
Oh my god, there are actually 3 Martial Emperors fighting.
The crowd was shocked, but despite their surprise, they were still sober and tried to stay away from it to avoid being affected and losing their lives.
In the sky, Lu Yi was severely beaten.
When the difference in strength is not that big, fighting 1 against 2 is obviously very difficult.
It was because he possessed a magical weapon that Yang Chang and Tai Zhengtong were very wary of him.
They were afraid that if they were not careful, their weapons would be cut off by Lu Yi during the battle, and they would be restricted in the fight.
This is what allowed Lu Yi to persevere until now.
But he could hardly hold on any longer, as several more wounds appeared on his body. One of them was very close to his heart, caused by Yang Chang, and almost took his life.
No. If I continue like this, I will surely die. Lu Yi saw the situation clearly. Without hesitation, he used his life-saving secret technique. Burning blood flying.
At this point in the battle, the already scarce energy and blood in his body were burning rapidly, making his face pale and he almost fell down. Fortunately, he managed to hold on. Swish. Once the secret technique was used, Lu Yi's speed suddenly increased to several times of usual speed. No longer willing to fight, he fled quickly in a certain direction. In almost the blink of an eye, it flew away without even a trace of its shadow. Yang Chang and Tai Zhengtong, who had only chased for a distance, were both angry and helpless. He's already in poor condition, and using this kind of secret technique usually has side effects. Even if we fight him alone, we're no match for him. Let's split up and look for him to see if we can find him.
Good.
The two set out in pursuit, but without much hope. As long as Lu Yi gets rid of them and changes direction casually, they will even chase him in the wrong direction. At this moment, Lu Yi was exactly as they thought.
After shaking off, it changed direction and flew. Just wait. When I recover, I'll definitely settle the score with you, Lu Yi said bitterly.
He was pale and in very bad condition at this time. The use of this secret body movement technique has serious side effects on the body, so it will not be used easily unless it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, last time, in the Water and Fire secret realm, if he had used this secret technique, he would have been able to catch up with Yifeng. In addition to not using it easily, he also underestimated Yi Feng's speed and was very confident that he could catch up with him with his normal speed. Unexpectedly, the opposite happened. In the end, even Yi Feng's shadow could not be seen. After all, the vision underwater was not as good as on land. After losing it, it is too late to use force. It is in all directions and no one knows where it has run to. Luckily, I built a rest area in the green water bamboo forest ahead of time. I'm the only one who knows where it is. Now I can go there and hide away to recuperate. Louis thought secretly, and praised himself for being prepared. Clear water and bamboo forest. When Yi Feng followed the red arrow, he came here. Everywhere you look, you see lush greenery and the chirping of birds. There are no strange beasts here, it is very remote and quiet, it is simply a paradise. I never thought there would be such a bamboo forest surrounded by mountains. Yi Feng was a little surprised. He just followed the arrow and came here. The location is quite remote. If it weren't for the arrow guiding him, he probably would never have arrived here in his lifetime. After arriving here, I saw endless mountains and steep cliffs. I was wondering how the bamboo forest ended up in the mountains. Finally, we followed the arrows and walked along the narrow mountain path into the mountains. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, there is a large plain, on which grows a large area of clear water and green bamboo, forming this bamboo forest. Find the treasure chest first. Yi Feng followed the arrow and went deep into the bamboo forest. When he arrived at the center of the bamboo forest, Yi Feng became alert. Bamboo garden? In the center of the bamboo forest, there is a tall bamboo courtyard built by humans. It covers a large area and must have taken a lot of thought. Is there anyone living here, or was it built after someone lived here before? Yi Feng was not sure whether there was anyone inside. Go and take a look first. Yi Feng used the essence of earth, and his earth escape technique came in handy again. Dive underground and approach the bamboo courtyard. After a thorough investigation, no one was found. Only so many daily necessities. So much dry food? Also, healing pills? Yi Feng discovered a lot of things inside. Who hoarded it here? What is the purpose? If you look closely at the items, you can see that there is a thin layer of dust on them. It is obvious that no one has touched these items for some time. Yi Feng ignored it for the time being and looked towards the center of the room, where a red treasure chest was placed. Walk over and touch it. Snap. You opened a red fine treasure chest. Congratulations! You received 84,000 calories of chi and health. 83,000 soul points. Yi Feng was surprised. He didn't expect that this treasure chest could produce blood and soul power. Fusion. After the two things merged, Yi Feng's strength skyrocketed again. For warriors, the amount of chi and blood increased from 186,000 calories to 270,000 calories. For soul masters, their soul power increased from 177,000 points to 260,000 points. Both systems have reached the early stage of the venerable level. Chapter 119, Understand your situation. The four minor realms of the venerable level have corresponding values. 243,000 early, 324,000 middle, 405,000 late, 486,000 peak. Opening such a treasure chest would advance the realms of both systems to a higher level, and Yi Feng was very happy. The key is that this treasure chest is very easy to open. There is no obstacle at all, and it opens successfully directly. Although the bamboo courtyard here made Yi Feng feel a little confused, who built it? As soon as the thought came to my mind, I heard noise outside. Anyone? Yi Feng's expression changed. The origin of Earth was mobilized, and Yi Feng escaped into the ground again. Located shallowly on the surface, he gathered his breath and quietly sensed the movements above. There was a man who looked weak and exhausted, and his body was a little unstable as he staggered into the house. He had a clear goal as he walked towards the bottles and jars over there. He was weak and in urgent need of medicine. It's him! Louis! Although Yi Feng is underground at this moment, because of his Earth origin, he is almost integrated with the Earth. The land within a considerable area nearby has almost become Yi Feng's sense organ, allowing him to know what is happening on the surface. Yi Feng didn't know exactly what Louis had experienced. But if you think about it for a moment, you can make a rough guess. He provided intelligence to the Flame Dragon army with the purpose of letting them deal with Louis. Now Louis appeared here with a weak breath and wounds all over his body. It was obvious that he was injured by the Flame Dragon army. he was lucky enough to escape from the Flame Dragon army. What surprised Yi Feng was that this bamboo courtyard was built by Louis, a hiding place arranged in advance. When you are desperate, you can come here to hide for a while. Because he was too familiar with this place, after entering the room, he went straight to the medicines, which did not seem like the behavior of someone who had accidentally broken in. Want to heal? Not that easy. How could Yi Feng let go of such a great opportunity? Just now, when they opened the treasure chest, their strength skyrocketed. On the other hand, Louis's condition was extremely bad. As he weakened, Yi Feng gained strength, and he was full of confidence. He suddenly jumped out from the ground, slashing towards Louis with his long sword with fierce power. At the same time, the Soul Masters also used their means, and the Bailing Shuttle appeared, attacking Louis from the flank. Although Louis was weak as he approached the medicine, the Martial Emperor's perception was still very strong, and he became alert all of a sudden. He turned around suddenly, and slashed horizontally with the long blue sword in his hand. Clang! It collided with Yi Feng's long sword. Yi Feng's long sword was like paper and was cut off in an instant. So sharp! Yi Feng was startled and retreated quickly, barely avoiding Louis's remaining sword attack. His condition was too bad, otherwise this blow could have been much faster. Not good. His reaction became slow and he was unable to resist the dagger attack from the flank. Hiss, hiss, hiss. One after another, extremely sharp shuttle knives stabbed into various parts of his body, intentionally avoiding the vital points and cutting off all the meridians, causing blood to spurt out. Ah! A miserable howl came from Louis's mouth. Ever since he embarked on the path of martial arts, he, who was extremely talented, had been smooth sailing and had never been so miserable. Today, he, who was at the Martial Emperor level, was actually defeated by a guy who was not even a Martial Emperor. With his meridians severed, Louis had become a cripple. He collapsed powerlessly, with only one breath left. He was shocked and angry, staring at the figure slowly approaching. It's you! It was not until this moment that he could see clearly who had attacked him. Whenever Yi Feng travels outside and needs to use his identity as a soul master, he always uses the Yunsang bind to wrap his body tightly. This has become his signature feature. Louis didn't know who the person in front of him, hiding under the mulberry vines, was. He only knew that this was his mortal enemy. But today, he was defeated. He was defeated by this person. He hates it. I can't figure it out. This place is surrounded by bamboo forests and mountains, it is extremely secluded and remote. Why did this person suddenly appear here? It was obvious that he had arrived here earlier and ambushed him. The whole process gave him the feeling that it was something that had been planned in advance. This added a hint of inexplicable horror to Louis's complex emotions. Who are you? Why did you plot for me to be here? Louis asked, gritting his teeth. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. He couldn't say that he came across it by coincidence because he wanted to open the treasure chest, right? To understand your situation, I'm the only one who can ask you, not you, me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng quickly stretched out his palm, pinched Louis's jaw, and suddenly pulled and swung it, causing him to spit out the poison capsule in his mouth. Yi Feng is already familiar with dealing with people from the Xinchuang organization. Had ha. Louis suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Yi Feng frowned. I laughed. You thought I would commit suicide by taking poison, but actually I wouldn't. Louis still had an unfathomable smile on his face. This smile made Yi Feng very unhappy. Bang! Yi Feng went up and kicked him, pressing his head into the ground. Fortunately, as a martial emperor, even though his cultivation had been destroyed, he still had the necessary physical strength. Otherwise, this kick would have crushed his head directly. Playing tricks. Yi Feng pulled his head out of the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Louis's face was covered in mud and blood, and several of his front teeth were missing. He looked extremely miserable and finally couldn't smile anymore. I ask, you answer, do you understand? Yi Feng stared at Louis with cold eyes. I heard it clearly. Louis's voice was a little shaky. From what I understand, the experiments you conducted weren't the result of your own research. Instead, they were theories given to you by your superiors, who asked you to put them into practice. I'd like to know where these theories came from. This information was learned from Tang Kuan, but Tang Kuan's level was not high enough to explain why his superiors had these theories. Yi Feng was still very curious about this. Because from the existing information, whether it is transplanting talents or physiques, it is an extremely advanced technology. It is so advanced that everyone recognizes that this is impossible. But now, the Xinchuang organization has done it, and they have successful cases.
I don't know either. Maybe it's something from outer space. Lu Yi's uncertain tone didn't sound like a lie. Something from outer space?
This was the first time Yifeng heard it.
Yes, I'm just guessing. Those theories just appeared out of thin air. It's like.
Lu Yi's gaze turned to the dark blue sword that had fallen over there.
Can you tell what material this knife is made of?
Hearing this, Yifeng couldn't help but turn his gaze to the dark blue sword over there.
Chapter 120 Something from Outer Space. This knife is about 1.3 meters long, slender and extremely thin, and dark blue in color.
Yifeng picked it up, and his first feeling was that it was quite heavy, at least 1,000 pounds. Although this weight is nothing to Yifeng today. But what surprised Yifeng was that given the shape of the knife, which was slender and thin, it should not be that heavy. Then the problem lies in the material used to forge this knife. Thinking back to Lu Yi's question just now, he was asking what material this knife was made of.
I don't know,
Yifeng said truthfully. He is actually not very proficient in high-end materials, so it is normal that he cannot recognize them. I've looked through a lot of information, but I haven't been able to find out what material this sword was forged from. So I suspect the material used for this sword isn't from this world either.
Perhaps it's also from outer space.
This knife was a reward given to him by the organization, and he was not clear about its specific origin.
Do you have any evidence about extraterrestrial objects? No. In other words, it's all his personal speculation.
However, this knife did give Yifeng a different feeling. Although it was so thin, it was extremely tough and sharp, and it cut through his sword so easily. Next, Yifeng asked some more questions, and Lu Yi was very honest and explained everything clearly.
He would tell whatever was asked, and many times, even without Yifeng asking, he would tell him a lot of information.
For example, in addition to their 9 special envoys, there are also 4 holy kings above them, each of whom is at the level of martial saint. As for the founder of their Xinchuang organization, he is said to be a rare martial god in the world.
Why is it said? Because even Lu Yi had never seen this founder in person. They call this person God Lord. I've told you everything I should and shouldn't say. Lu Yi looked like he was waiting to die.
Then he burst into laughter again, laughing a little crazily.
Are you curious about why I'm so cooperative? Without waiting for Yifeng to answer, Lu Yi continued. You know too much. They'll shut you up forever.
As he spoke, he lowered his head slightly and looked at his chest. King Nanshang, I have worked hard for the organization for many years. Today, I revealed many secrets, which is considered a betrayal of the organization.
But it doesn't matter. I live alone and have no worries.
I can't survive anyway, so I'll just talk more. I believe you will be very sincere and help me get revenge.
Ha ha. Following Lu Yi's crazy laughter.
There was a crack on his chest, and there was an electronic eye hidden there. Everything here is recorded at all times and transmitted to his superior, a man named Nanshang Wang, in real time.
At this time, in Zhengzhou Dinan City.
A middle-aged man, with flames dancing in his eyes, quietly watched the scene on the light screen. Suddenly, the sole of a foot quickly enlarged in the picture.
Hiss.
The picture twisted for a while and finally stopped.
Green water, bamboo forest, and bamboo courtyard.
Yifeng slowly retracted his right leg. Lu Yi was lying on the ground, his eyes bulging, his breath gone, and his chest deeply sunken. The electronic eye in his chest was just a micro-device implanted in his chest, and it was crushed by Yifeng's kick. The moment we confronted your Xinchuang organization, it was already destined to be a fight to the death. Whether you chase me or not is irrelevant to me, because between the two of us, only one of us is destined to have the last laugh. That party will definitely be me. Yifeng actually didn't care about the fact that the scene was filmed and transmitted to the so-called Holy King behind him. I didn't reveal my appearance the whole time and was wrapped tightly in mulberry vines.
It's not easy to find me. This knife is truly extraordinary.
Yifeng stroked Lu Yi's dark blue long sword, feeling the cold touch from his fingertips, and couldn't let it go. It's just that, if we use it directly like this, it will be easily recognized by the people from the Xinchuang organization. Perhaps there are many people in the Xinchuang organization who have seen his long blue sword. Put it away first, and then think of a way to disguise this knife. At least make it look different from what it is now. Yifeng thought to himself. Also, this is. Yifeng also found another thing on Louis. It was a notebook with some characters copied on it. No one knew what they meant. Anyway, Yifeng had never seen such symbols before. It must be something that Louis could carry with him. Maybe he saw it from some important place and copied it down? Otherwise, there is no reason for him to carry it with him. Put the things away first. Yifeng went around the house again. First, some clothes were found, which might have been stored by Louis. He took one, tore off a piece of cloth, and wrapped the dark blue sword so that it would not be conspicuous. Then go to the place where the bottles and jars are kept and take away the more precious pills. After taking almost everything he needed, Yifeng left the bamboo courtyard. Before leaving, he looked back. He mobilized the fire element in his body, condensed a flame at his fingertips, and lit it on the bamboo courtyard. Call. The flames rose and burned fiercely. Soon, the bamboo courtyard would be reduced to ruins without leaving much trace. Yifeng left the bamboo forest. On the way back, Yifeng was thinking about the next action plan. The Xinchuang organization must be eliminated, but we don't have enough strength now. But before that, we must find a way to conduct a more detailed investigation on them, which requires intelligence sources. The second thing is to find a way to disguise the dark blue sword so that you can take it out and use it at will. Also, the characters that Louis copied don't seem simple either. I'll find a chance to learn about them. These are what Yifeng wants to do next. Suddenly at this moment. Treasure chest clue, in Dinan City, an orange treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. Yifeng's breath was choked. Orange treasure chest. That is a treasure chest of a higher level than the red one. What comes out will be better than red. But this destination, Dinan City. Yifeng looked towards the center, which is also the direction called Zhengzhou. Hundreds of years ago, space shook, continental plates moved, and the geographical features changed, giving rise to many secret realms. Humans embarked on the path of martial arts and fought against strange beasts. After a period of great chaos and a sharp decline in population, order was restored and prosperity gradually began. The world is no longer what it used to be. The population distribution and geographical divisions are very different from before the disaster. The center of the world today is Zhengzhou, where there are 5 huge cities. The central main city is called Imperial City. There are 4 sub-cities in the 4 directions, named Emperor East City, Emperor West City, Emperor South City, and Emperor North City. Chapter 121, Rising Star Camp? I don't care. This time, the orange treasure chest is in Dinan City. It seems that I have to go to Dinan City. In fact, even if there was no treasure chest, Yifeng would probably need to go to Zhengzhou. Whether it is to investigate the matter or to deal with the Xinchuang organization, we need to go. The top leaders of the Xinchuang organization are active in Zhengzhou. Yifeng was preparing to go to Longting Academy and find an excuse to drop out as a farewell, which was better than disappearing suddenly. The reason I enrolled in school was not because I needed to learn anything, but to open treasure chests. There's no need to stay in school now, so it's okay to drop out. Yifeng returned to school. Why is she back? Yifeng saw a familiar figure. It was Su Chani. In order to avoid Louis, Yifeng asked Su Chani to hide for a while. Yifeng did not spread the news that Louis was dead. The most Su Chani knew was that Louis escaped from the Yanlong army with injuries. Even so, it was still very dangerous. She shouldn't have appeared here so quickly. Standing in front of Su Chani was Principal Pang Qi. Opposite to Pang Qi, there stood another person, a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. Her cultivation was quite high, having reached the martial honor realm, which was even stronger than Pang Qi. Don't worry, Principal. This junior has already achieved such accomplishments at such a young age. She's a very talented person. Once she joins the Rising Star Camp, she'll be able to thrive on her own, and her future achievements will be no less than mine. The beautiful woman Su Shuya said to Pang Qi. She was once a student at Longting Academy with excellent grades. Later, she was recruited by the Zhengzhou Rising Star Camp to further her studies there. His current identity is an elite member of the Flame Dragon Army. This time he followed Yang Cheng here to deal with Louis and other members of the Xinchuang organization. As for appearing here at this moment, it should also be mentioned that when Su Chani was in the Water and Fire Secret Realm, she was surrounded by many people and was in desperate situation, so she contacted Pang Qi and asked him to find a way to rescue her. In the end, Yifeng arrived just in time and rescued Su Chani when he left. While Su Channy was hiding, Pang Chi contacted Su Channy and learned about the matter. Su Channy did not give Yifeng away, but only said that he was rescued by a mysterious master. Pang Chi felt that hiding like this was not a solution, so he helped to come up with ideas. After all, he had a wide network of contacts. After some thought, I thought of the Rising Star Camp. It was a gathering place for geniuses. Geniuses from all over the world gathered there. They were taught by powerful people, had advanced cultivation theories, and had abundant cultivation resources. The Rising Star Camp was founded by the state and has an official background. There are many experts there and it will be very safe there. Instead of hiding like this, it is better to go in there, practice in peace and make further progress. With Su Channy's original talent, it was enough for her to enter. Now that she has integrated the Xianyin Spirit Fire and upgraded her physique to SSS level, it is even easier for her to enter. Pang Chi helped contact Su Shuya, a former Longting student who had also attended the Rising Star Camp. It was most appropriate for her to be the introducer. Su Shuya was quite concerned and rushed over immediately after finishing the task at hand. This was the scene Yifeng saw when he arrived. "Xiaomei Su, get ready. I'll be leaving here any moment. We'll go together then." "Okay, senior sister Su." Su Shuya left. The rest of the crowd also dispersed one after another. Su Channy wanted to go to the dormitory to pack her luggage immediately, but suddenly she saw Yifeng nearby. "You should have heard the conversation just now, right?" Su Channy said as she came closer. "Yes, you want to join the Rising Star Camp." Yifeng nodded. "Well, I went there and was able to improve my strength faster." There was anticipation in Su Channy's bright eyes. Then she remembered something, looked at Yifeng, and lowered her voice. "Do you want to go too?" "With your..." She didn't explain it clearly, then continued, "You are definitely qualified." "I can't." Yifeng was very decisive and refused directly. "What's the benefit of joining? There is no treasure chest inside." Su Channy was stunned. She thought Yifeng would agree. After all, who doesn't want better resources for cultivation? But I didn't expect Yifeng to refuse so bluntly. "Why?" She was puzzled. "I don't want it," Yifeng said bluntly. Su Channy. Nothing to say. It was the first time she heard someone speak of the new star camp in such a disdainful way. If someone didn't know, they would think it was a refugee camp that people should avoid. "So what are your plans next?" Su Channy knew Yifeng's actual strength. He could even kill Wu Zun. In his eyes, the principal was not worthy of his respect. With such ability, what can you get if you stay in school? "Well, I should be leaving school and heading to Zhongzhou next. I felt it would be inappropriate to disappear suddenly, so I wanted to find a reason to say goodbye." Yifeng said truthfully. "What's your reason for leaving?" Su Channy paused and said, "How about this? As a formal member of the Rising Star Camp, you can bring a companion student in. Without a formal status, you can be considered a chorister." After hearing this, Yifeng roughly understood what Su Channy wanted to express. "Okay, just tell the principal that I will be your student partner. However, I won't really go to the Rising Star Camp later. I'm just making up an excuse now," Yifeng said. "Of course," Su Channy said with a smile. She was also efficient and contacted Pang Chi remotely on the spot to explain the situation. "Well, as the fastest student ever to be promoted to a senior cadet, he's certainly quite talented. Becoming your fellow cadet and gaining some experience at the Rising Star Camp would be a good thing for him." Punch commented in a serious manner and readily agreed. Su Channy endured some pain and tried not to laugh out loud. Because if Pang Chi knew Yifeng's true strength at this moment, I wonder if his brain would short-circuit on the spot? One day later. The news that Su Channy will join the Rising Star Camp has spread throughout the school. Many of my colleagues who are also mentors are still envious. The requirements for joining the Rising Star Camp are not low. In addition to the requirements for strength and qualifications, there are also requirements for age. In other words, even if they are at the same level and have the same talent, if they are of different ages, the younger one will definitely be more popular. Yifeng was chosen by Su Channy to be a companion student, which sparked discussion among the student group. Of course, they were all envious. Although everyone knows that this so-called companion student is no different from doing odd jobs, after going there, you may need to do some trivial things. But as long as they can enter the Rising Star Camp, everything is worth it.
No matter how hard or tiring it is, they are willing to do it. But it was useless for them to be willing, as there was only one spot available and it was taken by Yifeng. Congratulations! He Xiling congratulated with a smile. Once upon a time, Yifeng and she were from the same starting point, but now, they seem to be from two different worlds. Chapter 122 Heading towards the orange treasure chest. He Xiling was sincerely congratulating Yifeng, but at the same time, she felt a little annoyed that her progress was too slow. In fact, her progress speed is among the best among the freshmen of the same class, but it is completely incomparable with Yifeng, the outlier. Yifeng knew what was happening to him. He relied entirely on the treasure chest to improve his strength. They needed to practice and improve little by little, so he definitely couldn't compare to him. Giving these to you will help you improve your strength faster. Yifeng took out a lot of bottles and jars, all of which contained pills. These are all spoils captured from various enemies over the years. For Yifeng at the moment, these are completely useless and will not work even if he eats them. As for selling it for money, Yifeng still has a lot of money left and doesn't care about it. He Xiling is a friend that Yifeng has known for a long time. Giving these to her will help them bring out greater value, which is totally worth it. This is too precious, right? He Xiling was shocked and quickly refused. In her opinion, these pills are very precious. They are all expensive and have great medicinal effects. If she were to buy pills, she would definitely not be willing to buy this kind. Some of them are even out of stock all year round and cannot be bought after they are out of stock because there are so many people who want them and the supply cannot meet the demand. But now, Yifeng suddenly took out so many pills. How could she accept them with peace of mind? You can take these pills yourself. He Xiling declined. Although she also wanted it, with these, she could indeed improve her strength faster. Yifeng smiled and said, I said I'm giving it to you, so I'm giving it to you. These are no longer of any use to me. As he said that, he stuffed the pill into He Xiling's hand. Then, thank you. It was obvious that Yifeng really wanted to give it, so He Xiling finally accepted it and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. And the words "it's of no use to me anymore" in Yifeng's words made He Xiling even more convinced that the gap between her and Yifeng was as huge as a chasm. But she was not discouraged. She had done well enough. In the path of cultivation, if you always compare yourself with others, then unless you are always the number one, there will definitely be people who are better than you. Don't compare yourself with others, just compare yourself with yourself. I don't know if we will have the chance to meet again in the future. He Xiling felt inexplicably lost. There should be. Yifeng was actually not sure what would happen in the end after this trip. Hiding the disappointment deep in her eyes, He Xiling encouraged herself, next time we meet, I will definitely be much stronger than I am now. Yes, I believe it will. Yifeng nodded. After saying goodbye to He Xiling, things here came to an end. As for the stone beasts in the secret treasure mine, Yifeng had no special arrangements to make. He just let them stay inside and grow. Set off. Yifeng left the school and headed towards Zhengzhou. As for Su Chani, she arrived earlier than Yifeng and followed Su Shuya to the Imperial City Rising Star Camp. After all, if he didn't really want to be Su Chani's student partner, he naturally wouldn't go together. Yifeng did not travel at maximum speed on this trip. He stopped and walked, passed through many cities, and crossed mountains and rivers, and enjoyed the scenery along the way. When the huge and thick city wall of Dinan's city appeared in front of Yifeng, the orange arrow on the ground also pointed to this city. Yifeng knew that he had arrived at Dinan City. As expected of Dinan City, even the city walls are so thick and tall, and they are built with extremely hard rockstone, which can defend against attacks from many low-level and medium-level monsters. Yifeng murmured his comments softly. As for higher-level monsters or birds, only strong humans can defend against them. Please show me your pass. Or your warrior certificate. Under the huge city gate, there are guards on both sides, fully armed, watching the people passing by. When they saw Yifeng preparing to enter the city, the guards immediately stopped him. The pass the guard mentioned needs to be specially processed, has certain conditions, and the review is quite strict. For example, there are requirements for strength or status. Only with this certificate can one travel freely in the Imperial City and the 4 sub-cities of Zhengzhou. This is to prevent too many people from flocking to Zhengzhou to settle down. After all, everyone knows that Zhengzhou is the center of the world, the place with the most powerful people and the safest place. If one day, strange beasts invade human homes, Zhengzhou will definitely be the last to fall.
If no traffic conditions are imposed, it will soon be crowded with people from all over the place. If you don't have a pass, you can also show a warrior certificate. No matter what method you use, as long as you can prove that you are a warrior, you will be qualified to pass. Warriors are relied upon to defend their homes, and they have this privilege. Yifeng showed his student ID card from Longting Academy, which showed his strength as a military general. This is because Yifeng did not deliberately show his strength and go to the school to update the above information. Anyway, this certificate can be used as a pass. As expected of someone from a prestigious school like Longting Academy, he has already reached the level of a military commander at such a young age. The guard muttered something to himself, and then signaled Yifeng that he could go in. Yifeng entered Dinan City. Every passerby you see is full of energy, walking like a dragon or a tiger, and you can tell at a glance that they are warriors. This phenomenon is rarely seen in other cities. There are many ordinary people in other cities, and not everyone is a warrior. Here, unless they are still young and have not yet started practicing, the rest are almost all warriors. After all, it is one of the 4 sub-cities in Zhengzhou. It is not easy to come here. In addition, the requirement for a pass has screened out many people. At least it is difficult for ordinary people from other places to qualify to come here. Yifeng glanced at the arrow on the ground. The most urgent task is to find the orange treasure chest. Go! Get out of the way! Get out of my way! Suddenly, there was a loud sound of hooves stampeding behind him, and a young man shouting and cursing. They were a group of people, riding strange beasts, galloping in the middle of the road. The leader was an arrogant young man, and the exotic beast he rode was the coolest, a lion with a fiery red mane. It was huge in size, had a ferocious face, and was also very powerful. It was actually a king beast. The fact that he was able to tame a fierce and king-level fire lion and make it his mount shows that this young man has a great background. The pedestrians on the road had good eyesight and knew that this person was not simple, so they all avoided him. Boy! Are you looking for death? There was a person on the road who looked young and seemed unaware of the situation and was still walking on the road. Roar! It looked like the fiery lion was about to crash into it. But for some unknown reason, the fiery lion suddenly braked suddenly, almost knocking the arrogant young man sitting on its back off. Chapter 123 Equipment Refining Event. The young man was also a warrior. He took a long time to steady his body. Fire lion, you beast, do you want to knock me to the ground? The young man Mo Baifan looked a little disheveled and his face was full of anger. This fiery lion was purchased by the Mo family at a high price. It had been tamed by a master animal trainer and had excellent obedience. It had never disobeyed orders. What happened to it today? It was running well, but suddenly it came to a sudden stop. No one noticed that the fiery lion was staring at Yifeng in front of it, with deep fear in its big copper bell eyes. Suddenly he started again, deliberately avoiding Yifeng and sped away, almost knocking over the unprepared Mo Baifan. Mr. Mo! Wait for us! The men behind him quickly caught up. It was this beast that ran away without permission. Mo Baifan's voice came from afar. This young man is really lucky. He was almost hit by the Mo family's fiery lion. Fortunately, for some reason, the beast suddenly had a seizure, stopped abruptly, and then ran away suddenly. I heard that it was a king beast. If it hits you, you'll be seriously injured if not killed. Riding such a dangerous beast on the street and running amok is truly lawless. Who calls him the Mo family? They're the top weapon refining family in Dinan City. They're famous and well connected. Even if Mo Baifan causes some trouble, it's easy to deal with it. We'll be the ones who suffer. It is a misfortune for the Mo family to have such an unlearned and unskillful playboy. You're wrong about that. Mo Baifan may seem troublesome, but he's actually the most gifted weapon refiner among the younger generation. Ah? There's such a thing. Yes, the Equipment Refiner Association is holding a triennial equipment refining event, and it is these young equipment refiners who are participating. Judging from the direction he is heading, he might be going there to participate. The people nearby started talking about it. The Mo family they mentioned was ranked among the top 10 aristocratic families in Dinan City. If the competition is simply based on the strength of the warriors, the Mo family may not be able to rank so high. They have made great achievements in the field of weapon refining. There are many weapon refining masters in the clan, many of whom are high-level members of the Weapon Refiners Association. For those martial arts masters, in addition to their own strength, combat weapons are also very important. Weapons don't appear out of thin air, so they require a highly skilled weapon-making master to tailor-make them. At this time, it is natural to ask these weapon-refining masters for help. After a while, these weapon-refining masters made friends with many powerful people. This is why they have a wide network of contacts. The words of the masses naturally fell into Yifeng's ears. What everyone thought was a thrilling moment was actually not thrilling at all for Yifeng. Yifeng could kill the king beast, the fiery lion, with just one palm. But if that happens, given the Mo family's status in Dinan City, it will be very troublesome afterwards. Mo family? Mo Baifan? Weapon refiner. Yifeng memorized these key words in his mind. If one wants to disguise the dark blue sword seized from Louis by changing its appearance, the best way is to ask a skilled weapon refiner for help. There is no need to refine it again, just make the appearance different. The Mo family is not the only one that has a master of refining weapons. Other forces also have them, so it is not necessary to ask someone from the Mo family to take action. But, no matter who it is, Yifeng is not at ease. After all, this is Lu Yi's thing and is related to the Xinchuang organization. The main reason why they want to disguise themselves is because they are afraid of being recognized. When someone is asked to disguise themselves, they are bound to be seen by outsiders. Who knows whether this person has any connection with the Xinchuang organization? Forget it, let's not worry about it for now. Yifeng continued to follow the orange arrow. Finally, Yifeng came to a huge building. There are a lot of people here, and the noise is deafening, constantly entering the building. Yifeng looked up and saw the huge banner above, Equipment Refining Festival. It's quite a coincidence. I just heard the news about the weapon refining event and now I'm at the venue. I don't know if this treasure chest is easy to open. Yifeng simply followed the crowd and walked into the building. Inside is a huge inner square, which is already crowded with people. At a glance, it is bustling with people. The vast majority of them are just there to be spectators, either alone or in groups of 3 or 5. It's worthy of being a venue under the name of the Equipment Refiner Association. Look at this floor, it has a very equipment refining style. Floor? Isn't it a metal floor? I've seen people using metal floors in other places. You don't understand this, right? If you look closely at the floor, you'll notice tiny star patterns on it. This means this isn't just any metal plate, but one forged by a weapon refiner using the star forging technique. Hiss. Forged using the star quenching forging technique. Wow, with such a large venue, that's no small undertaking. It's too extravagant. Near Yifeng, there were a few people chatting. Yifeng had no idea what star forging was, but judging by their surprised expressions, he thought it was probably a pretty good forging technique. Yifeng ignored all this and searched with his eyes, which finally stopped at a certain place. Inside the square. A large area was isolated, and inside the area, equipment refining positions were neatly planned out. Each location is composed of a forging table, a refining furnace, and some tools. In the last row, at a certain refining position, a bright orange treasure chest was placed on the forging table. How do we get in here? The venue is surrounded tightly on all sides by a glass-like material. However, it is not glass, but a transparent crystal mineral, made by weapon refiners. It is very strong and extremely transparent. If you are not careful, you will ignore the existence of this screen. This means that sneaking in secretly becomes unrealistic. Not to mention the isolation of this transparent screen, even if there was no such screen, there must be experts among so many people present, and sneaking in would definitely be discovered. As for utilizing the origin of the earth, approach it from underground. Yifeng glanced at the metal floor with a star-shaped pattern on it and knew that it was not realistic. The origin of Earth can freely travel through objects with Earth attributes, but the metal floor has gold attributes and there is no way to pass through it. What's more, even if you can get through, you won't be able to touch the treasure chest. The treasure chest is not on the ground, but on the forging table. Thinking about this, Yifeng's gaze was fixed on the only entrance over there. At the entrance, there was an old man sitting on each side. At this time, a man came forward with a confident look on his face and approached the entrance. The noisy voices present also became quiet. Is it him? Chapter 124 A Burst of Booze. This person was the Mo family disciple I met not long ago, named Mo Baifan. He was riding a fiery lion just to get here. After arriving, Fiery Lion asked his men to look after the place while he went sightseeing around. Only when he felt that the time was almost up did he prepare to go forward.
"Hello, masters." Mo Baifan bowed to the man.
Judging from his expression, he seemed to recognize them.
"Nephew Mo, there's no need to be so polite."
Both of them responded with a smile. As master refiners of the Refining Association, the two of them have frequent interactions with refining families like the Mo family. After all, in addition to being a family of weapon refiners, the Mo family also has many members who are listed in the Weapon Refiners Association. If it weren't for the purpose of avoiding suspicion, the person presiding over the meeting would definitely be a member of the Mo family. But now, the Mo family has Mo Baifan coming to participate in the competition, so the Mo family took the initiative to propose not to participate in the hosting of the venue. However, his connections were there, and almost everyone who presided over the meeting knew Mo Baifan, the rising star of the Mo family. The first test question of this competition is to disassemble this metal ball into pieces without damaging it, and then put it back together again.
The shorter the time, the better. One of the masters handed a fist-sized metal ball to Mo Baifan.
Just now when I was downstairs, I saw other contestants coming up and knew it was this question. But knowing the question is useless, and it will not help in solving and assembling the metal ball. What is tested here is the flexibility of the weapon refiner's hands and his ability to cope with the structure of the equipment. Some weapon refiners usually perform this kind of trick on themselves to hone their abilities in this area.
Mo Baifan exercises regularly and is extremely confident at this moment.
He took the metal ball and observed it in his palm for only a second. Swish, swish, swish. The fingers fluttered so flexibly that it seemed as if each finger came alive and had its own life.
Wow! So strong.
As expected of a genius from the Mo family, he can dismantle the metal ball so quickly. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. As Mo Baifan's fingers flew, the metal ball turned into pieces of metal components, some big, some small, some thick, some thin, in various shapes, a total of thousands of pieces.
A small metal ball is actually made up of thousands of components. After Mo Baifan finished disassembling it, he did not stop and immediately reassembled it.
It only took him a short time to put the metal ball back into its original appearance.
Total time, 55 seconds. The two weapon refining masters looked at Mo Baifan with admiration and announced the total time.
It took less than a minute, about the same as Zhang Biao of the Zhang family. I thought Zhang Biao was sure to win the title, but now it's hard to say.
Both of them are geniuses from weapon refining families. Now we're going to see something interesting.
Amidst the discussions among the people, inside the competition venue, a strong young man looked at Mo Baifan outside with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes.
"Go in and wait in the first row," the weapon refining master said. Mo Baifan followed the instructions, entered from the middle passage, and came into the transparent screen.
Yi Feng continued to observe and came to a conclusion after a while. It turns out that inside the transparent screen is the competition venue for this weapon refining event. If you want to enter, you must do the preliminary test, which is to disassemble and assemble the metal ball. You are eligible to enter regardless of your grades. However, the location during the game will be different. The better your score on the preliminary test, the higher your position will be. For example, Mo Baifan, Zhang Biao, and even those with worse performance, but as long as they can run within 2 minutes, they are considered good and will be arranged in the first row.
Those who wait for 2 to 5 minutes will be placed in the second row.
Those who have been there for more than 5 minutes will be seated in the third row at the back. The purpose of the preliminary test questions is to divide the positions so that the more professional contestants are at the front, where they have a better view and the audience can enjoy the show more. People jokingly call these three positions professional group, amateur group, and atmosphere group.
This description is very appropriate.
Yi Feng looked at the location of the treasure chest, which was in the third row from the end, which was the atmosphere group location.
It just so happened that Yi Feng didn't know how to refine equipment. If he was in the professional group, Yi Feng really wouldn't be able to achieve it.
As for the atmosphere group, it is very simple and there are no strict requirements at all.
In that case, just to open the treasure chest, let us participate and treat it as fun.
Yi Feng stepped forward directly. Use the fastest possible time to disassemble and reassemble this metal ball. The weapon refining master on the left side of the passage handed a metal ball to Yi Feng without much expression on his face. Yi Feng took it and observed the metal ball carefully. It turns out, there is almost no gap.
Yi Feng was secretly amazed.
A metal ball made up of thousands of components had no visible gaps on the surface. The person who made this metal ball must have very superb skills. This made Yifeng interested in the weapon refiner's abilities for the first time. Yifeng tried to disassemble it, but found that he had no idea where to start. Disassembling something like this is not something you can do just by having the strength. It requires sufficient understanding and practice in this area, which is the basic skill of a weapon refiner. Whatever, just give it a try. Yifeng didn't expect to get good results. He just wanted to have a chance to sneak in and open the treasure chest. Yifeng concentrated his attention and used his powerful perception ability to actually find a breakthrough. The first piece of metal was removed by Yifeng. Wait, something seems wrong? Yifeng looked at the dismantled metal piece and saw a small hook underneath, which was thinner than a hair. Yifeng, who did not have the ability to see through the eyes, naturally had no idea that there was such a trap inside, with the hook hooked on another metal component inside. When removing the metal sheet, I accidentally broke the hook. The main thing is that the material used for this metal ball is not very good. It is a very soft metal. If you apply a little more force, it will probably be deformed. What's more, the hook is smaller than a hair. You won't feel much if it is broken. The two weapon refining masters who were invigilating the preliminary examination had a rather grim look on their faces. Although they did not restrict the participants, anyone who dared to come up and participate had at least learned a few tricks. Even those who changed career paths lately are at most weak in strength and will not break the first piece of metal. The person in front of me obviously knows nothing about refining weapons. If he is so unfamiliar with the basic skills of disassembly and assembly, how can he be expected to perform well in refining equipment later? Yifeng ignored the two men's sour looks and continued to dismantle it. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 4 pieces. Each piece is interconnected and can be easily broken if not careful. The veins on the foreheads of the two weapon refining masters were throbbing. The audience in the venue also booed one after another. Chapter 125, Advanced Weapon Refining Master. Who among those who can participate in the competition does not have some strength? At least you have to have some skills and be presentable. No one would be like Yifeng, who dares to go up without knowing anything about refining equipment. Even those members who were part of the Atmosphere group only said that they were a little too bad, but no one was completely incompetent. Alright. No need to tear it down anymore, just go to the last row. The two weapon refining masters couldn't bear to watch it any longer and quickly stopped Yifeng. If Yifeng continues to dismantle it like this, the entire metal ball will be scrapped. Although the materials used are not precious, it still takes a lot of effort to design the structure inside ingeniously. If it is half scrapped, it is still worth repairing. If it is completely scrapped, it can only be regarded as scrap metal. But I haven't finished yet. I haven't even finished dismantling it. Wouldn't this be a violation? Yifeng looked at the two of them with an innocent face. No, it's completely in line with the rules. If I say it's okay, it's okay. The two of them took great pains to restrain themselves from losing their temper. Many of the audience around were already laughing. Atmosphere group, it really is an atmosphere group. I have never seen anyone make these two masters feel so upset. They are angry but can't do anything about it. After all, it is in line with the rules, and they can't just kick the person away. No, we must propose to the association that next time we hold such an event, we need to impose more restrictions and make the rules clearer to prevent these random people from messing around. Both weapon refining masters thought so in their hearts. He had secretly defined Yifeng as an outsider. Yifeng entered the arena from the passage and walked towards the last row. Is it him? Imobaifan, who was in the first row, had originally focused all his attention on the confrontation with Zhang Biao and had not paid attention to what was happening outside the arena. It was only when Yifeng entered the arena that he inadvertently noticed Yifeng. He was a little surprised. Wasn't this the passerby he almost bumped into on the road before? Unexpectedly, he also came here to participate in the weapon refining event. It turns out to be the Atmosphere group. Seeing Yifeng walk to the last row, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. You know him? So you have a friend in the Atmosphere group. I never knew you, the young master of the Mo family, have such a wide range of friends. You make friends with all kinds of people. Zhang Biao, who was nearby, laughed out loud. From the mocking tone, you can tell that it is not a nice thing to say. Humph. You only have one friend who's in the Atmosphere group. Mo Baifan retorted, and to him, this sentence sounded extremely insulting. As a genius from a weapon refining family, he felt that it was a waste of time to say one more word to those who were creating an atmosphere. In his opinion, the Equipment Refiner Association should not allow everyone to participate in this competition. It would be best if only equipment refining families were eligible. Imo Baifan had the same idea, and Zhang Biao almost had the same idea. This kind of thinking fully reflects the arrogance of their family. Yi Feng didn't care about other people's opinions. His only rule of conduct has always been to find a way to open the treasure chest. As long as you can open a treasure chest, you can improve your strength or gain various abilities, that's enough. The items that come out of any treasure chest require others to spend a lot of time and energy to obtain, and some are even impossible to obtain no matter what others do. Yi Feng took a quick step and came to a refining position marked with the number 308. On the forging table here, an orange treasure chest is quietly placed there. There was a person nearby who was also a member of the atmosphere group and was about to go to position 308. But suddenly it was occupied by Yi Feng, so he can only go to the nearby 309. It was all the same anyway. I just wanted to go to 308, but it was just a random choice. Hey! Brother! This man is in his 20s, has dark skin, and looks a bit old. Judging from his appearance alone, he feels like he is already 30 years old. He was very outgoing and greeted Yi Feng first. Brother, are you just here to have some fun? The dark-skinned man named Chen Song asked Yi Feng. I guess so. Yi Feng nodded perfunctorily. Alas, people like us have no background or connections. Even if we were interested in refining, we wouldn't be able to learn the real skills. Even slightly advanced forging techniques have long been monopolized by those refining families. Tell me, if we don't just play around, what else can we do? Take it seriously? Can we beat them? There was a strong sense of resentment in Chen Song's tone. He has been fascinated by refining equipment since he was a child and has a strong interest in it. Unfortunately, he had no family background, so even if he paid to learn, the skills he learned were relatively shallow, and it was difficult for him to learn any advanced techniques. On the other hand, those people from aristocratic families are born with high-quality resources and high-end connections, and everyone in the circle knows each other. How can they not be excellent? If he had been born into a family of weapon refiners, he would have been confident that he could have made a name for himself. Now I have become more open-minded and focus my energy on other things. I just treat refining as a hobby. That's why there was that sentence at the beginning, asking Yi Feng if he was just here to have fun. Listening to Chen Song's words, Yi Feng nodded. Although he had not had this kind of experience, Yi Feng could imagine how frustrating and helpless it felt. Fortunately, I don't have to go through this kind of thing. Looking at the treasure chest in front of him, Yi Feng reached out and touched it. Snap! You opened an orange treasure chest. Congratulations! You have obtained all the abilities of a high-level weapon master. Ha! Are you going to become a weapon refiner? And he is a master of advanced weapon refining. How high is this level? Yi Feng is not too sure. Yi Feng's first feeling was that it didn't help much in improving his strength and felt a bit useless. After all, I had no intention of pursuing a career as a weapon refiner. If he had a choice, Yi Feng would definitely want to improve his strength. Whether it is soul power, chi and blood, or other skills and martial arts. Any of them will do. But then I thought about it and felt that it wasn't entirely useless. First of all, once he became a weapon refiner, he would have the ability to modify the appearance of the dark blue long sword, or even refine it a second time. Secondly, due to the monopoly on technology, only a few weapon refiners are destined to make a fortune. So if you have advanced refining skills, if you need money, or some rare resources, you may be able to earn these things through refining skills. As for the next game, Yi Feng was thinking about whether he should show off. His apparent identity may be a weapon refiner with a mysterious master and superb skills. With such an identity, one has the opportunity to come into contact with various important figures, which will be very helpful in investigating intelligence. Just as Yi Feng was thinking about this, a new treasure chest clue popped up, helping Yi Feng make a choice. Treasure chest clue: an orange treasure chest appears in the champion prize box of the Equipment Refining Festival. Please go and open it. Chapter 126, Treasure Chest in the Prize Box. At this time, the weapon refining event was about to begin, and no more contestants were allowed to enter. Only staff members can enter now. The weapon refining master named Ma, who was at the entrance just now, is now acting as the host again. The winner of this weapon refining event will become an official member of our Weapon Refining Association. Master Ma's resonant voice spread throughout the entire venue. As for joining the association, it is actually not the most attractive thing, because the winners are most likely from a family of weapon refining. For these children from aristocratic families, it is not difficult to join the association. To join through normal channels, you need to be recommended by someone, and then go through a probation period before you can become a formal member. It is equivalent to eliminating these complicated steps and becoming a member of the association directly, which is not bad.
Master Ma announced the prizes, but he didn't actually finish. Everyone knew that he was deliberately keeping everyone in suspense. The second thing is, the reward is a piece of 8th level outer space black iron. When everyone heard this, there was an immediate uproar. What? Heavenly black iron? And it's level 8?
The Equipment Refiner Association is actually willing to give out such high-end minerals as prizes. Even minerals from Blue Star are worth a fortune as long as they reach level 8, let alone extraterrestrial black iron.
People suddenly became noisy.
Minerals are also divided into different levels, just like weapons, divided into several levels. For example, the weapons used by the Martial Emperor are generally level 7, so the materials used to create this level 7 weapon are generally also level 7. In other words, 8th level materials can be used to create 8th level weapons, which are generally only available to martial saints. With this analysis, we can see how precious and rare level 8 materials are. As for the extraterrestrial black iron, it refers to metals that do not exist on the blue planet. Today's scholars believe that these extremely rare things that are not from the blue planet come from outer space and are collectively called extraterrestrial objects.
One type of metal mineral is called alien black iron.
Not only are they extremely scarce, they also have extremely high research value and are often of better quality. Of course, not all extraterrestrial objects are valuable. For example, a meteorite also comes from outer space, but it may just be an ordinary stone. The fact that this prize has been rated at level 8 indicates that it is of extremely high quality. For a weapon refiner, what he cares about is nothing more than his own weapon refinement skills, external weapon refinement tools or materials, etc.
A piece of 8th grade black iron from outer space is undoubtedly extremely attractive to weapon refiners.
In other words, it is very attractive to anyone because it has great value in itself. As Master Ma made his announcement, 2 warriors carried a box onto the field and placed it solemnly on a sturdy metal stand. Both warriors are at the Martial Emperor level, and they are directly guarding the championship prize. Everyone's attention was focused on the box, and their breathing became rapid. Yi Feng also looked at the box. Others may be thinking about the extraterrestrial iron stored inside.
But Yi Feng was different. Most of his attention was focused on the faint orange light emitted from this box. The treasure chest clue just now mentioned that there is an orange treasure chest in the champion prize box. This box is it. The newly appeared orange treasure chest is placed in this prize box made of rare metals. It seems like I have to show some strength, take the championship, and win the prize, so I have a chance to open the orange treasure chest inside. Yi Feng thought to himself. This is good. I was originally thinking about whether I should create an identity as a weapon refiner in public. Now it is the treasure chest system that makes the decision for him. Distracted by Master Ma's announcement of the prize, Yi Feng forgot to integrate the insights of the advanced weapon refining master he had just obtained. Fusion. As this thing merged, an immense amount of insights and understandings rushed into Yi Feng's mind.
Yi Feng is well versed in the art of refining weapons, including skills, experience, and knowledge. It was as if he was a senior master of refining equipment who had lived for many years and devoted his entire life to studying refining equipment. Yi Feng also had an idea of the strength classification of weapon refiners.
Equipment refining apprentice, equipment refining master, equipment refining master, equipment refining grandmaster. Each of these 4 major stages is further divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced levels. I'm actually the top advanced weapon refining master. Yi Feng couldn't believe it and reached the top in one step. Others have dedicated their entire lives and immersed themselves in the art of refining weapons for many years, but they may not be able to reach the top. I can reach the top simply by opening a treasure chest. If other people knew about this, they would probably be so angry that they would die.
Yi Feng suddenly remembered the preliminary test question, which was about disassembling and assembling a metal ball. Now that I have the ability of a high-level grandmaster, I realize in retrospect that disassembling and assembling the metal ball is extremely simple. It's like an academician doing questions for elementary school students.
If I were to disassemble and reassemble that metal ball.
As the thoughts came to his mind, Yi Feng's fingers began to move inadvertently. It seemed to be weak and boneless, turning into a continuous afterimage, so flexible that it was unbelievable.
It can be done in 1 second. Yi Feng concluded confidently.
For someone like Mo Baifan, it took only 55 seconds, which was really impressive.
Now that I think about it, it's only at the level of an intermediate weapon refiner.
For others, it is indeed good that Mo Baifan has reached this level at his age. But in front of Yi Feng's bug, it's completely incomparable.
Wait, am I dazzled?
Chen Song, who was nearby, rubbed his eyes vigorously.
He seemed to have seen something extraordinary out of the corner of his eye.
How come the fingers of this guy nearby are so fast that only an afterimage remains?
He turned and looked at Yi Feng. But I didn't see any special circumstances, everything was normal. That's just dizziness. He muttered.
Come to think of it, the members of the Atmosphere group are at best junior apprentices. If the technique just now really happened, it would probably take a master of weapon refining to achieve it. A weapon refining master, at least a backbone of the Weapon Refining Association, who is bored enough to come and participate in the Atmosphere group competition.
Besides, he is so young, how could he be a master of weapon refining? All right. Contestants, get ready. The competition is about to begin. Master Ma reminded loudly.
A staff member will present a set of pre-prepared materials to each contestant.
These are the materials needed for the next competition. Each contestant will receive 1 copy, which is identical.
Next, announce the rules of the game.
Chapter 127 Is the temperature a little wrong? Every contestant will receive the same materials.
The rules are simple: use these materials and let your imagination run wild to forge a sword.
Afterwards, 3 master judges will evaluate the works and select the winner.
The voice of Master Ma announcing the rules spread throughout the venue. The 3 judges he mentioned were sitting on the judges' bench at this time. They were all well-known figures in Dinan City.
99% of the people present recognized them.
The 3 judges are all weapon refining masters. Although they are only at the beginner level, as long as they reach the master level, their status will be extremely high. Because in the entire weapon refining circle, there are very few masters.
Each of them is extremely gifted and has shown extraordinary talent in refining weapons since childhood.
They have immersed themselves in it for most of their lives and have achieved what they have today. So we can see that any master is quite old, and the youngest is over 50 years old.
Who do you think is most likely to be the winner this time?
The Grandmaster Judge with the long beard in the middle looked to both sides and asked with a smile.
I'm more optimistic about the kid from the Mo family, said the judge on the left. I'm the opposite of you.
I'm optimistic about the kid from the Zhang family, said the judge on the right. If you ask me, the difference in level between these 2 little guys is not too big.
They are both at the level of intermediate weapon refiners.
It all depends on how they perform on the spot.
The long-bearded judge laughed. Not only the judges thought that the outcome of this weapon refining competition would be decided between Mo Baifan and Zhang Biao.
The others also thought so and had already made up their minds. They just had to wait and see how these 2 people performed.
And somewhere in the audience,
a special area has been set aside here with soft chairs. Not only are there waiters on call, but there are also a variety of snacks and drinks. In short, it is located in the middle and the service is very good. Those who can sit inside are all from important backgrounds, such as people from various aristocratic families.
For example, the Mo family and the Zhang family, 2 major weapon-making families, had members present. Among those present was a junior weapon refining master. This shows how much they value this game.
After all, in such an open competition, no matter what your performance is, it will be spread out.
Perform well, bring honor to the family, and cultivate outstanding children.
If you perform poorly, people may not dare to say anything about it in public, but you will inevitably be criticized behind your back. The people from the 2 families live next to each other. On the surface, the communication was normal, but there was a hint of hostility in the words. There were obviously hundreds of people participating in this competition, but everyone from the judges to the audience felt from the bottom of their hearts that this was a decisive battle between Mo Baifan and Zhang Biao.
Even many contestants think so in their hearts. In the arena,
the contestants opened their material packets. Sanya Crystal, Crimson Iron, Cloud Scale Mother. Various materials were displayed before the crowd, and there were dozens of them in total. All of them are first-level materials.
For weapon refiners, these are just very basic and low-level materials.
If we use these 7 combinations, we should be able to refine a top-grade, first-class knife. But it's still not enough. If I can come up with this plan, Zhang Biao can definitely do it, so I can't guarantee a sure win. Mo Baifan stared at the big bag of materials, deep in thought. These materials are not only the lowest level, but also a very common category within the first level. If it is not specially matched, the things refined will usually be of low quality at the first level, and the better ones can reach medium quality. With careful matching and the use of some superb refining techniques, it can reach the first-class quality. In Mo Baifan's ideal, he would be able to refine a top-grade product. In that case, we can almost guarantee the championship. Not only Mo Baifan thought so, Zhang Biao also thought so. But with just this pile of broken materials, no matter how hard you try, it's like a cook without rice, and it's difficult to reach the first-class quality. Therefore, seemingly simple questions can be difficult to solve in practice. I don't know if I can succeed in refining it. Chen Song, who was standing next to Yi Feng, was muttering as he looked at a bag of materials. Others are thinking about how to refine higher quality products, while the members of the Atmosphere group are thinking about whether they can succeed in refining them. Just like refining elixirs, refining equipment also has a success rate. Even though what needs to be refined now is only the lowest level weapon, if the basic skills are not enough, the probability of failure is still very high. Never mind, just treat it as a joke. Brother, don't you agree? Chen Song turned and looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked lazy and glanced at the materials casually without even looking at them seriously. Chen Song couldn't help but sigh in his heart, saying that they were just here to have fun, and he was the one who shouted the loudest, but when it came to actually taking action, he was still thinking seriously. Or the guy next to him has a positive attitude, he didn't even look at the materials seriously, this is the real casual play. What he didn't know was that with just a few casual glances, Yi Feng had already come up with thousands of plans in his mind. The lower the level of something, the more thoroughly it is studied. And the more he can play with it, the more it proves that he is capable. This is why the competition tests such low-level things. It is very universal and anyone can get started, but it can also help people show their differences in ability. I have at least 800 ways to refine a top-grade product. But this level alone is not enough to satisfy me. If it's level 2, I have hundreds of ways to do it. This is the horror of a high-level weapon refining master. With just a bunch of ordinary first-level materials, he can find a way to refine a second-level weapon. It requires not only a wonderful combination of materials, but also extremely exquisite skills to ultimately achieve a superior effect. Let's try it out and see how far we can go. The other members of the Atmosphere group were just having fun, and Yi Feng also felt that they were having fun. Although he has mastered the abilities of a high-level grandmaster, this is Yi Feng's first time refining equipment, and it feels quite novel. The first step requires starting a fire. Every weapon refiner needs to have a natural talent for fire, otherwise he will not be able to perform the fire refining technique. Call. As Yi Feng practiced the fire refining technique, the fire energy in his body circulated, condensed into flames, and injected into the refining furnace. The pure blue and white flames instantly filled the entire alchemy furnace. Chen Song nearby was startled. He was still in the stage of struggling to start a fire. This step was quite difficult for someone of his strength and would take some time. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng, who was nearby, started the fire in the blink of an eye without noticing. Why do I feel like the temperature is a little off? Chen Song was a little confused. The temperature coming from Yi Feng's refining furnace was much higher than expected. Chapter 128. The judges were shocked. Maybe he is more proficient in the fire refining technique. Chen Song thought. If there were no openings on the side of the refining furnace, you would need to look down from the top to see the flames inside. Otherwise, Chen Song would be greatly surprised. Because the color of the flame in Yi Feng's refining furnace was actually blue and white. The flames produced will vary depending on the degree of mastery of the fire refining technique. Specifically, they can be divided into 4 levels by color: bright red, orange red, golden yellow, blue and white. This corresponds exactly to the 4 major levels of weapon refiners: weapon refiner apprentice, weapon refiner master, and weapon refiner grandmaster. Only the master of weapon refining has the ability to unleash the blue flame. If Chen Song saw that the flames Yi Feng emitted were blue and white, which was the symbol of a master weapon refiner, he would definitely be shocked. Yi Feng looked at the materials one by one. His hands kept moving as he put the materials into the refining furnace, while controlling the fire refining technique to smelt them.
This action attracted the attention of some viewers. The main reason was that Yi Feng's initial performance was that of a newcomer who had no knowledge of refining equipment. Some people were just there for fun, and while they were paying attention to the two geniuses from aristocratic families, they also paid some attention to Yi Feng's movements. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but once you do, you'll be a little stunned. They saw with their own eyes that Yi Feng used the fire refining technique and successfully started a fire. Only professional teams can successfully start a fire so quickly, right? Even among the amateur groups with slightly weaker strength, there are few who are on fire now. Not to mention the Atmosphere group members. Didn't he know nothing about refining weapons? Why did his current performance seem to contradict that? They continue to pay attention. Soon, we saw Yi Feng putting in several kinds of materials one after another. He's crazy. The properties of these materials conflict with each other, and he threw them all in at once. The furnace is going to explode. The furnace is going to explode. In the audience, a man with small eyes noticed this and couldn't help but exclaim. This caused dissatisfaction among other spectators nearby, who glared at the man. What the hell are you yelling about? Just watch the game carefully. If someone is screaming nearby, they will definitely be unhappy. They wondered whether the furnace exploded or not, but they didn't see anyone doing anything wrong. Of course, the main reason is that they didn't pay attention to the Atmosphere group and thought it was a waste of time. I'm talking about contestant number 308. I saw with my own eyes that he threw several materials, including Azure Jade Crystal and Scarlet Cloud Iron, into the refining furnace all at once. After hearing this, the others also understood. Even if he didn't understand how to refine weapons, he still had a basic understanding of these low-level materials. What's more, most of the people present had some exposure to weapon refining, or at least were interested in it, so they came to watch the competition. They knew that if materials with conflicting properties were used together in refining equipment, it would be very easy for the furnace to explode due to the conflicting properties. Unless one is a very capable weapon refiner, it is possible to achieve a delicate balance between conflicting materials through micromanipulation. Things refined using this method are often top quality. You're mistaken, aren't you? He's the only one who knows nothing and can only be at the bottom of the Atmosphere group. How do you think he has this ability? At this point, there was no sign of the furnace exploding, which proved that everything was fine. In their opinion, if several materials with conflicting properties were used, the furnace would definitely explode. If it didn't explode, it just means I saw it wrong. But, maybe. The man with small eyes also lost confidence. Even I began to doubt whether my eyes were not good enough and I had really made a mistake. Good. At this time, there was a landslide and tsunami-like applause and exclamations from the audience. Because Mo Bifan actually melted two conflicting materials into the main material for refining the weapon, and no accidents occurred. He wanted to upgrade the grade to the first-class premium, so he had to take a risk and he actually succeeded. Mo Bifan took the time to glance at Zhang Biao next door, his face full of pride. The pressure was immediately put on Zhang Biao. Fanner is worthy of being a member of the Mo family. He has never brought shame to our Mo family. In the Mo family camp in the audience, an elder from the Mo family laughed heartily and was very proud. Being able to successfully use two conflicting materials to refine weapons with the strength of an intermediate weapon refiner is an outstanding performance. Snort! The people in the Zhang family camp snorted in dissatisfaction. The game is not over yet, and it is still unknown who will win. The Mo family wants to open champagne at halftime? It's still a little early. As expected of someone from an aristocratic family, his technique and timing are much more mature and fluent than those from non-aristocratic families. The three judges also praised him repeatedly, their eyes full of admiration. But at this moment, the long-bearded judge in the middle suddenly widened his eyes and cried out in surprise. He stared intently at the last row, seat 308. There were surprise, confusion, all kinds of complicated expressions in the flashing eyes. What's wrong? The two judges on the left and right asked in confusion. Given their strength and status, there are not many things that can move them. One can't help but wonder what the long-bearded judges saw that moved them so much. Number 308, this technique, why does it feel so skillful? The long-bearded judge asked doubtfully. As a judge, you need to pay attention to the entire audience. But because they believed that the winner would only be decided in the professional group, they did not spend much energy to pay attention to other groups. Especially the Atmosphere group, they are just there to make up the numbers.
The main reason for doing this is to demonstrate fairness and declare that no matter who you are or what your family background is, as long as you have a dream, you can come and participate. It sounds good, but in fact, under the situation of resource monopoly, there is no difference between being a champion and being an internal candidate.
Without resources and conditions, you will always be just a foil.
I just glanced over unintentionally and was suddenly attracted by contestant number 308. Even though it was just a few random movements of throwing materials, the technique looked like it had been practiced hundreds of millions of times. The movement trajectory, amplitude, strength are as precise as machinery, and the same every time.
Is there?
The other two judges also looked over. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do.
Why do you feel more skilled than me? This simple movement actually has an invisible rhythm. It's like listening to the soothing music of an alien beast. It makes people feel it's a real pleasure. Why do I feel like I'm watching the guildmaster refine a weapon? Ah. So you feel the same way? I thought it was just my imagination. But, the president is a high-level weapon refining master.
The three judges looked shocked, and the more they looked, the more they felt something was wrong. What they said was carried throughout the stadium by the microphone, causing an uproar.
Chapter 129 Peerless Genius. What?
Did you hear what the three judges just said?
We're not deaf, of course we heard it. Could it be that we heard it wrong? You didn't hear it wrong.
I heard it clearly, there's no way I heard it wrong.
That's incredible. Number 308, wasn't he unable to even dismantle the metal ball just now? How did he suddenly become so powerful?
Even the three judges gave him such high praise. For a moment, all the audience turned their eyes to Yifeng. Yifeng's extremely skillful weapon refining movements caused a commotion in the sight of everyone. For people who refine different weapons, they just feel that such movements are smooth and flowing, which makes people feel very comfortable when watching them. As for those in the know, they were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths, and their faces were full of disbelief.
If you ask yourself honestly, they absolutely cannot do that.
In the VIP audience seats, weapon refining families like the Mo and Zhang families also had expressions of disbelief on their faces.
Impossible. He's so young, how could he be so skilled? There must be something wrong, but I'm not sure yet.
It's impossible for someone so young to possess such advanced weapon refining skills.
Neither family could believe this was true. Seeing is believing.
But at this moment, even though the facts were right in front of them and they saw it with their own eyes, the situation was far beyond their understanding, and they still chose not to believe it for no reason. These two great weapon refining families have spent so much energy and resources to train their younger generations.
Mo Baifan and Zhang Biao are the two most outstanding young people in their family.
But even so, they only reached the level of intermediate weapon refiners at the age of 20. The further you go, the more difficult it becomes. They didn't believe that there was someone who was about the same age as Mo Baifan and Zhang Biao, but whose weapon refining skills far surpassed theirs. And it was at this moment. Yifeng twisted his fingers and practiced the fire refining technique.
Rise! With a loud bang, the entire stadium shook.
A blue-white flame suddenly shot up into the sky from above the refining furnace in front of Yifeng, rising several meters high. The temperature of the arena seemed to have risen by several degrees. This. Chen Song, who was standing next to Yifeng, was so frightened that he couldn't close his mouth and his jaw was almost dislocated. At such a close distance, he was sweating profusely. The scorching blue and white fire made him dare not look directly at it. It was like the scorching sun hanging high in the sky.
Blue and white flames. It's actually blue and white flames. Oh my god. He's actually a weapon refining master.
Everyone who saw the scene was shocked. Even the most layman knows what the blue and white flames mean. Only a master of weapon refining can do that. No wonder he looked so skilled just now. It turns out that he is a master of weapon refining.
Impossible. How is this possible?
In the VIP seats, people from the Mo and Zhang families exclaimed that it was impossible.
They couldn't believe and couldn't accept that someone could be so outstanding. What kind of weapon refining genius could become a weapon refining master at the age of seemingly less than 20 years old? The Mo family can't do it, and the Zhang family can't do it either. However, the leaders of the two teams, who were junior grandmasters of each team, were both silent. They knew that the flames of the weapon refiner could not deceive anyone. Different colors represented different levels of ability. This was an eternal and unchanging fact. I have seen it with my own eyes twice. Even if I can't accept it or find it hard to believe, I have to accept this fact. The three judges on the judging panel all stood up at once. They had lost their usual composure, and the wonderful expressions on their faces were no less impressive than those of laymen. In fact, because they were insiders and could see the ins and outs of it, the shock they received was even greater than before. It's actually a blue and white flame. The three of them were extremely surprised. They themselves are masters of refining weapons and are also able to achieve blue and white flames. But they are already old. It is really hard to imagine that such a young man is on the same level as them. Could it be possible that this refining event could actually unearth a peerless refining genius? A level that has never been seen before and will never be surpassed? Not only the audience and judges were attracted by Yifeng's movements. The other people on the field, who were halfway through refining their weapons, simply stopped and stared at Yifeng in a daze. Especially Mo Baifan and Zhang Biao, they were completely dumbfounded. Doesn't he know nothing? Isn't he only fit to be in the atmosphere group? How could this be? How can he be a master of refining? Countless question marks emerged in Mo Baifan's mind. Thinking back to what happened just now, he didn't take Yifeng seriously at all and felt that it would be a huge shame if he got to know the atmosphere group. Now what? If getting acquainted with such a master of weapon refining is a great shame and humiliation, then what are they? Looking back now, they feel like they were no different from clowns. Call. The rising flames were retracted, and the step of smelting the materials was coming to an end. Yifeng reached his hand directly into the refining furnace and took out the embryo. People in Shensong nearby felt their hands ache just by looking at it. They could feel the heat waves from the red embryo from afar, which showed how high the temperature was. But in Yifeng's hands, it seemed to have no temperature and could not burn Yifeng at all. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. 1 hammer. 2 hammers. Yifeng used a forging hammer, hitting the embryo again and again. The movement was so fast that it was dizzying and people could only catch some after images. In just a few breaths, hundreds and even thousands of hammers were thrown. The entire set of movements could be called top-level art, and there was no flaw to be found. The embryo gradually took shape as Yifeng forged it. During the entire process, everyone remained motionless, as if they were under a spell of immobilization. Of course they were normal, but they were completely dazed and forgot their own existence and lost all movement. Laugh. It was not until Yifeng immersed the formed long sword into the quenching liquid and thick white smoke came out that everyone seemed to have their acupuncture points released and came back to life. Yifeng slowly pulled the long knife out of the quenching liquid. This knife is about 1.2 meters long and has dense patterns on the blade. Each pattern is exactly the same in shape, size, curve, they are all the same, as if they were reproduced. What is even more amazing is that each pattern is made up of 5 colors. Each of its 5 petals represents a different color. Red, cyan, blue, red, yellow. Outsiders may not understand what this means, but they just think the pattern is beautiful and a pinnacle of showmanship. Only insiders, and qualified insiders, know what this means. Chapter 130, Competing to curry favor. Quick! Show it to me. The long-bearded judge roared anxiously, as if he would die if he waited even a second longer. From afar, he saw the pattern woven from 5 colors on the blade and had a vague idea of what it was. But he still needs to observe it carefully to confirm whether it is what he thinks. But even though he was shouting so urgently, Yifeng seemed not to hear it and just looked at the long sword in his hand. This was Yifeng's first time refining a weapon, so naturally he wanted to take a good look at his first work. I am quite satisfied after watching it. The conception from beginning to end was perfectly completed. Yifeng was slowly looking at the works, but the 3 judges could no longer sit still and went to the competition venue in person. All the audience looked at each other in bewilderment. This was the first time that the 3 judges, who were master weapon refiners, had to go forward and check the work themselves. If I tell others about it, I'm afraid no one will believe it unless they see it with their own eyes. Come on, let me take a look. The long-bearded judge hurriedly snatched the long sword from Yifeng's hand. The 3 men held the long swords, looking at and touching them. The look in his eyes became more and more surprised. No doubt about it. It's just as I guessed. The 5 colors of the pattern on this blade represent the 5 elements. When I was refining it just now, I fused and refined the materials with 5 different properties, creating a delicate balance between them. The mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements allow the originally conflicting materials to form a perfect closed loop,
making it more stable. As a result, the quality has been greatly improved. This sword has actually reached the second grade extreme level. The long-bearded judge murmured his comments. Even he was not sure how to combine the 5 elements to form a delicate balance. The principle is simple, but it is harder than climbing to the sky to do it. During the refining process, the elements of various materials change too much, and if you are not careful, the furnace will explode. Melting, synthesis, forging, every step is crucial. What? The 5 elements interact with each other. Level 2 Ultimate. Everyone stood up suddenly, shocked beyond words. It is already amazing for others to use 2 conflicting materials, but Yifeng directly used 5. With the help of some ordinary first-level materials, he was able to forge a second-level top-quality long sword. Anyone who has a little understanding of weapon refining knows how difficult it is. Even a layman would know the difficulty just by looking at the reactions of the 3 judges. Only Yifeng was stunned for a moment after hearing the judges' comments. Because they missed one thing. The blade of the long sword is forged using a special technique, which brings its quality to the extreme, comparable to third-grade quality. This is the limit of what the materials used can achieve. Just from the appearance, the whole knife is only level 2. As junior masters, they were still too young in front of Yifeng and could not see the specialness of the blade. I guess, only their president, who is also a high-level weapon refining master, can see it. Yifeng didn't say much. Anyway, the strength he had shown now was more than enough. I declare that the champion of this weapon refining event is contestant number 308. Now I will present the prize to the champion. According to the rules, the results can only be announced after the game time is over. But is there any need to wait now? No need to wait at all. Waiting any longer would just be a waste of time. There is no way there is anyone better than Yifeng. The 2 martial emperors who were in charge of guarding the prizes brought the prize box over. The long-bearded judge opened the treasure chest. First, he took out a certificate with a few big words on the cover, Honorary Member Certificate of the Equipment Refining Association. He asked Yifeng's name, then wrote Yifeng's information on it in a few strokes. Congratulations, you are now an honorary member of the Refining Association. You can find some information about the Refining Association in the certificate. This was a rule that had been set before the competition. One of the prizes for the winner was to become a member of the Equipment Refining Association. Generally speaking, this is an honor and it is a great joy for whoever receives it. But today, when it comes to Yifeng, it always feels a little off. Is it an honor for the winners? No. In their opinion, the association had gotten a great deal by recruiting Yifeng, such a peerless genius and master of weapon refining. So, when he just said something formal like congratulations or something like that, he always felt that these words were awkward. My name is Zhuang Yolu, and I'm a member of the association's elders. He lowered his voice and took the initiative to introduce himself. His intention to win over and please was very obvious. Even within the Equipment Refining Association, there are multiple factions, and there are always circles where people hang out together. Now seeing Yifeng's performance, he must have a good relationship with such a young master of weapon refining. Although you are only an honorary member now, with your weapon refining skills, you can definitely become an elder like me. However, you still need to wait for the arrangements of the president and others. Zhuang Yolu finished speaking, coughed lightly, and his voice returned to its full volume. The second championship prize is a piece of 8th level outer space black iron. The 2 martial emperors handed the prize box to Yifeng. Yifeng took it. Wow, it's so heavy, at least thousands of pounds. When I looked inside the box, I saw that the black iron inside was about the size of a head. Such a large volume, yet so heavy. Orange treasure chest. Yifeng paid more attention to the orange treasure chest inside. The purpose of this weapon refining competition is to successfully obtain this treasure chest. Yifeng pretended to touch the black iron inside, but in fact he wanted to touch the treasure chest inside. Snap! You opened an orange treasure chest. Congratulations! You received 270,000 soul points. Fuck! Yifeng exclaimed in his heart, wow. The orange treasure chest is so awesome, it gives so much at once. Yifeng's current soul power is only 260,000 points. Fusion. After the fusion of soul power, Yifeng's soul master realm advanced by leaps and bounds. By the end, the total amount reached 530,000 soul power points. The soul master realm has reached the peak of the respected level. If he had such strength when he first faced Louis in the water and fire secret realm, he would not have to panic at all and would not have needed to run away.
He would have been able to kill Lu Yi head-on.
After all, with the Soul Master's powerful cross-level compatibility, it is still possible to jump to a higher realm and kill Lu Yi, who is in the Martial Emperor realm. Accompanied by Zhuang Yolu and others, Yifeng walked out of the arena. They were surrounded by more people outside, who were vying to introduce themselves, such as where they came from, what faction or family they belonged to. Although it is still unclear what Yifeng's background is, based on what he has shown now, it is enough for them to curry favor with him. Such a scene made Mo Baifan, Zhang Biao and others look so cold that water seemed to be squeezed out of their faces.